The story unfolds with some incomprehensible words in a black cloud. There are sectarians in red cloaks, looking up at the sky and happily chanting in a different language. Sectarians are surrounding a giant pink stone, and there are various monsters around them, and all of them are praising the stone. Suddenly, a monster is cut in half by something sharp and shiny, leaving a white trail behind. All of a sudden, a player, Sword Master Ray Chang, appears, waving his sword, causing the monster and the people to panic and run. Ray, in an armored suit, tells his army that is coming behind him that he is going to clear the way for them. An elderly man, who is a gravedigger named Jorg Billmeyer, appears on the battlefield, riding an animal skeleton and holding a staff topped with a human skull. The players holding swords in their hands look down from above at the platform with a pink crystal. A blonde saintess in armor, named Maria Jaeger, appears as she screams that they have to stop the descent ritual. But it's too late by then, as the pink stone starts cracking and emits white rays, and shatters into several large pieces, and a notification appears that the tower's tier has adjusted from 12 to 12 hard. A terrifying monster appears from above with a loud boom in front of the players, and another notification appears that the objective of the tower has been updated. People who came to prevent the ritual from taking place look at their enemy with fierce eyes, ready to attack. The monster, who is the boss of the 5th season, walks forward emitting green light from him with swords on each of his sides and a cloak flowing in the air. He is the monarch of plagues and has green skin, shiny red eyes, and an apparatus covering the lower part of his face, hiding his nose and mouth. The players come running towards him, but fail to attack, as the notification appears that the new objective is to defeat the monarch of plagues. Various green tentacles grow around the monarch, which seem to destroy everyone who even comes near the monarch, while he stands there calmly. Several corpses are lying on the floor with large green spots on them. One of the tentacles reaches towards Maria, but she defends herself with the sword, with great difficulty. Another tentacle falls on the players standing in a group, leading to the killing of several of them. Ray looks at what is happening in horror, tears rolling from his eyes. He runs away from the battlefield, pushing away other players as he says that he cannot die, while the players look at him in surprise and try to stop him by calling his name. The monarch says that his opponents are foolish mortals as he picks up his sword in the air. He swishes his sword in the air, leaving a bright green light, and he says that his enemy cannot escape him. As the monarch strikes his sword, trying to kill someone, but suddenly his swords snap in half mid-air. A young man named Yuseong Kang appears, in a purple cloak fluttering behind him, as he strikes his sword, leaving a bright light in the air. Yuseong stands in front of the monarch in a grand gesture, ready to continue the battle, as people behind him scream in relief, calling him the Hero King, as they believe they are safe now. As people call his name, he appears with scratches on his face, but determination in his eyes. He lunges forward in speed to attack with swords in his hands, and in return, Monarch also strikes his sword towards Yuseong, but he fights against Monarch's strike, with some slashes and crushes. The Monarch laughs at Yuseong with an evil smile and red eyes. Both rush towards each other, with swords in their hands and their light emitting from them, ready to attack each other. The players look above them in shock as the light of Monarch and Yuseong collides, and a new radiance illuminates the entire space. Maria screams Yuseong's name in fear as sweat drips from her face. As Monarch and Yuseong keep fighting, Monarch says that he is a fool to fight with him alone, and the hope of humanity, the Hero King, would die and be submerged in the Sea of Plagues without any help. Yuseong only thanks the Monarch in return. As he slashes his sword, he says that all this time, he wanted to disguise himself and not want everyone to see his full potential. He then smirks, with his hair covering half his face, and he says that now he does not have to disguise himself anymore. The Monarch looks at Yuseong with confusion, as he holds his sword in a clenched fist, saying that it cannot happen. Suddenly, a powerful energy appears with a loud boom and rises to an immense height, as the light is so bright that players, including Maria, have to close their eyes, as they cannot bear the intensity. Jorg looks in amazement at what had just happened, and the players look at the scene with their mouths open in surprise as well as happiness. Yuseong appears to be holding a light above his hand, as he looks at it with victory. Looking at this, everyone cheers and screams that they have won the battle. The new notification appears, showing that Season 5 of Summoning the Monarch of Plague has been completed. As someone screams that the Monarch has finished and the world is going to be peaceful again. A bunch of notifications appear, showing that players have won 10 heroic tickets, 100 higher tier skill card tickets, and some other random equipment. Yuseong falls backward as the new notification shows that he has received a new title of Monarch Slayer and the Black Death equipment, but he cannot use it until the next season. Yuseong is lying on the floor with his eyes hazy, as someone screams his name. As his eyes close, it shows that humanity is going to live another year without knowing when the nightmare is going to end. The scene shifts to a press conference, where a bunch of journalists are here to cover it, as the MC announces that once again, the top performing player for 4 years is the greatest hero and is ranked number 1 in level, equipment, and skills. He announces Yuseong Kang, the Hero King, as the camera flashes appear on Yuseong's face, taking his picture, who is in a suit. The scene shifts to a little girl holding an armored doll, with a sword in his hand, as she screams in joy that he is here. The girl with a spark in her eyes announces that the Hero King is on the television, as her parents sit behind her, laughing at her innocence happily. The scene changes to a man selling Hero King merchandise on the streets, as they talk about how grateful they are for the Hero King and the players, as they have made the world safe again. The scene shifts back to the conference, where the MC asks Yuseong to share some words on behalf of all the heroes. Yuseong looks at him with an annoyed face, and Maria taps his arm for his attention. Maria whispers to him that he should at least say some nice words, even if he does not want to do it. She folds her hands for him, telling him that she is counting on him, and thinks that the conference is live on television, as sweat drips from her face. The press conference takes place in the unconference room in Geneva, and Maria smiles nervously, sitting beside the other team members. As the MC announces that the top 10 players of the season are here, and all the other people would like to hear the details of how they defeated the monster. But before he gets interrupted by Yuseong, as he laughs at the mic, he says that it was not heroic, and what he has done was only for the money. All of the journalists get shocked hearing that, as their mouths open and sweat drips from their faces. Maria also gets terrified as she hears that, and does not know how to behave, as she is still. Yuseong holds the mic as he starts speaking and leans forward at the table, saying that he was done with this a very long time ago, as the cameramen start taking his pictures with flashes. As the story goes back to the first season, the end of Peace, the world had suddenly turned into a game as people appeared shocked, looking at the glowing screens in front of them. Different sizes of towers appear in the sky all over the world as people look at them in horror and confusion. And soon, various kinds of monsters, some flying, some using weapons, and some using their teeth, start coming out of these towers and begin attacking the people in sight. As the monsters begin to kill humans, they start to think that the world is going to end. The monster is about to kill a girl who has fallen on the ground, crying. But before that, blood starts oozing out, and the girl feels relieved, but still has tears in her eyes. During the fights, the players emerged, and Yuseong cut off the monster's hand with his sword before he could touch the girl. Yuseong holds his sword firmly and stands in front of the girl, with blood splatters on his body and his sword. The players start slaying the monsters, as Yuseong kills monsters with his sword, and Maria protects the people with a shield surrounding them, keeping the monsters from coming inside. As the various kinds of monsters keep appearing from the towers, known as Tower Break, the world realizes that it is preventable, and they have to clear the towers in a specified time frame with the help of players with special abilities, and soon they become the heroes of the world. The scene changes to the present, where the news of Yuseong becomes the hot topic. Yuseong is watching his own videos of himself, saying that he does this for money, and they should buy his merch. He looks at the screen and wonders why this video has become so popular. His screen shows the International Player Forum, which people created for the players, which is called PF, for short form. This site is used for players to sell and buy items and share valuable information. As he reads the comments and replies in a mean way to one that says they are going to boycott him. But soon the comments start showing as they ask if the comment is done by Hero King itself. Yuseong freezes in between as he wonders how people know that he commented that. He keeps reading the new comments, and one shows that there would be a news reporter outside his house for coverage, and he gets startled by it. He pulls away the curtains of his balcony as he shields himself from the blazing sun. He looks down and sees a bunch of reporters with cameras in their hands, who begin to take photos of him, as he thinks that he cannot miss this opportunity. Soon, he comes down walking beside the reporters who are asking him questions about the season and the boycott of his merchandise, while videoing and photographing him. As he stands in front of a bunch of mics, the reporters ask him the reason for joining again in this season because, according to him, he is so done with fighting. Yuseong smiles and waves at the cameras and asks if they know what the celebrities do after their scandals get caught. He smirks and tells people that he will make it up by doing some quality work. The news reporters look at him with horror and ask him what he is talking about. Suddenly, something strange starts happening, and reporters get scared wandering here and there. The grounds start to rumble beneath the feet of the reporters, and a new notification appears that the 6th season, called Endless Labyrinth, has started. The reporters look above at the sky with horrified expressions as some of them start taking pictures and videos, as the notification shows that the towers are materializing and are 96% loaded already. The system shows the demographics of how players can enter the tower from below and pay attention to the tower's altitude. A whole bunch of towers of different sizes emerge from the sky as the notification shows to vanquish the towers and save the world. As the chaos has erupted, Yuseong puts his hoodie on his head and smirks as he walks away from the crowd. The flyers selling the Hero King's merchandise come flying on the ground, as people wonder if the Hero King has done it this time. A new notification appears showing the arrival at the destination. As Yuseong walks, looking around him, all he sees are the towers and no humans in sight. He gets happy looking at the empty streets, as he says that on the first day of the season, people always hide in their houses. A notification window appears as it reads that many monarchs are happy with the player contracted to the Monarch of Jesters. The Monarch of Steel, with horns on his head, laughs and gives the blessings of Blade Honer, and the Monarch of Frost, with silver hair and pointy ears, also chuckles softly as he grants the blessings of Winterbringer. Yuseong presses into his ear and sarcastically says that they can laugh as much as they want, as notifications appear that his swordsmanship aptitude and frost magic aptitude have increased. Yuseong thinks that everything has happened for a reason, like what he did just now and what happened at the United Nations conference, was only to gain rewards from the monarchs who keep an eye on them. As a flashback appears of the unconference where Yuseong has received the blessing of Finder of Legends from the Monarch of Gold and Legends, which increases the luck for 3 random draws, and one of them is guaranteed to be a legendary reward. He thinks that even though the skill and items reset after every season, the loot and blessings from the season's boss remain intact. Yuseong smirks and orders to claim all the unclaimed rewards. A shiny gold card with a question mark on it appears, as the notification shows that the Finder of Legend will influence the player's random draw results. Yuseong gets excited as a sparkle shines in his eyes and screams in joy as he thinks the card is going to be legendary. Finally, a legendary armor equipment appears, which is a surcoat engraved with a golden cross, and is called Golden Fanaticism. Its effects show 0 defense, 999 plus evasions, 300 plus dex, and has a shield of Seraph and 168 hours of cooldown. The notification also shows the details that during the Holy War of Interspecies, Seraph blessed this coat who belonged to a knight who was attacked by elves, and with the help of this coat, he killed thousands of elves. Yuseong smirks as he reads the description, as it fascinates him. He wears that beautiful coat with a swish and says to enter the tower. As Yuseong disappears, another notification appears showing that the Monarch of Gold and Legends has revoked his blessings and has blessed the t-shirt sale instead. Yuseong appears inside the tower with a loud noise. All of a sudden, a giant foot appears on the ground with a loud stomp. Some giant monsters appear with big teeth and red eyes, as one of them orders the others to start killing. The notification shows that this is the Tower of Blood Moon Orc Tribe, which has 5 floors, no resting places, is tier 3, and 1 to 4 players are allowed. Another notification shows that to fight the endless battles, the objective is to defeat the boss called Blood Moon Singer, who is on the top floor. Yuseong comes forward excitedly, as he wants to test the skills that come from this coat. A notification emerges showing that he has materialized Ice Blade made of frost, with a heroic tier. The Ice Blade appears in front of Yuseong, and he grabs it. The notification shows that Yuseong's high aptitude in frost magic has granted him the effect of Frost Breath. Yuseong lunges forward, smiling with sword in his hand as he thanks the Monarch of Frost. Yuseong slashes the sword towards a giant monster, and he keeps slashing his sword in front of them. The surroundings and the monsters start to freeze as the monsters try to fight back, but cannot. Yuxiang swings his sword in the direction of monsters as some of them are sent flying, crashing to the ground, and others are frozen. As every monster is now frozen, the air gets chilly, swinging beneath Yuxiang's feet. He takes a walk in between the frozen monsters, with a victorious smile on his face and sword still in his hands. Various notifications appear, showing that his STR, Dex, and Int have increased by 1 level as he keeps walking and then clangs his sword on one of the monsters. The notification then reads that the first floor is cleared, and Yuxiang looks at the sky and praises himself, saying that he has started well, and now he is going to save the world again. As another notification appears showing the details of Yuxiang, his titles of Hero King, Court Jester, and the newest one, Monarch Slayer, he is on level 1, but has many active blessings of Blade Honor, Winterbringer, Cheater of Death, Time Eater, and many more. The scene shifts to Yuxiang on the 2nd floor, walking with a coat flowing behind his back, and an ice blade sword in his hand, making the way he walks earlier chilly. He looks at the scene beneath him, and his face drops with tiredness as sweat starts dropping from his face. He sees a bunch of monsters dancing and having fun in front of the bonfire, as they are drinking something. But soon they were startled as they sensed the presence of Yuxiang and stopped dancing. They all take out their swords and scream that they are going to fight him till their last breath, and he shall take them to Valhalla. Yuxiang takes out his freezing sword with a smirk and tells the monsters to have some patience. He jumps towards the monsters with the sword, ready to attack, and tells them that he is going to take them all to heaven. The scene shifts to the staircase as Yuxiang is walking on it. Yuxiang appears on the 4th floor, catching his breath with a smirk, showing that he has won the 2nd and 3rd floors. But he thinks that even though he is liking it, it is a little hard without any resting floor. Suddenly, he gets startled by seeing something from the corner of his eye. A red alert appears, showing that the group of Warsong elite guards is blocking the path to the chieftain's chamber, as he looks at the giant monster guards right in front of him. The guards are wearing armored clothing, as Yuxiang thinks that they do, in fact, look very elite. Yuxiang looks at the notifications in front of him, confused, as one of them reads to fight with honor, but the other one shows that the Monarch of Steel has blessed him with Warsong elite guards. The guards come marching forward, chanting that the Monarch of Steel has blessed them. All the monsters lunge towards Yuxiang, with swords and red crimson eyes, screaming that they shall go to Valhalla. The monsters shout to sing the song of blood and steel for the Monarch of Steel as they come near Yuxiang, and he swings his sword above his head and smirks as he thinks that he is not getting a break anytime soon. He strikes his sword towards the armored monsters, but his attack does not do any damage, as the monsters stand in front of him intact with their weapons. Yuxiang gets alert and confused looking at this, and a droplet of sweat drips on his face as his eyes narrow. Suddenly, the monsters attack Yuxiang, but he dodges their attack and hops backward. He tries again to strike another attack towards the monster in midair. His sword swipes in the air and scratches the armored suit of the monster, and Yuxiang realizes that his sword is doing no damage to the monsters. He gets annoyed as his eyebrows furrow, as he realizes that because the monster guards are elite, they might have frost resistance. One of the monsters strikes an attack towards Yuxiang, but before that, he jumps and clings to the chandelier, and another monster takes the attack. As all the monsters look at Yuxiang, standing on the chandelier, calling him a coward, Yuxiang thinks that he needs something big to attack these monsters, but he does not have any other skills. He gets a flashback as he remembers that he got the in-game gears, and along with the ice blade and heroic skills, he also got an artifact. He takes out that card, while still clinging to the chandelier, and orders to open the inventory, which is a card of Frozen Heart, which increases the frost damage by 14% frost resistance. Yuxiang looks at the card smiling, and says that he is not sure if he can equip this card, and he had never got this much gear before, as the notification shows that there is a potential risk of frostbite if the person using it does not have proper skills. And to prevent this, the person needs to be covered in Crimson Mage Tower's insurance service. The monsters, gripping their axes tightly, tell Yuxiang to come down and fight with them, as only the honorable ones go to Valhalla. The monsters start throwing their axes towards Yuxiang. Seeing that, Yuxiang thinks that this is not the time to think much, as he orders to equip the artifact. As he equips the artifact, a gush of wind appears, and the notification shows that he, Yuxiang, has gained the effects of glacial synergy and is going to feel the power of frost magic as he slides down from the chandelier. As Yuxiang jumps in front of the monsters, with cold winds surrounding him, the notification card appears again, showing that his frost aspect skill cards have been enhanced. He takes his sword in his hands and thinks that he feels amazing as he has all the magic inside him, and he says that as the rich get richer, the strong get stronger. The monster grips his axe to attack as he screams to start the battle. As the monster attacks Yuxiang with the axe, he stops the attack with his arm, which has frozen armor on. He smirks as he shows off his arm and frozen sword. He then attacks the monster, making him fall backward with a loud thud, as the monster starts to freeze. As the armor of the monsters slips out and falls, the notification appears and shows that the level has increased. As Yuxiang starts fighting, using his artifact and Ice Blade sword, he dodges every attack and fights back with more power, killing the monsters. One more giant appears and grabs Yuxiang's sword with his one hand and attacks with the axe with the other. The monster tries to break the sword, but instead, he starts to freeze, and when he tries to attack with the axe, Yuxiang stops the attack with his sword. Yuxiang then attacks back and slices the monster in half, and his level increases as well. Yuxiang takes out another sword as the monster lunges towards him to attack. But Yuxiang attacks back using both his swords and force, making the monster fall backwards. As the monster flies back, Yuxiang's level increases as well. Both the swords shine bright in Yuxiang's hands, with his grip tight on them. A monster gets startled and turns to look at him, confused. Yuxiang keeps swinging his swords, and as he swings, his levels keep increasing. And with the last swing of his sword, he has made an ice cage with all the monsters inside it. The monsters inside that cage are getting ice electrified. Yuxiang steps forward, sighs, and says that he is done with another floor, but there is a monster behind him with an axe in his hand. Yuxiang smirks as he senses the monster and gets ready with his sword, thinking that he has lost his edge today. His eyes shine bright as he pulls his swords to attack, and says that this is going to be the final blow. Both of his swords are now in the back of the last monster, who is lying on the floor, and Yuxiang's level keeps increasing, as the notification appears that he has cleared the elite floor as well. As Yuxiang is standing on the last monster, the notifications appear that he has received 1,000 points and also a random skill card pack, which Yuxiang orders to be opened. A flashing card appears, with a bright white light and a question mark on it. Yuxiang tries to close his eyes due to the bright light and says that the card is a common skill, but he thought he would get a legendary one. The notification shows the card details as a common and a metal one, which enhance the physical ability for a stabbing attack. He walks away from the frozen monsters, equipping the skills as he says that it is better than nothing. As the Blessing of Blade Honer enhances the skill card, he opened the gate of the tower as a bright yellow light appeared behind it. A shopkeeper girl named Automata, created by the Monarchs of Machineries, welcomes him and says that he is still alive. To which Yuxiang replies that she sounds disappointed, but she says that she needs him alive to sell more items. She tells him that he needs to use his 1 in 600 achievement points before he dies, as a bunch of glass bottles with potions inside them surround her. Yuxiang, with suspicion, asks the girl if she is sure about not wanting him dead, and then he kneels in front of her and tells her to show what he has, to which she says that if he buys her a pack of cards, he will get a legendary card, to which he answers with suspicion. He holds 2 bottles of speed and flame potion, and he buys them, as the notification appears that 300 achievement points have been deducted from him. Yuxiang walks away, with his hands on his ears, as the girl shouts from behind, urging him to buy more from her. He enters the base floor and sees a giant monster sitting in a big red chair on the altar, as he says that it is time for battle. The monster attacks him with his axe and tells him to fight till death with honor, but Yuxiang shields himself with a layer of ice as he swings his sword. As their weapons clang with each other, Yuxiang gets alerts, and sweat drips on his face. He thinks that this monster is huge, and says that he actually thinks that the monsters he had found earlier were very small compared to this one, as he takes out his flame potion and throws it forward. As the flame potion hits the monster, he catches on fire and screams loudly, as Yuxiang covers his face. The monster gets all flamed up, his eyes also burning with fire, but he suddenly screams and wipes out all the fire from his body. He angrily screams for Yuxiang to show himself, as his eyes get fierce, and Yuxiang comes from behind him, all set to strike with his sword. Yuxiang lunges towards the monster at speed and attacks the monster with his Ice Blaze sword. The monster cannot control his balance, and he falls on his knees with a loud thump as Yuxiang lands on the ground safely. He looks at the sword and smiles, and says that it is not that bad, due to the blessings that he had. Suddenly, the monster appears behind Yuxiang and says that the war is not over yet. He has splashes of green all over his body as he growls louder and tells Yuxiang that he is not dead yet, and he needs to keep fighting, as the notification appears, which reads that the Blood Moon Singer has activated the Berserk skill. Yuxiang looks behind him and smiles, and says that he loves challenges. The monster jumps with a loud boom as he swings his axe and sends a shockwave towards Yuxiang, but he shields himself with an ice shield. Yunxian tries to maintain the ice shield and says that the shockwave was very tough, and if he does not shield himself, he can die. His shield is getting minor cracks as the monster keeps sending the shockwave towards him. The monster pulls out 2 axes, and as he throws them towards Yuxiang, he gulps his own saliva behind the ice shield. The monster with his giant axe finally breaks Yuxiang's shield into 1,000,000 pieces. Yuxiang swings his sword and keeps counting backwards from 175. He keeps fighting and counting backwards. He reaches 60 seconds, and the monster is still fighting with him. As he reaches 3 seconds, he takes out another potion, counts to the last 1 second, and flicks the potion bottle with a smirk towards the monster. The potion makes a giant hole in the monster's chest and back, as he falls on his face, and Yuxiang stands there looking at the giant monster at his feet, as the notification window shows that he has cleared the base floor as well. Yuxiang goes through the windows of notifications, as it appears that he has conquered the Tower of Blood Moon Orc Tribe, and has received the Aspect skill card pack, and now he is the first Vanquisher. As the notification window shows that the speed potion has worn off, Yuxiang says that it does not always go well, as he looks at the skill card pack, which shows that it can acquire a random common skill card or a valuable one from chosen aspects. He says that this is the best thing he can get from a 3-tier tower, and he opens a pack of Frost Aspect and sees a shining ice bolt. He looks at the common card with a surprised and sad face, and says that he does not really like this game. The scene changes to the Tower of Impish Satanist, with Tier 3, and 1 to 16 players are allowed, and its windows are full of flames and bats flying inside it. Yuxiang enters the tower with snow blazing beside him, as small creatures call him filthy and order him to be killed. Yuxiang swishes and runs towards the creatures, and they, too, come forward as their fingers have fire blazing from them. Yuxiang throws ice bolts towards them, and they hit the creatures, who get thrown far away by this attack, and Yuxiang keeps doing it again and again. He then throws the ice bolts from both his hands, throwing the little creatures in the air, as he thinks that he loves it when his skills level up. As the notification window appears, showing that the ice bolt is made of frost and metal, and has the ability to shoot a bunch of condensed ice, which increases the damage, the ice bolt has increased its level. The notification window appears, showing that Wave 2 has started, as a bunch of eyes appear behind Yuxiang. The little creatures swarm toward Yuxiang, with evil smiles and meat cleavers in each hand, as they chant to the Devil King to accompany them to hell. Yuxiang sighs heavily as if he is annoyed, closes his eyes, takes out his sword with a smile, and says that he is going to send them to hell. With one swish of a word, Yuxiang has frozen the creature. His level increases, as well as the levels of ice bolts and ice blades. Yuxiang looks sideways as someone calls him a filthy heathen. The red alert shows that the boss of the tower, named Bishop Imp, has risen. Bishop appears in a purple and red cloak, with little creatures on each of his sides, as he says that he is going to give Yuxiang's blood to the Demon King. Bishop with red eyes, pointy teeth, and long nails points towards Yuxiang and orders his creatures to kill him. But before he could finish his order, Yuxiang swipes his sword towards the creature, killing him. The bishop looks at the scene in horror, as Yuxiang stands in front of him. Suddenly, Bishop starts to freeze after being attacked by Yuxiang, as the notification appears that he is afflicted by the frost condition. Yuxiang starts walking with his sword as he thinks that it is the perfect time to test some new things. He flips the Glacial Synergy Enhancement card in his 2 fingers with a smirk, which increases the number and types of weapons that can be created, as he is holding his sword in one hand. He grips his sword and orders it to get the maximum number of frost weapons that can be created, as ice bolts appear from the ground. All of a sudden, he is surrounded by a bunch of ice-bladed swords and spears. As he takes out one of them, swings it in his hands, and throws it forward, smiling. One spears pierce the bishop, but it does not stop here as Yuxiong throws 2 more spears at the back of the bishop. Yuxiong continues to hurl spears at the bishop until the notification appears that he has defeated the bishop imp. Another notification appears that Yuxiong has conquered the Tower of Impish Satanist and has received a random equipment ticket. Yuxiong orders to use the equipment ticket, as the notification says that he has received a silver plate mail. But Yuxiong says that he does not need this right now, as he already has a legendary. Yuxiong scratches his chin and says that even though he has made a bunch of ice blades, they are pretty much useless, even if he used 8 of them. Suddenly, he hears something rumbling behind him, and he gets startled as he looks from the corner of his eye. He sees a notification showing him how to confront his shadows, as the Tower faction is showing great interest in Yuxiong's feats. Some men appear wearing beaked masks and black hooded cloaks from the Shadow Council, as the notification shows that it is a special event called Factions Encounter, which is an organization that is led by monarchs, and they seek alliances with players to increase influence. Players can join a faction of their choice and will receive great rewards. Another window appears, showing that the Shadow Council is a faction that lives in secret, and this is the chance to uncover them, and if someone gains their trust, they will receive esoteric power and will be shielded by their mysterious veil. The Shadow Council surrounds Yuxiong and says that they remember him, and one of them asks if he wants to be in their secret once again, and to face his shadow. Yuxiong looks at them and thinks that the Shadow Council is great, and he has joined them in Season 5, but he thinks of something. He then says, while showing carelessness, that even though he would love to join them, there are other factions that do not like the Shadow Council. One of the men from the council says that they will protect Yuxiong with their shield, and he should not forget their capabilities. Yuxiong says that he knows the capabilities of the Shadow Council, which is why he is having second thoughts about it, to which the man asks him what he wants. Yuxiong grins as he thinks that they are going to pay something in order for him to join them. He then moves his hand forward and demands a Shadow Beast. He also demands the Rare Darkness skill card, and the men from the council look at him with disbelief. One of the men says that Yuxiong is overestimating himself as he is nothing. But before he could finish it, Yuxiong tells them to never mind. He then starts to walk away from the circle, saying that he is going, in the hope of never meeting them again, as they cannot give him anything in return for the big favors he has done for them. Suddenly, a man calls him, and he halts, smirking as he gets what he wants. All of a sudden, a black cat with shadows all around him and purple-colored eyes shining bright appears from the corner, and he jumps towards Yuxiong. The notification window shows that Yuxiong has received a Shadow Beast as black shadows surround his feet. The cat purrs at Yuxiong's feet, and the notification shows that he has accomplished a special achievement of kitty adoption and has received 100,000 achievement points. Yuxiong kneels down and scratches the cat's chin as he smiles, and the cat purrs at the affection. He then receives a rare skill card of Shadow Blade, and the man from the council asks if he wants anything else. Yuxiong holds the card in his hand and smiles, and then says that this is amazing. He then announces happily that he is going to join the Shadow Council, and the notification shows that his reputation with the faction has increased. He comes out from the towers smiling and stretching his body as the sun shines on his face. He thinks that this season is great, and he should keep the momentum going. He puts both his hands up and thinks that even quitting for a while will not be bad, as he is ahead in the game, when suddenly, some men approach him from behind and call his name. He looks behind to see who has called him, and he sighs heavily as he mutters that it is starting again. The reporters have come out again with their mics and cameras, asking questions to Yuxiong about him clearing 2 3-tier towers in one day, and what he thinks as he is number 1 on the leaderboard. Yuxiong closes his eyes as the camera flashes disturb them, and he tiredly says that he is just good like that, and it is amazing. One reporter says that the competition is heavy right now, as one swordmaster, Ray from China, has conquered a 4-tier tower today. Yuxiong casually asks if Ray was accompanied by anyone else, as it was a 4-tier tower. The reporter then tells him that the guy had 5 other veteran players, but unfortunately, 4 of the veterans were killed during the battle. Yuseong sighs and says that he should be called a meat shield master, as he thinks that he has used his veterans as shields. The reporters get surprised as they ask if Yuseong is saying that he has done that intentionally. But before he could answer, another reporter says that China's shield master has entered a 5-tier tower. Yuseong asks if he has taken any player with him, as if he knows that the shield master would always need help. But the reporter reports that he has gone alone this time. Yuseong blows a raspberry as he laughs and says that Ray must be heavy on Pep and Xing on the first day, as he thinks to himself that it is useless to go this far on the first day of the season. He thinks of other team members, as he thinks that Maria the Saintess is busy collecting skills and items, and the Gravedigger is busy with some other important matters. He closes his eyes and thinks that Ray must have gathered a lot of blessings from the Tier 4 tower. The news reporters ask Yuseong's opinion on China's sword master, and he replies that he is an idiot, with an annoyed face. The reporter then asks if he is ever going to compete with Ray, to which Yuseong replies that they do not know Yuseong well enough right now and are underestimating him. He then laughs and says that he is also an idiot, but if he wants to be an idiot, he is going to be the one who wins in the end. The reporters demand that Yuseong be more careful with the words he chooses, but he ignores them and asks if anyone would lead him to the Tier 5 towers. The scene shifts to Yuseong entering the tower. As he sets foot inside, the golden glow appears from the ground. As he starts walking, he sees the notification that reads that only one shall reign victorious. Suddenly, many windows of notification appear that there is an ongoing betting competition happening among the monarchs as they have bet in Yuseong's favor, and the Monarch of Frost also has bet, and Pleiades to Yuseong to not disappoint her. Yuseong smiles as he thinks that this game is not about his own pride anymore, as the notification appears with details of Tower of War, with 5 tiers, in which a historical siege of a fortress will happen in the end. Another notification appears showing that players will not be able to join the same team, and one player is already in the tower, as the objective is to win for one's selected team. Yuseong thinks to himself that the player in the tower must be Ray, as he clicks on the notification window to enter the tower. But before he enters the tower, a question appears in front of Yuseong, demonstrating to him how the ferocious Cavalith Empire began a conquering war throughout the continental year and advanced to the Rhodia Kingdom's Fort Palas. And now the fate of this historical battle lies in Yuseong's choice of answer, as it asks Yuseong to choose between the Cavalith Empire and the Rhodia Kingdom. Seeing this, Yuseong gets worried, as he fidgets with his fingers nervously, as it is a tough choice. The system shows that joining the Cavalith Empire is not possible right now, as one player has already selected this Empire team, and Yuseong gets surprised that the respectable Swordmaster Ray has joined the evil Empire, and he is going to expose him. He then joins the Rhodia Kingdom, as he says that he would have chosen this even if he had other choices, as harder options reward something better. The notification appears that he has selected the Rhodia Kingdom, and is now being transported to Fort Palas. The scene then shifts to Fort Palas, where there are already 3 men in armored suits gathered around a table, as they see a light appearing with a swooning sound. Yuseong appears from the light, and the other men start shouting in joy that a player has come. The men start celebrating and getting happy tears as they say that the Lord is on their side today. They hugged each other and exclaimed, saying that someone had finally come to save them. Yuseong looks around the room and thinks that this must be the strategy room of the fort, and as he can see the men in armored suits, a battle might start soon. Yuseong sits in a chair before asking if he can, and also asks about the commander of the team. All the men stay silent with sad and nervous expressions, and sweat dripping from their faces. Yuseong looks at them with a confused face as he hears a man walking with his heels clinking on the floor. Suddenly, a fat man with a rounded mustache appears, laughing as he introduces himself as the 12th patriarch of the Duchamp family, Muta Duchamp, commander of Fort Palas, and a collateral of the Rhodian royal dynasty, and demands that he be treated with respect. Muta tells Yuseong that even if he is a visitor, he is going to respect him, but Yuseong does not pay any attention to it and asks him if he thinks that he is going to win the battle or not. Muta folds his arms and laughs as he says that he is certain that they will win, because his men have more willpower, even if they are fewer in number than the army of the Cavalith Empire. He continues to say that every soldier of the Kingdom of Rhodia possesses an unwavering determination that is superior to all other soldiers, but Yuseong keeps looking at him without speaking a word, as Muta does not stop talking. as Muta tells Yuxiong that even if the army of the Kavalith Empire is 10 times larger than theirs, they should win the battle. But before he could finish his sentence, Yuxiong punches his stomach, making Muta bend down as he screams, and the soldiers look at the scene in shock. Yuxiong towers above the lying Muta and orders that from now on, he is in command of the soldiers of the Rhodia Kingdom. All the soldiers get happy as they see Yuxiong taking charge, as he starts asking questions about his army and the Empire's army as well. Yuxiong stands on the tower of the fort as he thinks about his army, which consists of only 5,000 peasant soldiers, of which only 900 can use bows and arrows. He is glad that there is no magic or magicians in this world, as he thinks about the Empire's army, which has 10 times as many soldiers as the kingdom and has heavy weapons. He thinks about Rei and his kit, which is not suitable for dealing with a large number of enemies, and he is a follower of the Monarch of Steel. As he thinks more, he thinks that usually one player can only be contracted by one monarch and can receive awards from the same one. He thinks about various times he has received rewards from multiple monarchs, as he is a special case due to the privilege he has from the Monarch of Jesters. On the other hand, monarchs are contracted to more than one player, but they can only choose one as their follower. Monarchs offer significant assistance to their followers, but in exchange, they must accept certain limitations. Just like Rei can fully utilize the skills that are only related to the Monarch of Steel, and cannot use other skills to their full potential. After thinking about all the possibilities and skills of Rei, Yuxiong smiles as he thinks that he can win this battle. But he thinks about his army, as they are scared and are uncertain of how much of the realm within the towers is real. He looks at the soldiers covered in armored clothing and thinks that he does not know if these soldiers are real or just imaginary, that can only exist inside the tower. But now he thinks that it does not matter if they are real or not. He just has to boost their morale, but is uncertain how to do so. All of a sudden, Birds gets startled as a soldier beside him waves the kingdom's flag and announces that a visitor has come to fight the battle and to save them. And the soldiers on the ground floor start cheering, waving their swords in the air. He announces to the army beneath them that Muta Dochamp is no longer their commander, and from now on, the player is going to be their leader. The soldiers murmur as they thank their lord for removing Muta from the leadership, as they think that their new leader is better. The soldier beside Yuxiong tells him that after Muta has been dismissed, soldiers' morale is high as they see Yuxiong as the new leader, which makes Yuxiong sigh in relief as he tells the soldier that this is great. Yuxiong gets startled hearing loud thumping coming closer to the fort, as he turns around to look at it. The soldier announces that the Empire has reached the fort and has begun their attack. The scene shifts to the fort's tower, where soldiers from both sides are fighting with each other, and the Empire's soldiers are climbing the fort's walls. A soldier tells Yuxiong, who is ready with his ice-blade sword standing on the fort's wall, that the enemy is attacking the fort's gate, and if they can stop them right now, their spirits will be lowered. Yuxiong grins as he calls his shadow beast, but says that, as this name is quite long, he is going to call him Noir. And as he calls Noir once again, he comes throwing shadows all over, meowing in return as soldiers get shocked seeing that, and Yuxiong orders him to show what he has. The Empire's soldiers beneath the towers get scared as they ask each other about the black smoke that is emerging from the tower. One soldier murmurs that he saw something dark and huge on the fort's wall, but the other soldier tells him not to talk so much and just focus on fighting the battle. He tells him again that everyone should stay focused, but before he could finish his sentence, he hears a scream from another soldier, as black smoke lurks around them. Suddenly, one gets a ripple, and all of a sudden, Noir comes clawing his teeth as she puts her sharp, pointy hair on every soldier, killing them in the end. Chaos starts to happen as other soldiers see Noir. They start running, saying that they have seen a monster, while the other soldier orders them to go to the other wall. But before they could run for their lives, they got frozen in between. Seeing Noir doing his work, he feels proud of him and says that he must have been hungry all this time. As Noir jumps towards the frozen soldiers with his mouth open, Yuxiong tells him to enjoy his meal. Noir then bites the frozen soldiers with crunch, as blood splatters all around them. The scene shifts to the gate of the fort, where the soldiers are fighting with each other. But when Yuxiong comes, he swings one strike of his ice-blade sword and makes every soldier freeze in their place. Yuxiong looks around, as he says that he does not see Rei yet, and thinks that if the player reveals themselves, it comes with both advantages and disadvantages. He thinks that it boosts the spirit, but the enemy player can also see them, as his soldier announces that the player is also fighting in the battle with them. But like any other game, this game also has rules, and it is not about death and life, as players cannot kill each other inside the tower. Instead, the losing player gets thrown out of the tower with their level marked as failed. But it is possible for the tower to kill the player instead. Standing on top of the wall, he thinks that he is never going to die in the tower. But it does not mean that he is going to lose as well. He calls Ray and tells him that if he is going to be like this, then he knows what to do, as he sees Noir killing the soldiers. The scene shows the corpses of soldiers from both sides with swords on their backs. Yuxiong fondles Ray to show himself and wonders if he is going to wait till all the soldiers are dead. All of a sudden, the bloodied swords that were on the backs of the Empire's soldiers start rattling as they come out of their backs and start moving up to the sky, and the soldiers of the kingdom get shocked and nervous seeing that. The swords, full of soldiers' blood, start moving towards Yuxiong at speed, as he thinks that it is time for sword telekinesis, and he wonders how Ray can have those heroic skills. He grins as he thinks about whether Ray got lucky, or it is a blessing from the Monarch of Steel, as he jumps, dodging the upcoming swords on his way as they crash on the fort's walls. He then starts attacking back with his Iceblade sword without any difficulty, and thinks that Ray must have done all the preparations while he was hiding. He smirks as he says that it does not mean that he is not prepared at all. As he fights with the swords, the black shadows start appearing from beneath him to help him fight. Both the shadows and Yuxiong fight effortlessly with the swords, while dodging every one of them. He smiles and says that it is late, as he has leveled up all his skills, and the notification appears that Shadow Blades, which are rare tier, have aspects of darkness and assassination, and can allow the player to materialize a blade of darkness from their shadow. The soldiers from the Empire joyfully point towards something as they scream that they have a player to fight for the Empire. Yuxiong grins as he says that Ray is only going against him. As the soldiers of the Empire kill the soldiers of the kingdom, Yuxiong thinks that the battle is turning in the Empire's favor. He smirks as he raises his sword and says that the Wordmaster needs a lot more than flying swords to kill Yuxiong. He says that sword telekinesis gets weaker and weaker as more swords are being used. Then he thrusts his sword on the floor, and a bluish swirl begins to spread and freezes the upcoming swords. The bloodied swords are drawn into the whirlwind surrounding Yuxiong as he swings his sword in return. He raises his head, smiling, and looks at the rows of swords above his head. He raises his sword as he throws the enemy's swords away, saying that this trick will never work here. His smile disappears from his face as he looks up, but soon the smile returns with a smirk and pride in his eyes. A cross emerges in front of him, emitting a bright light, as a notification appears that the shield of Seraph has deflected the enemy's attack. Ray, who has been hit by blades, hides his eyes with his arm and clenches his teeth in pain and anger as blood spreads from his mouth. Another notification appears showing that the shield of Seraph has been destroyed, as Ray thrusts his sword into the ground, emitting a large spark. The other notification shows the cooldown time of 167 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. Yuxiong smirks at Ray and asks him if he was going to attack the fort with sword telekinesis. Ray pulls out his sword from the ground with a thump while clenching his chest. Ray tries to control his pain and asks Yuxiong about the requirement to win in this tower. He stands straight with his sword in his hand, as he says with determination that even if they destroy the fort and kill all the kingdom's soldiers, he and his empire cannot win unless they defeat Yuxiong as well. Yuxiong smiles at him and asks in wonder that even after he knows that it would happen, Ray has still chosen the Empire team, and asks if he is going to defeat Yuxiong. To which Ray replies that yes, he is going to do that, because players are heroes of the world, with the duty to protect the world. Ray draws his sword from its scabbard as he shouts that a dishonest person like Yuxiong cannot understand the duty of saving the world. He screams in anger that he does not even deserve the title of being called the Hero King. Yuxiong stands with pride in front of him and says that he has given a good speech, and asks if he means that members from his guild are not included in the world that Ray wants to protect. Ray stays silent as he looks at Yuxiong with anger. All of a sudden, Ray lunges forward with rage, as he shouts that he will not let Yuxiong die in peace. Yuxiong jumps and protects himself with the ice shield, and says with a smile that he will not die before Ray. But all of a sudden, Ray shatters Yuxiang's shield of ice into 1,000 pieces as Yuxiang leans backward to save himself from the ice bolts. Ray looks at the ice bolts that Yuxiang is sending on his way by extending his hand. Ray fights back with the ice bolts and tells Yuxiang that his tricks are useless, when suddenly Noir appears behind him. Ray senses Noir as he clenches his teeth behind him. Ray jumps up and stands on the swords from the soldiers' backs that are coming behind him. Ray stands in the air as he tells Yuxiang, who is standing inside the shadow circle made by Noir, that the monarchs are watching this battle, and he should be aware of the consequences of losing the battle. Yuxiang laughs sheepishly, hearing that, and says that he is not going to fight with Ray, as he grips his sword tightly. Suddenly, Yuxiang leaps forward to Ray, who is standing on the path made of swords in the air. Ray gets angry seeing that, and curses Yuxiang that he is tricking his enemy with his words, but he gets surprised at the scene in front of him. He sees Yuxiang jumping from the fort's wall, with a sword in his hand, as he sees the soldiers of the Empire beneath him. Ray gets shocked as he wonders what Yuxiang is doing. He sees Yuxiang running towards the soldiers with his coat flowing behind him and a smile on his face. As he gets a flashback of Yuxiang fighting effortlessly, he thinks that he did not reveal himself only to boost his soldiers' morale. The Empire's soldiers see Yuxiang leaping towards them as they scream and scatter away, being scared. Ray also jumps behind Yuxiang, cursing him while running behind him. He calls Yuxiang to stop right there, but Yuxiang does not pay attention and keeps running. In the Empire's command tent, the soldiers are trembling with horror as they hear crashes and loud sounds outside their tent. And the leader of the soldiers, Duke Barmouth, says that he has no idea how to stop this monster. Instead, everyone should run. Barmouth shouts angrily, bangs the table, and says that the player who came to help them is not doing anything, while his soldiers try to calm him down. Suddenly, someone opens the door of the tent, as sun rays shine through it. Yuxiang appears from behind it, and he says that he has finally found the soldiers. As he enters the tent, sword in his hand, he says that there are several ways to finish the game, as he swings his sword with a smirk. He lunges towards the soldiers, as they scream that he is the opponent player, and the Lord is no longer with them. As he fights the soldiers, one of them orders to protect their leader, Barmouth, leading to the surroundings becoming gray. But in the end, Yuxiang kills Barmouth, cutting him in half, and soon Ray appears from behind, cursing Yuxiang. He looks behind at Ray and laughs at him as he tells him that he should have kept his commander hidden, and continues saying that Ray should know that in order to finish the game, he only has to stop the Empire's attack, to which Ray looks at him in rage, gritting his teeth. With his sword in hand, Ray leaps at Yuxiang and curses him, while Yuxiang stands calm. As Ray points his sword just inches away from Yuxiang's smiling face, a notification appears stating that he has cleared the siege of Palas. The new notification window appears, as it shows the change in the history during the siege of Fort Palas, when Duke Barmouth and his army were killed by an unknown assassin, and the remaining troops retreated from the battlefield, as there was no one to command them. During this time, Ray starts to dissolve in the thin air, as new notifications appear. In front of Yuxiang, it reads that he has successfully cleared the Tower of War, and in front of Ray, it reads that he has failed to clear the Tower of War. Yuxiang smiles at the notification that shows that he has also received a necklace of vitality. The notification shows that, as he has won, now he can take any skill card from his opponent, which includes Sword of Enlightenment, which is rare, and Dance of Steel, rare as well, and Sword Telekinesis, which is heroic. Yuxiang laughs and tells Ray that this is very generous, and he curses him in return. Ray threatens him that he is going to kill Yuxiang, to which he laughs and sarcastically says that he thinks Ray eagerly wants Yuxiang to get one of his cards, as he taps on the Sword Telekinesis. The notification shows that he has received the skill, as it shows that this skill is heroic, made with metal, and has the ability to control the sword according to one's will. The notification window shows all his cards, and reads that he has equipped the effects of Metal Synergy, and the skill cards of metals have been enhanced. The scene shifts back to Ray, knocking on the glass wall in front of him in anger, as he threatens Yuxiang that this is not over yet. Yuxiang grabs the card in his 2 fingers, showing it off to Ray, and thanks him with a smirk. The scene changes to the second season, called The King of Heroes. A Joker face mask falls beneath Yuxiang's feet. His surroundings turn dark and purple as the notification appears that he is a kid with multiple faces, along with multiple talents, and if he wants to become a hero. There are a bunch of full-length mirrors surrounding him as he bends down picking up the mask, and he says that he has always dreamed about this day during this time, and he always makes the same decision. Suddenly, the Monarch of Jesters appears, towering above Yuxiang, juggling a bunch of masks in her hand, as she laughs and tells him that he will become a hero among many others, but they will never accept him. She laughs again, showing her teeth, and says that they will always make fun of him, and that is going to be a brilliant joke. As Yuxiang wears the Joker masks on his face, a window appears showing that the Monarch of Jesters has signed a contract with a player, Yuxiang Kang. All of a sudden, Yuxiang opens his eyes as he hears the buzzing sound of his phone. There is a call coming on his phone, but he does not pick it up, and then it shows that he has missed 4 calls. Suddenly, Tisik Park, also known as Master Park, starts banging on his apartment's door, screaming his name, and saying that he knows he is in here. Yuxiang puts his arm on his eyes, feeling annoyed, and realizes the reason for his dream, and wonders why Tisik has come here early in the morning. He then opens the door with a creak, acts surprised, and asks him how he can be here in a place like his apartment. Tisik smirks and taunts him that he is treating him badly after becoming famous. The scene shifts to Tisik, who appears as a player in games, wearing a red cloak with his face covered and daggers in his hands, and is among the top 30 who have contracted with the Monarch of Assassins, also known as his hitman. But in the real world, he is a department head of the National Intelligence Agency, which operates under the Blue House. The scene shifts back to Yuxiang's apartment as they both enter it, and Yuxiang asks Tisik if he is also joining games this season, as he is looking a bit tired. To which he chuckles and says that he does not have time for that bullshit. The flashback appears as Tisik is shaking in anger and annoyance in front of burning armed vehicles and air jets in the sky, as he says that he has been preoccupied with managing those warmongers who are using the players for their petty war games. As Yuxiang thanks him in an annoyed tone, he listens to the heroic actions of Tisik. Tisik asks him the reason for not picking up his calls, to which Yuxiang says that he was sleeping, and Tisik replies that it is already noon and is not the time to sleep. He then starts scolding Yuxiang about his lifestyle, but before he could finish his sentence, he tumbles with the dishes on the floor and falls on his face, as Yuxiang gets shocked seeing this. Seeing the dirty dishes and trash in Yuxiang's room, Tisik starts scolding him, and he asks him where he is spending all the money that he gets from the Hero King merchandise. Yuxiang sulks as he cleans the dishes from the floor and tells Tisik, who is removing his dirty socks, that he does not like the title, to which he replies that if someone sees the state of his room, he will look more like a creature from a swamp than a Hero King. Tisik sits on his bed, asks him in surprise that he gets so much money from the merch, and he spends it only on Chinese food, to which Yuxiang, who is washing the dishes, tells him that Chinese food is great here, especially the beef noodle soup. Tisik then slumps into the bed, asking Yuxiang to order him 2 extra large bowls along with some liquor. The scene shifts to a flashback of an internet cafe owned by Tisik, where Yuxiang meets Tisik, way before the world became a game. As a 15-year-old, Yuxiang is playing a video game and giving instructions to his teammates on the microphone, as other students gather around him, watching him in amazement. As every student in the cafe with worried expressions starts talking about how he has won another difficult part of the game, Tisik Park is standing far away, looking at everything that is happening. A drop of sweat drips from Tisik's face as he thinks that there is no game that Yuxiang has not won yet, and he is a gaming genius. As Yuxiang stretches in his chair, Tisik approaches him and asks if he wants to be a professional in gaming, and Yuxiang is surprised, hearing that, because at that time, gaming was only a hobby for him. The scene shifts to when Tisik has convinced Yuxiang's parents, as they are saying goodbye to him. Then it shows how Tisik has improved Yuxiang's skills in his own internet cafe. The scene shifts to 3 years later, where Yuxiang is all set to start his professional debut, and Tisik is wishing him good luck. But before he can begin his career, the first season of the game, End of Peace, starts to appear, and the first tower break happens as dragons all over the world breathe fire. The scene then shifts to Yuxiang's apartment balcony, where he has fallen on the floor, trying to back up, with shattered glass around him, as his body is oozing blood. Yuxiang is scared, tears in his eyes as he is trying to back away, crunching glass beneath his feet, and scratches and wounds gushing blood beneath his torn clothes. Sweat starts to drip from his face as his eyes get wide and he starts shivering. And suddenly, a giant monster breaks through the balcony door and approaches the scared Yuxiang. Abruptly, he hears a loud thunk on the balcony railing as he sees Tisik jumping for the rescue and digs his dagger fearlessly into the head of the monster. As blood spreads on all of the balcony, Tisik keeps digging his dagger, with rage and fierceness in his eyes. Yuxiang and Tisik both run away from the dead monster. Tisik asks Yuxiang if he is okay, but Yuxiang does not respond as he runs, crying and screaming for his mom. He then sees the dead bodies of his parents, murdered by the monsters, as he still tries to wake them up, while Tisik looks at the scene in shock. Seeing his parents dead, he cannot stop crying, as his chin trembles. Tisik approaches the crying Yuxiang and bends down in front of him, trying to console him. That day, Yuxiang has lost his parents, but has found his hero. The scene shifts back to the present, where Yuxiang and Tisik are eating the Chinese takeout, when Yuxiang asks Tisik the reason for his coming here. Tisik halts as he thinks of an answer, and tells Yuxiang that he is here because of the association, hearing that the chopsticks drop from Yuxiang's hands as he looks at him in shock. Yuxiang furrows his eyebrows as he asks in a stern tone what more the association wants from him. The scene shifts to the KPA, the Korean Player Association's office, which holds a significant influence because it is the only guild in the country that is responsible for all Korean players. The scene shifts back to Yuxiang's room, where Tisik is using his phone as he asks Yuxiang if he remembers the player academy that came into being last season, to which Yuxiang replies that it is more of a slave dispenser than an academy, on which Tisik agrees. Tisik then tells him that, as their first batch of students is graduating, they want him to join them from next week. As he types a text to the chairman of KPA, he confirms to Yuxiang that he does not want to go, which makes Yuxiang think as he eats his food. Tisik keeps typing on his phone as he says that he can text KPA that Yuxiang will not join, but it is his job to relay any opportunities to him. But Yuxiang does not have to bother. But Yuxiang interrupts him, saying that he wants to go to that academy. Tisik lifts his head up in surprise and joy as he sends the message that he has been typing all this time, of Yuxiang accepting the invitation. Yuxiang grins as he says that the academy is the rising talent that will shape the nation's future, so it is beneficial for him to know the academy, as Tisik suspiciously asks the main reason for Yuxiang joining the academy. He grins with all his teeth out and asks Tisik to tell KPA to reschedule the graduation exam to be held tomorrow at 5 in the morning. The scene shifts to the Players Academy's graduation exam at 4:55 am, where the players are practicing on a giant wolf, while Yuxiang stands beside the wall, arms and legs crossed, watching the players. One of the player while practicing his fight asks if the Hero King is outside, and he wonders if they have to fight and defeat him to graduate from the academy, to which another player replies that they are going to be graduated no matter what. But the Hero King thinks to himself as someone special by rescheduling the exam at 5 in the morning, while he is a player just like them. Suddenly, the elevator door dings beside Yuxiang, and Xiang Ho Li, the chairman of KPA, appears as he asks Yuxiang his opinion, as he explained that they have reformed their curriculum. But Yuxiang does not let him finish, and asks if these kids are the one who gets help from the player to clear the tower, letting them claim all the rewards. Xiang Ho smiles at him and tells him that it is an honor for him that Yuxiang has come to assist the kids of the academy. Yuxiang suddenly changes into his surcoat and tells Xiang Ho that his terms will not change. He walks away from Xiang Ho as his sword appears in his hands, and he tells him that, as he is going to assess the skills of the kids, they are going to graduate if he wants, to which Xiang Ho agrees. As he steps towards the students of the academy, ordering them to begin the graduation exam, Xiang Ho smiles at him, thinking that he is a self-centered person. Xiang Ho smiles evilly as he mumbles that he has prepared his students so much for the early stages that even the Hero King will have difficulty. But all of a sudden, he starts to tremble along with other teachers, looking at the scene in shock, as sweat drops from their faces, as Xiang Ho says that it is not possible. Yuxiang starts to test the skills of the students, but they cannot keep up with the power of Yuxiang, and they keep falling, as Yuxiang orders each of them to fail and be out of the class. Yuxiang points his swords at the girl who is sitting on the floor, with tears in her eyes, as she asks if he has failed too, but Yuxiang replies that she has passed the exam. Yuxiang makes his swords disappear as the girl, clenching her wounded shoulder, asks how she can pass, to which Yuxiang replies that it was her luck. He then answers that she is the only one who survived the exam out of the 12 students, and that is luck, which is always important for the player during the game, and she should never forget that. Yuxiang then orders that everything is finished and asks the cameras to be off, which surprises the girl, as the news reporters start clapping and congratulating the girl as the first graduate of KPA. Xiangho, along with other professors, barges into the room in anger, asking Yuxiang the reason for all the things he did. Xiangho tells Yuxiang that he only invited him to assist the student, to which Yuxiang replies, asking if the chairman thinks that he is an idiot, which makes Xiangho start sweating. Yuxiang asks if he is right that these students are either children or the affiliates of the executive members of the association, and Xiangho has only invited him here so he can use him to test the kids and to collect data as well. Which makes everyone nervous, as Xiangho's face becomes red with embarrassment. He points to Xiangho and tells him that he is the one who has gathered a bunch of players who do not have their own brains and cannot say no to Xiangho, and uses them to boost the children so they can become the puppets of the association. He then says that he does not have high hopes for the children who graduate from this academy, as the girl who just passed the exam looks at him with terror, while Xiangho trembles with anger, and with clenched fists, he curses Yuxiang. Xiangho screams at him in rage and asks him to know his place, as he still does not know how the real world works. He then tells him that he should not think that he is a real hero if people have started calling him a hero, because players are only the weapons and are similar to the military of the country. As the scene shifts to players emerging from the sky wearing parachutes as the world burns beneath them, and jets flying in the sky. He continues saying that it happens all over the world and not just in Korea, and they have to do everything they can to keep the country safe. The scene shifts back to the examination room, where Xiangho smiles evilly as he grips his fist tightly and says that in this new world, all they need are war heroes. He then narrows his eyes and asks Yuxiang to cooperate with him to make the nation great, and this is him pleading. Yuxiang smirks and asks if this is right, as he thinks that they want the players for war, and also thinks that he is a self-centered guy, so he needs to teach them a lesson. As Xiangho starts walking away, saying that this is what the country needs, his secretary stops him in worried expressions, as he tells him that there is a problem. Xiangho gets shocked, his eyes widen, and sweat starts dropping from his face, but he becomes speechless. He looks at the digital device in his hand and stutters as he asks what this is about. Yuxiang laughs sheepishly as he says that the academy might have to shut down now. Xiangho looks at the video that got leaked with the headline of Player Academy boosting service for the children of rich people. Xiangho nervously asks as he wonders how the reporters got the video, to which Yuxiang replies that Xiangho might have forgotten that he has the head of the intelligence agency on his side. The comments start appearing with hate for the academy, as people mention that the chairman has called players the weapons and not the heroes. Xiangho starts trembling with anger as he sees this and shouts Yuxiang's name. Yuxiang proudly says that he needed to do that, as the notification window appears, showing that his provocation level has increased massively. Another 2 windows appear as they show that the monarch of the jesters is impressed by Yuxiang and has awarded him with a gift, as a gift box appears in front of him. Yuxiang steps out from the building and walks out with pride as the sun shines on his face. As he steps out, he smirks as he looks sideways and gives thanks to Tikasi. He then walks in front of Tikasi and acts like he is yawning, and asks if it is acceptable for the intelligence agency to endanger the association. But what he actually means to ask is if he is going to get punished for leaking the video, to which Tikasi replies that it is fine, because the government was also fed up with the association. He folds his arms and says calmly that it is not the first time they have been in conflict, to which Yuxiang says that he is glad it is like that. Yuxiang goes through the windows of his system and asks Tikasi if he can give him a ride to a 5-tier tower. The details of the towers of the Pale Desert emerge, which show that it is going to be a chilly and fiery journey, does not have any shops, and 1 to 4 players are allowed, and the objective is to protect a caravan and its cargo until it reaches its destination. As Tikasi drops Yuxiang at the tower, he tells Yuxiang not to push himself too far in the game, to which Yuxiang replies, waving his hand that he is fine. The scene shifts to the camp in the desert oasis, as the moon shines bright along with the stars and Milky Way, and the desert is quiet. Suddenly, some merchants appear wearing thobes as they fight with the monsters, as one screams, and the other merchant orders to hold the monsters still as he kills one. Abruptly, Yuxiong comes flying with his swords towards the monster, and he slashes one in half, showing that the player always enters at the crucial moment in the realm of the tower. As the monster is about to kill a merchant, he screams for help, but Yuxiong comes as he slices the monster's hand in half, and makes him freeze, which shows that because the players come at times like this, they are known as the savior. Yuxiong puts his arms in front of his face, only showing his eyes, as he throws ice bolts from his hands. He throws both the ice bolts and a bunch of swords towards the monsters, which shows the reason for the players earning their mythos. As he jumps at the hills in the desert, he tells the merchants to guess who he is, and the merchants get surprised as they stutter trying to name him. He then stands and wipes the sweat from his forehead as he tells them that they can call him a player, a visitor, or a follower. The merchants get happy with joy, as they thank the god of light and call Yuxiong the follower of light who has come to protect them. He thinks that he is not getting good vibes from this situation, as he asks them if there are any other threats other than the desert monsters. One merchant explains that they are from the divine kingdom, and the presence of heretics is not the concern. They are not far from their destination, which will take an extra 3 days, and they also have their supplies. Yuxiong pats his face as he grins in annoyance, as he thinks that it is going to take 3 days, and as he has already been fighting, he should have taken a break before. Seeing this, one merchant asks him if there is anything to be concerned about. Suddenly, hundreds of monsters appear as they come running towards them, and Yuxiong assures the merchants that he is going to handle this, and they should not worry and take some rest, as they are going to be safe all this time. He tells them that he is going to watch them all night, to which the merchants say that they are grateful for the kindness of the follower of the light. Yuxiong then takes out the necklace of vitality and says to it that he is relying on it, as the window appears, showing that the necklace is a rare accessory that increases the stamina regeneration. Another notification appears showing the unopened gift box, and as Yuxiong opened the gift box, he wondered why they had to open the boxes by hand. A pink crystal stone, used for an advanced stone of growth, appears, and Yuxiong says that this is the first time the gift box has given him something useful. He then looks backwards as he says that he won't be needing this stone anytime soon, so he is going to keep it for now. A bunch of giant scorpions zooming towards Yuxiong, with purple tails and eyes. Yuxiong orders Noir to eat them, as he appears to be growing, and Yuxiong also lunges forward with his sword. Noir attacks the scorpions with an evil smile, and Yuxiong takes out his spears as he says that he cannot let Noir do all the work, even if he wants to. He then starts fighting with the giant scorpions, making them fly and freeze in the air. As a bunch of swords fly towards the scorpions, he thinks that these are the swords that will move according to his demand. As he throws his spears, he thinks that sword telekinesis is a useful skill, as his level increases. He shoves his spear into the stomach of the scorpion, making it ooze green blood. The notification appears that his skill card of sword telekinesis has leveled up as he wipes the blood from his face and wonders if this is over already. But soon he feels the ground rumbling beneath his feet, as he realizes that it is actually not over yet. All of a sudden, a massive adult sand devourer appears from behind Yuxiong as it hisses along the way. As the sand devourer opens its mouth and claws in front of Yuxiong, he gathers all his swords around him. He smiles, looking at it, and says that he had the feeling that this was going to happen, and now he is going to spend the night fighting with this giant animal. All of a sudden, he calls Noir, and he comes mewing, opening his big mouth above the sand devourer. He then bites the tail of the sand devourer as it screams in pain, and its green blood spreads all over. Yuxiong stands there with his arms crossed as he sees his swords rushing towards the animal, and all of the swords get stabbed in the stomach of the sand devourer as blood starts to ooze out from its wounds. Yuxiong smiles at the scene as he twirls his hand, which emits a bright shining light. The sword starts making a whirlwind around the animal, making it twist as they stab its body. The sand devourer dies, and pieces of his body fall on the ground with a loud thump, with Noir sitting along with its half-tail, and the notification window appears, showing that Yuxiong's level has increased, along with the Iceblade skill card and Sword Telekinesis skill card. The scene shifts to the next day, where the sun shines bright in the sky, and the caravan has started its way, and is on its way to its destination. The carts are driven by horses, and knights in armored suits walk beside them. Yuxiang, who is walking ahead, turns his head and asks if the knights were here all this time. As one merchant replies that these knights are also warriors who serve the light of God, and Yuxiang asks him, annoyingly, what these brave warriors were doing last night when he was fighting with monsters. As the scene shows the monster killing the men, the merchants say that the knight only protects the cargo, as it is their first priority, and that surprises Yuxiang as he asks how they can only protect the cargo even in such chaos. Yuxiang asks about the knights, asking about who they actually belong to which the merchant replies, saying that they belong to the Crimson Cross. The knight glares at Yuxiang in anger and suspicion as Yuxiang asks him with a smile about the details of anything that is in the carriage. The knight then replies in a stern voice that whatever is in the carriage is none of his concern. He narrows his eyes as he continues saying that Yuxiang should only focus on his purpose, which is why he is here. Yuxiang grins at him and thinks that this is very interesting. He looks at all the knights and thinks that there must be something valuable in this cart, as they have hired knights who are capable of using Aura Heart, and they have also summoned him, Ake the follower of light. He then turns towards the knight and stands in front of him, saying that he is very curious, as the merchant in the thobe gets nervous seeing this exchange. He smiles, looking at them, and thinks about what kind of valuable item there must be that they have to follow such extreme protocol. The merchant starts shivering as he gets scared and asks Yuxiang to stop whatever he is doing. Yuxiang suddenly grabs the collar of his thobe and jerks him forward, making him scream. He makes a shield in front of them, saving them from the attack. He screams that this is an enemy attack, as he keeps shielding them with fierce eyes. He orders everyone to get down as he shields everyone from the arrows that have started to emerge from the sky. Suddenly, an arrow pierces the chest of a merchant as he screams. As an army of men riding their horses rushes towards them, throwing arrows, as someone screams that they are the heretics. One guy on his black horse gets ready to attack with his bow and arrow, as someone screams that they can even enter the sacred land. The men of the heretics keep running forward, as Yuxiang thinks that they must be doing a hit and run, and he wants to wait and see what the knights will do in such a situation. The leader of the knights orders them to protect the carriage at all costs, as they form aura shields, which stop the arrows from hitting their horses. On the other hand, arrows from the heretics pierces the merchant's chest, as Yuxiang is throwing his swords, and he is thinking that the knights do not care about the merchants at all. He then rushes backward, taunting that the knights only have to protect their crown jewels. As the notification window of the Tower of the Pale Deserts shows up with its details, it states the objective of escorting the caravan and ensuring the cargo delivery is safe. Yuxiang then looks back anxiously as he thinks of something. He then lunges forward with a spear in his hand towards the guy on the back of the black horse, ready to attack. Yuxiang abruptly halts as he pulls his spear, ready to throw it at the guy. But the spear did not attack the guy or his horse, but instead stuck in the ground, as the guy says that their enemy can never reach them. But all of a sudden, something with black shadow emerges from the ground, right beside the spear, and an explosion happens, making the guy and the horse fall back screaming. Yuxiang leaps forward with a dagger in his hand, ready to kill the guy, but as his dagger comes near him, he halts abruptly. He gets shocked seeing the guy being a desert elf. The sound of something coming towards him alerts Yuxiang as he looks to his side. There are a bunch of arrows emitting a yellow glow coming on his way, but he shields both himself and the elf with his ice shield, as the elf is still on the ground. But one arrow pierces through the shield with a clank, as Yuxiang thinks that these people can also use the aura. All of a sudden, the elf gets up with a dagger in his hand, as he screams death and heretic. But before he could stab Yuxiang, he swung his sword and made his dagger fall on the other side, while Noir was busy catching the yellow arrows, as Yuxiang tries to remember who the monarch of elves is. Yuxiang puts his sword to the elf's neck and asks him about the valuable thing in the carriage, on which the elf grits his teeth and asks if he is mocking them. As the elf leader is in the hands of Yuxiang, he orders his army to throw arrows without worrying about hurting him. Hearing the order, the elf army starts to throw arrows towards Yuxiang with fierce eyes. Yuxiang makes a bigger ice shield in front of them to stop any arrows coming towards them. The elf leader looks at Yuxiang in rage and tells him that he has nothing, while Yuxiang looks at him with calm eyes. Yuxiang then tells him that he needs to know what is in the carriage so that he can decide which side to take, which surprises the elf. Yuxiang tells him that it won't be hard for him to kill every elf, as the ice shield shatters and Yuxiang throws the elf to the ground. The elf gets shocked as he sees ice bolts right in front of his eyes, as well as his friends, and the ice bolts have stopped just inches before their faces, as Yuxiang says that with one push, every elf will die. Yuxiang puts a sword on the elf's shoulder, ready to cut his neck in half, as he asks him again to tell him about the goods in the carriage. Hearing that the elf stutters, the elf is on all four, with Yuxiang's foot on his back. He screams that it is not any good, but it is Princess Syria, which interests Yuxiang. Yuxiang smiles and says that one of heretics has kidnapped another heretic's princess, and tells the elf that he is going to spear them, but they have to flee from here. The elf tries to argue, but Yuxiang withdraws his sword from his neck and raises it, and asks the elf if it's better to lose right now with their heads on their neck, so they can fight again in the future. Hearing that, the elf stands up and starts walking, but he wobbles as Yuxiang is standing watching him with the sword on his shoulder. The scene then shows the army of elves, fleeing from the site on their horses as Yuxiang keeps an eye on them. Then a knight with a sword in his hand comes running for Yuxiang, calling him the follower of light, as Yuxiang slightly bends his neck backwards. The knight then asks Yuxiang the reason for his setting the heretics free, to which Yuxiang replies that he needs to confirm one thing first. As Yuxiang starts walking towards the carriage, the knight tries to stop him, but he does not. And when he reaches near the carriage, the leader of the knights, on the back of his horse, points his sword at Yuxiang's chest and asks him what he is doing, to which Yuxiang replies that he needs to see something, and the knight should move out of the way. The leader of knights then says that he is not allowed to do that, even if he is a follower of light, and suddenly Noir appears behind Yuxiang, showing his teeth and covering everything with his shadow, and Yuxiang smiles and tells the knight that he is asking gently right now, so he should be allowed. Yuxiang starts to open the door of the carriage, and he swings it open, as someone from behind screams at him to stop. He looks at Princess Syria as the sun shines above his face, and he asks her if she wants to be saved. The Princess Syria of the Ayub Kingdom is in a red dress, which has a chain around her neck, and her hands are in shackles as she grits her teeth. Princess Syria is also an elf, and she furrows her eyebrows and screams why would she ask a heretic to help her. Suddenly, a notification from the Monarch of Light, warning Yuxiang not to be distracted from the mission and to follow the path of light. As he looks at the notifications, the door of the carriage is still open, and Syria is sitting there in anger. Yuxiang pulls out his dagger as he says that he can't do it right now. He then swings his dagger, cutting the notification window in half, and then stabs the chain of Syria's shackle and collar. As he breaks the chain, Syria looks at him in surprise, as the notification appears that he has achieved the secret mission of saving the princess. The surroundings of the desert start to turn gray as the wind starts swirling, taking sand with it, as the knights look at the scene in shock, and the notification shows that Yuxiang has received 300,000 achievement points. Another notification appears showing that the objective of the tower has been updated, and the tier has been increased from 5 to 5 hard. And Yuxiang looks at all of the notifications, smiling with a dagger in his hand. He then laughs and says that he does not like this game very much, but he likes that he has a lot of freedom here. All of a sudden, a bunch of angels, which are the Watchers of Light, start coming from the sky, as the light glows on them, and the notification appears that reads that he shall pay for going against the light, as the other shows that the tower's faction has become hostile, but Yuxiang keeps looking at the angels. The red alert shows the encounter with the Watcher of Light, as they appear with huge wings and a ring above their head. The details of the Watcher of Lights appear, as it shows that they obey the Monarch of Light, and they cannot tolerate darkness and can only see in light. All of a sudden, the knights start glowing in an aura of light, as the leader of them announces that an envoy of the light has come, and they should fight for them, and kill everyone who is against the light, even if it is a player. Yuxiang is sitting with Princess Syria as she asks what his plan is, and he says that the knights' morale has boosted as they have more backup now. He then smiles and tells her not to worry, as he has extra strength. The notification appears, showing the spread of darkness, as the Monarch of Shadow approves Yuxiang's opinion, as shadows start circling around Yuxiang and Princess Syria, and as the knights look at the scene. As the shadows keep increasing, the notification shows that the Shadow Council has granted Yuxiang a dark shroud buff, and he smiles. The shadows spread all around, and the knights scream that they cannot see anything anymore, as the words appear to cover the world in darkness. Yuxiong smiles and says that he always knew that rewards coming from the Shadow Council are the best. Suddenly, something sharp starts attacking the knights, leading them to bleed to death. The pointy, sharp things keep piercing the bodies of the knights as their armor falls from their heads as they scream. The Watchers of the Light look at the scene in horror and extend their hands as they order to be light everywhere, and to remove darkness. At their order, the light starts to emerge, showing the dead knights in the glow of the light. But soon the darkness and the light start swirling together, and the Watcher grinds their teeth in rage. All of a sudden, a sharp blow from Yuxiong's sword comes, slicing one of the Watchers in half. The other Watchers look at the scene in horror as they cannot believe how Yuxiong can do this. Yuxiong keeps fighting mid-air and slicing the Watchers, as the other Watchers say that this player is definitely immortal. Then a notification appears that the Watchers of Light have become permanently hostile. Yuxiong smirks, saying that he has killed all the Watchers of the Light, as the notification shows that his reputation has doubled in the Shadow Council. He looks at the Watchers sliced in half at his feet, with one hand on his hip and another gripping the sword. He says that he can finally see the surroundings clearly, as the notification shows that his darkness aptitude has also increased. Suddenly, he hears the notification saying that countless other factions are now watching him, which makes him alert. The spheres of the tower and the worlds that are inside the towers are different, like knights and the desert elves, who can be the residents of the tower, as the scene shows the knights, merchants, and Princess Ciara. The scene then shows a bunch of different monarchs that can be in the upper layer of the sphere of the towers, with their factions. The player acts as a link between these two different dimensions, and a faction appearing in the tower is of a similar idea, as the scene shows the cartoon images of Yuxiong and the Watchers of the Light. However, a monarch's orders are not blindly followed by players, especially if the players can see beyond the main mission of the tower, as the scene shows a flashback of Yuxiong talking to the merchants, sparing the elves, and cutting the chains of Princess Ciara, and the players are able to find an endless number of decisions they can choose from. For example, as Yuxiong is a member of the Shadow Council, he can predict that he can receive better rewards by activating the Watchers of Light, as the scene shows him fighting with the angels. And once a player figures something out, it is easy to make decisions, because not even the monarchs can go against the rules that they have made, and the scene of Watchers of Light appears as they try to remove the darkness that Yuxiong has created. Even though the Watchers of Light want to kill Yuxiong, they cannot because the tower only has 5 tiers, and the strongest angel that can be summoned is on rank 9, and this is the tower's law. A scene shifts back to the angels throwing light bolts to clear the shadows, and they also throw the lights on the wounds of the knights, to make the darkness disappear. Yuxiong looks at the scene and thinks that he cannot believe that rank 9 angels are that powerful, and they do not even care about their own knights. But he thinks that knights cannot complain about this, as they did the same with merchants. Yuxiong looks at them and thinks that they can light up the darkness, but only for a short amount of time, and the buff is amazing, but there are drawbacks to it. The details of the Dark Shroud appear to show that it is a legendary tier. It has the ability for players to expand their shadow to create a shroud of darkness that covers the area. While inside the shroud, the player's attack and dex stats are significantly boosted. The debuff from the shroud affects everyone equally, but its impact can be lessened with darkness resistance, and the buff will expire at the end of the battle. Yuxiong dodges the light thrown by the angels, which hits the knight's chest, and he says he cannot underestimate his enemy, but he needs to do something first. Princess Ciara appears shivering and concerned as she watches the scene with horror. She flinches back, trembling as she calls Yuxiong. He suddenly appears and takes Princess Ciara in his arms, who is clinging to Yuxiong's shoulder, and an explosion happens behind them. As they run, Yuxiong calls Noir and gives him the pink stone and orders him to take the stone and to protect the princess, to which Noir meows in confusion. The details of the Stone of Growth appear, with a heroic tier, and it allows the transfer of a large amount of points that the players have from the stone to a target that they want. Yuxiong then closes his fist, leading to the shattering of the stone as he orders the Stone of Growth to be used on Noir. He then sprinkles the shattered pieces of the stone on Noir, who is sitting, obeying all orders. As he is doing that, Princess Ciara screams for Yuxiong as she sees lightning bolts coming towards them at high speed. The effects of the stone start to work, as Noir starts to become larger in size, and the bolts of light are nearer than before. Princess Ciara closes her eyes as she winces, sweat dropping from her face, as the shadows of Noir spread across her. Before the lightning could have hit Yuxiang and the princess, Noir comes forward, shielding them as the lightning hits him, and he growls harder in return. As the lights hit Noir, he sends back sharp, pointy shadow spikes towards it as well. Yuxiang smiles at Noir and appreciates him. The remaining angels of the Watchers of Light shout at Yuxiang to warn him that his blades can never reach them and are useless. But they could not finish the sentence as they saw Yuxiang climbing the shadow spikes, with sword telekinesis behind him, and the angels were surprised. The angel takes out her radiant blade and swings it at Yuxiang, but he stops the blade with his ice blade sword, with a loud clang. The angel sees a bunch of swords coming toward them, as they fight with them as well as with Yuxiang, who is standing on the shadow spikes. One word hits the angels, and the other angels try to destroy the spikes. Yuxiang keeps up the fight, but he thinks that if he gets too close to the angels, the shadow spikes might get destroyed. He grinds his teeth and thinks that he needs to keep moving, but suddenly something catches the corner of his eye, and he gets alert. But before he could do anything, the angel sliced her sword through the upper layer of his arm, and he growled. He moves fast and swings his sword as well. He sees a bunch of feathers falling from the wings of the angels, and he thinks that even after using the debuff, the angels are very fast. The angels swing their swords through Yuxiang's ice shield and his shadow spikes as he runs. One angel swings her sword towards him again, but he stops the attack with his sword and the dagger. But the other attacker stabs his shoulder. But he does not stop moving, and thinks that the wings of the angels are creating the problem for him. He looks behind at the angels destroying his upcoming swords, his blood oozing out from his shoulder and arm, as he thinks that he needs to kill the angel in one attack. He tries to grab some shadow, thinking that he should use this, but the angels throw their light towards the darkness, not letting Yuxiang reach for it. Yuxiang gets nervous, as sweat starts dripping from his face, and he grinds his teeth. All of a sudden, the radiant sword stabs through his body as he screams, and his blood splatters all around. He grits his teeth in pain as blood starts coming from his mouth, and he curses. The angel is still grabbing the sword that is inside Yuxiang, as he wobbles and tries to fall on his knees, with the sword still in his hand. The other angels fight with a bunch of swords in this way, and the angel takes Yuxiang by the sword still intact in his body, and orders the other angels to tear him apart. All of a sudden, a notification appears, showing that the blessing of the comeback artist has increased from 50% to 100%, as Yuxiang opens his eyes and smirks. The other notification shows that the blessing of Cheater of Death is activated and has prevented a fatal blow. Suddenly, the radiant blade starts to disappear from Yuxiang's body, as the notification appears that the radiant blade is resetting its position. The angel who is behind Yuxiang gets shocked seeing the blade coming out of Yuxiang's body. She screams for other angels, telling them to stop and that there is something wrong. But Yuxiang, who is now standing on a giant sword, says that it is too late now, as his swords start appearing along with the shadow blades. The swords start surrounding him, keeping the angels from coming near him, as he himself grabs his sword, and his coat blows in the air. The details of the blessing of Cheater of Death show that it is the extra tier, and has a 50% chance to stop a fatal blow, and has 720 hours of cooldown effect. Yuxiang grins and crosses his arms in front of him, and says that they have to finish this game. All of a sudden, ice bolts start to pierce the bodies of the angels, as their blood oozes out of them, and they scream in pain. Yuxiang sees an angel running beneath him, as he stands on the giant sword, but then he jumps towards her and throws his sword at her mid-air, which stabs the angel. The sword then crashes on the ground, as Yuxiang also lands with a thump. Various notifications start showing the same thing: his levels are increasing, and one of them shows that the bus has expired because the battle has finished. The scene then shifts to the quiet desert, where the bodies of knights and angels are lying on the ground with blood and broken carriages around them. He looks at the scene and sighs in relief as sweat and blood drip from his face. He turns his face, but he only sees wind blowing over the corpses of humans and animals. But suddenly, Noi appears and taps a paw on his shoes, and meows to grab the attention. Yuxiang kneels down, smiles at Noir, who is now stretching his body, and tells him that Noir has become smaller. Suddenly, Princess Ciara appears and calls Yuxiang, worried as she asks why he has done this much to save her, and has even betrayed his own kind. Yuseong does not look back at her as he keeps patting Noir with a smile and tells her that it is only because he would have received better rewards by doing this. Her hands tremble as she says that he has saved an elf, instead of a human like himself, and asks him if he will kidnap her for money. Hearing that, Yuseong stops patting Noir, who is enjoying the patting. Yuseong gets up, and Noir meows at him, but he tells Ciara that he does not really like humans. However, as he sees Ciara being sad and silent, he apologizes and tells her that she was asking strange questions. He kneels down again, pats Noir, and calls him a good boy for doing all the work. The scene shifts to a few days later, on the border of the Elven Kingdom, Ayub, where a bunch of soldiers are standing looking at Yuseong and Princess Ciara approaching them on the back of their horses. Princess Ciara smiles at Yuseong and thanks him for what he has done to save her. As they move forward, hearing the horses' feet clanking on the ground, Yuseong smiles at her and says that he has not received any rewards yet, to which the princess smiles. She then extends her closed fist towards him, saying that she has something for him. As he takes the necklace from her, the notification appears that he has received a token of trust as a special reward, and he has conquered the Tower of the Pale Desert in hard mode. He wants to ask Ciara about the necklace, but she disappears as the world starts to change, and the details of the necklace appear, showing unknown tiers and effects, but they can be useful in the future. And the notification appears showing the change in history of Imperial years, where Princess Ciara was freed from her kidnappers, and she would become the new ruler of the kingdom due to the passing of the king. The scene shifts to Yuseong sitting in a train wearing his snow jacket, as the announcement begins of the Busan station arrivals. The scene then changes to 4 hours ago, where Taesik is typing on his computer, as he asks Yuseong to go to Busan for him. Sitting in front of Taesik in his office, and code in hand, he asks if there is something going on in Busan, to which Taesik replies that something might happen soon. Yuseong then asks the reason he is sending him to Busan, to which Taesik replies that it is because something might happen there, and Yuseong gets confused but does not say anything. The scene then shifts to a red-haired girl named Natasha Ivanova, who is an internationally notorious criminal player and falls under the classification of black hat players. And to avoid the Russian authorities, Natasha enters Korea through the ports of Busan, with the help of her 4 subordinates, and starts clearing the towers in the city. The scene shifts back to Yuseong coming out of the train along with other passengers. Natasha also has the legendary skill cards of Dark Shroud, and then Yuseong's phone starts buzzing in his jacket's pocket. As Yuseong picks up the phone, Taesik asks if he has reached Busan, and if he has any problems, to which Yuseong replies tiredly that he knows Taesik is keeping an eye on him, so he should get him a ride. Taesik then tells him that he has received intelligence that Natasha and her crew are in a tower, so he will be sending him there directly. So Yuseong asks about the tier of the tower, and Taesik replies that it is a 5-tier tower. The scene then changes to Yuseong coming out of a car, as the details of the Tower of Zombie Apocalypse appear, showing that it is filled with biochemical threats, and has shops, and 1 to 6 players are allowed. And the objective is to survive until a specific date, and there are already 5 players in the tower, and it is going to be closed in 13 minutes and 21 seconds. He walks beneath a bunch of towers and orders to enter the tower he is here for, and the notification appears showing that a fatal virus escaped from a secret Tyrella pharmaceutical lab in Busan during the early 21st century, resulting in the city being completely quarantined. Yuseong grins at the details and says that he knows that Tier 5 towers are usually wild, but this one is extra. Suddenly, a zombie's eyes appear, and the notification alerts them to endure the attacks of the ravenous infected and Tyrella's confidentiality control force. All of a sudden, a zombie appears, growling, which consists of various human bodies, with 8 eyes, and a mouth big enough to swallow a human being. Yuseong takes out his sword and says that he cannot believe that this is a zombie, and Noir also jumps forward from Yuseong's feet. Yuseong gets shocked and halts in between as he screams for Noir, who plops in front of the zombie and mews innocently. But soon he smirks, as saliva drips from his mouth. Suddenly, he jumps, luring the zombie beside him, as the zombie thumps forward to eat Noir. But before the zombie could eat Noir, Against the Whale appears, and puts the zombie in its mouth as it crunches, and the blood spatters around. After eating the zombies, the whale splashes back into the water. Yuxiang looks at Noir with proud, shining eyes as he says that after eating the growth stone, Noir has become stronger, but he cannot understand the concept of the whale. Noir looks back at Yuxiang with a sparkle in his eyes, as he happily meows at him. Suddenly, Natasha appears, clapping at the scene. Yuxiang looks at Natasha and her crew, and she tells him that they were expecting him. Natasha keeps walking forward with a smile, with her men holding guns in their hands, and she tells him that because he is a hero king, he cannot let a villain like Natasha run free. Yuxiang grips his sparkling sword, standing in calm, as he calls her name. He tells her that once someone becomes a member of the Red Mafia, they also become the target for Russian authorities, and that is why she and her crew crossed Busan to enter Korea. Natasha laughs and says sarcastically that she thinks that he is going to put her in prison. Yuxiang takes out his swords and says that he is not going to put her in jail, but he does not understand why people like her underestimate him so much. And he says that he thinks that Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service does not think that he is very good, which makes Natasha wonder as she scratches her chin. Yuxiang runs towards Natasha with the swords, as he shouts that they are from Zaslan, the Special Forces unit in Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service, and they want him so they can feed him to the zombies. Natasha smirks as she takes out her sword from the scabbards and says that Yuxiang is right, and he knew her identity, yet still he came here. Yuxiang laughs and tells her that she is wrong if she thinks that he is here to die. Yuxiang spread his palms, sending swords towards Natasha, as he said that this is the only way he could take her legendary skill from her. Natasha easily dodges the swords, rolling backwards, as she says that she knows that he is after her skills. She laughs and orders her crew to tackle Yuxiang, as an explosion happens near Yuxiang, but he jumps before he can get hit. The men from Natasha's crew start to unleash a hail of bullets towards Yuxiang, as his swords crash on the ground in front of them. But Yuxiang keeps dodging every bullet on his way, as he runs with his sword behind Natasha. He gets closer to Natasha, and with fierce eyes, he swings his sword in the air and tries to grab her, but she keeps running as she gets anxious as well. She then turns around and flips her middle finger to Yuxiang and grins. Yuxiang gets startled seeing that. Suddenly, dark shadows surround Yuxiang as he lands on the ground on one knee, with the sword thumping on the ground. He smiles as he finds it interesting that Natasha has disappeared, but then he hears something behind him. Abruptly, he pulls out the shield and defends himself from the incoming bullet towards him, as he thinks that the crew has 3 assault rifles and 1 sniper. The crew again opens fire on him, but he jumps in time as he keeps dodging the bullets and swinging them with his swords. He says that the first bullet was purely his luck. He smiles as he blocks the flying bullets with a swift movement of his sword, and he says that he does not understand this, because, as he knows, the Dark Shroud debuff does not discriminate between the targets, as he builds ice walls to surround himself, as the bullets bump against the walls with old things. He smiles and says what is the reason that the crew can see him, but he cannot. Suddenly, Noir hops on Yuxiang's back and meows. He smiles at Yuxiang, and he smiles back and says that they know the reason why they cannot see them, and now he wants help from Noir. Hearing that, Noir smiles and nods in return. As the crew fires the bullets, one of them says that the ice walls are too strong for the bullets, but suddenly, he hears Noir meowing behind him. He looks behind and is surprised to see a cat. As he gets distracted by it, he gets surrounded by tons of shadow spikes behind his back. One man encounters the spike, and he screams as he stops the spike from hitting his gun. As Noir walks beside them, the other guy tries to warn everyone to keep a distance from Noir's shadow, as he himself tries to remove the spikes from him. Sitting inside the ice walls, Yuxiang smiles and sighs as he says that the men are being dramatic and are not going to die, as he hears men screaming, and taunts that they can even see the shadow of Noir. He then says that it won't make any difference whether they die or not, but suddenly, a hand appears from behind him with a knife in it, pointing at Yuxiang's neck. Yuxiang gets startled as he sees Natasha with 2 knives to his neck, as she tells Yuxiang to behave and not move, and maybe she can spare him. Yuxiang smiles and says that she is being oversmart if she thinks that she can kill him. Hearing that, Natasha's eyes turn green as she tells him not to underestimate their intelligence. Natasha smirks and tells him that the achievement points that he has received from the Tier 5 tower were higher than usual. The dark energy surrounds them, as Natasha continues saying that he must have cleared the towers in hard mode, and that is why he has been clearing lower tier towers, just like he did last season after using his survival skills. She asks Yuxiong to get rid of Noir, as he is still throwing spikes at her men, and after that, they can talk in peace. He laughs sheepishly and squeezes her hand, and asks how she can kill her, and pushes the dagger while holding her hand to her neck. Natasha's hand starts to tremble as the knife disappears from the side that is touching Yuxiong's neck, as Yuxiong tells her that the dagger is not real. Natasha gets shocked as Yuxiong puts swords all around her, and she starts sweating. As the dark shadows surround them, and Yuxiong's swords fly above, he says that he knew all this time that it was not actually the Dark Shroud, but a way to distract him. He swings his sword in the darkness, as he says that his senses have increased and he can sense that there is something more going on, while Natas is stuck between an ice wall and a sword. Natasha gets angrier as Yuxiong speaks, which only means one thing. He smiles at her and says that the legendary illusion skill is the one that can change a target's eyesight or visual sense. Realizing that Yuxiong knows what this is, the daggers drop from Natasha's hands and fall on the ground with a clang. The dagger falling on the ground breaks in half. The Oculus skill is used, as the wind surrounds them, and Natasha's body starts wobbling. Suddenly, she falls on the ground on her knees, not saying anything. Yuxiong withdraws his swords and tells her that she needs to get better at this, because it is not that easy to fool people. As Natasha tries not to cry, Yuxiong says that he thinks she is the one who will become a zombie. As he puts his palm forward, about to throw ice bolts, a notification appears that a player is dead. Both Yuxiong and Natasha get shocked and stop their fight. A red notification alerts that Tyrella's confidentiality control force has detected that there are still some survivors. The scene shifts to a drone circle in the sky, as it announces that it can detect multiple survivors in Zone B16. A man from Natasha's crew looks above and sees giant robots, saying elimination. The man says that they have to run from them, as he tries to remove the spikes from his body with pain and trembling hands. Suddenly, the giant robot appears in front of the man, towering above him. Suddenly, its eyes turn red, as it announces that it is going to initiate confidentiality control protocols. Suddenly, a loud explosion happens where the robot and the man were, as Yuxiong looks at the scene when a notification appears that another player has died. As Yuxiong is thinking of whether he should shield himself with his ice shield or do something different, because it might not be that useful. But before he could do anything, a loud energy shatters the ice walls in which Yuxiong and Natasha are hiding. Yuxiong crosses his arms in front of his face to save himself from the shattered ice, as he thinks that his ice shield cannot save him in this situation. All of a sudden, a giant clock appears, with its parts swinging, as the notification appears that this is a waste of time, and Natasha looks at it in confusion. Yuxiong and Natasha see Automata coming towards them on her flying board as green light emits from her, as she says that 2 players have died, and they could not use their points for shopping. She points at Yuxiong and tells him that it is all his fault. Yuxiong laughs sheepishly and apologizes to her. Automata tells him to buy a card from her, only then she is going to forgive him, to which he replies that he is going to give her a bird, maybe then she can forgive him. The world starts to become green, and it shows that the players do not have to stop playing if a shopkeeper appears. Yuxiong bends down in front of Automata and points towards Natasha, who is not looking at them, and tells her to sell the card to her instead, and then she can get a legendary skill. One of the game rules is that the players have to talk to Automata nicely and not to upset her, and every player is well aware of that. Automata then calls Natasha, waving her hand, as Yuxiong sits beside her, and she tells Natasha that she has the most points here, and she should buy something before she does. Hearing that, Natasha closes her eyes nervously, as she knows that she cannot upset Automata unless she wants to face the consequences. Natasha gets up and starts walking towards Yuxiong and Automata, as Automata, still waving her hand, tells her that she is going to die very soon, so she should buy a card pack so that she can get a mythical card. Natasha stands beside Yuxiong, who is smiling, and tells him that he should buy something as well to get a legendary, on which Yuxiong laughs and says that he cannot understand how she is talking about this right now. Natasha then abruptly announces that she will use all of her 347,000 points. Hearing that, Yuxiong gets shocked as he looks at her, as sweat drips from his face. Natasha then announces with full determination that she is going to purchase random skill card packs. Yuseong sits back on the ground, with his face in his hand, looking bored as he sees Natasha going through the cards. She keeps opening the cards, and there are a bunch of common and rare cards that she opens and winces at the common ones. Automata tries to cheer up Natasha by saying not to give up, and she will find the mythical card somewhere, as she hands more than 10 cards towards her. Natasha bites her nails as she feels anxious, as the common cards keep popping up for her. Looking at that, Yuseong says that this looks like a mistake you cannot look away from, just like a car crash. A bunch of cards fall at Natasha's feet as she keeps opening the common ones. Natasha gets sweaty as she looks at Automata and tells her that this is her last bundle, and she still has not gotten any mythical. But Automata tries to cheer her up by saying not to lose hope, as she has 7 more cards left. Natasha looks behind at the explosions happening, and she grinds her teeth, saying that if she does not get the card, she might die, and if not mythical, she should at least get a decent legendary card. She goes through her last bundles, throwing the card in the air, and she bangs the ground with her fist, cursing in Russian as she does not get the card she wanted, and Yuseong calls her unlucky. Automata comes back at Natasha and tells her that she has 4,000 points left. She can buy a potion from those points, and Natasha looks at her in disbelief. Yuseong smiles and asks if it is over for them, to which Automata says that he should also buy a card pack, to which he asks the reason for him to buy. Automata then opens her card pack box, glowing with a yellow light inside, as she says that Natasha has used all the bad luck, and she pushes the box towards Yuseong and says that if he buys 1 pack of cards, he is going to get a legendary. Seeing this scene, a notification appears that the Monarch of Hell is amazed, as Yuseong puts a hand on his mouth, surprised as he says that this is actually very cruel, and Natasha gets up from behind in rage as she wobbles. Natasha gets frustrated and clenches her hair in her fists as she screams and curses both Yuseong and the robot, in English as well as in Russian. As Natasha keeps babbling something in rage, Yuseong does not pay attention and tells Automata that she deserves whatever Natasha is saying to her after what she did to her, but he can buy at least 1 pack. And he takes out a pack from the box, as 10,000 achievement points are deducted from him. He looks at the card, which is a common Ice Bolt skill card, and he smiles that he expected it. The notification appears asking if he wants to join his Ice Bolt cards and upgrade to 2 stars, as he already has 1. As the details of Ice Bolts of 2 stars come up, he says that this is still better than a useless skill card, as it shows that it can apply armor-piercing effect to the projectiles. He looks around and calls Natasha, and suddenly she appears behind him, turning red in anger, as she says something in Russian, and Yuseong gets nervous seeing her. He then looks at Automata and asks her the meaning of what Natasha is saying, but she does not answer him, and says goodbye. As the clock ticks, Yuseong tries to stop Automata as he gets scared of Natasha, but she disappears. Suddenly, a loud explosion happens behind Yuseong and Natasha, as Natasha is still angry, showing him the middle finger and cursing him. The scene shifts to the giant robots walking with loud thuds on the ground. The robots are walking, burning the city down, as they are carrying the guns in their hands to follow the protocols. As the robots speak in their robotic voices to eliminate the witness, Natasha looks at them with an annoyed face, and Yuseong calls her. As she turns to look at Yuseong, he swings his sword and slices her head off, and the blood starts to ooze out from her neck. He then runs towards the robot at full speed, as Natasha's body falls on the ground. He then jumps high and slices the robot's head off as well with a swift swing of his sword, and the head rolls off the floor. He then sees 2 more robots in the sky above his head, throwing red energy towards him, and he gets ready to throw his ice bolts towards them. His ice blades and bolts merge with the robot's red, fierce fires, and an explosion happens. The robots then open their weapons and start to combine their energy, from which a loud voice can be heard. Then they throw all the combined energy of fire at full speed towards Yuseong, but he jumps backward in time, dodging the fire. Seeing this, he laughs nervously and says that he cannot believe that all of this is controlled by a pharmaceutical company. The robots set the ground on fire as the fire blazes in the air, and Yuseong says that he is going to invest in a pharmaceutical company when he gets back home. He then lifts his palm up, gathering his ice energy, and a bunch of ice bolts appear surrounding him, and he smiles and says that it is unfortunate for this company. He then throws the bolts towards the robots with a smile and says that this company is not going to be in the market anymore. The ice bolts stab the robots, creating the sound of ice crushing the metal, as the ice bolts also break the drone. The ice bolts start piercing through the robots' bodies, leaving a bunch of holes in them. Suddenly, a loud explosion of ice happens, as Yuisong and Noir walk away from it with pride, as the notification shows that he has conquered the Tower of the Zombie Apocalypse and has received a random equipment ticket, which Yuisong holds in his hand. Another notification appears showing that because he has survived, he can get any skill card from the players who have failed. He taps on the window of the notification, smiling and saying that he already knows what he wants from the cards, as he takes the card of Oculus. The game gets finished, and the tower disappears because if one player returns to the outside world after clearing the tower, all other failed players also return. As the scene shows Yuxiang standing beside Natasha and two men from her crew on the floor, as they scream. Yuxiang looks at the men and thinks that the two men must have died because of Noir, and because their pain is still in their minds, they won't be able to run. As the policy of the game, only the players who died at the hands of another can return to the world. The other two men cannot return. Yuxiang turns to walk away, as Natasha tries to stand on all four. He waves his hand and says goodbye to them, as Natasha tries to get up but fails, as she asks him why he is sparing them. Yuxiang turns his head and asks if she wants to get arrested. She should go to the police station by herself, as he does not care what she does. She looks at him in surprise, but still in pain, and asks again if he is going to let her go that easily. He does not look at her and says that he is sparing her, so she can tell her intelligence that he is wonderful and not to mess with him ever again. He walks away from the men who are trying to get up, and Natasha, who is on her knees, looking at him confused, as he says that he needs her to be alive so she can spread the news about his amazing skills. The scene shifts to Yuxiang on a call with Tisaki, as he asks him why he had let go of Natasha, to which Yuxiang answers, as sweat drips from his face, that because she had entertained him with a very interesting unboxing of a card, as well as because he had taken her legendary skill, he wanted to repay her. All of a sudden, Tisaki starts screaming at Yuxiang that he is an absolute idiot, and he always spares the people who are trying to kill him. Hearing him shout in a loud voice, Yuxiang has to pull the phone away from his ear as he winces. Yuxiang speaks on the phone, acting as if he is hurt. He replies, saying that he wants peace with everyone and never wants to resolve things with violence. Tisaki grinds his teeth as he says that Yuxiang is being funny, because all these people want to slice his head off, to which Yuxiang smiles sheepishly. As the train is running on its track, Tisaki and Yuxiang are talking, and Tisaki tells him that he is a complete trash, and he cannot understand why he raised Yuxiang like his own kid. To this, Yuxiang smiles, with love in his voice, and says that he is the one who kept Tisaki's internet cafe running. The scene shifts to Tisaki's office, where he sighs heavily and tells Yuxiang to get home safely and to take care of himself, as he is always worried about him. As he is about to curse Yuxiang, he stops him in between, and he smiles, with his eyes closed, and thanks him for always taking care of him and for being worried about him. The scene then shifts as Yuxiang has a flashback of all the games he has played in the past, as he thinks that players have various names within the towers, like visitor, player, and follower. And there are many names in the outside world as well, like weapon, metric of military power, and biological asymmetric power, or heroes. However, players are not heroes, but more like war heroes, as the scene shows a player fighting with skeleton monsters and men with heavy weapons. And the players are just a way that is used to eliminate any threat to the country, just like Natasha Ivanova, as the scene shows Natasha putting knives to Yuxiang's neck. The scene shifts back to the present, and Yuxiang, with a sad face and furrowed eyebrows, thinks that people are using him as a tool as well. As he walks on the road, he thinks that heroes do not exist in the world like today, but suddenly he hears a couple talking with surprise in their voice, and the wife, pointing towards Yuxiang, asks her husband if he is the hero king. Hearing that, Yuxiang looks above the sky and sighs deeply. He then flips the hoodie of his jacket on his head, hiding his face, as he thinks that he had let his guard down very early in the morning. The husband whispers to his wife, as he puts her finger down, saying that she should not point toward Shim, because he does not have a good personality, on which the wife replies saying that she thinks that he is nice, he just act like this in front of the camera, on which Yuxiang thinks that he acts like this because the news reporters are very nosy. As they both walk away from Yuxiang, the wife talks about him being the top player in every season, and if it were not for him, the world would have ended in season 2, and that he also donates the profit he makes from his Hero King merchandise. The husband then replies, saying that the mythical tier versions of his t-shirts are also coming soon, and he must be greedy for money. Hearing that, Yuxiang sighs, with a slight smile on his face, as sweat still drips on his forehead. The scene shifts as the towers are still seen in the sky in daylight. All of a sudden, a bunch of reporters come behind Yuxiang, calling his anime to grab his attention. Yuxiang slightly turns his head as he thinks that he cannot go home without being noticed in the streets. He makes a slightly annoyed face, thinks about something, and then suddenly jumps off from where he is standing, and the reporters look at him in surprise. The scene then shifts to the Tower of Sword and Sorcery, with Tier 5, with the objective to complete the adventure story of Sword and Sorcery. Yuxiang lands on the ground on one knee and one hand, just in front of the Saintess, as he thinks that it is better to take a break in the tower than to talk to reporters, as the people in the tower start cheering, saying that the goddess has blessed them. They scream in joy as they say that the Saintess has called the hero. Yuxiang, who is still looking at the ground, realizes something as he hears the word Saintess. As he looks above, in nervousness to see the Saintess, she tells him that she is delighted to meet him and is grateful that he has answered their call, and calls him the hero of another world. The Saintess, with purple hair and a crown on her head, introduces herself as Elijah Sarastina, the 37th Saintess of the Holy State of Sarastina, as she extends her hand towards Yuxiang. Hearing that, Yuxiang smiles, thinking that this is going to be very interesting. He extends his hand as well, accepting the gratitude, as he says that he is going to provide his heroic services with expertise. Yuxiang then smiles and asks Elijah what she wants him to do, to which she says that she is first going to explain the history of the Philia continent. Yuxiang looks at her with soft eyes as he asks if it is going to be something like the fight between Celestials and the demon. Elijah smiles with joy as she says that he is right, closes her eyes, folds her hands, and begins the story, saying that a conflict between darkness and light erupted, and the demons who were supposed to stay in the abyss invaded the world of light. And to stop the relentless demons, the Celestials created a weapon known as the Arch. However, the seal created by this weapon began to weaken over time, and she keeps telling the story for another 30 minutes, which sounds useless to Yuxiang. Yuxiang is listening to the story with one ear and taking it out with the other, as he starts to get annoyed and interrupts Elijah by saying that they are getting late and should go to save the world from the demons. Elijah gets disappointed hearing that, as she says that she has just begun the story, and starts to tell the story right from where she left off, standing in front of Yuxiang and her guard. Yuxiang folds his arms in patience and does not speak a word, and then abruptly turns around and starts to walk away, when Elijah shouts, asking him where he is going by waving her hand. She tries to stop him by holding his arm, but he does not, as he says that he is going to do work, to which she replies that he does not know the location of the arch. Yuxiang halts, and without turning, he asks if she also knows about the location, to which she gets startled, as she says she also does not know, to which Yuxiang replies that it does not matter if he does not know as well. She still tried to stop him, but suddenly, something red and dark appeared above their head. A loud red fire energy appears, swirling, and 2 demon hands appear with long nails. Elijah looks at the demon in shock as sweat falls from her face, and her mouth opens with furrowed eyebrows. A giant demon appears, with horns on his head, and eyes crimson red, and long, wide teeth, as everybody gets scared seeing him. Elijah shouts, saying hope it's possible that a demon can enter the Holy Land. The guards of Elijah pull their weapons out as they scream in rage that there is no place for the demon here. The guards use their aura blades and magic with bright yellow light that stab the demon's hands and chest, but it does nothing to the giant demon, who is still standing intact. The light circles around the demon, but nothing happens to him, as it sticks his tongue out with an evil smile, and the guards say that it is strange that their aura swords and magic are not working on this demon. Suddenly, the demon circles his hand, making a giant fire energy that emits a bright orange light. As he throws the energy towards everyone, Yuxiang pulls out his sword, surrounding everything with ice, as he orders everyone to step aside. Suddenly, a loud explosion happens, and Elijah screams for Yuxiang, tapping the ice wall between them, saying that she is going to aid him. The ice wall starts to crack due to the demon's attack, and Yuisong tells them that he is fine and to stay behind. The guard jerks Elijah backward as a dark energy pierces through the ice wall, and Elijah screams. The guard asks Elijah if she is fine. She says yes, but she gets anxious and scared, and all she can think about is how Yuxiang has put himself in danger just to save them. Elijah kneels down in front of the Ios, emitting gold energy, as she prays to the goddess to have mercy on their souls, and her guard follows her, repeating to have mercy on everyone's souls. All of a sudden, a loud explosion happens, and the ice wall breaks into 100 pieces, as Elijah screams for Yuxiang. She sees Yuxiang standing with his hands squeezing his head so hard that his hands are trembling, as she asks him if he has been hurt. Yuxiang thinks that his head hurts and tells Elijah, without removing his hand, that the demon has left a message before leaving that the demons will get to the arch soon, and then the world of light will soon be covered by their darkness. He removes his hand from his head, and with rage in his eyes and voice, he says that the demons have told him not to get involved with what they are trying to achieve. Hearing that, Eliseo starts trembling, as if she is about to cry. Yuxiang looks at her with determination in his eyes, and with a closed fist, he asks Elijah if she knows anything about the arch's location, as they don't have much time left. She says in a scared voice, with sweat on her face, that there must be a place. The scene then shifts to Elijah on her horse, ordering it to run fast, as her hair and cloak flow in the air. As both Elijah and Yuxiang run on the back of their horse, with determination in them, Yuxiang thinks that they finally have some clues to go somewhere. The scene then shows Noir on the horse with Yuxiang, rubbing his head on Yuxiang's leg, as he says to him that Noir must also be getting bored, and then he whispers that he did a great job a while ago. The scene then shifts to Noir growling in all his glory, and then it shifts back to Noir being sweet as he meows at Yuxiang. The flashback appears to show that Yuxiang has used the shadow blades on the ice wall to scare Elijah and her people, and he also orders Noir not to use his spikes, as Noir sits on his feet. The scene changes back to the present, where Elijah, running on her horse, looks back at Yuxiang, asking if he needs her to slow down, to which he shouts back, replying that she does not need to. He then smiles and says to himself that she wants something to be efficient. It needs to be on his terms, and he used the legendary skill to allure them, thinking that it was a demon. The details of the Oculus skill appears as a legendary tier with the illusion aspect, with the ability to allow the player to alter the vision of one specific target. The scene shifts to a town with beautiful cottages, as someone welcomes you to the Adventure Guild. Elijah and Yuxiang are standing in front of the receptionist, as Yuxiang asks her if they need something to enter the labyrinth, to which the receptionist replies that they need the adventure license. She then hands him the cue card with the number 216 and asks them to wait for a while. Elijah and Yuxiang sit at a table, drinking something, and Elijah looks around at the glamour. She then bends towards Yuxiang and tells him that this is Gracia's Labyrinth City. She then tells him that this is a neutral territory that lies between the holy state of Cerestina and the Drager Empire, and the city's name is a direct reference to its structure, as it is built around an ancient underground labyrinth that is full of opportunity. Yuxiang smiles and looks at her, saying that there is no better place than this city to hide the arch. Then the receptionist calls their queue number, and Yuxiang stands up from his chair, taking the number card with him. The receptionist hands him a document and a pen and tells him to sign it. As Elijah is about to sign the paper, without reading it, Yuxiang grabs her hand and tells her to wait. He then holds the document in his hand and shows it to the receptionist, tapping on clauses, asking if he needs to agree on this law to have the license, which reads that the guild is not responsible for any death that happens inside Labyrinth, and the bodies and the belongings found will belong to the city. The receptionist smiles nervously at him and tries to explain that the guild offers an equal chance for everyone to obtain vast wealth from the labyrinth, but adventure comes with many risks. She continues saying that only people who choose to take on the risks can bear to take those risks, and Elijah signs the paper abruptly, as she gets nervous, but Yuxiang stands silent, with his arms folded. Yuxiang takes the pen from Elijah with an annoyed face and says that these clauses truly emphasize the importance of life. The receptionist smiles and takes the signed document from them, as she wishes them luck. The scene shifts to Elijah and Yuxiang entering the dark, ancient labyrinth, as Yuxiang uses an ice bolt to see the surroundings. They reach the first floor, and Yuxiang takes out his sword and asks Elijah if she is ready, and she, with pride, says that she is. Suddenly, a giant demon that looks like a mouse as well as a pig appears, sticking its claws out, with red crimson eyes, as a bunch of smaller versions of mouse pigs run in the surroundings. Yuxiong puts his swordfish forward in the mouth of the demon, stopping it from attacking, as he shouts and orders Elijah to use her magic. Elijah then pushes a bright light of energy from her palms towards the demon with intensity, and it slices the demon's head from its neck, and it squeaks in pain. After a while, they reach the 5th floor, and they talk about how they have reached here faster than they had anticipated. As Elijah and Yuxiong walk side by side, Yuxiong tells her that she has amazing fighting powers, and her magic power is phenomenal. Hearing that, Elijah blooms with happiness. She gets a flashback of some men fighting alongside them with the demons, and Elijah says that she is grateful for other adventurers to fight with the monsters, because they were in a rush. On which Yuxiong smiles and thinks that those adventurers were simply angry because this is their hunting area. Elijah smiles sheepishly as she fidgets with her hands and says that, as far as people are going to help each other, just like the adventurers did, they do not have to worry about demons. Yuxiong smiles with pride as he tells her that she does not have to worry about anything, because he is going to get the ancient weapon for her. Suddenly, a giant Hulk halts their conversation as he welcomes them as rookies, with a large axe in his hand, and Elijah and Yuxiong turn towards him. The giant man smiles evilly as he says that he knows that both of them have entered the labyrinth without paying any fees. Yuxiong tells Elijah that these are bandits of Labyrinth, of which she gets scared, as she does not know what a bandit is. He then explains that he is not sure what exactly they are called in this labyrinth, but they can be found in any size of labyrinth, and are usually called Bandit of the Labyrinth or Adventure Hunter. The bandit then extends his hand and orders Yuxiong and Elijah to hand him everything that they have. Elijah comes forward scared, as he pleads with the bandit that he should not take everything from them, and they should resolve things by talking in peace. But Yuxiong gets surprised seeing her doing this. He then smiles and joyfully agrees that they can talk, and then asks if the bandits can hear a story from him. He then closes his eyes and says that once upon a time, there were both angels and demons in the world. But now the world is on the verge of being wiped out because of demons, and he is a hero who has come from a different world to save this one. Hearing his story, the bandits get confused as they cannot understand what he is talking about. On the other hand, Yuxiong is still blabbering that he needs to find an arch, which is a weapon of angels. He then introduces Elijah as the 37th saintess of the holy state of Cerestina, and she is his partner in finding the arch, and Elijah nods in agreement. He then asks the bandits if they can go now, and Elijah says that they need to hurry because they have to save the world. The bandits do not say a word, as they keep thinking, and then the leader of the bandits starts laughing and asks his men if they could understand what Yuxiong was talking about. One of his men replies, laughing, that Yuxiong must be making up stories because he is scared and wants to run away from here. Elijah gets scared hearing that, and Yuxiong says that he knew they would not understand him as he sighs heavily. The bandits say that they do not care if they are heroes or saintesses, but they need to pay fees if they are entering the labyrinth. However, before they can finish, Yuxiong slides towards them with his sword, and he swiftly slices off the arm of one of the men, and Elijah looks at the scene with horror, as the blood oozes out from the man's arm. The man starts to scream in pain, holding his arm, but Yuxiong does not pay attention to him. Seeing this, Jim lunges towards Yuxiong with his axe as he curses him, but before he could attack him, Yuxiong cuts his arm as well, and he screams in pain. The axe starts to swing in the whirlwind as it drops from Jim's hand, but Yuxiong swings it off, making it fall on the ground with his sword, creating a loud noise. All of a sudden, a girl appears from behind the darkness, and she gets angry that Yuxiong has harmed her boys. As she comes forward, it is the same girl from the reception, and she says that Yuxiong is stronger than he looks. Seeing her, Ilisis gets shocked as she cannot believe she is the same girl. As Elijah says in disbelief about how that girl can do it, Yuxiong replies that most probably the guild and the bandits are conspiring together secretly. He continues saying that they must launch surprise attacks on inexperienced adventurers and asks for money to spare their lives. He says that if the people cannot pay the money, but their bodies could have been sold for a decent price. Hearing that, Ilisis gets scared as her teeth start tattering, eyes wide open, and sweat starts dripping from her face. She puts a hand on her mouth, trembling, as she starts saying no in disbelief and shock. The receptionist smiles and grips her weapon tighter as she says that Illusis is a naive girl and should not be here for any adventure, as she thinks that Illusis is not a real saintess because no girl like her would come to a place like a labyrinth. The receptionist then jumps high with a swing of her axe towards Yuxiang and Illusis, saying in a fierce tone that it is late for them now. But before she could hit anyone with her axe, Yuxiang swung his sword towards it, making the collision of metals spark with a loud noise. Yuxiang smirks at her and tells her to look where she is attacking. The receptionist gets distracted as she sees black shadows appearing and surrounding all of them inside it, and they cannot see their surroundings anymore. And then Noir appears in his full glory, with shadows coming out from him, and he then meows gently. Yuxiang approaches Illusis and tells her that Noir has cleared the path, so they can go now. But Illusis does not say anything as she keeps her hands on her mouth, still scared. The scene then shifts to Illusis following Yuxiang in a dark dungeon silently. After a while, they reach a safe place, and Yuxiang checks all the surroundings for any potential risk, and Illusis stands there with a glowing light emitting from her. After checking everything, Illusis sits in front of a bonfire, and as Yuxiang sits beside her, he says that they are going to rest here until tomorrow morning. She does not say anything, and with sad expressions, she just nods in answer. Yuxiang turns towards her and says that he has noticed that, after the encounter with the bandits, he can see that Illusis is being very quiet. He stands beside her, resting on a pillar, as he asks if she is sad and scared because the world is not like how she imagined it to be. In response, she does not say anything, but her face looks like she could cry any minute. Her eyebrows furrowed, and she said in a low tone that even though the world is ending, people are still fighting with each other. She looks up at Yuxiang and asks him if he is used to these things and if he has been seeing things like this all his life. He gets a flashback of Xiangho, the chairman of KPA, and he looks in the abyss as he tells her that it is the same in every world. Illusis hugs her knees as she thinks about something and asks him about his world, as the fire in front of them crackles. Yuxiang looks above as he tries to think about his world, saying that his world has been on the verge of ending multiple times in previous years. He then looks at her smiling, as he says that in his world, he did not have anyone who could have warned them of any potential threat. Hearing that, Illusis apologizes and says that he does not have to talk about it if it is a sensitive topic for him. He says that when the world was about to collapse for the first time, it was not that bad, and even if it had been good up until the third time. He thinks about him and Maria and the other layer, and says that there was one time when everyone started to think about themselves. Illusis looks at Yuxiang with concern, as she asks if he also starts to think about his self-interest. Yuxiang smiles at her and asks her to tell him what she thinks he would have done. They sit there in silence as Illusis tries to think of an answer. She even opens her mouth to say something, but nothing comes out, and Yuxiang looks at her in amazement. Then he starts laughing, saying that he cannot believe this, and this is nonsense. Later on, the night drifts on, and the firewood slowly burns away, as the two of them are sitting on either side of the pillar, leaning against it. Yuxiang is in deep thought, as he thinks that because it is too quiet, it feels like time is not passing. All of a sudden, Automata comes, with a card in her hands, as she asks if they are awake and wants to buy a card. He smiles at her sheepishly, and tells her to show him something, as he thinks that he needs to prepare himself, because only 2 levels are remaining. The scene then changes to a few days later, on the 100th floor, where Yuxiang is fighting with 2 giant snakes, above which hangs a creature with wings of a bat, a snake's body, and the appearance of a woman, as she orders that they will take the arch and Yuxiang will die. As Noir also puts the dark shadow spikes on the bodies of the snake, Illusis prays to the goddess to bless the soul. Yuxiang comes close to the open mouth of the giant snake, ready to attack with his sword. He slices its head in half with one swing of his sword. As the blood spatters from the snake, the creature screams in pain, with light emitting from her eyes, and mouth showing big teeth. As the creature goes back into the ground, he screams for her lord, apologizing that she could not save the arch, to which Yuxiang replies savagely to have a safe trip back to the lord, as his level increases. Yuxiang closes his eyes, sighs, saying that he is tired, as sweat appears on his face, and the notification appears that he has received 10,000 achievement points. Another notification appears that he has also received a random skill card pack. Yuxiang stands between the dead snake and the creature, as he talks to Noir and Illusis, who is coming towards him. That demons have good time sense, as they arrived as soon as they had finished their tests. Illusis walks towards Yuxiang with joy, as she praises him for the good work. As they stand besieged by each other, a green light appears just in front of them, which startled Illusis. They see an elegant pedestal, on which a bright green crystal hangs, emitting a blue energy, as Illusis shouts that it is the Arch. Yuxiang takes the stone in his hand, as he says that even though it is an ancient crystal, its size is rather small, as the notification appears that he has received a quest item out of 2, called White Fragment of Arch. Suddenly, the roof starts to rumble, and they both look above, and Illusis shouts in concern that the labyrinth can collapse anytime soon. All of a sudden, a giant hole appears in the space, as Yuxiang says that this might be the exit from here. They both walk from the hole, and Illusis says that she is glad that they have made it out safely. Suddenly, he hears someone shouting as they approach him and Yuxiang, and she halts in her tracks in concern. It is Milvath Drager, the first prince of the Empire, as he stands with his army, saying that Illusis and Yuxiang have helped the Empire to locate the Arch. He then grins and says that the Arch belongs to the Empire, but he stops himself as he says that instead of the Empire, it should belong to him, and they should give it to him. Yuxiang smiles nervously beside the scared Illusis and asks her if Milvath is on their side. Milvath smiles and says that if they give the Arch to him, he will set them free, to which Illusis says that they cannot give it to him, as the Arch is to be used only to protect the world from the demons. Milvath laughs evilly as he opens his palm with another crystal in his hand. He says that once he gets the Arch, even the demons are going to submit to the Empire. Yuxiang puts his sword out as he pushes Illusis behind him, saying to Milvath that the Arch came to them by itself, on which Milvath orders his army to attack them, as Yuxiang and Illusis are not complying with his wishes. He tells his army that this is the time they can show their loyalty towards him, as they all pull out their swords. The army swings their swords above their heads, marching towards Illusis and Yuxiang, as the notification appears that this is the final part of the story. All men start to rush forward in speed, as the alert shows that the first prince of the Drager Empire and his army of Black Guard are rushing towards the Arch. Seeing the army coming towards them, Yuxiang sends his words towards them, as Illusis prays, and grants him the buff of Saintess Protection. He also receives the buff of Divine Armor, Arcane Amplification, and Valiant Melody. The sword strikes the soldiers in their chests, and blood bursts out from their bodies. Milvath sees the scene in front of him in horror as his guards scream in pain, and one of them tells him that they should flee from here. Milvath gets angry as he crushes the crystal in his hand, saying that it is not over so soon, as the crystal, in pieces, emits dark purple energy. A red alert appears in front of Yuxiang, which reads that Milkath Dagger has activated the power of the Arch. He looks behind to inform Illusis about the opening of the Arch, as he thinks that he had a feeling this would happen. Suddenly, a large explosion happens as the purple energy swirls, and Yuxiang shields himself and Illusis with his ice shield. From the swirls of the energy, Milvath appears as a giant monster with long nails. His eyes are bloodshot red, as his guards ask him if he is fine. He tells them to shut up as he kills one of them with his giant claw, spraying their blood all over. As Illusis and Yuxiang look at Milvath killing his own guards, Yuxiang asks Illusis if she can buff him again, to which she says yes, she can. He then swings his hands and wears an armored suit made of ice, as he withdraws the potion of earthquake and flame. Then suddenly, the grounds start to rumble, and the surrounding trees catch fire around Milvath, and Yuxiang appears from behind in his ice armor. He then slashes through Milvath's body, piercing his sword in his chest. Milvath curses Yuxiang on this attack. Milvath tries to grab Yuxiang with his giant hand, as he says that he cannot hide from him even if he is in the flames. But suddenly, Yuxiang disappears, and Milvath growls in confusion. Yuxiang appears at the back of Milvath and says that he has become blind due to all the power he has. He then pierces his sword right through Milvath's heart and falls to the ground. Milvath falls to the ground, with blood coming from his mouth. Yuxiang stands beside the dead Milvath, with a sword still in his hand, and green energy emitting from behind him. He looks at the green energy and gets startled as the notification appears that he has also received the other quest item, the Fragment of the Arch. The light appears at the back of him, rising towards the sky, as he stands on top of the dead body of Milvath, as he thinks that it feels like he is in a mobile game. Both parts of the crust start to merge together, creating a mix of purple and green energy. The crystal then opens, emitting a bright blue light in the sky, and Ilisis looks at this in amazement as she says that this is the arch. Yuxiong's level increases as he holds the crystals between his hands, thinking and smiling that this is the perfect time. A notification appears showing that Yu Yuxiong has reached level 50, and he can enter the Tower of Awakening. The scene shifts as Yuxiong smiles at Ilisis and hands her the crystal, telling her to take it. Ilisis looks at him nervously and asks if he really wants her to take the crystal. He smiles and says to her that he does not see anyone besides her who can take this crystal, to which Ilisis replies that she does not think that she deserves this much power. Yuxiong then jokes and says that if he should give the crystal to the Empire. Hearing that, Ilisis gets shocked, as she cannot speak. He then explains to her that it is better that Ilisis take the crystal, instead of the Empire, which is going to take advantage of the crystal. As he handed over the crystal in Ilisis's hand, she said that it is a very sensitive matter, and he is taking it very lightly, to which he replied that he had experienced that there are some people who give in to power and use it for evil purposes. He then smiles and says that those people end up like Milvath, because they have an excessive sense of duty, and says that he knows that she is going to use the power to fight along with everyone. Ilisis looks at the crystal glowing in her hand silently, and then she held the crystal close to her chest, a calm warmth washing over her, as she thanked Yuxiong for helping her not feel burdened. As he takes her gratitude with pleasure, the world around him starts to disappear. As the notification appears that he has conquered the Tower of Sword and Sorcery, and shows that with the help of the Arch Crystal, Ilisis has succeeded in fighting off the demons and saving her world. And other notifications appear that Ilisis trusts Yuxiong and has rewarded him with the blessing of Saintess protection. The scene shifts to a morning, where the sun shines bright through the windows, and the birds chirp in the sky. Yuxiong is lying on his side, in his bed, going through his phone as he thinks that he went into the last tower to have some break from the news reporters. But it took him a week to clear that tower, and that might be a waste of time. He rolls to his back as he thinks that this is still January, and he has more work, which he needs to think about right now. A few days later, Yuxiong runs through the street, glancing here and there to not be seen by the reporters. But they are also trying to find him through the streets. They soon spot Yuxiong and come rushing towards him, asking for the interview for their magazine. But Yuxiong gets annoyed by this and orders them to enter the tower before they can catch him. The reporters gather around as they talk that Yuxiong has entered a tower, but they do not know which tower it is. Suddenly, they realize that he has entered the Tower of Awakening. Yuxiong enters the tower, and as his eyes close, a notification window appears, reading that someone has been waiting for Yuxiong, who is a child with thousands of talents and faces. He opens his eyes and asks not to beat around the bush and to get the test done. Suddenly, a glowing light appears, showing that Yuxiong is standing in front of a bunch of full-length mirrors, as someone's laughter can be heard. As Yuxiong can see himself in the mirror on his side, someone says that he does not have much patience. Suddenly, his mirrored face turns towards him with an evil smile and red eyes, and tells him that they will begin the test soon. Suddenly, all the reflection of Yuxiong in the mirror starts to position themselves to fight with Yuxiong. But as he walks, all the mirrors get shattered into thousands of pieces. He walks on the shattered pieces of mirrors, crunching beneath his boots. All of a sudden, a look-alike of Yuxiong appears wearing the mask of a clown, asking if Yuxiong is surprised to see him. Yuisong does not say a word and takes out his icy weapons, and his look-alike does the same. They both throw their weapons at each other, but they get shattered in between by clashing. Yuxiong then takes out his sword and lunges towards his look-alike, and they start fighting with each other. The clown smiles evilly at Yuxiong as they fight, and Yuxiong thinks that this clown is copying all his attacks. They fight, but as their attacks are the same, their ice bolts are crashing into each other. As Yuxiong squats low, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he thinks that he fights with this clown in every season, but he still gives him creepy vibes. Yuxiong throws the shadow spikes towards the look-alike, which he dodges effortlessly, using his sword. The look-alike throws the spikes back at Yuxiong, but the shield of Seraph pushes back the attack on him. A loud explosion happens, and blood spreads on Yuxiong as a notification appears that the Cheater of Death has neutralized a fatal attack. As both of them keep fighting, Yuxiong calls for Noir. but the notification appears that the summoning of familiars is prohibited in this zone. Yuxiang gets disappointed as he says that calling Noir was worth a try, as he thinks that the rules of this game are very simple. The two of them continue fighting, clashing their swords. Then suddenly, Yuxiang lunges towards his look-alike with his sword, and the blood splatters across his face as he coughs. He has pierced the sword in the stomach of his look-alike. The clown then grins with blood on his body, as he asks him why he is so serious. The blood oozes out from the clown as it falls between him and Yuxiang. He says that on this platform, they can either be a hero or a villain, whatever they wish for. He looks at Yuxiang, who has blood on his face, and tells him that this is why he does not have to be so serious. He then opens his palm and says that there is nothing in this world that they should take seriously, and attacks Yuxiang, and he attacks back, trying to snatch their faces. Yuxiang says that he is going to show a magic trick and is going to make the clown stop talking as he snatches the mask from his face. As soon as he snatches the mask, the blood splatters from the clown's face, making him faceless. Yuxiang stands there, in silence, staring at the mask in his hand. He then puts the mask on his face. He looks above, and the mask now has a sad face, as Yuxiang asks if the game is over yet. Suddenly, the Monarch of Jesters appears laughing, as she calls him a child with 1,000 faces and talents, as she jiggles cards in her hands, and tells him that now he can choose his new face and new talent. The scene shifts to a hospital building, on which the sun is shining brightly. The scene changes to inside the hospital, and Tisaki is running at full speed in the hospital's hallway. He abruptly stops at the door of one room, in which Yuxiang is lying on the bed, waving his hand, doing something. Tisaki tries to catch his breath after running all the way here, as he huffs and puffs with a worried expression. Yuxiang, lying on the bed with bandages on his body, sees Tisaki and says hi to him, while scrolling through the system windows. Tisaki puts a hand to his forehead as he hears Yuxiang saying that he has not brought anything for him, and Tisaki smiles and says that he was worried over nothing. Tisaki comes to him, smiles, and tells him to get up, as he needs to save the world, and Yuxiang looks at him as if Tisaki is a fool. He then says to him that he was stabbed in the chest, and Tisaki cannot tell him to go to work and fight, to which Tisaki says that he knows that Yuxiang has every potion and healing skills, so he doesn't have to be dramatic. Yuxiang tells him that his wounds are not very deep and cannot be taken lightly, and Tisaki replies that his monarch is very serious, and he knows that his opponent was also not easy for Yuxiang. Yuxiang scratches the back of his neck and smiles in pride as he says that he did a great job fighting with him. The scene then shows different players fighting, and Yuxiang explains that at level 50, players have a trial of awakening, and it varies from monarch to monarch, and in Yuxiang's case, he needed to fight with his look-alike. And after the trial is finished, he can get his own talents as rewards, as the scene shows him dealing with the Monarch of Jesters, where he has received the copies of every skill card that he has himself. And as he gets the copies of every skill, he can combine them to make 2-star skills. The scene changes back to the hospital room, and Yuxiang sits on his bed, saying that he got what he wanted from the trial, so it is not that bad, and asks Tisaki about the new job, and he replies, taking a card out from his jacket, that he needs to hunt someone. The scene shows the world on fire, people running to save themselves, as Tisaki introduces Black Hat Player, a serial arsonist. The scene then shows a man named Dongsu Park, looking at the burning world in front of him, as he enjoys the people screaming in pain, and he thinks that hopelessness is beautiful. He then swings his wand, making another explosion as he says that the commoners should see how great he is. He smiles evilly as he says that he, the musician, is going to illuminate people's minds with his art. The notification appears as he ignites to set the world on fire, and various fire explosions happen in front of him, as another notification appears showing that the Monarch of Flames is very impressed by Dongsu and has rewarded him. Seeing his reward, he laughs, opening his hands in the air, as he says to the Monarch of Flames that he is the only one who truly understands him, as some gunmen try to approach him from behind. He gets alert and looks behind, as sweat starts to drip from his face, as he smiles, and says that the men must have come to take him into custody. The hitmen, standing above the building, are shocked at seeing Dongsu disappear. All the men gather around as they talk about how Dongsu has disappeared and entered a tower of arena with 4 tiers. Yuxiang walks in the street, and the details of the towers come up, showing that this is a dual format, and only 2 players are allowed in this, with no shops, and the objective is to get victory. And as 1 player is already in the tower will be closed in 58 minutes and 59 seconds. Yuxiang stands on the same railing where Dongsu was standing, as he looks at the world on fire and ambulances running around, as he thinks that a player does not always have to be a hero. As he sees a couple crying over a dead body, he thinks, how can a player set the world on fire? And he thinks a rascal like Dongsu is going to be punished, as he clicks to enter the tower. The scene then shifts to the tower, where people are cheering around an arena with a player inside it. Dongsu stands there in pride, as he says which idiot has come to fight with him, but he gets shocked after seeing Yuxiang. Yuxiang curses him and takes out his sword. Dongsu smiles at him as he offers him to be a partner, because he will enjoy his art, as flames appear from him. But Yuxiang tells him that Dongsu's art is not real, and he pretends that it is. Yuxiang looks down as he says that he can never understand how the world is full of evil people like Dongsu, on whom Donggu gets angry, as he asks what it means by evil people like him. As he gets angry, he uses the unique skills of Hellfire Orchestra, and music equipment starts to surround him alongside flames, as he says that no one can call his art original. The instruments start playing, throwing fire at Yuxiang as he dodges them. Dongsu ordered his trumpet and flute, and the bunch of instruments threw fire at Yuxiang. Yuxiang swiftly swings himself, as he smiles that Dongsu is a typical armchair artist, as he is getting angry over nothing. Dongsu gets angrier and orders timpan, and Yuxiang gets shocked seeing it above his head. A bunch of timps fall on the ground, making a loud banging noise, as Dongsu says that he has finally got Yuxiang. But Yuxiang jumps high, above the flames, and he looks down at Dongsu as he says that he needs more than his stupid musical equipment to kill him. But suddenly, a loud explosion happens, which rises towards the sky, and takes Yuxiang in its flames, as he screams. Dongsu laughs as he sees Yuxiang fall on the floor, saying that his work of art includes the Hero King, so it is going to be a masterpiece. But Yuxiang smiles from the flames, as he asks what Dongsu is looking at. Suddenly, he appears flying, as he says that he is right here, and swings his sword towards Dongsu, slashing part of his neck. But Dongsu bends down and prevents him from getting fully attacked. Yuxiang looks at him as he says that he cannot believe that he has managed to attack the instant attack. Dongsu looks at him in anger as he puts his hand on his bloodied neck and says in disbelief that it is not possible because illusions cannot speak. Yuxiang smiles at him and says that he is not kind enough to explain to him about his tricks. The details of Oculus appear, with 2 stars, which applies the keyword substance for 3 seconds to allow the manipulated visual information to manifest physical traits. All of a sudden, a bunch of clones of Yuxiang appear surrounding Dongsu, as he says that he will not let it go without the audience. He looks at Dongsu as all the clones of Yuxiang rush towards him, and he says that this is going to be Dongsu's last performance. But Dongsu grips his wand tightly, making it flare into flames as he swings it above and sets himself on fire and disperses, saying that his art will not die today. And Yuxiang puts his arms on his face, trying to defend himself from the flames as he winces. All of a sudden, a notification appears that he has won the victory, and Yuxiang gets shocked seeing this, and the people cheering behind him. Then a notification appears that, as he has conquered the tower, he now has to choose his exit. As Yuxiang looks at the screen, he gets frustrated seeing 2 exits. One law of the tower is that one player cannot kill the other inside the tower, and Yuxiang thinks that he could have at least distracted him enough so that he wouldn't have used any exits. The options of the exits are Seoul, Korea, and Calais, France, and Yuxiang says that an armchair artist will always choose France. As the scene shifts to France, where Dongsu is running, but Yuxiang is watching him from behind. He looks at him as he says that he was right about the exit, as he jumps towards him, shouting that he is not going to spare him today. He slashes his sword, throwing ice towards Dongsu. As Dongsu runs screaming, he starts covering in ice, due to Yuxiang's attack. Yuxiang jumps towards Dongsu, ready to attack him with his sword, but his sword suddenly clashes with a bright yellow shield, which makes Yuxiang halt in between. He sees in front of him a bunch of people, standing in glowing light. From the group, Maria Jaeger appears showing his pal, and the glowing energy emitting from it, as he orders Yuxiang to lower his weapons. Yuxiang punches the glowing shield that is covering frozen Dongsu, as he asks her what she is doing here. Maria comes forward as she tells him that the French government has called them to take part in the investigation of Black Hat players, and as the intelligence suggested that because the tower is leading to this location, they decided to come here. Hearing that, Yuseong smiles as he points towards Dongsu and asks Maria to help him, creating a hole in his stomach. Maria, in all seriousness, tells him that she cannot let him kill Dongsu, as she continued saying that killing a culprit is only acceptable if there is no other option, and Yuseong looks above, smiling as he says that Maria does have the heart of a saint. He then looks back at her, as he comes closer and smiles, and tells her that he has just realized that she is actually a saint, to which she just says that revenge is not the answer, as it is an endless cycle. She then looks at him with furrowed eyebrows and tells him that he does not have to become a monster if the other person is one. Yuseong waves his hand as he says that Dongsu is a Black Hat player, so even if he dies, it's no big deal. To which Maria says that she is advising Yuseong for his own sake, to which Yuseong says that he is also advising Maria for her sake. As they keep fighting over each other's concerns, inside the shield, Dongsu smirks as he flips his wand. And he flicks his wand, sending flames forward. A loud explosion happens, but the flames cannot come out from the shield, and Dongsu screams in pain. And Yuseong asks Maria if the shield is allowed to attack from inside, as they both look at Dongsu. She looks back at Yuseong as she starts saying that she is only trying to help him. As the burning body of Dongsu falls on the ground, Maria tells Yuseong that this case is closed, and she is going to hand Dongsu over to the authorities, and Yuseong should take some rest. Yuseong looks at Dongsu and makes his words disappear as he says that he is going to leave the matter in Maria's hands. As he walks away from Maria and Dongsu, he says that he came all the way to France for nothing at all. As he steps, the dark energy starts flowing beneath Yuseong's feet and goes towards the lying Dongsu. As Maria smiles at him, saying that she does not think that Yuseong came here for nothing, the dark energy approaches from behind her. Yuseong sighs and says that it is a shame. Suddenly, Maria hears a loud meow. As she looks back, she sees a big mouth of Noi right above Dongsu, and she sees Noir eating Dongsu in horror as she hears the crunch coming from his mouth. Maria steps away from the blood as she calls Yuseong, and the guards point their swords towards Yuseong, who is standing with his hands above his head, smiling, as the provocation level increases, and the monarch of jesters gets impressed. Yuseong slightly bends his neck backward as he says that Dongsu has killed so many people, including children, and he can never let a person like him go free. He continues saying that the Black Hate players are going to end the world, and not the top hours, and asks if Maria agrees with him, to which she bows her head in nervousness, fidgeting with her hands, trying to come up with a witty answer. Yuseong then asks if killing a Black Hate player like Dongsu makes him a monster as well. Then he shrugs his shoulders, showing that he does not care, as he says that if it makes him a monster, he will be one. Maria comes towards him and makes him turn around, as the guards lower their swords. She calls Yuseong's name in a worried expression and tells him that he is not a monster, while Yuseong keeps looking at her. The scene then changes to a hotel, where Yuseong is trying to keep the phone away from his ears, as he hears Tisaki screaming at him, saying that at first, Yuseong was saying that he was not a violent killer and wanted to talk in peace. He sits up on his bed as he tells Tisaki that he might blow his eardrum by screaming that much, and says that Tisaki is the one who tells him to eliminate Dongsu first. The scene then shows Tisaki in his office, where Yuseong is all over the news, and he tells Yuseong that he did not know that he was going to kill him in public, and the French government is begging Tisaki to take Yuseong away. The scene shifts back to Yuseong's room, as Tiseoki tells him that he has booked a flight for Yuseong to come back to Korea. But Yuseong looks at a paper that has 7 p.m. written on it, as he tells him that he cannot come right away, as he has something to do. Tisaki then starts screaming at him, asking him not to get into any more problems, because he will not spare him this time, to which Yuseong replies that he has some personal stuff as well, and will tell him about his coming back plans later. As Tisaki tries to stop him, Yuseong cuts off the call. He sighs after cutting the call and hears Maria thanking him for agreeing to help her. He stands up and says that he needs to pay her back, and it is not like he has any reason to decline. Maria smiles sheepishly as she says that his answer has made her feel better. Yuseong sits on the bed beside Mary and tells her that she can rest here. But before he can finish, Maria stands up, saying that she is going to meet him tomorrow in Paris. Yuseong then folds his arms as he says that the boundaries are very clear, and on which Maria turns slightly. As Maria hesitates to walk out of the room, Yuseong asks if there is any problem. Maria smiles at him and says that there is nothing and wishes him good night. She comes out of the room, and the door shuts behind her as she keeps standing there. As she lowers her head, thinking nervously if it is fine that she is asking him to do this thing for her. The scene changes to Paris, and the details of the Tower of the Revolutionary War appear, showing that it is a 6-tier tower, with a story format of the Revolutionary War and Clash of Powers, and no shops in the tower, with only 1 to 12 players allowed. The scene shows one carriage following the other running in the road, as the notification shows that the objective of the tower is to complete the story. Yuseong appears from one carriage, shielding himself with the ice shield, stopping the bullets coming towards him, as a mother and a kid are sitting in the carriage. He then throws ice bolts at the carriage coming from behind and comes inside the carriage. He then tells Maria, who is also inside the carriage, that as the bridge is coming, they should stop the other carriage right here, as the mother and her kid shiver, being scared. The notification shows the scenario to protect the king as well as the nobles from the rebels. As soon as the carriage comes to the bridge, both Yuseong and Maria jump out of it. They both land on the bridge and break it in the middle. They both stand on the other side of the bridge and take out their weapons, ready to fight. But suddenly, a hand appears, calling for the fight to stop. A man appears from the carriage, as he calls Yuseong and Mary, and asks what they are doing. He then shouts that the players were on the side of the rebels and had fought for the cause of revolution. He then screams in rage, as he says that he thought that the Platters would have come to save them again, because they were the ones who made them win before. Suddenly, the man starts crying, asking why the players are not fighting for the cause this time. As he keeps claiming that players are siding with the current kingdom and returning to the rebels once again, Maria listens to all of this, lowering her head and keeping her eyes closed. Yuseong realizes something and asks her if this is the reason she wanted his help, to which she nods in silence. He then says that now he knows this is not the first time Maria has come into this world. Maria nods and smiles sheepishly as she says that she discovered this world in a tower with Tier 5. As she has flashbacks of the time, she is with a bunch of men on horses, fighting for the causes of France by chanting liberty, equality, and solidarity. Yuseong scratches his chin as he says that he thinks that he has heard these words before, and Maria recalls that these are the same words that were used in the French Revolution. He then looks at her and says that the guys she had thought were good are now her enemies, and if she wants to switch sides, she needs to tell him right away. She replies that the towers are limited resources, and it's better for them to fight with the rebels and clear this tower with a Tier 6. Yuseong sighs, and he says that there is no time to turn back, so they have to do this. Hearing that, Maria smiles slightly. She tells him that she is glad that she is going to enter this tower with Yuseong. Maria makes a shield of glow surrounding her and Yuseong, as the captain of the rebels says that the players were on the right side before. But suddenly, Yuseong throws his ice attack towards the captain, and he falls back on the ground, as his men scream for him. Yuseong smiles and states about being on the right side. He motions his palm towards them, and asks them if they are still thinking that the players are the followers of God. Seeing this, Maria gets worried. The captain tries to sit back as Yuseong says that he is going to give the last warning, as they do not want any unnecessary war. The rebels should leave because the bridge is destroyed as well. The captain stands up, saying that the rebels cannot obey Yuseong's orders, as they need to fight for the cause, even if they have to fight against the players. He then wears an armored suit, with electricity oozing out from it, as he announces to activate the anti-visitor tactic. He orders his army to engage in an armed battle and to deploy magic armor, as everyone in his army wears the magic armor suit. As the captain gets ready to shoot, he chants the words of liberty and equality. Then everyone in his army blasts bullets that are coming from the weapons in their hands. The bullets crash on the ground near Marioa and Yuseong, but they jump to the side to save themselves. Then Maria sits down, opens her palms towards Yuseong, and grants him the buff of Power of Faith, Keen Conviction, and Armor of Seraph. As the notification shows that Saintess is with Yuseong, Yuseong gets an alert as soon as the effect of the Saintess protection reaches 1000. He then swings his head in amazement as he says that he can now see faster, just like in bullet time, and the details of Saintess protection appear, showing that it is in a tier, which gives 100 plus defense, and the effect can multiply by 1000 if the Saintess is with the player. Yuxiong slashes his sword in the air, emitting a shining light. As he looks at Maria doing her work, he thinks about something. Soon, Maria calls him to stay behind her as she is going to fight with the army. Suddenly, dark shadows start to surround them, as Yuxiong announces that he is going to turn on the darkness, and Maria gets shocked. She stands there with her shield and sword, as she only sees darkness around her and calls for Yuxiong. Yuxiong runs in the darkness by slashing the heads of the men from the army. But suddenly, the captain stops his attack as their swords stop with a clang, and Yuxiong thinks that in Tier 6 towers, the enemies are mostly very strong. He thinks that they can even see him in the darkness. As the captain tries to electrify him, he calls for Maria to raise her shield. Then Yuxiong attacks, and his power comes out of the darkness and hits right on the shield of Maria as she screams. She nervously asks him to deactivate the darkness so she can see better, as she cannot fight like this anymore. He tells her to wait a little longer, as he is enjoying the buffs as he fights with the army, alongside Noir. He then smirks that they are going to share the experience points anyway. And suddenly, the dark shadows start to disappear, and Maria sees Yuxiong with blood splatters on his face. He is riding on a giant Noir in front of Maria, and he tells her that the war is over. Maria says nothing as she closes her eyes, feeling worried, and Noir stops in front of Maria. Yuxiong then extends his hand towards Maria and tells her to take it. As he keeps extending his hand, he tells her that they need to catch up with the king, so they need to hurry a little. Maria looks at him sadly, as if she is about to cry, and Yuxiong tells her that whatever they have done so far will be pointless if the king gets caught. As they both ride Noir, she tells him that he does not have to do this much, to which he replies that it was very nice and easy for him. Maria holds on to Yuxiong, sitting behind him, as he says that as long as she keeps buffing him, he will kill them all, to which she says that this is not the reason she asked for help. Noir keeps running on the bridge, towards the city in flames, with Yuxiong and Marisa sitting safely on his back, and Yuxiong replies that he is just doing his best to help her. The scene then shifts to the city on fire, as buildings and trees are catching up in the flames. People are fleeing, scared as they hear someone shouting to kill anyone who opposes the revolution. A man on the horse slashes a woman's head, as he screams that it is the order from the Duke of Ironblood to kill everyone who supports the old regime, even if they are old or babies. Yuxiong and Maria enter the city, as dead bodies and blood are lying on the floor, and everything in sight is burning. Maria is shocked as she says that the Duke has to kill the innocent people as well. Yuxiong takes out his sword, saying that this is the result of ideologies, and it must have been the same thing that they fled from. The red alert shows that the soldiers and troops of the Duke of Ironblood are standing right in front of Yuxiong and Maria, as they see soldiers coming towards them with loud thumping. Yuxiong then says to Maria that now this is easy to fight, as there is no longer a thing like noble men fighting for the cause, and now these people are nothing more than a group of criminals. He then snaps his fingers as he says that he is going to turn on the darkness, as Maria just stands beside him. A moment later, the notification shows that Maria and Yuxiong have conquered the Tower of the Revolutionary War. The other notification shows the time of the Republican calendar, showing that the Royalists won many battles despite the odds, but a few years later, they were defeated by the rebel forces led by the Duke of Ironblood. But soon the Duke's terrible reign started. The notification then appears that they have received the special achievement by conquering the Tier 6 tower, and have received a card pack of heroic tier, along with an artifact. The scene then shifts to Maria standing in front of the news reporters, as they are asking about her and Yuxiong's joint collaboration, and Yuxiong looks at her, as she does not say anything. But soon Maria begins to talk about how they have collaborated for the diplomatic purposes of the country. But Yuxiong also speaks at the same time about how they have spent a fierce night together. She abruptly looks towards him, as he is saying that if a man and woman enter the tower together, they only want to have a nice date, as he makes a heart with his hand, smiling sheepishly. Hearing that, Maria starts screaming that he is lying, and Yuxiong looks at her like he cannot understand what is happening, and he tells her that she is the one who is calling him sweetheart, and how she is feeling relaxed with him. The news reporters keep capturing them and taking notes, as Maria kicks Yuxiong and begs him to keep his mouth shut. His provocation level increases, and the notification shows that the monarch of Jester is laughing on the floor. and Maria begins talking to the reporters, as Yuseong sits on the ground, away from her, hugging his knees. But he chuckles as he looks at Maria from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, the notification appears showing that the Monarch of Shadow has awarded him a Shadow Skill card pack, with a rare tier, and the Monarch of Assassination has awarded him the Assassination Skill card, a rare tier as well. Yuseong looks surprised as he goes through the notification when another appears that the Monarch of Pathfinders has granted him Pathfinder's Instinct. Yuseong and Maria look at the screens of their phones, in which the news of Yuseong saying that they have spent fiery nights is circulating, and Yuseong says to Maria that now it is too late to tell them that they are good friends. A sweat drips from her face. She looks at him and smiles, but says nothing. The scene then shifts to the Tower of Deathly Glacier, and a dragon appears with a bunch of skeletons holding swords, all emitting a glowing energy, as Yuseong and Maria look at the scene. Yuseong then folds her hands towards Maria and nervously apologizes to her. Maria then turns around to look at him, smiles, and calls him sweetheart, asking if there is anything wrong. Yuseong asks her sheepishly to buff him, but she takes out her sword and tells Yuseong to move away from her. She then tells him that after their fiery nights, they are going to spend cold nights, as she thrusts her sword into the ground, asking for the holy light. A few moments later, the notification shows that they have conquered the Tower of the Deathly Glacier, and Yuseong wipes the sweat from his forehead and sighs in relief. As the months pass, both Yuseong and Maria keep conquering different towers together. As the scene shows them conquering the towers of Horde Defense, Tomb Raider, Monster Hunting, and many others. The scene then shifts to the airport, as Maria says goodbye to Yuseong, and he halts in between. Then he turns around and tells her that in many cultures, people say goodbye by giving hugs and kisses, and Maria tells him that she is sometimes jealous of him. She then tells him that she likes how he is so reckless most of the time, and Yuseong asks her if she is giving a compliment to him, to which she agrees. She then smiles at him and tells him that at least she knows that she can rely on him, and Yuseong smiles in reply, saying that he thinks the same for her, and says goodbye. As Yuseong walks away from her, smiling, she waves her hand and tells him to take good care of himself. She then thanks him, and Yuseong turns around to look at her, as she continued thanking him for protecting the world. The scene then shifts to Yuseong sitting on the plane, with Noir on his lap, watching outside the window, as he says that everyone should be protecting the world. But they are not, because they are all busy in the interests of their own countries. Yuseong pattering Noir says that the next time he is going to invite Maria to Korea, and Noir replies, saying that he has given so much trouble to her already. Hearing that, Yuseong gets shocked, as he asks Noir how he can speak, and Noir replies that after he has evolved, he can speak human language. Yuseong, with a sweaty face, asks Noir why he has not spoken all this time before, to which he replies, saying that he could not tolerate seeing him flirting with Maria, and now he should open his new card pack. He then opens his pack, and Noir nestles in his arms, as Yuseong tells him to pray that he gets a legendary card now, as he is using the random variety of the cards. He then opens every unclaimed award and tells Noir that after this, they are going to have a proper deck for the cards. The notification keeps popping up that he is receiving skills, as he thinks that he has gotten the synergy effect. But because the cards did not share a similar theme, he could not get the buff class. But in this new card pack, he gets the Shadow Assassin class as he pushes the button to collect it. He and Noir sit there patiently as he receives the class buff, as the Darkness and Assassin synergy creates a strong effect by combining. He then lies on the seat and tells Noir that they will test the new skill in the new tower, and now they should sleep for a while, and Noir meows back. The scene changes to Korea, as the towers are still in the sky. As Yuseong walks, people talk, asking each other if it is Yuseong, and someone agrees that it is him, the Hero King. He enters a nightclub, and people say that he is going into a club in broad daylight. Yuseong sees a man with his head on the table, sleeping and snoring. Yuseong goes near him, and shouts at him to wake up and pushes his table with his boot, making him startle and his food fall down. The man weakens up and holds his head in pain, and asks Yuseong who he is. Yuseong shows him his 3 fingers and tells him that he is only going to give him 3 seconds, and he has to come with him before that. The man throws a glass at him, but Yuseong dodges it smoothly, and it cracks behind him. The man looks up at Yuseong and tells him that Yuseong does not know who his father is, so he should be within his limits. As the man is about to stand up, Yuxiang flumps his feet, and the man shouts that his father is the CEO of Oseong Prick, and if Yuxiang knows what it means. Yuxiang leaps forward and pats the man's head, and tells him that his father being a CEO makes this guy a spoiled kid. All of a sudden, the man screams as Yuxiang takes the man outside the nightclub, grabbing his hair, as he tells the people staring to give him away, as the man curses at Yuxiang, asking him to let go of his hair. The scene shows a flashback, where Yuxiang is asking the association to let him have some new layers with him, as he needs to test out some new decks. But he thinks that he should not have asked them to find him a player, as they are still not getting better. The man from the association says that they do have a guy who is a good player, and has become a player this season. The scene shifts back to Yuxiang and the guy, as he lets go of his hair, and says that he cannot believe that he called him an up-and-comer, and he asks if he has completed the towers with 3 tiers. The guy smiles sheepishly, rubbing his head, as he recognizes Yuxiang and asks him if he has come here to boost him to tier 4 towers. The guy tells him that he is tired of playing in 3-tier towers, and Yuxiang gets a little surprised as he thinks that his attitude might not match his skills. The scene then shifts to the Tower of Butcher's slaughterhouse, as Yuxiang and the guy stand in front of a door that is banging with loud noises. Yuxiang looks at the guy who is now in a full armored suit and smiles nervously. He then kicks his butt, throwing him forward, and tells him that he needs to see how good he is, and the guy gets shocked at what has just happened. He looks above, and he sees a fat man beating, with a meat cleaver in his hand, as he looks at the guy and says this is fresh meat. He throws the meat cleaver at him, and the guy jumps, screaming. As Yuxiang looks at the scene, standing far away, the guy shouts at Yuxiang, asking him to kill the beasts, and Yuxiang answers annoyingly that he does not take orders from someone who is weaker than him. The guy starts running, and the butcher's behind him, as he screams that it would not be good if he dies in this tower. Yuxiang looks at the scene where the butcher hits the guy with a stick as he screams, and Yuxiang thinks that the guy is alive only because he has an expensive armored suit, but he cannot fight in reality, and it is not wrong to boost. He thinks that the privileged ones do not want to take on their own. Instead, they choose to rely on boosts to increase their level and stats while gaining all the advantages. The guy screams and begs for help, and Yuxiang takes out his sword and dark shrouds. He takes out the skill of Shadow Step and leaps forward to save the guy from the attack, and tells him that he should have begged him for help from the start. The details of Darkness appear, which has the ability to choose a shadow to teleport. Yuisong throws his swords towards the beasts, and Noir throws its spike as the guy stands behind him. Suddenly, a large number of beastie bats with long teeth and red eyes appear from above, and the guy screams to alert Yuxiang. Yuxiang then throws the card of Sanguine Chain's skills, and the guy looks at him in amazement. The details of Assassination Blood Magician appear, who have the ability to call blood creatures to immobilize the target, and they contain blades that are made of blood. Suddenly, a bunch of red, bloodied hands appear as they grab the bats, killing them, as the guy looks at the scene, shocked. Yuxiang turns his head towards the guy and tells him that he needs to act like him, to defend himself, and the guy shows him the middle finger, saying that he is not treating him fairly, and if he gets out of here, his father will treat him. Yuxiang then turns around and grabs his shoulders, as he tells him that he might not be treating him nicely, but this is most probably just a setup so that he can teach him a valuable lesson. So the guy needs to be put together right now, so they can end the lesson on good terms. The guy smiles and asks if Yuxiang is serious and what he has on his mind. Yuxiang looks at the guys and says that he surely does not have him in mind, and puts a note on his head about the skill of assassination. The assassination details appear to show that they apply a death mark on the target and also grant the buff. The guy looks at the death mark floating above his head as he asks in anger about what Yuxiangbis is doing, as the notification appears that the debuff effect is increasing the stats. Suddenly, something pierces the guy's chest, as he leaps forward with wide eyes, and blood gushing out of his chest and mouth. Yuxiang puts his bloody hand above him and says that he will not use his boosting service for a spoiled kid like the guy, and the guy curses him in return. Yuxiang waves his hand and says bye to him, and tells him that if he ever wants to get revenge, he needs to come back stronger, as the notification appears that the player has failed to conquer the tower. The scene changes to the real world, where Yuxiang is standing in front of the guy who is still kneeling on the ground, as the people whisper that they might have just come out of the tower. The guy looks at Yuseong with horror as he trembles in fear, and when Yuseong asks him if there is anything wrong, he just asks what had happened in the tower. Yuseong looks at him and asks him if he does not know that he died in the tower, only because it was painless. The guy stands up in rage as he screams that Yuseong made a mistake in killing him because he is the son of Oseong, and Yuseong will not get away with this. To which Yuseong replies calmly that he is definitely going to get away with this. Yuseong laughs as he asks him what the reason is that he won't let him get away with it. The guy grins and says that Yuseong does not know about the power of Megacorp. Yuseong flips a finger off and dares him to ask if he is going to send an assassin after Yuseong. He then pushes the guy's forehead with his middle finger as he says that he can't wait to see what will happen if Megacorps come after him, as people who want him dead are also on a national level, and asks the guys if his company is more powerful than those who want to kill him. He again pokes the forehead of the guys and tells them to give it a try. Suddenly, Yuseong and the guy look at the notification appearing, reading that the season of Endless Labyrinth has received an update and a race is about to begin. More notifications appear that 999 labyrinths are waiting for the players, and they need to conquer the tower to receive the rewards. Another notification shows that the Monarch of Jesters has spat more rules on the tower, and Yuseong screams to wait as he begins to transfer to the tower. As the notification appears that he has been selected as a runner in the labyrinth race, Yuseong stands above the lying people on the ground, on which Group A is written. He palms his face in disappointment. As he looks at everyone and sees the guy, and a bunch of people who do not know what is going on, a fat guy gets up and looks at Yuseong in amazement as he calls him the Hero King. A girl gets up and says that, as Group A is written on the ground, they might have to work in a group, and the fat guy smiles as he says that he is grateful that he is in the same group as Yuseong. Yuseong keeps palming his face as he says sarcastically that this is going great. Something rumbles behind him as he thinks, annoyingly, that these people might be newcomers, as the rule for the 999 labyrinth comes up, showing that the objective is to either defeat the boss monster King of Green or remain the last person of the group. And if a player gets killed by the labyrinth, they will be permanently eliminated, and the group will be disqualified if 3 members of it are eliminated. As the girl explains all the rules to everyone, she says that they need to help anyone who is in danger, to which the fat guy replies that they have Hero King Yuseong, so they do not have to worry about anything. Yuseong sighs as he thinks that these players will kill him and not the labyrinth, as he begins to ask the players about their monarchs, levels, and skills, and welcomes them to his boosting services. After the introduction, all the players follow Yuseong, who is on level 54, and the other players are on levels 1, 5, 3, 6, and 20, as Yuseong uses his Pathfinder instinct to find the path without getting lost. The scene changes to him fighting with some green monsters, as other players look at him in astonishment, and Yuseong thinks that so far they are surviving because of his rewards. He looks at a boy, who smiles and tells him that he is on level 5, as Yuseong thinks that he is a guy who just became a player yesterday, and he has a boy who only has expensive armor. He imagines himself as a rooster and other players as his chicks, and the opponents as the crows, as he thinks that the team should have been balanced, because the enemies must be at least on level 40. He orders everyone to gather closely as Noir appears, and everyone looks at him in amazement. The opponents from Group C appear to be shouting to kill Yuseong and his players, but Yuseong hurries forward, and he slashes 3 of them with his sword, as Noir follows him. He then smiles and repeats rule number 5 about groups being disqualified after 3 of their members die. The other 2 men curse in rage. As they are cruising, suddenly the roots of some plants start to appear above the opponents, as the notification shows that Group C is disqualified. Yuseong looks at the scene in shock as the roots stab themselves inside the man, making the blood ooze out from them. Noir and Yuseong stand in unison as Yuseong sighs in relief and thinks about rule number 2. He grinds his teeth as he thinks that players who are killed by the labyrinth cannot be revived even after the labyrinth is clear, so the men should be grateful that he is the one who has killed them. The scene shifts to a girl covering her face, looking at Group A from above the trees, as she thinks that she should let her teammates know that Hero King is here, so they won't die from him, but a dark energy appears behind her. Suddenly, Yuseong comes behind her, asking if she is trying to find him, and seeing him here, the girl gets startled. As she gets scared, she starts stuttering, saying that she is a huge fan of him. Yuseong smiles at her and asks if she has come here alone, and the scene shifts to someone running through the woods, as the person hiding their face approaches two people of Group B from behind, telling them that Group A has been found, and their group starts running in one direction. As they are running, the masked person says that in Group A, only one player is on top level, and the other are noobs, to which the woman replies that they need to eliminate the noobs first, just like assassins. The woman then asks if this path is the right way, because it is very dark, and the person starts sweating. As they all run towards the giant mouth of Noir, the masked person says that they do not have any choice and apologizes. The woman screams and calls the person a traitor, and suddenly Noir eats them with crunch, as the notification appears that Group B has also failed. The scene then shows a group of people dead on the ground, as the notification shows that Group E has also been eliminated, followed by Group D being eliminated as they stand frozen in their place. Yuseong swings his sword, as the notification shows that he has successfully cleared the update of the first laboratory. All the layers start cheering up, as they have also received special achievement points, and they shout, thanking Yuseong. But soon they stop cheering as they see the notification that shows that they have to choose the player to receive the reward, as it is only 2 cards. The players sit in front of Yuseong and tell him about the cards being 2 per group, and Yuseong tells him that he knew that, and says that because he has done all the hard work, he is going to claim the cards, and if there is anyone who has any objection. Suddenly, the spoiled brat comes forward and tells him to wait. He extends his hand and asks Yuseong to give him 1 card, so he can forgive him for killing him in the previous tower, and hearing that, other players get shocked. One player shouts back at him, saying that he does not deserve the card because he did nothing, but the card should be given to him instead, because he helped a little with the monster. They both start fighting, cursing each other, and saying that they are the one who is worthy of the prize. The old guy tells him to respect him because he is old, but the guy tells him to shut up, and Yuseong is watching them in silence. Seeing all the fighting, Yuseong starts to get angry and annoyed. The other 2 players try to stop the fight, giving the solution of rock, paper, scissors, but suddenly, Yuseong slashes the neck of the 2 men fighting, and the other 2 players look at the scene in horror. Yuseong, with an annoyed face, warns the player that they should have been happy with the achievement points and need to learn their place. He then looks at the other 2 platters and asks them if they also believe that they deserve extra rewards. The other players start moving their heads in no, and Yuseong orders the system that he will receive the rewards. The scene shifts to Yuseong's living room, where he is opening the cards with Noir sitting on his lap. He says that he wants to get the X tier card, but as the cards reveal that they are Flame Resilience and Tailwind Sail, and seeing that Yuseong palms his face, Noir tells him that his luck is not very good. The notification then asks if Yuseong wants to combine the Flame Resistance cards, and he lies back on the chair and gives it a heads up. After combining, the cards become Fire Inhabitors, with Tier A, and have the effects of resisting the flame. Yuseong, going through his active blessings, is sitting in front of his computer with his legs on the table in front of him. He thinks that it is way better to have blessings because he cannot keep skill cards after the season ends, like the blessings. He says that after these new blessings, maybe he should go to a tower that has flames and fire, and asks Noir about his opinion of Phoenix Nest with timer 6. To which Noir replies, who is getting pats from Yuseong, that he is not a fan of fire, and it is better to go for a dark and cold tower. Yuseong is going through the system windows looking for towers, and scratches his chin as he tells Noir that he is very picky. All of a sudden, a necklace called Token of Trust appears from the windows, which has a very powerful influence, and another notification appears that the Tower of Holy War needs Yuseong. As Yuseong holds the necklace above his palm, the details of the tower appear to show that it is a Tier 7 tower, a very hard level, and only 1 player is allowed, the one who is holding the necklace right now. He squeezes the necklace as he wears his coat, and says that he cannot get breaks, and the occupier of the tower appears to be victorious, with a caution that the tower entities will interfere in the battle. A while later, he enters the tower and lands right in front of the Queen, Syria. She folds her hands, rings shining bright on her fingers as she says that the goddess has listened to her prayers. She smiles, with a crown on her head and gold necklaces around her neck, as she says to Yuseong that he has also heard her calling. A flashback appears of the towers of the Pale Desert emerging, where Princess Syria was kidnapped and Yuxiong saved her. Yuxiong looks above and smiles in satisfaction, as he realizes that she is the same princess. All of a sudden, the queen guards put their spears in front of Yuxiong, who is sitting on the ground, and they tell him that he needs to be respectful to the queen. But Queen Syria stops them. She stands up and walks forward, and says that she is deeply indebted to Yuxiong, and also, he has answered her call for help once again. Yuxiong smiles sheepishly as he says that Syria has gained a lot of respect. He stands in front of her and asks her what he can do for His Majesty, and he wonders what had happened after he last rescued her that she had to call him for help. The scene shifts to a palace in which Pope Urban III is sitting on his throne as he asks his guards if the holy city is occupied by the elven kingdom of Iob, and the guard nods in silence. All of a sudden, the Pope wobbles and drops his crown and orb, and the guards rush to rescue him, but unfortunately, he passes away. And after that, Pope Gregory VIII was appointed, and he initiated the effort to reclaim the holy city, as the scene shows him standing on the balcony, talking to the people with strong passion. He then gathered all the human kings from across the continent, like Dragonheart King Richard, Crimsonbeard Barbarossa, and High King Philip II. And then the scene shows the war between the humans and the desert elves over the holy city. Listening to the story from Queen Syria, Yuxiong thinks that the war was basically a clash of faith. The scene then shows Yuxiong and Queen Syria standing on the balcony of the fortress's tower, as she explains that 3 kings have started the war and are leading their army, most likely targeting this fortress. And Yuxiong, standing there, sighs as he wonders why the humans and the elves should get along, because in the end, both of them are heretics. Syria tilts her head a little towards Yuxiong and smiles as her hair blows in the wind, and he asks Yuxiong if he is going to fight the war beside them, and for them. But Yuxiong does not reply to her, as he looks far away in the distance, and tells Syria that maybe he can see the army of Dragonheart King, and Syria gets shocked hearing that, as he asks him how he can see this far away. Yuxiong then takes out his cards, as he tells the order to swap the Oculus with ice bolts, which leads to him only having 1 more swap limit left out of 3. He then takes out an ice gun as the Pathfinder instinct gets activated, and he points his gun forward. The specifics of the gun appear to show that it is a 3-star enhancement and materialized firearm. Yuxiong tightens his grip on the gun and winks at Syria, smiling, and tells him that he is going to handle everything. The scene shifts to the upcoming army, and Yuxiong looking at them from above a hill. He then holds his gun in front of him and targets a knight in the army, and shoots him on the forehead, splattering blood from it, as someone shouts, realizing that a player is doing it. The commander of the knights orders in a fierce tone to raise the shield, as every knight holds their flaming shields above, making a protective fire shield surrounding them and defending themselves from the incoming ice bolts. The scene shows Yuxiong looking down as he thinks that the shield has been given by the Monarch of Flames, and says that since he has received the blessings from the Monarch of Frost, he is seeing the flame shield a lot. Yuxiong looks at the army as they all begin to spread in groups, as the commander orders Squad 2 to locate the player. Suddenly, Yuxiong jumps from the hill and descends down flying, as he grins with determination. Before she could land on the ground, Noir appears, and Yuxiong falls on his back, as the army of desert elves appears to fight with the knights. The elves throw arrows at the knights of Squad 2, as they are defending themselves, and one of them says that if the elves are here, they should join the main force once again. But the commander shouts that they need to find the player first, as the arrows are trying to pierce the flame shield. A knight says that the shield cannot be shattered by the arrows of the heretics, but all of a sudden, an arrow shatters the shield and pierces the forehead of that knight. As the elf throws the arrow, he smiles and says that everything is going the same way as the player Yuxiong had said. He then looks at the army and thinks something about the main force of the enemy. The scene shifts to the knights, who are being killed by the shadow spikes, as one of the knights says that they cannot understand why Yuxiong is fighting for the heretics. One of the knights screams, covering his eyes, making him unable to see, as Noir sits on the ground, watching a dark shadow whale eating knights and their horses. Suddenly, an orange, bright light appears, slashing the shadow, as someone screams not to be scared, and Noir stands there still with wide, blank eyes. It is the Dragonheart King Richard and his army on their horses, wearing armored suits and red crimson eyes. They run while slashing bright orange light appearing from their swords, as the king shouts to not be fragile when the god of light is here. As they march forward with red and black flags above their heads, a dark shadow appears from behind them. As the soldier looks back, it is a giant mouth of Noir, ready to eat them, and soon he does, as the sound of crunching comes from his mouth. But all of a sudden, a red sword appears along with King Richard, as he shouts in the name of God of Light. He swipes his sword, making the shadow disappear. He orders to execute the objectors as they all march towards Yuxiong, who is standing in front of them. The soldiers of King Richard shout to obey the order with fiery eyes. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yuxiong smiles nervously. He sees the army rumbling towards him as he backs off, and the ice bolts coming out from his hands scatter here and there aimlessly. He keeps going backward as his sword hangs loose from his hands, and suddenly, a loud explosion of dirt happens. An elf appears from behind Yuxiong as he smiles and tells Yuxiong to keep focusing on the main target. And abruptly, a bunch of elves come out, lunging towards the upcoming army, as they say that they need to kill the heretics, as per Queen Syria's orders, and Yuxiong looks at them with his mouth open. The elves take out their daggers, and their eyes shine red with determination as they smirk. Yuxiong smiles at them as he sighs in relief, saying that the elves are doing a great job as well, as they keep fighting with the soldiers, clanging their swords. Different elves lunge towards their own target of soldiers and fight with determination. And one elf appears behind one soldier and slices his head off with his dagger. The other elf stabs another soldier, and a pool of blood comes out of him, and the other elves do the same and keep attacking them, making the blood splatter all around. The scene then shifts to King Richard watching the scene of the elves killing his soldiers, and then he swings his sword towards one elf, dividing his body into two. Then King Richard turns towards Yuxiong with blood on his face, looking straight in Yuxiong's eyes, who is staring back at him, matching the energy. He then lunges towards King Richard, with swords in both of his hands, as he grins, saying that the war is now getting interesting. He swipes his icy swords, and King Richard comes forward with his flaming one as he calls Yuxiong. As Yuxiong reaches near him, he flies above King Richard's, and he looks up at him, and asks Yuxiong if he knows who he really is. On which Yuxiong smirks and says that he is the enemy, and from him, he is going to get rewards. He then puts his hand on King Richard as he applies the mark of death, thinking that he needs to know if he actually has a dragon heart. Yuxiong gets shocked as the notification appears that applying the dev buff will expose weakness to the target, as his accuracy and evasiveness decrease by 500. King Richard puts his sword above his head as he curses the heretics, and Yuxiong steps backward. And all of a sudden, he stabs his horse, saying that the heretics can never have victory above him. His horse falls down, wheezing, and he steps on it, as the fire spreads in his surroundings. He throws the fire towards Yuxiong, which he dodges with his sword with difficulty, as he says that he cannot believe that the king is still very powerful, even after using the debuff on him. King Richard pulls out his bloodied sword from his horse, as he says that he sacrifices the blood in the name of God. He then rushes forward, praying to God to give him the power to achieve victory over the heretics. Yuxiong looks at King Richard coming towards him, and he orders to swap ice bolts with sword telekinesis. They both lunge towards each other, and their energy bumped with each other's. Yuxiong throws a bunch of swords towards King Richard, and many hands of sanguine chains appear from the ground, reaching towards him, and the elves and the soldiers fighting in the background. The hand reaches and grabs King Richard's face, and in no time, they grab him whole, making the blood splatter all around. Yuxiong lands on the ground, squatting, with one hand on the ground, as he thinks that, most probably due to the blood in the surrounding area, the sanguine chains have become stronger than before. He thinks of using a skill as he spreads his arms, emitting red energy flowing from them. A notification appears that shows that the area of effect skill is selected, as bright energy appears from Yuxiong's hands and spreads across the dead soldiers. Then, Yuxiong, in a nonchalant energy, motions his fingers up and orders them to rise. All of a sudden, the dead, bloodied soldiers start to get up. But, suddenly, King Richard appears with his mask half fallen, as he growls in rage. Yuxiong gets shocked seeing him standing in blood in front of him, as the soldiers stand behind Yuxiong, and King Richard shouts that nobody can make him fall. The king then turns around as something catches his eye, and the skill card of Raise Undead Warriors appears, showing that by using this, the dead warriors will obey the orders from the player. And soon, thorns start to appear from the soldiers' bodies, cracking their armored suits, and the blood splashes everywhere. And then those soldiers rise towards King Richard, and his eyes get wide open seeing them. The soldiers stab King Richard with their horns, as he looks at them with fierce eyes. King Richard then falls on the ground, closing his eyes as he calls for his lord, as blood is all over his face and half-broken mask. King Richard sits on the ground, defeated on his knees with his eyes closed, and his head falling backwards. The notification appears that the aptitude of necromancy is not enough, and the card of Ray's undead warriors is going to be disabled, as the warriors break into pieces behind King Richard. Yuxiong steps towards King Richard, holding his sword above his head, and then swiftly slices his head off, and he gets splashes of blood on his body and face. The scene then shifts to the fortress as the sun sets behind it. Inside the fortress, Yuxiong kneels in front of Queen Syria and shows her a box filled with the head of King Richard. Queen Syria tells him that he is grateful for his work, but for now, they have only defeated 1 king out of 3, and this is only the beginning of the war. Yuxiong nods in agreement with his eyes not looking at Syria and closes the box. The scene shifts to night as the moon's light shines from the arches of the fortress, and Yuxiong stands in front of them, feeling the cool breeze hitting his face. He then sniffs his hand and rubs the dried blood that is on his fingers. He then turns to walk away as he hears the time stop with a creak, and he halts there. Soon, Automata, sitting on her carpet, calls Yuxiong, and he turns slightly. She then shows him a stone, the color of blood, as she tells him that, as he has maxed out his mastery, his ice blades, if he upgrades the shop, he will receive the stone of advancement. Yuxiong then smiles at her and sighs as he tells her that he was waiting for her to show up. He then buys from Automata as the notification appears that he has spent 100,000 achievement points to upgrade the shop, and has spent the same amount of achievement points to purchase the stone of advancement. Another notification appears that he has used another 100,000 achievement points to advance his mastery of ice blades, as the card and the stone combine together. As the image of Monarch of Frost appears on the card, with details of it, with heroic advanced tier, and has the ability to manipulate and harness the magic of Monarch of Frost. With additional effects that can be gained by a player's aptitude in frost magic and by skill levels, players are able to use the card through First Artisan, if they do not have the card in their current deck, and the Glacial Synergy enhancement increases the amount of magic rapidly. The scene changes to the next day, and the sun shines bright in the sky. Yuxiong looks at it, admiring the weather, with an ice ball in his hand. He runs towards the soldiers, slashing their heads off with his sword, and throwing the ice boots with his fingers. He keeps running and killing the soldiers as he says that the weather is perfect today to meet the one who has made them. He asks the soldiers who are frozen with their swords in between the attack if he is saying the right thing. He walks beside the frozen soldiers and smiles, saying that he thinks the leader of these soldiers does not want to show up right now. He then looks at the soldiers, of whom half are in a pool of blood, and the other half are frozen, and says that the men of that leader are dead. Hands in the pockets of his coat, he then walks in between the frozen soldiers, sending icy wind making his coat to follow, as he stares towards a tent with orange and green flags, as he says that after all of this, the leader still has his tent standing intact, and he is nowhere to be seen, so Yuxiong is going to meet him by himself. The scene then shows a flashback of Queen Syria telling Yuxiong that they have some news that Crimson-bred Barbarossa has moved to another campsite last night. She then tells him that he only has a small number of soldiers with him, to which Yuxiong, who is on the ground on his one knee, says that he thinks that Queen's agents are fabulous at their jobs, to which she replies that this news is delivered by humans. Yuxiong looks at Syria with a confused and worried face, as he cannot believe what she is saying, and she explains that these 3 human kings have a long-standing hostility towards one another. Sitting on her throne, talking to Yuxiong, she says that the kings might still be hostile, and even though they do not know who delivered the information, they cannot lose this opportunity. The scene then shows King Crimsonbeard and his army, as she tells him that out of the 3 kings, his army is the most powerful and fierce, and she tells him to take her unit of army as well on this mission. The scene shifts back to the battlefield, as Yuxiong grips the fabric of the tent, thinking that at first he was planning to kill the main target and flee if the situation turned out to be bad. He thinks that the news was right, but he cannot find the king, and then he flips open the fabric door of the tent. He steps inside the tent as ice spreads on the floor. He then sees the Crimson-Beard King sitting on his bed with a bear mug in his hand, and he says that he has finally found him, and inquires as to why he has been hiding there. But all of a sudden, King Crimsonbeard falls from his bed, making the bear mug drop from his hand, making red liquid fly over from it, and Yuxiong looks at the scene in horror. The beer mug rolls towards his feet with the red liquid spilling on the ground, and he looks at it and suddenly realizes something. He walks away from the mug as he recognizes it as poison, which now simmers as it comes to contact with the icy floor. He looks at the collapsed body of Crimsonbeard and starts to laugh in disbelief. Then an elf comes behind him, trying to tell him that the outside area is secure. But he keeps laughing, grabbing his head, as he sarcastically thinks that he does not see this as holy war. The elf comes forward to look at what he is laughing at, and she gets shocked as she asks him if he has been dead all this time. Yuxiong gets flashbacks of his own world, as he thinks that his world is also the same, as people are spreading wars since the first season, and are sending assassins to kill the famous players of other countries. And he thinks about Natasha, and he thinks about the chair of KPA, and thinks that they only prioritize their own country's interests. He then walks and crashes the beer mug with his booty, and curses in disappointment, gritting his teeth and furrowing his eyebrows, as he thinks about whether he has been killed by his own allies. The scene then shifts to the fortress, as Queen Syria gets worried, saying that the information she has received was not a trap. Yuxiong swings his head in disappointment and moves his hands while telling her that his allies really wanted him dead, either by killing him themselves or by him, and Syria stands up, saying that she cannot believe that they did this in the middle of an ongoing war. Yuxiong looks at her and says that he thinks the opponents wanted to kill him in the middle of the war, to get all the honor, and to disable 2 enemy kingdoms. Queen Syria smiles evilly internally and tells Yuxiong to change the target to the High King's army, to which he says that they still have to fight with the surviving arm, those of other kings. Yuxiong smugs slightly as he says sarcastically that the High King must have taken the other armies under his control, because this is a holy war. The scene then switches to night in the battleground, where a soldier is running towards a tent with blue and white flags. He opens the door of the tent and announces to his mates and High King Philip II that the heretics have attacked Crimsonbeard and have killed every soldier under his leadership to complete destruction. The other soldiers get happy, and he then tells the king, who keeps standing with his back towards the soldiers, that they can blame the elves for murdering Crimsonbeard. The High King smiles in satisfaction as he praises his soldiers and says that his army is now going to serve him. He then turns towards his men standing beside the table with chess on it, and says that now that the 2 kings are dead, their soldiers won't have a choice but to join him. To which his soldiers say that he deserves to be the one who will conquer the heretics, and to restore the holiness of the holy city, and his soldiers will be on his side all the time. He then smirks and agrees to his soldiers. He then laughs happily as he moves his chess pieces and says that his purpose is to carry the will of God, as he has seen a message from heaven, and orders his enemies to desire to take revenge on his name. He then orders his soldiers to position the army of Crimsonbeard and the Dragon Heart at the front line, and his soldiers obey his order and kneel in front of him. He then smiles evilly, with a spark in his eyes, as he says that his judgment cannot be doubted, as he has the Lord's angel, as a cross shines on the arm of his armored suit. The details of the surcoat, engraved with a golden cross called Golden Fanaticism, appear to show that during the holy war of interspecies, Seraph has blessed a king with a surcoat who was in danger from an elven ambush and has the effect of slaughtering elves. The scene then moves to a battleground, where Yuxiong is watching from the tower of the fortress, as an army comes towards the fortress. The scene then shows the army of Crimsonbeard and Dragon Heart going towards the fortress, on their horse, with swords and machinery ready. As Yuxiong looks at them, he says that these armies are carrying and raising one identical flag, so it must be the High King's order to use the army as the meat shield, and he thinks that it is the specialty of a swordmaster. The armies approach the fortress, as screams to kill heretics in the name of peace and the god of light. Yuxiong shakes his head as he says that he has read the same chants in his history books, and he wonders how they are going to make peace after killing their enemies. He then looks at an army of elves behind him, thumping, ready to attack the enemy. He then says that he cannot risk anything and takes out a card, Zypher Buff, which has the ability to call upon the Western Wing to enter the fight, and to ensure that the player's army swats gently like a breeze. He uses the buff, which will remain until the tower is conquered by Yuxiong, and he stands in the cold breeze, swinging his hair and coat, and blue energy emanates from his hands. He then moves his hand, and the energy flows forward from his hand. The snow energy then flows towards the upcoming army and surrounds them in it. Then, a Knight of Dragonheart shouts that he can see the player, and it is time to take revenge for their king. The knights lunge forward, ordering them to stand focused during the storm, as the High King appears behind them on his horse, with a fire sword, as his hair flows in the air. High King puts his flaming sword in front of him and prays to the God of Light to grant him victory. As the notification appears that the Monarch of Light has blessed the army of humans, and a bunch of angels appear from the sky, releasing a golden glow, the notification alerts that the faction of Watchers of Light has entered the field of war. High King then puts his sword above his head, and a large amount of fire comes out of it, as the notification shows that the Monarch of Flames has also blessed the army of humans. The army of Crimsonbeard grips their spears of fire in their hand, as they shout and pray for God to watch over them, as the notification appears that the faction of Blazing Demolishers has a significant impact on the battlefield. The scene then shifts to the fortress, where the elves are ready to shoot their arrows, flaming with dark energy, as the Monarch of Shadow blesses them, and the leader of them tells her mates to stand focused as the Goddess of the Shadow is with them. Soon, the faction of the Shadow Council enters the battlefield, sweeping through the soldiers and their weapons. As the Monarch of Frost also blesses the army of elves, a snowstorm of Frost Guardians enters the field. He looks at the war happening. An elf just runs away from an explosion, and he says that if this war is happening at the demands of the gods, he really thinks that these gods are evil. The elves hit the arrows of shadow at the glowing shield of the soldiers of the elves. The gods of shadow, flame, and frost appear laughing in the sky above the ongoing battle. Hearing Yuxiong speaking, Noir, who is sitting on his feet, yawns in boredom and tells him to shut his mouth and to get to work. Yuxiong then jumps from the tower, as a loud explosion happens away from him, and he says that he is also bored with it and wants to finish this as soon as possible. Yuxiong jumps towards the battleground, as an army of 100 shadow puppets with purple eyes and beaks appears on the ground, which are given by the Shadow Council, and orders Yuxiong not to disappoint them. One of the shadow puppets appears flying, and Yuxiong lands on it, and says that these are cool, and the council is being very generous. As he sees 50 factions of Angels of Watchers of Light, which are ranked 9, he says that the enemy also has a good amount of support as backup. As he looks at the angels and puppets coming towards each other, he says that he should let the puppets handle the angels. He then looks sideways at the High King and smirks as he says that he wants to deal with the king. The king with huge wings on his back, flying towards Yuxiong, chants to serve the God of Light. High King swings his sword towards Yuxiong and slashes his puppet as Yuxiong himself dodges the attack. High King smirks at Yuxiong as his hair and coat swing in the air, and his wings reflect the gold light. Yuxiong looks at him, surprised, and sees that his coat is similar to Yuxiong's, and wonders if he is a player as well. High King laughs at Yuxiong and tells him that he is also an idiot, just like the heretics. High King then rushes in his direction, and Yuxiong, sitting on the second puppet, thinks that he is not a player. He gets ready with a sword, as he thinks that the High King is the main owner of golden fanaticism, and says to him that he is too villainous to speak about light all the time. High King then attacks Yuxiong, but he halts the attack with his sword. He stands on the back of the puppet, who throws shadow spikes towards High King, but he steps aside swiftly in the air, and Yuxiong, annoyingly, says that everyone in this game has wings except for him. All of a sudden, he feels something and gets shocked as the notification appears that the Monarch of Shadows has given him the buff of shadow wings. He screams as the puppetry moves away from his feet, and a giant pair of purple wings appears behind him. He looks behind his flapping wings, and he gets sweaty, saying that he did not want the wings in reality, and they look like an accessory from a crappy game. The battle is going on below Yuxiong and High King, as they both are flying above them, and Yuxiong says that the deck that he tuned will become useless if the fight continues in the sky. High King laughs and says that he is going to Yuxiong, being the enemy, and swings his sword. Yuxiong stops his attack with difficulty, as their swords clash with each other, emitting a loud noise and sparks, as they keep fighting with determination. Hai King comes near Yuxiang as their swords cross each other, and he tells Yuxiang that he is having difficulties fighting him, and that is because he disobeyed the god of light. And Yuxiang, being nervous as sweat drips from his face, says that Hai King really likes to obey his god. He then asks him if the god of light also allows poisoning Crimsonbeard, and hearing that, Hai King gets shocked and confused, and behind him appears a bunch of icy swords. He then smirks and says that these are sneaky tricks, and he swings abruptly and cuts all the upcoming swords in half, emitting a loud noise as Yuxiang looks at them flying behind him. As Yuxiang prepares ice bolts, Hai King smirks and says that killing Crimsonbeard was also by God's will. He then rushes and slashes the ice bolts into many pieces, as he says that he has been blessed by the seraphs, and he abruptly turns and, as he thinks it is Yuxiang, he slashes it in half. But in reality, it is an iced figure of Yuxiang, and Yuxiang himself swings behind. As the notification appears that the shield of Seraph has deflected and reflected the attack, Hai King gets shocked by seeing the iced statue of Yuxiang. Hai King then senses something, and he turns slightly, and the notification appears that the shield of Seraph has been destroyed. As Yuxiang successfully stabs his sword in the heart of the Hai King, and blood splatters out of him, Yuxiang smiles and says that after using the wings, he realizes that they hinder between the visions. Suddenly, his swords clash with a bright light. Yuxiang gets shocked as he grounds his teeth, due to a red alert notification showing that the body of the Hai King has been rewarded as a rank 8 Archangel. Yuxiang abruptly steps back as a bright flash of light emerges from Hai King. A loud explosion happens on his body, and Yuxiang shields himself with his wings and covers his eyes with his arms. Suddenly, the pieces of swords come out of the Hai King's body, and a cross appears in his chest, ripping his shirt. He then flies high, extending his arms as a glowing gold ring appears on his head. He then looks at Yuxiang with his bright yellow eyes, and Yuxiang looks back, thinking that even angels can take over bodies. Hai King takes out his new sword of light with Hellfire Blaze, given by the Blazing Demolishers, and a new sword, Cocytus Chill, also appears in Yuxiang's hand, given by the Frost Guardians. As they both start their fight, black clouds start to appear in the sky, as the puppetry and the angels fight in the sky, and humans and elves fight on the ground. Suddenly, a drop of rain falls on the face of a soldier, and he looks above, and soon the rain starts pouring heavily. A light appears between the dark clouds where Yuxiang and Hai King are fighting. Hai King flies backwards as Yuxiang rushes towards him, but he manages to side pass him. Yuxiang grits his teeth in rage and pain as splatters of blood appear on his body. Hai King cuts one of Yuxiang's wings in half and smirks evilly. With one wing, Yuxiang tries to fly in difficulty and falls backward, and Hai King rushes towards him, with a sword inches from his face. Hai King smiles wickedly, and suddenly, Yuxiang screams in rage. All of a sudden, a bunch of show spikes stab Hai King's body, and blood pools out from him. As he keeps falling, a bunch of swords rushes towards him as well. Yuxiang coughs as he feels pain in his throat, and Hai King says his name, as he gets frozen. Yuxiang looks at Hai King falling on the ground, as he stands on his sword with one wing, and a notification appears that he has defeated Hai King, the descendant of Archangel. He then tears his other wing and says that it's unfortunate for the Hai King because he can fight in the air even if he doesn't have wings, and rips off his wing and throws it away. The army on the ground looks at the bright gold light emerging from the dark clouds, and they are shocked as they see Hai King and Yuxiang's wing falling, and they think that it is an angel falling. But as the body gets near the ground, the guards get shocked and run towards the falling body of the Hai King, screaming his name. As the angels of Watchers of the Light also fall from the sky, a notification appears showing that history has been changed, and the cross signs from Yuxiang's coat disappear. The notification shows that due to the change in history, the equipment will change as well. He tugs the sleeves of his coat and looks at them, as another notification appears that he has also accomplished an achievement, and acquired corrupted equipment. He looks at all the notification windows in the rain, as another shows that he has received 100,000 achievement points. As the rain is still falling on the battlefield, the army of elves starts cheering in front of the gate of the fortress. Yuxiang looks ahead of him, with tired eyes, and blood on his neck and body, and he says that he is glad that the war is over. The scene shifts to the real world, and news reporters come rushing towards Yuxiang as he gets startled seeing them. as they report that Yuseong is the first player to conquer a Tier 7 tower in a hard mode. Yuseong puts a hand on his forehead as he thinks that he entered the tower from his room. So how come he is outside here? A female reporter questions him about the disappearance of the cross from his coat, and asks if he has changed the equipment inside the tower, to which Yuseong says that he did change it there. Yuseong stands in front of the reporters as the light of flashes reflects on him, and one of the reporters asks him if he has been conquering towers at an incredible speed this season, and if he wants to share his thoughts on heroic actions. The scene then shows Tisaki emerging from a car in anger and grinding his teeth as he tells his secretary that they have arrived late, and Yuseong keeps finding himself in trouble, to which she replies that Tisaki is being overprotective of Yuseong. As Tisaki moves towards Yuseong, he halts in between as he realizes something, and says that there is something off about Yuseong this time. The scene shifts back to Yuseong as he grabs the mic from the reporter, and every cameraman starts to record him, as he starts speaking that people really love to hear about the heroic deeds, and asks them if they want to hear once again that he is tired of all this. He continues saying that so often he questions himself about the reason for him to save the world, as he thinks sometimes that saving the world does not feel like it is worth the hassle. The reporters' eyes shine with spark and joy, as they are eager to listen to him, as he tells them that he wants to speak his heart out today. And a dark energy appears on him, as he asks them if people like war as well. Hearing that, people get confused and start murmuring why he is talking about war. Yuseong smiles at them, holding a mic, and pushes one mic back, as he explains that he is talking about the war in which castle walls break from molten iron. He speaks further as he explains more horror scenes of war, like arrows flying all over, and intestines being spilled, and the news reporters get horrified by hearing all of this. He then thinks about something and says that he just realized this is the 21st century. He then changes his description of war, as he explains that in this century, the war looks more like missiles being dropped from the sky, bullets making holes in human bodies, and being blasted by fighter jets. He then smirks and says that the spilling of the intestine is possible in both cases. He then asks if people like all war. The reporters start shouting that they do not like wars, and nobody does. And some reporters say that war is terrible, even if they win or lose. Yuseong gets a flashback of a night in the Tower of Holy War, in which Syria tells him that they have taken revenge, but she is now scared of something else. Yuseong and Syria are standing on the balcony with drinks in their hands, as Yuseong asks her the reason for being feared even after winning the war. She looks in the abyss, and hair flows in the air, and the moon shines on her, as she says that this war had a lot of death, and had terrible outcomes, as a scene of elves taking the bodies out of the battlefield appears. She lowers her head as she says that she wonders if all these deaths and the horrible outcome are what their god truly wanted. The scene shifts back to the present, as Yuseong folds his hands and smiles calmly as he says that he agrees with their opinions on war. He then looks at the reporters and says that no normal people like war, and he then asks if they like heroes. Hearing that, reporters get confused as they say that they do like heroes. He then asks them the reason for heroes being called heroes. He then exclaimed and said that heroes are called heroes because they perform in an outstanding way on the battlefield. And then he said that heroes are a byproduct of wars, and asked how people like heroes but not wars. He then says that he thinks that people do like wars, and hearing that, all the reporters get shocked. The reporters start shouting that Yuseong is stating overly simplistic and distorted arguments, and what he is saying is outdated and irrelevant in the modern world. He then repeats, calling it outdated, and sighs as he tells them that people from all around the world sent assassins to kill him in every season. He then puts his hand on his chest, as he says that espionage is considered a form of war as well. Hearing that, the reporters get shocked as they start questioning him about whether he is telling the truth about the assassination attempts on him, as Tisaki comes running from behind, rummaging through the people. Yuseong then blows a raspberry and puts a hand on his mouth as he asks them if they did not know about this, and then continues that this is classified information, as he thinks that he can never keep his mouth closed. The reporter starts asking if he can tell them about who is sending the assassinations, as he says that he cannot reveal anything anymore, and his phone starts buzzing in his pants pockets. Suddenly, a car stops behind the group of news reporters as he starts talking to the people about what they think of wars now, as the phone is still buzzing behind. He then tells them that people are still fighting, even if the world ends tomorrow, as he says that people also need to realize that players are also being used as weapons in the battle. Suddenly, the camera lenses start to freeze, as he keeps saying that the government has asked him to fight the enemies of the nation, instead of the enemies of the world. And in no time, snow starts falling above Yuseong and the reporters, as he says that the government thinks that they are going to survive this season easily without any help from heroes or him. Suddenly, a dark black shadow starts to appear beneath his boots. He looks at the snow and the breeze hitting his face, as he loosens his grip on the mic, and says that he thinks that he should not bother this much to save the world. Tisaki and all the reporters look at him, shocked, as he says that he wants to rephrase his sentence. The scene then shifts to Maria and another girl holding their phone as they listen to a live broadcast of Yuseong as he says that he wonders if the world is worth saving. Maria fidgets with her hand in nervousness. Jorg and Ray are also watching the broadcast and sigh at his words. The scene shifts back to Yuseong as one reporter holds his hand up and says that the world is worth saving, and Yuseong asks him the reason for it. The reporter then says that it is worth saving because innocent people have the right to live in this world, and other reporters agree with the previous as they say that it is our duty to save the world, and nobody should neglect their duties. The dark energy starts to rise behind Yuseong, and he sighs as he hears about how the Hero King also should do his duty. All of a sudden, the image of Yuesong's look-alike appears, and his words about being a hero and a villain on the wish of oneself. He smiles as he says that he is only joking, and they don't have to take his words seriously, and all of a sudden, Tisaki calls his name. He suddenly appears and grabs his hand, jerking him towards him. Tisaki, with a worried expression, orders him to go with him. He takes Yuseong out of the crowd as he shows his intelligence department that he is from the police, and to get out of the way. Yuseong then suddenly flips his head, as he tells the camera that whoever is watching him should know that they should not argue with him about his duties. He then sits in the car, and still he is talking, as he says that nobody wants to know what his conviction can make him do. And someone from the crowd shouts to capture whatever he is saying, and someone tells him to stop, as guards try to stop the reporters from moving further. As the car speeds away, the notification appears that the Monarch of Jester is pleased, and the Monarch of War has granted him the blessing of the God of War. The scene changes to a car as Tisaki drives and tells someone on the call to take care of everything on his behalf, as Yuseong sits in the back of the car, looking out of the window, as notification screens appear in front of him. As another notification appears that the Monarch of the Parallel World is laughing, and has granted him the blessing of Tracking Talisman. Yuseong looks at the card. The detail of the blessing appears that this is a legendary accessory, and has the effect of applying snitch against the enemy, but it shows that this charm has a noise, and only the wearer can hear the voice, and Yuseong closes his eyes. The scene then shifts to the house, as the news keeps blasting about Yuseong and the assassination attempts on him. Tisaki, wearing an undershirt and a towel on his shoulder, pops a beer bottle. Tisaki sits besieged by Yuseong and laughs as he turns off the news and asks Yuseong if he is listening to the news because he has realized that he had one too many this time. Yuseong looks at him, confused, as sweat drips from his face, and he tells him that he thought that Tisaki was going to be mad. But Tisaki replies that he is absolutely not mad at him. He then pats his head and tells him that he understands that Yuseong works hard, and that is why he can understand him, as it is hard for Yuseong, and nobody else besides him can truly understand Yuseong. Hearing that, Yuseong smiles and sighs in relief. Yuseong then starts to tell him something about Maria, and Tisaki says that he does not think that she is that good, but in his mind, he thinks that Yuseong should get a hold of himself. Yuseong laughs and gives his thanks to Tisaki, and Tisaki accepts that and drinks his beer. Yuseong then asks about Tisaki's current class, and he tells him that he is in a pure-blood assassin class. Yuseong then asks him if, as he has completed the awakening, he has anything good, and Tisaki smiles, as his surroundings start emitting red energy. Suddenly, he appears in a red suit, and a red dagger called Heartbreaker, a legendary dagger, in his hand, as he shows it to Yuseong and tells him that he has found a good one. He then asks proudly that he has heard that Yuseong has managed to corrupt a legendary gear, and Yuseong sheepishly says that he has done it, as he scratches his neck. As Tisaki turns back to his normal clothes, he tells Yuseong that he might hurt himself the way he is working, and tells him to get fresh air, and as he says that a Tier 7 tower is going to be amazing for both of them, they enter the tower. The details of the Tower of Godfather and the Underworld appears, as it shows that it is a story format, as it has tensions and conflicts between the gangs, and the objective is to bring the Capone family back to its former glory. Going through the notifications, Tisaki warns Yuseong to be prepared as he smiles, and Yuseong gets a little surprised. Tisaki then looks at Yuseong with red eyes as he tells him that the journey ahead is fraught with disputes, struggles, and general wickedness. Yuseong winks at him and puts his hand in the pocket of his pants as he says that he thinks he is going into a film noir movie. The scene shifts to a dark night and pouring rain in a quiet alley of the tower. With street lamps on, a girl named Rebecca is standing with an umbrella in her hand as she gives a metallic object to a guy hiding in the alley and tells him that he only has time until the end of the summit. The guy takes the metallic object and agrees with the deal, and Rebecca warns him that they are doing everything, and then they both say in unison that they are doing it for the summit's peace. Rebecca opens her pocket watch, which shows the time has stopped at 4 a.m., and she realizes that it has been broken. She stands under the roof of a house as the rain is still pouring, and she thinks that this watch was a gift from her godfather, so she is sad that it is broken. She then hears someone complaining about the pouring rain, and when she looks, it's Tisaki and Yuseong. Yuseong is trying to protect his hair with one hand and is protecting Tisaki's hair with the other as he tells him to wear his hoodie to protect the hair. And Tisaki annoyingly wears the hoodie as he complains that the tower had put them outside in this rain. Rebecca looks at them nervously as sweat drips from her face and thinks about whether they are the people she thinks they are. She then runs towards them, calling the Elatrangers, asking for help, as she says that this city is called Black York City, and her family, the Capone family, is in danger, and both Yuseong and Tisaki wonder why she is calling them Elatrangers, and if in this tower players are called by this name. She beams with happiness as one of them tells her that they are experts at working in dangerous situations, and she asks them to come inside, as she will make the boss meet them. They both follow her inside, and Tisaki tries to look around at everything as she explains about the city. She explains that this city is ruled by 5 families, which are from the underworld: Falcone, Gambino, Sanchez, Capone, and Collio, and a summit is planned for 3 days from now to discuss who is going to own several important businesses. She further discloses that her godfather was the boss of the Capone family. However, he was murdered along with multiple executive members. Yuseong gives a side eye after hearing the word godfather, and he asks about what she means. The girl puts her hand on her chest and calmly tells him that she was previously an orphan child who spent time roaming the hidden valleys of the city. She has a flashback where she has a glass protection around her, and she is sitting inside it, scared as some goons are trying to break the glass as they want her, and she explains that she fortunately acquired a new ability, but it was not very practical. As she thinks about her godfather killing the goons, she smiles and tells them that her godfather was her savior, and he has adopted her, and since then, her life has changed. Yuseong, looking bored, peeks over at Tisaki, going through the system windows. They reach in front of the food as she says that now she is going to explain the present. As she opens the door, she says very sadly that in the assassination attack, she could only manage to rescue the son of her godfather, and he is the current boss of the family. Tisaki listens to this in shock, while Yuseong keeps his calm. In the room, a picture of an old man with a cigar in his mouth appears above a desk, and a voice that welcomes the Elatrangers and introduces himself as the president of Capone Enterprises. Then the chair between the picture and the desk turns, and the boy says that he is also the boss of the family. Seeing a young boy in the chair, Yuseong gets a little shocked, and Tisaki joyfully snaps his finger as he asks if this little boy is the boss. The boy gets angry hearing that, as he points his finger towards Tisaki and shouts in rage that he is Vito Capone and not a little boy, but the legitimate heir and the head of the Capone family. Rebecca abruptly comes in between nervously, as she smiles, trying to calm down Vito, and tells him that the Elatrangers do not have the ability to judge people, and Vito has a very charismatic personality, and Tisaki gets shocked hearing that, as he asks what she is trying to say. Vito then smiles sheepishly and puts his hand on his mouth as he says that Rebecca is right about everything, and tells them, as they do not have much time, they should get to the point, and asks Rebecca to start the procedure. Rebecca sighs in tiredness, and she obeys the orders, and both Tisaki and Yuseong look at the scene in surprise. Yuseong looks sideways as if he is thinking about something. A while later, everyone sits on couches, and tea gets served as Rebecca speaks, saying that they all want the Capone family back to its glory. She explains to Yuseong and Tisaki, sitting in front of her, and Vito, sitting on her right, that they have to take control of the business as much as they can at the summit. She further says that they also have to take out the murderers of the boss and the executives, along with the mastermind behind it. As she speaks, Yuseong looks at Vito, who is sitting nervously, fidgeting with his hands. Yuseong asks Rebecca if they have any suspicion about someone, and Rebecca puts her hands on the table, as she says that they think that it is one of the bosses of the other 4 families of the city. She shows pictures of every boss of the families, and says that there is a possibility that they're all working together. And she says that the main suspect of the murder is the boss of Gambino, as he does not have a fixed position in the organization, so he tries to declare war every now and then. Yuseong goes through every picture, tries to keep the faces in his mind. Yuseong then puts a picture of Gambino's boss on the table and taps the picture, as he says that if it is okay to kill them all, and Vito, sitting beside him, sits straight, and he starts flinching nervously, as he curls his fists and pierces his lips tightly together. Rebecca nods in agreement, as she says that killing all of them is also an option, because they are all going to be on the target for elimination. Yuseong then diverts his attention to Vito and his behavior. He tells Rebecca that he thinks that Vito has some disagreement on this matter. Rebecca asks Vito if this is the matter, and she gets scared. He starts stuttering and says that he does not disagree. He sits back down, sighs, and explains that his family has always been powerful, but the power was greatest when his father was ruling, and for 20 years, Rebecca has witnessed how his father has achieved all of this. As he says, Rebecca knows better, so he will never disagree with what she orders, and Rebecca smiles and puts a hand on his mouth. Yuseong looks at him as if he is an idiot, and tells him that he is the one who is the boss, and not Rebecca, and Vito gets nervous, as he says that he does not know everything like Rebecca does. Then Yuseong asks if he also wants to kill all of them, and Vito gets scared and nervous, as he scratches the back of his neck, saying that he would like to keep things as they are right now, because he thinks that his father would have done the same. He slightly looks above at Rebecca nervously, as sweat drips from his face, and he asks her if this is going to be all right. Rebecca smiles with her eyes squinting, as if she is beaming on the answer, as he tells him that they can do this, because Vito is very kind. A while later, Tisaki and Yuseong walk on the street, as Tisaki stretches his body and says that this conflict is among the 5 families, and tells Yuseong that they should kill Koleos first of all, because they are very close to here. Hearing that, Yuseong chuckles and tells him that he looks like a famous villain. Tisaki smiles at him and taps his arm as he says that this is the best time to become a villain, and to keep in mind that this world is a game. The scene then changes to Tisaki and Yuseong crashing through the roof of the house, breaking it into pieces, with their weapons in their hands, and smiling proudly. Seeing that, a bunch of guards came, pointing their guns towards them, asking about them, and telling them that they were crossing the Kaleo family's boundaries. But Tisaki and Yuseong do not say anything. Instead, they start to kill all the guards, as Tisaki stabs them, making a pool of blood, and Yuseong freezes them with his sword. Tisaki, with a smile on his face, wearing the red hoodie, tells the guards to surrender, and whoever gives him the information will be set free. The other remaining guards, still pointing their guns, tell him that they are never going to give any information, and the other guard curses them. Tisaki says that he does not mind killing them, and he lunges towards them, slashing, as Yuseong stands there, making the room freeze with his sword. After freezing the men in front of Yuseong, he looks at Tisaki, and killing everyone, he says that Tisaki is definitely in full energy today. All of a sudden, a man holding 2 big guns in his hands enters with other men holding pistols, as he kicks the drum, shouting, telling them that they are cowards because they have attacked right before the summit. Seeing that, Tisaki grabs one of the men's collars and asks him if that man is Kaleo, and he replies, saying that their boss will never show up for people like Tisaki. After hearing his answer, Tisaki throws the guard to the men who have just entered, and he tells Yuseong that he should stay here and let him do the work. Yuseong looks back at him in surprise and says that he wants to come with him. As the guards open fire at them, Tisaki makes a red shield for protection, as he smiles and tells Yuseong that he is here to take a break, so Tisaki will handle everything. Yuseong gets a little surprised hearing that, and then starts chuckling. He then says that he will clear the path for Tisaki and throws ice bolts. And he keeps the guards away by keeping a wall of ice in front of them. And Tisaki zooms out, as he says that he wants to kill all of the bosses. As Yuseong keeps the surroundings freezing, a pair of boots appears at the top, looking down at Yuseong, not saying anything, and he steps back. And then he takes a flight with his black wings, as the buildings get surrounded by a murder of crows, as Tisaki beats the boss of Kallio, making his blood splatter on the window. A wing appears on it, which catches Tisaki's attention. With blood on his face and eyes shining bright, he wonders if he has seen something as a black feather falls down. Suddenly, Yuseong stops at what he is doing as he sees something. He looks at the window, where the crows are sitting, looking at him with their crimson red eyes. The bodies of the guards fell on the floor, with a pool of blood and melted ice, as Yuseong grabs a feather and thinks that he does not like the vibe of it. And there is definitely something here that they do not know about. The scene then shows hundreds of crows flying over a building, and the same person who is looking at Yuseong flies above with yellow feathers and red jewels on his head. The scene shifts, and the symbols of all 5 families are intact, except for the Kallio's, which is broken, due to Tisaki already targeting its boss the previous day. As the new target is the Gambino family, Tisaki enters the building with a loud explosion, as Yuseong says that Tisaki is going to destroy this whole city. He looks at the building, as explosions are happening in there, making the building shake and crumble, and he gets slightly nervous, wondering what he is doing in the building, and says that he is seeing Tisaki this seriously after a long time. After a while, Yuseong sits on the roof of the building, as he sees black shadows eating people, and he says that he gets it now, because even he would not want Tisaki to see this, as Noir sits on his lap, getting pats from him. He then lifts Noir up and tells him that he is a good boy who eats everything, and Noir yawns and tells him that he is being lazy, and Yuseong laughs, saying that he is on a break. The scene changes to a diner, where Yuseong is eating a burger, and Tisaki is eating a wrap, and he calls Yuseong fat, as he has been eating only a cheeseburger since they came here, and asks him if he is not tired of eating the same thing. Yuseong puts a hand on his mouth, which has crumbles of burger on it, as he says that this place has very delicious cheeseburgers, so he wants to eat as many as he can while they are here. The scene then shows them eating through the window, as Tisaki tells him that he can find something better than this, and Yuseong says that he does not want to disappoint himself by eating something bad during his break from work. Yuseong asks Tisaki if Gambino has said anything, and Tisaki folds his hands in front of his mouth, creating suspense, and Yuseong gulps his food nervously. Tisaki finally says that Gambino did not know anything. Yuseong starts eating again, looks at Tisaki unimpressed, and tells him that Tisaki told him that he is going to take care of everything, and Tisaki says that he needs to try to help him, that Gambino is not going to create any trouble during the summit. The scene then shifts to Gambino with a phone to his ear and a cigar in his mouth as smoke surrounds him. As he dials the number on the telephone, he says that they are not answering. He grits his teeth, with a dried, bloodied mouth, squeezing his cigar, as he says the names of Sanchez and Falcone. He then throws the phone, breaking it into pieces, as he curses, saying that he is afraid that if these two team up to finish Capone, a dead body of a man is lying on a table behind him, with blood all over the room. He then coughs and spits blood from his mouth on his hand. He looks at the bloodied hand and thinks it is all because of Tisaki. As he gets a flashback of Tisaki killing every man in the room except Gambino, he grabs his collar and gives him threats that he only has 72 hours before his heart and the blood in it will become tangled and explode unless he releases the pressure points in his chest. He smirks and shows his 2 fingers and asks him if he is getting what he means. Gambino, sitting on the ground, replies that his family is not going to take part in the summit and the bidding war and says that his family is also going to help in finding the mastermind behind the killing of Capone. Tisaki taps on Gambino's forehead as he tells him that he thinks that he is an intelligent man, so he is going to spare him. He then starts walking between the corpses of men as he waves goodbye to Gambino. The scene shifts back to Gambino, who is panting for breath as he gets angrier. Then he curses and breaks his cigar between his teeth with a loud crunch. The scene changes back to the diner, and Yuseong eats ice, making a loud crunching noise, as he asks if they have any information. Tisaki moves towards him and taps on his head. and Yuseong closes his eyes as Tisaki tells him not to eat ice, as it is bad for the teeth. Yuseong then sips the drink from the straw, as Tisaki looks out the window, and says that they are going to find out at the summit. Tisaki then puts his arm on the seat of the sofa, as he says that he has a feeling that there are more than 5 families. The scene then changes to sunset time, and crows surround a building, as some of them fly above it, and some sit on the roof as they scream. And down on the road, it is Gambino coming out of his car with guards beside him. The scene then shows the inside of a hotel, in which Vito is nervously sitting at a table between Gambino and Marcellus Collio, and behind each of them are their secretaries. Collio, who is covered in a bandage and only showing one eye, says that other people are very late, and Gambino grinds his teeth as he says that they lack the other 2 persons. Vito squeezes his hand in rage and says that Sanchez and Falcone are missing, so they are the ones behind the murder of his father. Hearing that, Rebecca whispers in his ear that he needs to wait a little more, because it is very early to make a conclusion, and Vito sighs, saying that Rebecca is right, and Rebecca smiles, hearing that. All of a sudden, a man comes running, opening the door in a hurry as he screams for his boss, saying that he needs to hear this, and Collio turns his head slightly. The scene then shows Tisaki and Yuseong sitting at a table beside the table of the 3 bosses, as they hear Collio getting shocked at hearing what the man is saying, as Yuseong is eating his burger. They hear the man saying that Sanchez and Falcone are also killed, and Yuseong looks at them, surprised, as he says that there must be another opponent of theirs. Tisaki puts his head on his hand, as he says that he knew the family was weak, and Yuseong starts eating his burger once again, as he says that he thought he had gotten stronger, and Tisaki replies that he saw Yuseong getting confused all this time. All of a sudden, the light in the room goes out, and the room gets filled with darkness, as everyone is surprised. Abruptly, a spotlight appears on the stage, and Nightcrow appears with black wings, as crows surrounding him, and the guards of the family take out their guns. He then turns around, hiding his body with his wings and eyes with a beaked mask, as he welcomes everyone, calling them nasty pests that destroy the city, and says that these are the people who stand with the corrupt politicians and take advantage of the poor by controlling the unions. All the bosses get surprised and angry listening to him, especially Vito, as he puts his hands on the table in rage, but Rebecca holds him by his shoulder. She then points at everyone and says that they take everything by force and blackmail people without any reason. He curses them and says that they disturb the peace of this city. He then removes her wings from his body, as he shouts by extending his hands, saying that he has revealed every sin, as a bunch of crows spread in the room. His eyes are bloodshot red in the mask as he screams that he is going to bring justice to everyone. All of a sudden, all the crows start attacking the people. As a crow plucks the skin off of Vito's hand and attacks his cheek, he screams in rage, asking if she is the one who has killed Falcone and Sanchez. He steps forward in his high-heeled boots, with an axe behind them, as he says that those 2 deserve to die, so did Vito's father. He then opens his wing and puts a mask covering his whole face, as he says that he also deserves the same death. As he lunges towards Vito, saying that he is the byproduct of his father, a bunch of feathers starts to come out of his wings, with sharp, pointy ends. Abruptly, Rebecca comes in front of Vito, making a shield in front of them, as the feathers clang with the shield, and she tells the scared Vito to stay behind her. Nightcrow gets surprised as Vito screams and tells Rebecca that Nightcrow has killed his father, and she says that she has heard him saying that. And Nightcrow gets a flashback of Rebecca giving him the metallic object, and him saying that everyone will pay for what they did. The scene gets back to the present, where Nightcrow is zooming forward as he curses, and a red alert appears, saying that the anti-hero Nightcrow is going to swerve justice. Suddenly, Yuseong appears, saying that there are a lot of people in this world who deserve to die. He throws ice bolts, making all the crows frozen, and Noir spreads the shadows all over and opens his mouth towards Nightcrow. Noir appears at the shoulder of Yuseong, smiling evilly, as Yuseong pats him with a feather in his hand, and he smirks, saying that the Nightcrow is the actual enemy. Noir tries to eat the Nightcrow, but he steps back, avoiding the attack, and Noir does it the second time, but Nightcrow dodges it and flies away. Nightcrow clicks his tongue, irritated as the fight gets tougher, and sweat drips from his face. He flies backward as a bright light appears, slashing through the shadows of Noir, and Noir screams for Yuseong that it is hurting him, and Yuxiang thinks that he should feed something better to Noir, as he is getting weak, as he approaches the wings of Nightcrow. He then grabs his wing and points his index finger to his head, as Nightcrow startles, confused. Yuxiang then forms a gun with his fingers, aiming as he says bang motions with his finger. He applies the keyword of death, as a skull appears on the head of Nightcrow, and the notification appears that by applying a debuff, it will expose weakness to the target, and the accuracy and evasiveness have been decreased by 1000. As Yuxiang let go of his wing, he applies the word snitch, and Nightcrow falls backward, as the dagger falls from his hand. Suddenly, a small bird of tracking talisman Talateller appears chirping loudly, as the notification appears that shows that this bird can be used on a target, opens their system window, and applies a single stack of the expose weakness debuff. As it starts chirping the name of Nightcrow, it screams that the feathers from his wings are very sharp, and are hiding a large amount of explosives, and warns him to be careful. Yuxiang looks at it, startled, and thinks that this is how it works. Suddenly, Nightcrow appears and stabs his hand in Yuxiang's chest, making it splatter dark shadows all over. But the real Yuxiang looks at him from behind, putting his hand in his pocket as dark shadows surround him. All other people are fighting with the crows, as Yuxiang laughs and says that Nightcrow is not the hero, but the terrorist in a hero figure, and Nightcrow looks at his trembling hand, as he realizes that Yuxiang is a Elatranger, because he has the ability to weaken his enemy. Nightcrow gets annoyed, and he puts his fingers in his mouth and lets out a loud whistle to alert his crows. All the crows get alerted by the whistle, as their eyes flash red. All of a sudden, multiple loud explosions start happening as everyone runs for their lives, and Rebecca is still protecting Vito with her protection shield. Tisaki kills a crow with his dagger, as he grinds his teeth in annoyance, as in the background, Vito also tries to kill the crows. Tisaki then turns around, as he is looking at the crows, trying to catch his breath. He says that the crows are outnumbering the people. He then looks at Yuxiang, who is fighting with the Nightcrow, and he shouts at him that Yuxiang is playing his role, and he is here fighting with the crows. Yuxiang turns around, but still pointing his sword at the Nightcrow, as he says that Tisaki said that he is going to take care of the bosses, and Nightcrow is the hero who needs to be saved by the bosses. And Nightcrow gets nervous as he realizes that there are 2 players. Tisaki gets annoyed at him, as the guards open fire at the murder of crows, and Yuxiang says that Tisaki is better at saving people than he is, and Tisaki gets more annoyed as he says that this is a disrespect towards the pureblood assassin like him. Yuxiang runs towards Nightcrow with his icy eyes, as he says that he is also an expert in killing people. Nightcrow fights with difficulty against Yuxiang, who is calmly swinging his sword. Suddenly, Nightcrow screams in annoyance, as he asks Yuxiang if he is a Elatranger, who is supposed to protect the world, and here he is siding with the corrupt people. Yuxiang gets confused as he asks what he means by protecting the world, still pointing the sword towards Nightcrow, who is holding the dagger in his hand. Nightcrow tries to stand straight, as he grabs his chest with one hand and a pillar with the other. He says that he cannot understand what they had told him, and says that the bosses are evil, especially the Capone's family, as they have killed his family. He gets a flashback of guards taking him out of the room as he screams, and one of the bosses looks at him evilly, as he continues saying that the Capone family was also declared not guilty in the court due to them bribing every power in the city. He screams in rage, as he says that every other power is scared of the Capone family and never asks for retaliation. He screams again, trying to explain to Yuxiang that this city is getting dirty, and that is why they are taking the law into their own hands, as Yuxiang listens to him calmly with his sword down, as the firing is still going on in the background. Yuxiang looks at him like he is not impressed, as Nightcrow says that it is not too late right now. He walks towards Yuxiang, as dirt flies all over, and he asks him to join them instead of the bosses. As soon as he reaches Yuxiang, a bunch of shadow spikes stab into his body, making the blood ooze out from him as his legs get wobbly, not enabling him to finish the sentence he was about to say for the peace of the city. He falls on his knees, spitting blood from his mouth, and Yuxiang scratches his ear as he tells him that he has been blabbering so much all this time. He then steps forward over the blood on the ground. He removes the mask from his face, as he says that he does not like anyone who wears a mask and tries to cover themselves. Seeing his face, Yuxiang gets shocked as he looks at Nightcrow, smirking, trying to put his hand in his jacket, as Yuxiang thinks that he is a kid. Nightcrow then grabs the shirt of Yuseong and screams in his face to not underestimate the justice they want, as he grips the switch in his hand tightly. He then clicks the switch, and a loud explosion happens, and Yuseong gets shocked, as he asks what Nightcrow has done. Nightcrow sits on the ground, laughing, still gravitating on the shirt of Yuseong, as he says that a woman has told him that the summit was going to be in this place, and so he has planted various explosions in the building. Another explosion happens as Nightcrow lets go of Yuseong's shirt, telling him that he is going to see him very soon. Yuseong tries to hold Nightcrow's hand, but Tisaki dashes from behind on the back of Noir, grabbing Yuseong's arm. But Noir grabs him from his mouth by his jacket, taking Tisaki, Vito, and Rebecca with him. Noir then jumps out from the building, as another explosion happens inside, with Yuseong still in his mouth, and Tisaki, Vito, and Rebecca still on him, trying not to fall. The scene then shows a bunch of crows looking at another explosion at the building, and many crows flying in the sky. A few days later, the city gets eerily quiet as dust particles fly over with the wind. The scene then shifts to Capone's house, as Yuseong and Tisaki are standing in front of Rebecca, who is thanking them for staying loyal to them till the end. She continued saying that most of the businesses that were at the summit are not in the care of the Capone family, and it all happened because of the players. Tisaki looks at her like he is not impressed, and Yuseong smiles calmly as he says that Vito is alive, and the Capone family also has most of the business. It all happened just like Rebecca wanted, and she agrees and tells them that they have done their work. Yuseong then looks at her with the corner of his eye as he says that he has one last question. He then throws a bunch of swords towards her, which all gather around her neck, as he asks if all of this was Rebecca's plan. One sword gets too close to her neck, masking the blood dripping from her neck, as she asks why does all this matter to Yuseong. He shrugs and says that his mission was to kill every opponent of the Capone family, and Tisaki stands behind him, looking at the scene. As a flashback, a hand appears that is feeding the crows above the broken picture of the boss of the Capone family, as Yuseong says that Rebecca was the one who had killed the Capone family's executive member, and she is the one who has asked Nightcrow to kill the bosses, and Rebecca asks if he has any proof to prove his statement. Yuseong pulls out a feather and says that Nightcrow has told him that Rebecca is the one who has sold the Capone family. As he gets a flashback of Nightcrow with a bloodied mouth and red eyes, he says that he is going to see Rebecca, the traitor, in hell. He lets go of the feather, as he says that by killing the families, and by putting Vito in the leadership position, who is a child and agrees with whatever Rebecca tells him, and says that she has automatically become the ruler of Black York. Hearing that, Rebecca only smiles, with swords still pointing towards her. Yuseong points at her and says that he thinks that she is also an opponent of the Capone family, and Tisaki nods in agreement, and Rebecca replies that she is not. She then smiles proudly as she says that she did everything for Vito. She gets a flashback of Vito as a child, playing with her, as she says that he is too naive and kind for this world, and she has simply gotten rid of the godfather who has forced him to be the successor, and she has also removed all external threats. She makes a shield surrounding her, breaking the swords, as she says she did everything to protect Vito from this cruel world. She then tells them that she did everything that a guardian would do, and Yuseong gets confused, and Tisaki gets unimpressed. Yuseong looks at her like she is an idiot as he says that she had killed the one who had saved her, to get control of this city, using Vito as her puppet. Abruptly, Tisaki comes forward and says that she is not the guardian, and Yuseong looks at him. He then says that Rebecca has made Vito helpless, so she can get all the benefits. Rebecca laughs from inside her shield, as she says that less Elatrangers cannot judge her. Abruptly, Vito opens the door, looking at the scene in front of him, and Tisaki points his hand towards Vito, asking if he can judge her, and Rebecca gets shocked. She calls Vito nervously, as sweat drips from her face, and the shield starts to crack. Vito appears crying, saying that it was Schur who had killed her father. Rebecca screams in pain, trying to explain to him, as a red energy emits from Vito's hand, breaks the shield, and lifts Rebecca from the ground, as Vito says that she was always right. He crashes the energy in his hand, as he takes out a pistol and smiles in sadness while still crying, and says that the world is actually very cruel, and then shoots Rebecca. As the notification window shows that the objective of eliminating the families is complete, as well as securing the business between the families. Another notification appears that they have successfully conquered the Tower of Godfather and the underworld. The scene shifts back to the real world, as Yuseong and Teseki walk on the side of the road cracking his neck, as he says that he wanted to be like the main character of the noir film, and Yuseong with hands in his pockets says that he is not the main character and the film was more like a superhero genre than a noir film. And he continues saying that he is feeling nice that there is no news reporter today. Tieki smiles and says that they should do fun like this often, but suddenly his secretary comes running as she shouts that there is something wrong. Both Yuseong and Taseski look at her as she says that there is one Tier 5 tower in the center of Seoul. She continues saying that the tower is about to have a tower break, and hearing that Yuseong gets nervously shocked, Tiseki shouts in disbelief. Yuseong gets sweaty as darkness surrounds him. The scene shifts to a flashback showing that a group of players from the association has attempted to clear this particular tower. But unfortunately, it was an unsuccessful attempt, and the group managed to pull out. The scene shows the group, and a man grabbing the cloak of a boy, screaming at his face, asking what will happen now. He screams more at him, saying that this is an unsuccessful attempt to make everyone get -3 points, and they are going to be demoted, as other people from the group look at the fight in concern. The guy says that they can fix this situation, but the man screams back at him, asking how they are going to fix it, making him flinch in fear. He then says that they need to clear this in hard mode, and everyone looks at him in shock, asking if he is serious about this suggestion. The guy says that they all had to work harder than they wanted to be here, and if they do not clear this tower, they are going to be the puppets of the association once again, and if everyone wants that. And the other group members say in unison that they do not want that again, and Yuseong says that they have to remove the -3 points by doing whatever is necessary. As the guy goes through the system window, everyone gets scared, as they say that they have to clear the tower in hard mode, which is going to be extra difficult for them, and they enter the tower, and this time, they did the absolute destruction. The scene shifts back to the present, as Tiseki's car is speeding down the road. Inside the car, Yuseong taps on the box in his lap. As he says that he has heard that the point system of association was difficult, he gets sad, and says that this is wrong. As the reflection of Yuseong on the car's window appears, the details of the tower's breaks show up, explaining that during the initial 2 seasons, failure was common but is rare nowadays, as the scene shows a dragon eating a human. Yuseong then explains that the consequences of the tower's collapse were severe, as the scene shows the funeral of his parents, and he says that he has lost everything that was dear to him. The scene then shows Yuseong getting console by Tiseki as he cries, and he explains that things were different before he became the player and after. As the car runs on the street, a police siren screams from the car. Yuseong takes out all his cards and orders to open all the cards that are unclaimed. His data in the system shows that he has Ring of Power, Legendary Tracking Talisman, Taliteller, and a rare Bracelet of Wind, while his coat also shows up in there, as he says that his setup is not that bad. The details show that the surcoat has lost the cross and now has -900 defense, and the Dark Shroud can be used while wearing this. And the detail of Dark Shrouds reads that it expands the player's shadow to create the Shroud of Darkness, and the other players surrounding the shroud will receive a debuff. He swipes his cards, the Bracelet of Wind and the Bracelet of Abomination, as he says that he cannot take any risk. Then he puts the card on the system's window and changes Sanguine Chains to Charlotte's Web. The scene then shifts to people standing near the tower, as the red alert appears, showing that the tower break is near, and to be prepared for the attacks of monsters, as the secretary of Tiseki tells him that they have reached the point. Then Yuseong appears from the car, as everyone starts shouting that Hero King is here, and he steps forward and looks at the tower above. A swirl of energy portal appears in the sky, and people standing beneath it with armored suits and weapons in their hands, as they shout that the Hero King is here. And one of the men says that they are going to be safe, and one person from the crowd thanks the god. All of a sudden, the swirl of the portal starts to emit red energy as rocks surround it, and a shiny flash appears in the sky, making it all red, as everyone screams in shock and fear. The red alert appears, starting the countdown of the tower's break, and people start to tighten their grip on their weapons, alerting everyone to be ready. As the countdown reaches 8, Yuseong taps one of the guy's shoulders, and he looks at Yuseong in confusion. The countdown reaches 6, as he says that he is going to state some categories, and if someone does not come under them, they should get out of here. The countdown reaches 5 and 4, as he says the first category is someone who is going to get killed by Yuxiang's skills, as the dark shroud spreads around him. The countdown reaches 3 as he says the second category of anyone who is not fast enough and cannot keep up with Yuxiang's pace. The countdown reaches 2, and he says the third category, and when it reaches 1, he smirks and says that anyone besides him. As soon as the countdown reaches 0, a dragon appears, roaring, with other beasts, and the dark shrouds throw people away from the area. A bunch of monsters, like a giant lizard, a horseman, a dragon, and a giant rhinoceros, run on the street. But soon the black shroud appears, slashing the heads of the dragon, and stabbing at the wolf and green monsters' chests. Yuxiang lunges towards the dragon, stabbing its throat by putting his sword inside its throat. He says that there are all sorts of monsters, like lizardmen and orcs. He looks back and sees a giant red bubble, getting killed by dark shrouds, as he says that he does not even know what kind of monster that is. Yuxiang kills a dragon on the bridge and lunges towards the lizardman, as he thinks that, due to the name of the tower, the players have fought with the people inside. He slashes the head off of a dragon, making the blood splatter out, as he thinks that these monsters are not related to this tower, as helicopters roam in the sky. Yuxiang gets angry as he tries to think where the monsters are actually coming from. A news reporter appears on the helicopter as he tries to capture Yuxiang fighting with an orc, as he tells the people watching the live broadcast that the Hero King is doing all the work alone against the tower break of the Tier 5 hard mode tower. The reporter continues that there are many controversies around Yuxiang, but he has powerful skills, as red energy starts buzzing in the sky. A notification appears that reads to entertain them more, as another notification appears that the Monarch of the Abyss has summoned the deepest darkness from within, and all the surrounding stars start to turn red and black. The reporter shows the surroundings and says that the color is changing, and this color indicates that an abyssal monster is about to come. As the helicopter flies away, he says that it is rare to see an abyssal monster from a Tier 5 tower. Yuxiang appears as he slashes the redness with his sword, as he says that the reporter is really dedicated to what he is doing. He then looks behind in anger as he tells them to go away, or he is going to feed him to the monster. Yuxiang ruins on the stairs made of ice in the sky, with a sword in his hands, as he says that he thinks that the monarch has summoned the monster, and the helicopter is still circling behind him. Suddenly, a loud explosion happens, and Yuxiang puts his arm on his face, and a red alert appears that the abyssal slime monster has appeared. He motions his hand to gather ice bolts, as he smirks and says that's good for him. Yuxiang, standing on the stairs, throws ice bolts towards the monster, which attacks him, but does not get the work done. Soon, Yuxiang lands on the ground with a loud thump as he crouches, and as Noir eats the monster, Yuxiang says that this is not enough to kill the monster. Yuxiang then stands and extends his hand in the air, as he says that he is going to kill the monster with something big, as the ground starts to rumble behind him. Suddenly, giant ice spikes appear from the ground, reaching the sky, as Yuxiang stands in between with a black shroud beneath his feet. He then joins his fingers with each other, as smoke art appears from his hands. He uses the skill of Charlotte's Web, as it surrounds all around the ice spikes, as the slime monster appears in the sky above it. The slime monster then falls on the web with a loud ting, as the ability of the skill appears, which has razor-sharp threads that can cause death. Suddenly, an explosion happens, and the slime monster breaks into thousands of pieces, which Noir starts eating as Yuxiang makes a shield above him, protecting him from the pieces of the monster, as the notification appears that he has defeated the slime monster. Suddenly, a red ruby gem appears in Yuxiang's hand, as the notification appears that the Monarch of the Abyss is happy with him and rewards him with the abyssal gem. And another notification appears that the tower break is stopped, and Yuxiang looks at his reflection in the gem, which emits red energy and smoke. Abruptly, the news reporters come rushing towards Yuxiang, reporting that the tower break is stopped by Yuxiang alone, as one guy in an armored suit looks at them in nervousness. The reporters start clicking pictures of Yuxiang as Noir sits in front of him, yawning, while he looks at the nails of his finger like he is impressed by himself. The scene then shows the players' forum, in which the video of Yuxiang fighting with the monsters appears, with comments showing. The broadcast of Yuxiang appears to show that he is saying that the player association is a joke, and there is no association in the country that is doing what they are supposed to do. Yuseong grits his teeth as he says that the previous players died only because they wanted to get rid of the penalty points by playing in hard mode. He says that those players did more than the capacity that they had. The scene then shifts to the living room, in which Yuseong and Tisaki are watching the news, with cans of drinks in their hands in the news. The reporters are saying that after the interview with Yuseong, they had talked to one of the members from the association, and further say that the association regulations are ineffective, and Yuseong thinks that because they were created without practical and real-world experience. The reporter further says that the association also asks the players to give them the loot that they received. Yuseong, looking at the TV, says that Tisaki has done a great job this time, as he thinks that he has also edited his interview and has made a false narrative, and Tisaki smiles happily, as he says that he has tried his best, and Yuseong says that the association was expecting this to happen. Tisaki squeezes the can in his hand as he winks and says that this is the right time to dissolve the association. Yuseong smiles and asks him if he is going to run for the president, and Tisaki gets annoyed and shouts that he is talking about creating guilds. Yuseong looks at him unimpressed, as he says that building a guild is illegal, and only one guild can be built by one country, and that is why they have the association. Tisaki puts his face above his hands as he says that he is going to take advantage of this situation and is going to expose the association and its mistreatment. He says that the executive members of the association should be players, but they are not in this association, and they have never been in a tower, and are forcing rules. As he imagines a person running towards a chicken with an axe in his hands, and Oseong sitting on a person's back, who is walking on other men's backs. He says that in this association, only the rich and powerful get the support, and other people are always marginalized. He then makes a fist with his hand, as he says that he is going to create a new narrative of something like changing the policy, or this is an injustice. The scene shifts back to the living room, where Yuseong laughs sheepishly and wishes Tisaki good luck, and Tisaki looks at him unimpressed, saying that it looks like Yuseong does not want to do anything with this. Yuseong laughs nervously and says that yeah, he does not have to do anything with this, but Tisaki says that Yuseong is going to build the guild, which startles him, as the smile disappears from his face. He abruptly stands up, as he asks him again if he is going to do this, and Tisaki says that he needs to see what the public wants. As the scene shifts to a news report, showing that the KPA cannot be trusted anymore. A petition has been started to make a new guild with 170,000 people agreeing. Another scene of the news appears, showing the graph of a survey, as people voted Yuseong to be the leader of the guild, as Seongho thinks that people are setting the players free, who are actually the monsters. He grits his teeth and trembles in anger, watching the news as he says that this is definitely done by Yuseong and Tisaki. He gets angrier as he says that nobody knows that a player is dangerous to civilians, even if they are not black hat players. As he gets the flashback of armed men wearing face masks, he explains that the government has ignored regulations, which has led to entire nations being taken over by black hat players, and this was made possible by the underworld collaborating with these players to create criminal organizations. Then he remembers two groups, one in red and one in blue, standing opposite each other, as he says that private guilds are sanctioned even in the United States, which is known as the land of freedom. And he sees people in the army, saluting, and says that the army supervises the top players, and he thinks that players are like time bombs that are ready to go off at any time. He stands in front of a glass and puts out a hand on his reflection, as he thinks that in politics, usually, dealing is impossible, as people have to settle with the person who is less evil than the other. He grinds his teeth and says that everyone is an idiot and they do not know how the world works, and suddenly, a window of the system appears behind it. The notification appears showing that evil is mostly being judged, and if that is right, and another notification appears that the monarch of evil has an interest in him, and if he wants to join the tower's test, he laughs and then taps on the screen. The scene shifts to a picture of Yuseong in an armed suit, holding a mobile phone, and Yuseong, standing on the road, looks up at the picture on the billboard, as he says that this was his last season's gear and he cannot believe that they still have this ad, but they should remove this, as it is old now. He then lowers his head as he thinks about the guild, and he gets a flashback of the same night Tisaki poses the idea of building the guild. As Tisaki tells him in determination that because Yuseong is the hero king, he should enjoy every good luxury after becoming the guild master, as Yuseong tries to stop him. Yuseong then makes a cross from his arms, as he says that he does not like working with idiots, and he also does not like working with jerks, and the last thing he wants is to be working with idiots and jerks. Tisaki then tells him that he does not have to worry about the guild. He just needs to be the figurehead because many guilds will emerge, and the competition between them will sort everything out. Yuseong then asks him why he has to do it, and Tisaki grabs his shoulder as he says that he needs to do this to make the world a better place, and nobody besides him can do this. As he walks through the crowd, wearing his hoodie, he thinks of the word that Tisaki says to him, that only Yuseong is the one who takes the first step in unraveling things. He then looks above at the sky, as he thinks that what he needs to do right now is to clear the towers. He then searches for Tier 7 towers, but the notification shows that there are no Tier 7 towers high now, and the closest tower is 226 kilometers away. Yuseong gets disappointed as he disables the waypoint. He gets a flashback of Syria giving him a necklace, as he says that there are other ways to access the towers besides entering them on your own. And if a player has received a token from someone from the tower, they may be summoned. As he remembers that Vito has also given him a knife, he looks at the knife, which is Rebecca's, given as a token of trust, and he thinks that tokens act as a link between the outside world and the worlds located in the tower. He puts the knife back, as he says that he doesn't think that Vito will invite him, but he is going to take care of the knife. Suddenly, a loud buzzing sound starts to appear, as everyone sees a red alert on their phone that has the name of Tower of the International Match, and everyone tries to keep away from their ears by putting their hand over their ears. Yuseong also puts a hand on his ear, confused, as he hears the notes of music. Everyone looks at the red screen as the voice announces that there is going to be a live performance of the top rankers of Season 5, as the match will begin soon. Yuseong tries to think what this is about, as a notification appears from the Monarch of Jesters that says to Yuseong to go and entertain them, the child who has 1,000 faces and 1,000 talents. He looks at the screen, and the Monarch of Jesters urges him to participate in the match. The scene shifts to the office of Nisa in Germany, as they also have the alert of the match on their screen. The details of the tower show that the tier is elite, and the shop is available, and the objective is unknown, and only the highest rank of one nationality can play among the top 10. The notification also appears in France, where Maria gets shocked seeing it. The notification shows that the game will be broadcast live, and because no player can die in the tower, they should take advantage of this opportunity to make connections with other players. Ray also sees the notification, and he reads the condition of it. His body starts to tremble as he tries to take the support of the wall, but the wine glass drops from his hands and crashes into pieces, making the wine spill on the floor. Yuseong also reads the condition that if players fail to conquer the tower, it will lead to the death of 100 million people, and his hands also start to tremble, as he looks at it scared and nervous. He then punches the system window, and appears wearing his gear as he smirks and groans in disbelief, clearly finding the situation ridiculous. As he stands on the side of the road, an announcement happens to wait for all 10 players, and a kid appears. As he sees Yuseong, he asks himself if that is Hero King, and some other people also talk about him, saying that he might be entering the tower as well. The announcement happens again that the broadcast will happen soon, and Yuseong taps on the screen, saying that he is going to take part in this. The scene shifts to him entering the tower, and there are already all the players standing, including Jorg, Ray, and Maria. Ray looks at him and calls him Hero King, and Maria gets happy seeing him, as she calls his name. He steps forward with an annoyed face, as Jorg extends his hand to greet him, saying it's a pleasure to see him again. Yuseong looks at him unimpressed, as he brushes Jorg's hand away, saying that he is also excited to see them all once again, and he looks at everyone's faces and smirks. Maria walks towards Yuseong and Jorg, talking, as water splashes beneath her boots, and Ray looks at them. Yuseong is saying something to Jorg about what he wants to show off, but he cannot finish his sentence, as he sees Maria coming towards him, and he calls her name. Maria gets nervous and tells him that she is glad to see Yuseong like the old him, and Yuseong gets confused as sweat drops from his face, as he asks her what she means by old self. She says that her father had completed the Tier 7 tower, as she remembers Yuseong giving an interview. She lowers her face and smiles, saying that she was a little concerned for him, as he was tired of everything. Yuseong looks at her, dumbfounded, and as she continues talking about the recent interview, He smiles and holds her hand gently as he tells her that he is doing all right and he is not going to give up. Suddenly, Yuseong looks at Ray to the side with a slightly narrowed gaze and a faint frown, his lips pressed in mild irritation, as Ray says that if he does not want to conquer the tower, he should leave right now. Ray appears to be angry as he furrows his eyebrows and folds his arms on his chest as he tells Yuseong that he is the last player to arrive in the tower. He keeps speaking in an angry and irritated tone that the number one player in the world is the one who is coming last, as if he does not even consider saving the lives of 100 million people. And Yuseong looks at him like he is an idiot, and Maria also looks at him nervously, as other players also look at the scene. Yuseong then says in a sarcastic and arrogant tone that if Ray wants to hear from him, he says that the main character always comes in last. Ray closes her eyes in annoyance as he thinks that he is the one who came first here, as he tells Yuseong that it is the duty of a hero to come first at the scene wherever he is needed so that he can keep the danger away, and Yuseong sarcastically says he has memorized this line. Yuseong then chuckles proudly as he says that Ray needs to read every term and condition, instead of accepting everything once he sees it, but he himself had destroyed the terms and conditions without reading them. He continues saying that Ray might get scammed one day because of how fast he goes to things, and this is why he can never beat him or Jorg. Ray glares at him in anger, gripping his sword as he shouts at him, and Yuseong teasingly points at Jorg, boasting about how good Jorg is at calculations, and Jorg, standing behind them, watches with a calm, amused smile. Suddenly, Yuseong realizes something, and he turns back to Jorg. As he gets shocked, he asks him why he is here without any equipment, and Jorg smiles and says that finally, Yuseong is paying some attention. He keeps smiling as he shrugs his shoulders, saying that he has not played anything this season. He continues saying that nobody is going to die in this tower anyway, and Ray, with clenched fists, says that people from around the world are going to act on this broadcast. Suddenly, the ground rumbles beneath their feet, as the notification appears that the players will get their equipment from Season 5 until they leave this tower. Suddenly, all the players get their equipment, as they appear in their gear and weapons in their hands. The gear of Jorg also appears in his body, as he says that he will not face any problem, as the details of Jorg appear as Gravedigger, CEO of Artifact Inc. A massive, glowing skeleton with blazing blue eyes looms menacingly behind Jorg as magical energy crackles around it, and bright yellow light appears surrounding Ray and Yuseong as they also appear in their previous gears. Maria also appears in shining white and gold armor, standing poised but with a nervous gaze, gripping her sword firmly as light reflects off her armor. The scene shifts as Mistress Lydia, an international player in a police organization, appears behind Mary and puts her hand on her shoulder, and Maria gets startled, as she says that it is unbelievable that the boys are getting into an ego competition. She closes her hand fan and puts it on her chin, as she says that men will always be men. Maria nervously says that she also agrees, because they should know that many human lives matter in this particular game, and Lieutenant General Kilgore of the Special Operations Command from the United States appears behind them, agreeing with what Maria had just said. He smiles with wrinkles on his face and white hair, and he says that they should be serious in completing their duties towards their countries and the world. The scene shows Ray turning around like he is throwing tantrums, as Yuseong sighs and says that during the raid of the Monarch of Plague, there should have been a live broadcast as well, and Jerog orders them to be reasonable as long as they are here. He asks if that is okay with Ray, and he turns his head, annoyingly. All of a sudden, someone appears from behind, splashing the water with his boots as he speaks loudly, gathering all attention as he thanks everyone for their patience. It appears to be a man with a clown mask on his face, coming forward, splashing the water all around, as he says that, due to the last extraordinary achievement of conquering the Monarch of Plague, this fiesta is organized by either the monarchs. As he welcomes them by calling them the heroes of the earth, a bright light shines above them, urging them to squint their eyes. Yuseong smiles as he says that the monarchs have created a fiesta over the death of another monarch, so they must have been great enemies. The clown comes forward and tells Yuseong that he should not poke monarchs, and he calls him Hero King, but then changes his mind and calls him the Monarch Slayer. As the flashback of the previous season appears, in which Yuseong has received the title of Monarch Slayer after defeating the Monarch of Plague, the scene shifts back to the tower, as Ray looks at Yuxiang and the clown talking as he grinds his jaw, saying that he will never acknowledge that title for Yuxiang for defeating the season boss. His jaw twitches as he asks the clown about what they have to do in the tower. The clown then says that this fiesta is to celebrate the achievement of the season, and so they can relax, and suddenly Ray jumps from his place, splashing the water, as Yuxiang slightly turns back to look at what just happened. Ray appears to lunge towards the clown, swinging his sword, emitting a bright light. The details of his sword, lone sword style, appear to be a mythical form, and it was used by a warrior who sought a worthy adversary but died in solitude, as Ray swings his sword, flaming red. He starts slashing his sword towards the clown, keeps swinging and attacking, as he says that the lives of millions of people are at risk, and the clown is calling this a fiesta. But the clown remains calm in his place, as the attacks are in vain. Yuxiang and Maria look at Ray, who is slashing the sword, which is only splashing the water from the ground. Yuxiang puts a hand above his eyes as he tries to protect his eyes from the rain droplets on his face. He says that Ray flaunts his skills very well in front of the camera. Clown also puts his hand above his eyes, as he asks Ray to calm his anger because the attacks of the players are being disavowed, and Ray lets out a sharp tch, annoyed by the struggle that went in vain. The clown smiles and says that he is going to explain the rules of this tower, as he snaps his finger, and a microphone appears in his hand, and he orders. As the number of lights flashes upon the players who get surprised by this, he announces, looking into the camera, he asks the viewers of the broadcast to cast a vote for their favorite player to be cast as the hero of the tower. The scene shifts to the real world, as a voting screen comes up in front of every person. As they also get shocked by what appears on their screen, the broadcast is shown live on the screens of the buildings. The scene shifts back to the tower, where Yuxiang comes forward shouting that the voting is not going to be considered legitimate, but he could not finish his sentence. As the clown puts a hand on his mouth, muffling him, the clown holds him by the shoulder, telling him that he should be careful, as they have some rules and regulations in this tower, as Yuxiang tries to revolve his hand. The clown then shows him a finger, smiling, saying that the only mission they have is to entertain their audience. He then says that how the players are going to entertain the audience is entirely up to them, as they are going to get rewards corresponding to the votes they receive from the audience, as Jorg and Kilgore look at him with arms folded on their chests. Maria and Lydia are also looking at him with fiery eyes, and he then says that if there are not enough votes or if the audience becomes uninterested, the attempt to conquer this tower will be marked as a failure. Maria gets anxious, as her eyebrows furrow as she thinks that failed attempts will mean 100 million deaths. The clown continues saying in front of the players that the show is getting tired and they should use their strength, intelligence, and wit, and asks them to create a performance that will entertain the whole world. Abruptly, Ray comes forward as he says that he challenges Yuxiang to a duel. The clown is still holding Yuxiang tightly as he squirms, and the clown says to Ray that he is very fast for taking part, and Yuxiang shouts that he has to fight with him. The clown releases Yuxiang from his grip, and Yuxiang looks at him in rage. The clown then moves and stands on the stand of the camera, as he says that no one can decline the challenge, but if they lose or are about to die, they will be brought back to the tower, and no one can leave the tower until the voting is complete. Clown says that he is going to make an arena for a fight, as the ceiling of the tower opens and Yuxiang shields his eyes from the blinding sunlight with a gloved hand, sweat running down his face as he looks upward in shock, while Jorg behind him frowns and raises a hand to his forehead, both appearing tense and startled by the sharp sunlight. Maria and Lydia also look in surprise as the arena comes into place. Yuxiang says that he wants to ask one thing from Ray, and Ray steps forward as he says to call him the Swordmaster. Yuxiang ignores him and asks if he still wants to fight with him after losing to him all this time, as he thinks that Ray will jeopardize his votes. Ray takes out his sword, which is emitting flames, as he says that even if he gets the votes, it will mean nothing if he doesn't defeat Yuxiang. Ray then shouts in rage, emitting light from his eyes as he says that he is going to make up for the loss from the season's opening day. Ray then rushes towards Yuxiang. His movements are swift and precise, creating bright, slicing trails of light as he strikes multiple attacks at once around Yuxiang. And Yuxiang stands there and opens his palm and smirks as ice energy emanates from his palm. He then zooms towards Ray, saying that he does not like to show his true potential. Ray gets shocked as he sees Yuxiang doing the same movements of slashing the sword with precise movement multiple times at once, just like Ray did just a moment ago, as he says that this is the long sword style. Kilgore shouts in shock, as he cannot comprehend how Yuxiang is also using the same skill, and another player also sees this and is shocked, as his face is covered in a mask. Lydia puts a hand on her chin as he says that Yuxiang has not only copied Ray, but he has copied his skills as well. Jorg puts a hand on his hair as he sees Yuxiang and Ray fighting in the arena, and he says that Yuxiang is using the skill of copying the enemy. Ray fights back and swings his sword at Yuxiang with difficulty, as he thinks that Yuxiang is using the same skill and sword as him. Both their swords clash with each other, creating a loud metallic sound, as Ray grinds his teeth, and sweat drips from his face, as if he is using all his energy to fight back, while he thinks about how Yuxiang has gotten this skill, and maybe he is contracted with the Monarch of Mirrors, but he declines his own thought, thinking that it cannot happen. Their swords crash again, creating a loud creak and emitting a spark from it. As Yuxiang fights with ease, Ray wonders how Yuxiang can fight better with his sword when he is the one who has devoted his life to studying blades. Jorg smiles, looking at the fight as he puts his hand on his chest, saying that he is very pleased to watch this, and Yuxiang deserves the title of Hero King. He smiles sheepishly, saying that no one is that fearful to kill their own king, as Lydia looks at him unimpressed. She then smiles and says in a smug tone, asking who Jorg is pointing towards, as he is the one who has fought with Yuxiang in the Battle of Nerves. Jorg is still smiling, wrinkles forming around his eyes, as he asks her to look at the other players. Then the sight of other players, except Maria, who appear smiling and laughing, as Jorg points towards them, that they are the one who targets Yuxiang. As Lydia tells him that this is not the right time to talk about this, Maria, who has been listening to the conversation, grits his jaw and lowers her head. Maria appears to be concerned as she thinks that 100 million lives are at risk. As she looks at Jorg smiling and the other player with vampire teeth and nails, laughing, she thinks that these people don't care about lives, but instead want to fight and defeat Yuxiang. She thinks about Yuxiang's interview in which he says that the players are fighting with each other, and Maria folds her hands above her shield as she thinks that Yuxiang was stating the truth. She thinks about the first and second seasons, in which all the players are fighting with the monsters, as she thinks that they all were fighting alongside each other to conquer the tower and to save the world, as she, Yuxiang, and Ray can be seen fighting with a giant monster with multiple hands. She turns her head towards the players, and her face frowns downwards in sadness as she thinks that fighting alongside each other is no longer the case in this season. She looks at Lydia, who is appearing like a wolf to her, and Jorg as a skeleton, and Kilgore as a demon, as she thinks about what could be the reason behind them fighting with each other. She rubs her hand on her hair as she says that players are getting stronger in every season, but also the monsters and the boss monsters are getting powerful. She thinks of the time when she first became a player, when she was aged 22, protecting a bunch of kids, as she thinks that joining the army might be good for some people. But now she is not the nice girl she was before. She thinks that people fight because there is a difference in nationalities, beliefs, and skin colors, and these issues can hinder them from saving the world. As she thinks about one time she tried to stop a fight between two groups. The scene shifts back to the tower as she gets sad, as she thinks that due to these issues, they cannot save the world, but instead keep fighting with each other. The scene then shifts to Yuxiang and Rao fighting, their swords clanging with each other. Ray is trying his best to fight back, but he is facing difficulties, as he says that this fight is not making sense to him, and even if the game is unfair, he can adjust on the terms. As Yuxiang slashes his sword, and Ray tries to stop his attacks, he thinks that he had at first thought that there was a secret behind Yuxiang being this strong. He looks at Yuxiang with icy blue eyes, rushing towards him, as he thinks that he will expose his secrets to power and will defeat him in the end. Abruptly, Yuxiang appears and thrashes his sword inside Ray, making his blood splatter all over. After getting stabbed, Ray grinds his teeth in pain, as tears fall from his eyes, as he thinks that, for the time being, he was okay to lose to him, only in the hope of finding the secret of Yuxiang's powers. And he gets up and starts swinging his sword and rushes towards Yuxiang. Yuxiang fights back against every attack as they fight in all of the arena. Suddenly their swords clang again, and their faces come near, and Ray appears to be in anger and rage. and Yuxiang, being calm, asks Ray that because he is not stopping, giving up, Yuxiang cannot play along with him anymore. Ray gets shocked as his eyes get wide open, but suddenly, Yuxiang kicks at his chin, making him fall backward, and he slides far away on the ground of the arena as he winces in pain. Yuxiang then swings his sword above his head as he says that he is going to beat Ray so much that he will never challenge for a fight again. Then he thrusts his word on the ground with all his energy, making the ground crack as the rocks fly apart. Ray looks above at the tornado of dirt in front of him, with tired eyes and a bloodied mouth as Yuxiang opens his side deck and swaps some cards with his gloved hands. And suddenly another blast happens, and Yuxiang appears from inside it, with long hair as he keeps his eyes closed. All the players look at him in shock as they cannot understand what has just happened. Ray looks at him, lets out a frustrated sigh, unable to believe what's happening. As Yuxiang emerges as a supreme demon's descent in his armored suit, with a long sword in his hand and red eyes, using the mythical tier skill. The details of the skill appear to allow the player to temporarily channel the power and divinity of the supreme demon, who is known as the dark deity of the swords. Yuxiang then jumps slightly from the ground and lands as his long hair swings in the air beside Ray, who is sitting on the ground, using the first stance of supreme demonic sword style. He circles a red, dark line around the arena as Ray sits in the center of it, and suddenly, a bunch of red spikes stab the whole body of Ray. Ray spits blood from his mouth as blood oozes from his body, and Yuxiang slightly turns his head to look at Ray, with his red fiery eyes, as he uses the second stance. He hovers above the ground, unleashing a massive surge of red energy that erupts into a pillar of pure destruction as shattered debris floats around the explosion. Every player looks at the scene in shock, and Jorg smiles at the attack, as dirt and wind fly towards them. As the dirt settles in, the place where Ray was sitting is now covered in blood, with a big hole in the ground and Ray nowhere in sight. Clown appears once again in the arena, as he announces that the war is over, which was completely one-sided, as expected by Yuxiang. Suddenly, the votes start to appear on the notification screens for Yuxiang, Ray, and Jorg and Maria, in which Yuxiang's votes are leading. Suddenly, Ray reappears on the ground, holding his chest as he is sitting on his knees. The votes for Caligar also appear as Ray looks at his trembling hands in nervousness, as sweat drops appear on his face. Yuxiang then turns his face away from Ray and plods to the wall of the arena in front of all the players, as black energy surrounds him. He then jumps again, as he reappears wearing the same gear as Jorg. As Jorg gets shocked seeing it, he wonders how that happened. Yuxiang comes back to the arena, as a huge skeleton appears behind him, emitting purple energy, and one beside him as he raises his sword, which is the same as Jorg's as well, as his hair flies in the wind. Maria and Lydia widen their eyes and mouths in shock, seeing Yuxiang in Jorg's gears. The scene shifts to the world as people watch the live broadcasts sitting in a restaurant. They say that what Yuxiang did is unbelievable, as he copied two players' skills and gear, as he is just a player like the others. One of the guys in the restaurant laughs and says that Yuxiang is a monster, because no way a human can have this many skills, and the other guy gets offended and tells them to talk with respect, because the person he is calling a monster is the reason they are alive right now. The guy then asks what he should call him if not the monster, and the other boy holds his peg and smirks and tells him to think about it, and says that Yuxiang is the hero king. The scene shifts back to the tower, where Yuxiang is standing on the wall in front of the players in all glory, as Ray is sitting by his side. Yuxiang, with red piercing eyes, asks the players why they are so shocked, as if they are seeing a copying skill for the first time. Jorg looks at him and says that these skills do not explain his supreme demon's descent, and Lydia, standing beside him, says that this skill is not like the normal copying skills, as she knows this because she had once fought with a face collector, a copycat player, as she sees a flashback of the face collector, who only has flesh on his face and no skin, as it is a cunning black hat player who conceals their real rank and copies their enemy's skill by removing their faces and wearing them. The scene changes back to the tower, as Lydia nervously tells him that Yuxiang's skill matches those of the players, and she tells him that these skills come with limitations. Yuxiang laughs, hearing that, as he waves his hand and tells her that his skill is not an ordinary one, and asks her if she really wants to know about his abilities that badly. All the players look at him with rage, And Yuxiang smiles and says calmly that they should look at their own faces right now. The scene zooms out as a skeleton is holding Yuxiang's sword, and Yuxiang says to the players that he is going to address one thing. He puts a hand on his mouth, like he is about to whisper, and then says that he is contracted with the Monarch of Truth, as the skeleton behind him emits light from its eye. Hearing that, Lydia gets a little surprised as she flinches and repeats the name of the Monarch of Truth. Yuxiang smiles and says that he is going to tell the truth because of his monarch, even if the world is watching him. Jorg chuckles slightly by putting his hand on his mouth, as he says that, as Yuxiang is wearing his gear, it means that he wants to fight with Jorg, but Yuxiang replies no, and he folds his hands in front of him, closes his eyes, saying that he hates fighting the most in this world. He then opens his dark and red eyes, as he says that he also hates the arrogant people who dare to fight with him in the first place, and Jorg looks at him with a slightly angry face. Jorg then asks him what he will do now, and Yuxiang says that he has been thinking about this. He then turns his head towards the clown and says that he will promote himself by spilling some truth. The clown then smiles as he says that this will bring out voters, as he snaps his finger and the arena becomes a stage, and a podium appears in front of Yuxiang, as other players fall down from the wall. Yuxiang then maps on the mic, making it screech with a loud noise. As his new gear starts to disappear, he puts the mic in front of his mouth and smiles, as his old self is back, and tests the mic and asks if everyone is watching this. The scene shifts to the world, as people watch him on the big screens, saying that people don't have a choice except to watch and listen to him, and his sympathy is with them, because he also switches channels whenever he sees his face on his television. The scene shifts back to the tower, as all the players listen to him, as he speaks that this tower is awful, and the 10 players in this are awful as well. As the scene shows people watching him in horror as he tells them the terms of this game. That is, if they do not vote, they could die along with the other 100 million people. He then holds his head, as he says that in voting, often the bad and corrupt people get elected, and nobody wants that in this game. Jorg looks at him, and, in an annoyed tone, tells him to mind his language in tone that he is speaking in. Yuxiang slightly bends over at the podium as he asks him if he has said something that is bothering him. He then smiles and says that he just realized that Jorg is in favor of those corrupt, bad people. As he sees Jorg in rage, as black smoke appears behind him, he sarcastically asks for forgiveness, and says that Jorg wanted to become a corrupt person once. And Jorg shouted that he cannot defame him without any proof, and Yuxiang ignores him, and lifts his finger as he says that he is in contract with the Monarch of Truth, and make a circle with his index finger and thumb in front of his eye, looking through it, as he says that he can see all the lights and secrets of everyone. He then says that he will only speak the truth from now on, and Jorg sends a bunch of floating smoke of skulls towards Yuxiang. The skulls surround Yuxiang, making growling noises, as he stands calmly with his eyes closed, as he says that people need to vote carefully, and they might be thinking about who actually deserves their votes. Jorg looks at him in rage, as smoke of energy emits from them, and his hair flows back. Yuxiang then extends his hand, as he says that there are so many dangerous people, and asks Count Vladimir, as the skeleton holding his sword growls, emitting blue energy from his mouth. As Vladimir gets startled upon hearing his name, he stands there with a bat pet in his hand. He then let go of his bat and laughed, putting a hand closer to his mouth as he said that he didn't know what Yuxiang was talking about. Yuxiang laughs back, as he says that he heard that Vladimir wants to be an emperor, and hearing that, Vladimir squeezes his fist, as blood appears from it, and red smoke behind him, as he throws sizzling blood towards Yuxiang. Yuxiang dodges the blood, smiling as he says that Vladimir wants to seize the president of his country and become an emperor himself, and says that he thinks that, for Vladimir, power rules over family royalty. Yuxiang asks sarcastically if this topic is sensitive for Vladimir, as skeletons fight with the blood behind him, as Yuxiang continues saying that he should wait for his turn to show the blood magic, as he thinks that it should be by his own blood. The bat sits back on Vladimir's hand as Vladimir says that he does not want to hear any disrespect towards his country and his president. Yuxiang shrugs his shoulders as he sighs and says that he agrees, because the president, who is also the father of Vladimir, is going to be very proud of him. He then turns towards Kilgore, asking if it feels good to see everyone being so mature about this situation, and asks him if he still finds bullying people astonishing. Kilgore folds his arms on his chest, acting like he does not understand anything Yuseong is saying. Yuseong says that Kilgore and his buddies attacked an opponent state's civilians, as the flashback of civilians running to save their lives from the explosion appears. Kilgore squeezes his knees in anger, making the cracking sound appear from his bones, as he asks Yuseong if he knows the serious consequences of what he is saying. Yuseong smiles, squinting his eyes, and twirls his finger as he says that he does know the consequences, and continues saying that the players are called so-called heroes and people give them the credit to save the world. But their actual mission is to become cruel leaders. As Jorg, Vladimir, grit their jaws and teeth in anger, and Kilgore's eyes shine red, Yuseong continues saying that the heroes also want to seize their president and kill the civilians. Abruptly, Kilgore flies from his seat towards Yuseong, ready to punch the calm, standing Yuseong. The punch gets near Yuseong's face, and he abruptly stops it with his hand, as he fiercely asks Kilgore if he really wants to start a fight with Yuseong. Kilgore, in rage, stands on the podium, making the mic fall on the ground, which leads to a loud noise as Kilgore raises his finger, in which a glowing energy appears, as he says that he is not scared of Yuseong. He swirls the energy in his finger, which surrounds the whole earth, as he says that he is going to show him who the real powerful player is. A bright light appears in the tower with a loud crumble noise, and Lydia says in fear that Kilgore wants to kill other players as well, and Maria shouts and tells her to stand behind her. Suddenly, fighter jets appear in the sky as Kilgore uses the F-23 Diablo skill, and Yuseong copies the skill, and another set of fighter jets appear as they all lunge towards each other, and Kilgore looks at it in shock. Suddenly, a loud explosion happens as all the jets collide with each other, and Kilgore shouts in frustration as he says that it is impossible to copy a unique skill like this. Yuseong then kicks Kilgore, making him fall on the ground, as he asks if this is called a unique skill, and he smirks as he says that it is not a unique skill at all. Then Jorg appears behind Kilgore, asking Yuseong if he can handle the consequences of defaming his fellow players. The fighting jets fall behind Yuseong as he extends his hands, standing in front of the fallen Kilgore and Jorg. He laughs at the word fellow players and says that fellow players are not supposed to plot schemes to betray one another. Jorg says to him that there must be a misunderstanding, and Yuseong laughs at him. And suddenly his red dark eyes appear again, as in all seriousness, he says that he had told him before that he knows all the secrets because of the Monarch of Truth. Jorg then asks him why he is caring so much about this right now, as he never did before, as Vladimir squeezes his hand in anger, and the other player beside him trembles, holding his knee. Yuseong then kicks the mic that had fallen on the ground, as Ray watches him from behind, as Yuseong says that he is saying things right now because the situation is different due to all the cameras. The notifications appear that the Monarch of Jesters is extremely satisfied with Yuseong, and his provocation level is increasing. Yuseong taps the mic once again and asks the player why they are so stressed, because even if he is going to tell the truth, the world is never going to change. Georg blows a raspberry as he says that Yuseong is blooming in the world like a child. Yuseong laughs as he says that because he is a child, he is tired of dealing with an old man like Jorg, and the Monarch of Jesters appears laughing behind him, as she calls him the child of 1,000 faces and 1,000 talents, but no one can see her. The surroundings appear to be dark purple around Yuseong, as the Monarch of Jesters asks him what he wants, and he says Supreme Demon's Descent. Hearing that, Jorg thinks about what Yuseong will do now, and the Monarch of Jesters tells Yuseong that he is going to receive whatever he wants, and everything becomes quiet, as only the spotlight shines bright on Yuseong, as Kilgore is kneeling behind him. And Clown says that, as Yuseong has finished his speech, a new hero can do his trick, because they want to give everyone a chance. And suddenly, Maria raises her hand as she says she wants to go next, as she needs to share something with everyone, and Lydia looks at her a little surprised. The clown then flicks his finger, thinking about something, as a new setup appears, in which Maria sits on the main couch and the other players sit in front of her, as the clown gives her the mic to say whatever she wants. As Ray tries to sit on the chair, he sees the words "Let's be friends" with everyone on the chair, and he gets confused, and Yuseong makes an irritated face as he says that it looks like they are on a kids show. Maria puts the mic in front of her, tells Yuseong to shut up, smiles, makes a heart with his fingers, and tells her that he will, and calls her sweetheart, but she does not speak. Then she speaks into the mic. saying that she will take advantage of this opportunity and is going to uncover the truth of who Yuseong really is, as she points her finger towards him. Everyone, including the players and the viewers, gets shocked as people get surprised, saying that if Maria is going to uncover something, there is definitely something wrong with it. Yuseong gets nervous as sweat drips from his face, and he makes a face like he is so innocent and thinks that Maria is going to do that. Yuseong gets up abruptly and interrupts Maria as Ray looks at him, irritated. Maria smiles sheepishly and asks him what he wants by calling him sweetheart, and Yuseong smiles and says that it must not be too late for him to say sorry to her. She smiles, and as she says something about Yuseong, the scene gets cut, and a notification appears that they have conquered the Tower of International Monarch. And Yuseong appears in his room, as he hears the television and his notification window to say that the result of the votes is now being revealed. He runs towards his laptop, taps on it, and the result shows that the first place is won by Yuseong, as uncountable numbers of votes appears, and the second place won by Maria, while the third place goes to Jorg. And Yuseong gets shocked seeing the numbers as he says that he can't even count, as they are some with 150 quadrillion votes on him. Another notification appears that the top 5 players will receive prizes according to their ranking. Yuseong taps on the window of the system, saying that he told everyone that the votes are going to be rigged. A platinum card of Supreme Demon's Descent appears, showing that he has received a mythical skill for winning by the votes, and he smiles, saying that he does not mind the voting, as he has received what he has asked for. He walks with a hand in his pocket as he says that it's only March right now, and he has received a mythical title of Monarch Slayer, an equipment card of Black Death, and a new skill, Supreme Demon's Descent, which make up the Holy Trinity. His entry shows 2 daggers, the equipment of Black Death, which were once used by the Monarch of Plagues. He says that he has not equipped those blades yet, because a player can only equip the mythical equipment and skills if they can prove that they deserve those things. He thinks of himself falling from above, as he says that if he fails to pass the test, his stats might decrease, and the worst that can happen is that he can die. He looks at his card, as he remembers Ray with a bloodied mouth and trails on his cheeks, that he was given a severe penalty last season for failing a test, and that resulted in losing the second place to Jorg. He plays and twirls the cards in both hands, as he thinks that he has done this last season, and this season as well. He abruptly stops the card in one hand, as he looks at it in deep thinking, as he thinks that he has some experience, so he believes that he is capable of handling this, as he gets ready to start this. He starts to rearrange his cards in the deck, as he thinks that he will unlock the weapon later, but he should open the skills right now. Suddenly, dark glowing energy appears with wind, as Yuseong covers his eyes with his arms as his coat swings in the wind, and as the notification appears that he has activated the Supreme Demon's Descent. All of a sudden, the scene shifts as Yuseong appears in front of a man, who is the Supreme Demon, in a barren field, as purple lights appear around Yuseong. The wind blows fast, making the crops swing with it, as Yuseong grips his sword tightly. Supreme Demon holds his Asian conical hat, and his long hair swings with the wind as well. The Supreme Demon is old and has long white hair and a beard, wearing a kimono with a sword on his left. Suddenly, his cap flies with the wind, making his long hair sway. Yuseong appears in a kimono as well, as he smiles and says that he is here to make an agreement, and says that if the season is the same as the last one, he wants to just complete it as soon as possible. The Supreme Demon does not say anything as he looks at Yuseong in a torn kimono, and the notification appears that the test has started, and the Supreme Demon has attacked 2 blocks. The Supreme Demon removes his sword from its shaft as it rumbles loudly, and he rushes towards Yuseong, making the dirt fly in the surrounding area, and his kimono starts to come apart from his shoulder. Yuseong looks at him nervously, but he still smiles in determination. Supreme Demon abruptly stops in front of Yuseong, as the notification says that Supreme Demon has given his first stance of sword style, and Supreme Demon runs, swinging his sword around Yuseong. He swings his glowing sword with fierce momentum, the blade crackling with energy as it clashes against an incoming attack, sending sparks through the air while he tries to be stable on his legs, but he keeps moving backwards due to the amount of energy. As the Supreme Demon stops with his attacks, Yuseong's body starts trembling, as he says that it was a very heavy attack. But he gets up again, smiling, and says that he has seen this kind of attack before, as he lunges towards the Supreme Demon. slashing the bright red energy the Supreme Demon is throwing towards him. Their metal swords clang with each other, emitting a bright spark. They keep fighting in a circle, creating a bright light with their swords clanging, while dust and debris swirl violently around them. They halt in between the fight, as the Supreme Demon notices something and gets surprised. He puts his sword back in its scabbard with his veiny hands, as he asks Yuxiong about his new title. Yuxiong gets startled as he asks if he is talking about the Monarch Slayer, and Supreme Demon asks if he has defeated a monarch, and Yuxiong says that he did. Yuxiong smiles as he asks if the test is finished, and if the Supreme Demon would come to fight if Yuxiong calls him. He then extends his hand towards the Supreme Demon, and he looks at it without saying anything, holding his sword and shaft in his hand, with the kimono only half covering his body. The Supreme Demon then smirks and says in a knowing tone that Yuxiong has murdered a monarch. And Yuxiong looks at him as sweat drips from his face, as he waves his hand, asking if the Supreme Demon has any problem with him killing the monarch. The Supreme Demon says that he did a good thing, and abruptly takes out his sword, making the ground crumble beneath them, and the wind blows once again as Yuxiong stumbles, falling back as he screams. Suddenly, the ground starts to crack as the debris starts to rise in the air, and the surrounding starts to turn into a mix of colored clouds, and Yuxiong gets shocked at what is happening right now. Yuxiong and the Supreme Demon appear in front of each other, with their swords in their hands, as Yuxiong steps towards the Supreme Demon, and his sword shines, reflecting the light. Yuxiong attacks the Supreme Demon, but he stops it with his sword, creating a loud screeching noise, as he tells Yuxiong to show him his strength. Their swords clang, and Yuxiong's eyebrows furrowed. He shouts nervously, asking what the Supreme Demon is doing now, as he thought that the test was finished, and he thinks that there is something wrong with this man. Supreme Demon halts Yuxiong's sword attack with his arm, making a loud thump noise, but Supreme Demon fights with ease. Supreme Demon keeps attacking, and Yuxiong tries his best to dodge the attacks, as he calls Supreme Demon Grandma and pleads to him to go easier on the fight, as this is too much for him. The Supreme Demon creases his eyebrows as his eyes emit purple light, and he tells Yuxiong that his sword still has some uncertainty. A bunch of red swords appear behind him, and he puts the sword back, saying that Yuxiong killed a monarch with his terrible swordsmanship skills, so he cannot acknowledge him, and Yuxiong looks at him in rage, gritting his teeth, and sweat drops on his face. Suddenly, Supreme Demon lunges this sword towards Yuxiong, clashing it with his sword, creating a loud noise as Yuxiong screams in fear, holding his ear as he asks Supreme Demon if he is supposed to beat him in the sword fight, and he continues saying that if he had the potential to do it by himself, he would have done it way before without asking for help from Supreme Demon. The Supreme Demon stops his attack and puts his sword back in its sheath, accepting what Yuxiong just said, and Yuxiong takes a breath of relief as his eyes look tired. Supreme Demon lifts one of his legs and says that they should try a new method, and Yuxiong looks at him a little confused. Immediately Supreme Demon thrusts his foot on the ground, creating a loud explosion as the ground cracks beneath them, and Yuxiong stumbles as he looks at him in anger and shocked. Grinding his jaw, Supreme Demon then puts his foot on Yuxiong's sword and pushes it using all his force, creating a large hole in the ground between him and Yuxiong. As Yuxiong moves backwards with the ground Supreme Demon has just pushed, the dark smoke energy starts to appear from the hole in the ground, and Yuxiong looks at it, as he smiles nervously and asks the Supreme Demon what he wants by doing all of this. Suddenly, a semi-transparent dragon made up of energy appears from the ground, and rises towards Supreme Demon, as Supreme Demon stands with his long white hair swaying in the air, as he says that Yuxiong won in killing a monarch. He extends his hand, which does not have any wrinkles anymore. Suddenly, he appears to be a young man, without any wrinkles and a long beard, but with dark black hair swinging in the air, and a new purple sword in his hand. As his eye sparks, he says that Yuxiong might have some answers to what the Supreme Demon is looking for. Yuxiong looks at him in shock and nervousness, as he tries to understand what has just happened. Yuxiong looks at the Supreme Demon raising his sword up in the air, which is now glowing but is producing dark smoke. The ground beneath the Supreme Demon, the air, and the clouds twist around him as he says that he is going to attack his third stance, and Yuxiong should be ready for it. He slashes his sword, and with a calm voice, he tells Yuxiong to dodge and stop the attack as much as he can. Suddenly, a big light energy rushes towards Yuxiong, who looks very small in front of it, as he tries to block it with difficulty. And as the energy appears in front of him, he suddenly halts and looks at it in an anxious and shocking way. Yuxiang holds his sword in front of him, shocked and confused, his eyes wide open and sweat running down his face. He looks around with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, the Supreme Demon's sword begins to glow as his other hand extends, crackling with black energy. The air around it hums with power and tension. Yuxiang, regaining some composure, looks at Supreme Demon with a fierce look and demands to know what he just did, and Supreme Demon responds with a dark, unreadable gaze. Supreme Demon starts telling him the story, and the scene shows a flashback, showing Supreme Demon standing in a mountainous desert, with his sword, as a bunch of men are dead beside him, and some men are standing in front of him, as he tells Yuxiang that he, all his life, has been finding a person who could defeat him during battles. He puts his sword back, blood splashing around him, as he says that he has never found a person like that. He steps on the blood, beside a dead man, as he says that he never learnt the meaning of loss. The scene then shows him as an old man on the peak of a mountain, wind circling around him, as he says that even death could not defeat him. A man approaches him, and they extend their hands towards each other, as he tells them that it was the messenger of death who had come for his life. The two men hovered in the air right beside him as they tried to do something, and Supreme Demon says that even then, he could not find the one he was looking for. Suddenly, he extends his hands around him, slashing the air with the dark red energy, and the wind surrounds him, making his long white hair sway. He sits cross-legged on the ground, eyes glowing with calm intensity as energy swirls around him, his robes rippling in the wind, a powerful aura radiating from his meditative state, as he tiredly thinks about whether he could ever find someone like that. The scene shows multiple mountains, clouds surrounding them, as the Supreme Demon says that he has been in battles against the mightiest warriors from every part of the world, including those from distant lands and empires, and he even faced death. He says that he has realized at that time that nothing holds meaning against his sword. The scene shifts back to the present, and Supreme Demon's hair sways to one side. He says that it is the first time he has seen a person who has defeated a monarch, and Yuxiang looks at him in confusion and nervousness, holding his sword. All of a sudden, Yuxiang's skin on his face starts to crack, and he gets baffled, with his furrowed eyebrows, as Supreme Demon says that he wants to see if he is any different from others. The Supreme Demon, with his dark purple eyes, says that Yuxiang will also fail like other people. Yuxiang's eyes and hands start to turn translucent white, and he looks at his hand in shock, as the Supreme Demon asks him what the meaning of his life is. And he remembers the Monarch of Jesters asking him if he wants to become a hero, and further remembers him greeting Xiangho, the chairman of KPA, as he introduced himself as a new player of the season, as Tisaki looks at him proudly. He further remembers the tower break, and his friend saving him by taking the attack on himself. He gets a flashback of the fiesta, where Maria was telling everyone the secret about Yuxiang. She says that he is much kinder and more caring than anyone would ever think. And he also has a very gentle heart, as he remembers himself crying as his friend falls on him with blood coming out from his back. He remembers him hugging his friend on the battlefield, when Maria says that he is a coward who can cry very easily, and has the soul of a kid. A picture of his friend appears, along with many other picture frames in a funeral, as Maria says that during that tower break, his friend had died, along with other people dying, due to the failure to conquer the tower. Maria continues to say that in that week, he was crying all day and night like a kid, as he remembers himself crying and screaming in frustration and guilt. She says that she could do nothing more than to stay by his side and listen to him pour his heart out, as Yuxiang is weeping by putting his head on Maria's lap as she tries to comfort him. The scene shifts back to the present, as Yuxiang's body freezes white as he falls on the ground, and the Supreme Demon walks towards him. Suddenly, Yuxiang falls on his back, as his body starts to become translucent in a pool of water, and the Supreme Demon stands in front of him. Supreme Demon becomes old again, with his white hair and beard. He looks above, as ice particles fall from the sky, as he says that even Yuxiang cannot answer him. But suddenly, he hears Yuxiang asking what he wants to know from him, and the Supreme Demon gets shocked. Yuxiang lies on the water, still translucent, as he asks Supreme Demon if he wants to know the meaning of life, death, or loss, and Supreme Demon asks in disbelief how come he is still alive. He tries to remember what else Maria has said, and he remembers that she said that Yuxiang never gives up, even after all that had happened with him, and so he tries to get up by using all his force. Yuxiang tries to get up, as he further tells him what Maria was telling everyone, that after all his suffering and utter despair, he has continued to fight for the world, and he gets up on his feet in front of the Supreme Demon. He smiles and says that Maria said that he would fight even if it did not have any meaning. Supreme Demon asks in confusion what it means by no meaning, and Yuxiang puts a hand on his chest, smiling, as he says that no one can take apart something that exists. But no one can take apart something that does not exist. He continues saying that meaning also means the same thing, and the Supreme Demon looks at him with furrowed eyebrows and pressed lips. Yuxiang says that if it is right, it was the core concept of the Supreme Demonic Sword style, and says that he stopped existing a long time ago, and the Supreme Demon cannot destroy what is not in existence anymore. The Supreme Demon takes his sword out and walks towards Yuxiang, saying that it is impossible, and asks in disbelief if Yuxiang has also become equal to him, and says that if Yuxiang has genuinely grasped the concept of being without meaning, how can he possibly be the Hero King? He points his sword towards Yuxiang's chest, asking why Yuxiang is foolishly defending something that does not hold any meaning, and Yuxiang tries to interrupt him. The Supreme Demon keeps his sword pointing towards Yuxiang, asking if Yuxiang thinks that the Supreme Demon is doing this out of a sense of noble duty, and Yuxiang makes a fist as he says that all of this is meaningless. As he thinks about all the players, he says that they all work hard in order to protect the world, like they are defenders of the earth, and says that, on the other hand, there are a bunch of reckless people who show up with their guns, causing widespread destruction, as he remembers Natasha and her gang. He sighs and says that all of this does not make sense. The Supreme Demon flips his sword and looks at the ground, saying that whatever Yuxiang is saying is not making sense. He exhales and lifts one of his eyebrows, and puts back his sword in its scabbard as he walks away, saying that he anticipates their next meeting. A notification appears that Yuxiang has proved his worth, as he transfers back to his home, where Noir is looking at him with one eye open. He extends his hand as ice particles fall on it, as he thinks of himself wearing the clown face mask, and he looks above, saying that it is okay because this is the reality of being a hero. A notification appears that he can now use the Supreme Demon's descent in true form, but suddenly he wobbles, falling, and Noir gets startled, and calls him in nervousness. He falls on the ground and sits with his head lowered, and his hand on his leg, and Noir tries to get his attention once again. The scene changes to Yuxiang's room, where the sun is shining bright, as he holds a thermometer reading the number for his fever. Noir stands on Yuxiang's chest, asking in concern why he is getting weak. As Yuxiang lies there with his arm over his eyes, sweating, he says that he is not weak, as his stats are the best in the whole world, and Noir screams again, asking the reason for his being sick. Yuxiang tries to pat him, saying that he is not sick, but Noir moves his face backward, and Yuxiang shows his phone screen and says that he is getting angry at the comments, which are making fun of him, which are on the video of Maria exposing Yuxiang, and the commentators are teasing Yuxiang, saying that he would call Maria his mommy, and will act like a child, and some are praising Maria. Yuxiang grinds his teeth in annoyance and grips his phone, saying that he has to conquer not an 8 but a 9-tier tower, so that people would start talking about that. And Noir falls on his chest, yawning, saying that he was worried about Yuxiang without any reason, and asks him why the timer 8 and 9 towers are not accessible right now. He looks at the phone and says that it is only March right now, and Noir falls asleep on his chest, as he thinks that in every season, the towers with higher tiers become obtainable. But this time, he has to wait at least a month for the towers to unlock. He says that these higher tier towers are located in outer space, and they are free from any geographical limitations. He says that once the higher tier towers get unlocked, anyone can join them from anywhere, just like they are playing a video game. As he stands in front of various system windows, the scene shifts back to his room, as he is going through the system saying that he would check if the tier 7 tower is still available. But suddenly Noir punches his face, sitting on his chest, as he asks angrily about where he is going. Noir then puts his paw on his chin, thinking about something, and says that this tower would be perfect for him at this point. And Yuxiang appears in the old and dark tier 3 tower of the Steelsong Orc tribe, with 5 floors and no resting floors. He looks at the tower with raised eyebrows, as he says that this tower is very similar to the one he entered first in this season. He then takes out his sword, grins, and says that he just needs to break some things for fun, because he is not in need of rewards that much right now. Suddenly, his icy sword becomes red, as it shows that he has used Supreme Demon's descent in true form, and he closes his eyes, as the red glow appears on his face, as his hair sways, and he says that in every terrible video game, there is always some description that says something about true form. The details of the Supreme Demon's descent appear to be a mythical tier made up of steel, and it allows the user to temporarily channel the power of the Supreme Demon. This skill card will not be removed after the season reset. Yuxiong's hair gets long as the bright red light energy appears from the sword, making the silhouette of the old Supreme Demon above him, and the dust and debris fly around him. All of a sudden, he gets shocked as a loud noise appears, and his face gets sweaty, as the notification appears that the Supreme Demon is affecting Yuxiong's body. Yuxiong grips his sword tightly with one hand and holds his stomach in pain with the other as something cracks in it, and his hair becomes short again. His body tenses and is partially hunched due to the weird things happening in his stomach. All of a sudden, he blurs blood out of his mouth, which he tries to sop with his hand, but in vain. He thinks about the Supreme Demon and curses him, as a loud explosion happens and his body hunches, rising upwards. His arms start to get tingly, and a fit of red energy emerges from his hands, as a notification appears that the preparation of the vessel is finished, and fine-tuning is starting. His muscles start to get stronger, with veins appearing and red energy surrounding him, as he holds his head in pain. He lowers his head, holding his hands, as he thinks that he did not know that when he was told that he could keep a piece of the Supreme Demon's power, his body would be transformed. And he stands up, with a muscled body, with a broad chest and huge arms, as the notification appeared that he has received the blessing of the Supreme Demonic Body. He smiles and squeezes his hand, emitting red energy, as he thinks that this is what physical ascension is called. Suddenly, a loud explosion happens, and the ceiling of the tower breaks, and a bright light appears, and he looks at it, and thinks that his body has not changed too much. All of a sudden, green monsters appear from the broken ceiling with huge axes in their hands, and a notification shows that due to the collapse of the ceiling, the second floor has ruptured. Suddenly, a monster jumps and lands in front of Yuxiong while dust swirls around him, and blue energy surrounds Yuxiong, who gets shocked. He smiles, ready to attack, and takes out his sword, which is releasing blue and red energy. He swings his sword, saying that he is going to test this, while a glowing red energy radiates from it, as the beast lunges towards him with their axes. A while later, he sits on top of the dead, bloodied beasts, folding his arms, going through his system window as he thinks that he has successfully unlocked the third stance of the Supreme Demonic Sword style. A notification appears showing that the first stance is annihilation, the second is destruction, and the second does not have a name. Yuxiong walks away from the dead bodies, as he wonders if it does not have a name because it is meaningless, and why the original skill did not have the third skill at first. He lowers his head as he thinks about the Sword of Void, as he remembers fighting with someone, and as a translucent image of himself appears with red energy marks on his body and bright eyes. He holds his sword, which is now radiating white energy, and he looks above as he wonders in nervousness if he will be able to use the Sword of Void. He then appears in front of a large metallic and wooden door, and again his body starts to emit red energy. He opens his eyes, which are now black with red pupils, as he says that he is going to destroy it as soon as the doors open. The red energy becomes bigger and bigger, and the notification appears that the synchronization is 1%. And another appears that it is synchronizing with the fallen monarch of Sword, and Yuxiong gets shocked at it. He thinks about the fallen monarch and remembers that the monarch of Plague was also the fallen monarch, as he remembers the giant pink stone, and people surrounding it, and the green monarch, and all this had happened in the last season. The scene shifts back to the present as he steps towards the door, wondering if the Supreme Demon was also a monarch. He gets a flashback of Supreme Demon, with his sparkling eyes telling him that he has been looking for a person who could beat him, and this is the first time he is seeing a monarch slayer. Yuxiong then puts his hand on the door, as he says that now he can understand the reaction, because Yuxiong has killed someone who was equal to the Supreme Demon. Suddenly, his surroundings become dark, and a bright light shines above him, and his eyes get wide in shock and nervousness. His hand is still on the door, but now the Monarch of Jesters is standing in front of him, and the notification appears that various monarchs are looking at him silently. The Monarch of Jesters appears with the mask on, showing only half of her face, as the notification appears that she is watching him without any expression. Yuxiang looks at her with an unimpressed expression, as sweat drips from his face, and the Monarch of Jesters starts laughing, showing her teeth as she asks him why he is being so serious. She keeps laughing, and a bright light appears above Yuxiang, who is trying to open the door. He pushes the door with his hand, creating a loud creaking noise as he curses the monarchs. He enters through the door, and the room is surrounded by red energy, and the notification appears that he has entered the boss stage. In front of him is a giant beast with an armored helmet with horns, and a horn on his shoulder as well, as he says to start the fight. He steps towards Yuxiang, and his foot makes a loud boom sound due to how heavy he is. He swings his giant weapon above him, as he tells Yuxiang to fight with his honor, and Yuxiang also lunges towards him by swinging his sword. Yuxiang raises his sword, smirking as his eyes radiate red energy. He swings his sword towards the beast and slashes him in half. His body parts start falling from the air, and a notification appears that he has defeated the boss. He lets out a relieved sigh as the tension drains from his shoulders, debris still falling behind him, as he thinks that the Supreme Demon's power is that powerful. Suddenly, his hand starts to cramp, and he holds that hand tightly with another hand, as his hand starts to drip blood. All of a sudden, a gush of blood starts to appear from his palm, as he tries to stop it with difficulty, gritting his teeth as he thinks that handling the third stance was difficult for him. He tightly grips his sword, red and white energy appearing from it, surrounds him, and multiple explosions happen beside him, making the debris fly in the air, as he thinks that the power is too strong for his body, and that is why everything is getting out of his control. The image of the Supreme Demon in red smoke appears behind the struggling Yuxiang as he says that this is so insignificant. The red smoke rises upwards, and a bunch of monarchs are seen sitting there, as the Supreme Demon says that all the things on this earth do not hold any meaning. As Yuxiang tries to hold his grip on his sword, he thinks that these images of the Supreme Demon and monarchs are the memory of the Supreme Demon himself. The Supreme Demon looks above as he sees each monarch on a different hill, as they tell the Supreme Demon that he is perfect to become a monarch. And Yuxiang raises his sword above him, as he thinks that he does not care about the history of this power, and suddenly thrusts it into the ground, breaking it with a loud noise, as he says that this power is now his. He keeps his sword thrust into the ground, as red energy radiates through it, and in front of him, a bright light appears, making the image of the Supreme Demon disappear. After a while, he looks out at a beautiful purple sky, where the sun is shining its rays from the broken wall of the tower. He smiles and sighs in relief as his hair flows in the air. As he keeps looking at the sunset sky, he thinks that what had happened in the tower was very cool, and suddenly he hears Noir asking him if there is something wrong with him. The scene shifts to the real world, with bright blue as he looks at his phone and puts it to his ear as he calls Tisaki, and Tisaki teases him that he is the baby hero and asks him if he needs help from his daddy. And Yuxiang makes an angry face as he says that the baby king will get so angry that he will leave Korea and move to France, and he hears the crashing noise on the other end of the phone. The scene shifts to Tisaki's office, where he has fallen on the ground with his chair, as the papers fly around him, as he asks Yuxiang the reason for his call, and his secretary looks at him in confusion. The scene shifts back to Yuxiang, who is now leaning on the railing, as vehicles pass beneath him, and he tells Tisaki that he only wants a partner in a fight, and nothing big deal. The scene shifts to Tisaki's department, where a bunch of players, including Tisaki and his secretary, are standing, as Tisaki says in an unimpressed tone that Korea's National Intelligence Agency has turned into Yuxiang's sidekick. Yuxiang smiles sheepishly and suggests to them that they should rename the department to Hero King and the Boys, and Tisaki tells him to shut up. Tisaki holds his hand up as he asks Yuxiang to just tell him the rules, and Yuxiang says that he will only use one skill of Supreme Demon's Descent, but Tisaki can use any skill that he wants. He continues saying that he will not use any artifacts, synergy, or side deck, and he won't use his Shadow Beast, on which Noir looks at him angrily. Tisaki raises his eyebrow as he asks if Yuxiang is also not going to use his Frost Artisan, and what else he will use as a weapon. And Yuxiang takes out a card, smiling that he has his weapon in this. Everyone gets shocked seeing his card, and Tisaki moves backward, with his hands extended, as he asks him if it is what he thinks it is. Suddenly, Yuseong orders to equip the weapon, and green, sizzling lava starts to appear on the ground, as everyone steps back trying to avoid it. And Yuseong smirks and appears to be holding 2 daggers in his hands, which are of multiple colors. And everyone gets shocked and fearful seeing his daggers. Everyone tries to cover their eyes from the green light that is emerging from Yuseong's daggers, as they try to understand what it is. Someone from the crowd asks if this is the power from the Monarch of Plagues, and everyone gets shocked. Hearing that, Tisaki gets worried, as his eyebrows furrow and sweat starts dripping from his face, as he calls Yuseong's name. Tisaki tries to step towards Yuseong as a dagger appears in his hand as well. Tisaki starts to appear in his gear, as he demands Yuseong, whose eyes are sparkling green, and a smoke on his face to answer him, as he asks him if he has passed his test. Suddenly, Yuseong smiles and shows his dagger as he happily tells him that he has passed the test. Everyone starts laughing as they sigh in relief, and Tisaki says that Yuseong was scared for him for a minute. The details of the daggers appear to be that their name is the Monarch of Plagues Blades of Black Death, which is full of poison of the Monarch of Plagues, and it appears to have various blessings with it. The scene shifts, and Yuseong's smiling motivates everyone, who are forming a queue to go inside, as he asks why everyone is making those faces. Yuseong then starts to brag that he is not going to use any skill or card, other than the supreme demonic daggers. Tisaki appears in front of him and points his finger towards him, saying that he has to promise one thing before going inside, and Yuseong asks what kind of promise. Tisaki, with a concerned face, points towards other players, who look like they are kids and are scared, and he says that Yuseong should make their death painless, because they look like they are going to get butchered. Yuseong starts laughing as he raises his pinky finger to promise, saying that he will make their death as smooth as possible. After a while, Yuseong stands alone in the quiet building, and the sun shines behind him, and a firework burns beside his feet. A man gets ready by taking his sword out, as Yuseong announces that the fight will begin after the firework goes off. A girl named Ja looks at him from behind a pillar, as Yuseong orders them to come at him with everything that they have, and he is counting on the assassination department to do its best. The fireworks fizz, and Yuseong smiles, saying that they learnt everything from Yuseong. Suddenly, the fireworks go off, and then explosions of light burst across the sky, and all the players lunge towards Yuseong from every corner, with their weapons in their hands. One player appears in front of Yuseong, and he, without any effort, stabs the player with one hand, and with the other, he fights with another player. Yuseong blocks 2 incoming attacks on either side of him with a swift swing of his sword, sparks flying as metal clashes against metal with a sharp noise like clang and ting, while Tisaki leaps toward him from behind, cloaked in red energy and ready to strike. Tisaki pushes both of his daggers towards Yuseong's back, but Yuseong stops the attack with only one dagger, and he smirks proudly. Yuseong twists mid-battle, slashing his glowing dagger in a wide arc as multiple enemies close in from all directions, the fiery orange sky behind him casting light over the clash. Suddenly, Tisaki appears in the sky and throws both of his daggers towards Yuseong, and Yuseong swiftly attacks them with his own, throwing them backwards to the 2 players, as blood starts to ooze out from them. Yuseong raises his dagger, as red energy emits from it, and he peers at the sky, as he sees Tisaki flying over him, ready to attack. Tisaki moves his daggers above his head, his eyes radiating red light, as the notification shows that the Heartbreaker has the ability to retrieve a weapon. He then lunges at Yuseong, as their daggers clash with each other, sparking a light, and Yuseong asks him if Tisaki thought that he could really fool him with that. Tisaki smirks, and suddenly he disappears into the thin air, leaving only red smoke behind, and Yuseong gets shocked, as he sees some sharp metal objects flying towards him. He does the object as he bends his body backwards, and the object flies above him and is thrust into the wall with a loud ting. He looks at them as they appear shiny, and suddenly, other players jump from the walls with shining daggers in their hands. And Yuseong grins, looking at them, as his eyes start to become red and black, as he slashes his daggers in a wide arc, attacking every player in sight. A thin shiny wire appears on his hand, as he spreads the wire all over, making a web, and the notification appears that Charlotte's web of 3 stars can be used by detaching the webs to use them as wires. Yuxiong uses his dagger to snap a part of the wire in half, as an explosion happens beside him. Suddenly, blocks of wood start to rise, and a thread pierces through each of the blocks. Yuxiong fights with the players beneath the bunch of threaded wooden blocks above him. He looks at a player who is trembling and smiles at him, saying oops, and lunges towards him. He jumps from the ground towards the tower, dodging the wooden blocks as black spikes appear on the ground, and he says that it was a close call. He hops from one tower to another, as he says, to find out which player is using Charlotte's Web, as he sees Jie on the roof of a tower with wires in his hand. She gets shocked and scared that Yuxiong has found him. Yuxiong slashes his dagger towards Jie, breaking a rock, but she dodges the attack, and Yuxiong tells him that Jie was his best student. Yuxiong snaps one of the wires, and Jie pulls them towards her and smiles as she looks at him, saying that he is kind of scary. She drapes the wire on her wrist as she rushes towards him, and Tisaki is also behind him. She asks him if he is challenging her for a one-on-one fight. Yuxiong puts both of his daggers in front of his face, and they are radiating bright red energy, and the stones on them sparkle with green light, and he smirks. He rushes towards the platters, and Tisaki also lunges towards him with his daggers, using all his energy, leading to a loud red explosion. After a while, Yuxiong appears walking in the air, with a dagger on his shoulder, as he says that the power is twice as powerful if he uses 2 daggers. He then lands on the ground and walks, making the dirt on the ground spread in the air. He looks down from above, the moon shining in the night sky as he sees nothing but empty ground with debris, and says that it is a beautiful view. Jie's hand twitches on the ground as Tisaki helps her to sit, and he looks terrified and shocked, and Jie says that she thought she was going to die. Yuxiong crouches in front of them and smiles like a child as he asks if they can finish the work now. Tisaki loses his grip on Jie, and she falls back on the ground, lying, and Tisaki puts his hand on his head as he asks irritatingly if Yuxiong wants to do more, and Yuxiong, in a disappointed tone, says that it is okay not to do it, and they can leave the tower. Tisaki looks around, and he grits his teeth with wrinkled eyebrows as he says that Yuxiong has destroyed everything, and asks him if he has considered conquering the world as well. Yuxiong blows a raspberry, looks at him like he is an idiot, as he asks him what he means. The scene shows Yuxiong and Tisaki standing up, and just sitting on the ground, as Yuxiong asks again how he is going to conquer the world, and Tisaki says that only one hero king is enough to conquer the world. Yuxiong then starts boasting about himself, saying that Hero King's true power is still unknown because no enemy has been strong enough to make him unleash his full potential, and Tisaki cuts him off and tells him to clear the tower. They conquer the tower, and Jie stretches her arms, Yuxiong yawns, and Tisaki scratches his neck. A player taps with his boot the shoulder of another player who is lying on the floor, asking him to get up, as the game is over, and the player opens his eyes as he asks what time he died in the tower, and another player laughs at him, saying that he does not even know the time of his death, and the previous man tells him to shut up because he has spent a longer time in the tower than him. Looking at this, Yuxiong smiles and looks at Tisaki and says that he has broken his promise of painless death, and Tisaki smiles back, saying that if he needs them once again, just call next time. These players are going to be stronger. Suddenly, a notification appears that the Tower of Alternate History is calling Yuxiong, and he is surprised to see this. But on the other notification, he gets shocked as it is from Lieutenant General Kilgore, as he is calling for Yuxiong's help. As he remembers that Kilgore attacked him during the tower fiesta, and grits his teeth, saying that Kilgore does not have any shame, Tisaki asks him what is going on. But Yuxiong does not reply, as he thinks that if he rejects him, maybe a tower break occurs. Tisaki asks him again, and Yuxiong starts shuffling his cards, as he says that he has already done his warm-up. So now he is going for the real fight, and Tisaki, surprised, asks him if he is going right now. And Yuxiong waves him a hand, saying goodbye, that he is going to the United States, as a glowing light shines on him. As Yuxiong says goodbye, while entering the Tower of Alternate History, a Tier 7 in hard mode, and Tisaki tries to stop him as he asks where Yuxiong is going. He puts his hands up in concern, as sweat drips from his face, and he thinks about what Yuxiong is doing now. The scene changes, and Yuxiong looks at glowing holographic images swirling around him as he looks up in confusion, his brow furrowed, as a notification appears that in the year 1940, A powerful demonstration by a necromancer enabled the tyrannical Posey Empire to conquer the nation of Kitane, and Yuseong wonders what this Posey Empire is. Suddenly, Yuseong hears Kilgore shouting in disbelief and anger as he says that the desire for freedom should always remain strong. Yuseong interrupts him as he asks him, since when does he start thinking about the situation in the tower, and Kilgore gets shocked seeing him. Kilgore holds his grip on his gun as he gets angry, gritting his teeth as he asks Yuseong why and how he is here, because this tower is in the United States and cannot be connected to South Korea. Yuseong gets startled hearing that, and he points his finger at Kilgore, saying that he is the one who has given him a distress call, and to ask him to come here, and Kilgore also gets surprised on hearing the distress call. Kilgore gets frustrated as he shouts at Yuseong that he would never call Yuseong for help, as he went through so much because of him. But Yuseong cuts his call as he goes through his window system and gets surprised seeing a notification from the Monarch of Jesters saying that he has fooled her once again. A notification shows that the Monarch of Jesters is laughing out loud, and Yuseong gets confused and shocked as he wonders if it was all fake and regrets it. Yuseong extends his hands and smiles at Kilgore, saying that it was a mistake from his side, as he could not resist coming here because the tower called him, and Kilgore pinches his nose in frustration. They both look at the notification windows, startled, as it appears that after all that has happened, there is still hope, and the people who have taken up weapons to fight for freedom are ready for battle. Kilgore closes his eyes in disappointment as he says that since Yuseong is already here, he will take his help, since the problem is limited to the tower. He puts his arm around Yuseong's shoulder and shouts in determination that he is a man who was born in the land of freedom, so he cannot tolerate all of this, and Yuseong, with an unimpressed face, holds his hand, agreeing with him. Kilgore then tells him that he has never doubted Yuseong's abilities as a player, so he wants to team up with him, and Yuseong laughs and pushes his arm from his shoulder as he says that Kilgore only wants to team up with him if the situation requires it. A notification appears that they are going to transfer to the story's first point, and a timer starts. Yuseong tells Kilgore that they are completely different, even if their world is on the edge of collapsing, and Kilgore looks at him, listening to what he is saying. He smiles and says that when they are facing a dictatorial regime, they should unite as a single global community, and asks if he is right. He then extends his hands, asking that he get surprises when Kilgore teams up with Jorg, as he is so against imperialism, and Kilgore curses Jorg, saying not to even say his name in front of him. Yuseong chuckles and says that, despite hating Jorg so much, Kilgore still partnered with him, which shows how scared he is of Yuseong. Yuseong comes forward and taps on Kilgore's chest, saying that he challenges him to go against him once again, and Kilgore looks at him in helplessness but cannot say anything. Suddenly, the timer gets off, and they get transferred to the story's starting point as they stand in front of a bunch of people who are cheering on players coming to help us, and thanking God for keeping an eye on them. Suddenly, Kilgore shouts and orders them to declare their formal association with an organization, and Yuseong palms his face in annoyance, saying that God's blessing should be on them. Kilgore orders the soldiers to stand at attention, which they obey and stand still, and one man comes forward saluting Kilgore, as he asks if he is in charge, and he introduces himself as the First Lieutenant Aldo Pitt, and he is in charge of the Bastards, the guerrilla unit of the Liberal Union of Kitane. Hearing this, Yuseong puts his hand on his chin, wondering why they are not in some military base, or what if they are in one. Kilgore puts both of his hands on his waist as he orders Aldo to provide him with quick information on the current situation, and Yuseong turns his face to the other side, while Aldo tells him that they are completely encircled by the Posey soldiers. Yuseong peeks out the window through the blinds, as he says that it makes the situation simpler, and now they have penetrated far into the enemy territory. Out of the window, he sees some soldiers sitting around an old-fashioned car, eyeing them, as he says that he does not think that these are necromancers. Aldo comes forward and, in a serious tone, tells Yuseong, who is now turning towards him, that the necromancers are elite soldiers, which is why they are stationed solely in the Central Territory. However, the enemies they are facing should also not be underestimated. Kilgore laughs in pride as he says that no one can beat them, and lifts his index finger as he says that they only have one single goal. And all the soldiers gulp their own saliva and furrow their eyebrows in anticipation, and Kilgore smiles evilly as he says that they must kill them all. He then makes a fist with his hand, as he orders to listen to his plan, and Yuxiang looks at him, unimpressed, with his arms folded on his chest. Kilgore orders the soldiers to go outside, and they will kill every enemy soldier they come in sight of, and all the soldiers in front of him salute him. Kilgore then orders in a loud voice with an evil smile that they will give these soldiers the most brutal deaths. After some moments, Kilgore comes out of the building and sets a fire, and all of a sudden, soldiers from every corner get alerted. A notification appears that they are surrounded by the 101st Purifier Battalion, which is an elite arm unit of the Posey Empire. The Posey soldiers open fire on Kilgore, as the sounds of rifle fire fill the air, but Kilgore is protected by a glowing shield that deflects the bullets, creating a sharp sound as sparks fly around him. The soldiers behind him are surprised to see his protective shield, as they admire it with guns in their hands. Kilgore peeks behind as he tells them they should follow him, and his shield will protect them as well. And the soldiers come forward, chanting for freedom as the shield protects them also. Yuxiang also comes forward with his daggers in each hand, emitting green smoke, as he sarcastically cheers for freedom with an annoyed face. Kilgore and his soldiers open fire at the Posey soldiers, which pierces them on the head and chest, as they all fall with blood splattering from them. Suddenly, Yuxiang looks above him as he sees two soldiers firing upon them, as black shadow surrounds him, and he appears behind them, ready to strike with his daggers. And abruptly, he slices their head off from their necks. Kilgore holds one soldier with his hair and a knife on his head as another soldier dies in front of them, and he slashes him also and sees Yuxiang flying above him from the roof of a building. Kilgore holds the bloodied knife as blood splatters around him, as he looks above at Yuxiang, who is slashing a man's head on the roof of another building. Yuxiang stands with his hands on his waist, with the beheaded body of a soldier in front of him, and a few dead soldiers on the ground with their pool of blood beside Kilgore. Kilgore appears behind Yuxiang as he is flying with the help of a drone, and he calls Yuxiang's name, and he peeks behind him. And Kilgore, with an irritated face, tells Yuxiang that he is not killing the soldiers brutally like he had asked them to do. Yuxiang rolls his eyes and says that a murder is a murder. It does not matter if it is done brutally, and Kilgore makes a fist with his hand, as he says that he disagrees because they need to ruin anyone who is wearing that uniform. They look at the brutally murdered soldiers lying lifeless in their blood. Kilgore says that their allies must witness their horrific deaths and feel the pain they suffered. As a commander with a bunch of his soldiers appears holding a broken helmet of their soldiers, Kilgore says that they should make them guilty of what they are doing. The scene shifts back to both of them standing on the roof of the tower as Yuxiang says that he has watched a film like this, and suddenly, some fighter jets appear in the sky, and Kilgore says that these must be for their enemy. Kilgore's soldiers look at the jets in the sky in horror, and he himself lands on the ground as dust surrounds him, and Yuxiang Bap appears behind him, unimpressed, as Kilgore smiles and says that it is the right time to show them who has the most powerful jets in the world. Kilgore stands and points this shiny finger at the sky, smiling, and Yuxiang looks at what he is doing with his folded arms on his chest. Suddenly, the noise of fighter jets starts buzzing in the air, and the wind starts to blow, swaying Yuxiang's hair. A bunch of F-23 Diablo jets appear in the sky, making loud noises as they fly briskly. The jets soar through the sky, unleashing rapid gunfire with a deafening noise, their trails streaking across the clouds, and one enemy jet erupts in an explosion. Fire engulfs its body, sending debris scattering through the air, and a loud, massive explosion happens in the sky, making all the surrounding area glow in the light of fire. And all the Kilgore's soldiers start cheering. Seeing that, Kilgore lands on the ground from the roof, while Yuxiang is still standing there, as the players are chanting in favor of the players and asking the enemies to pay in blood and to demolish their lands. Kilgore stands with his arms extended as he smiles in pride, asking his soldiers to imagine what they can do to achieve peace. Yuxiang also lands on the ground, as he asks if Kilgore is suggesting that they should prepare for war in the name of peace. Kilgore starts to laugh as he asks in disbelief if Yuxiang is a fool, and if he is saying to prepare themselves for the war, and to achieve peace, and Yuxiang looks at him in a little rage. And Kilgore smiles evilly as he says that they must fight wars. The scene then shifts to Jorg looking at the explosion that had happened in front of him, as the notification appears that he has conquered the Tower of Continental Conquest. As someone behind him informed, some players are also on the Union side. as a notification appears that he has received something. But before reading it, he shuts the window off. He then looks above and extends his hands, his cape and hair flowing in the air behind him as he tells the Monarch of Immortality that he has completed his mission. He then puts his hand on his chest as he grins, looking above as he says that, for the sake of his beliefs, he wants to ask for a little more time in this current period of history. And the scene shows a statue of a commander beside a lake and buildings. And the notification appears that the monarch has granted him a short break to enjoy himself, and a blessing has postponed his return, and a giant glowing skeleton appears behind him. And he looks above, smiling, saying that he will prove his loyalty to his monarch. The scene shifts back to Kilgore, looking at the destruction that the explosions by his fire jets are creating, as he smiles and says that to have peace, they must create wars. Yuxiong also looks at another explosion that has happened in front of him, making the debris float in the air. As he looks at the glowing explosion, he gets a little confused as he says that this area belongs to their own allies. The scene shifts as Kilgore is taking out a cigar, and he smiles and says that he enjoys the smell of bombs. Yuxiong, Kilgore, and Aldo are in an open jeep, which Aldo is driving, and Kilgore is smoking his cigar as he spreads his legs on the bonnet of the jeep, as Yuxiong says that he only smells gasoline, and Kilgore says that he is talking about that smell as well. As he puts his cigar in his smiling mouth, he says that this smells like victory to him. Yuxiong smiles unimpressed as he disagrees, saying that it does not smell like victory. Instead, it smells horrible. As the jeep is running on the street, Kilgore addresses Aldo, and he responds immediately. Kilgore asks for the location of their enemy's operation command, and Aldo replies, as sweat drips from his face, that the Posey Empire's headquarters is currently located in Kitane's territory. He further adds that it is in the skyscraper in White, York City, and the center of the Union has become the headquarters of their opponent. Kilgore gets shocked as he turns towards Aldo, as he keeps driving with nervousness, as they have also changed the Statue of Freedom to their own leaders. Kilgore gets angry on hearing that, as he points ahead and says that they will go their way, and he will destroy that statue as soon as he looks at it. And Yuxiong, sitting behind, gets bored as he looks at the road on his side, putting his chin on his palm. Their jeep, along with two other military jeeps, abruptly halts in front of the blocked road by a bunch of the enemy's soldiers, as Aldo asks if they should forcefully enter the area, as there is no other way. A notification appears that the players are trapped by the 13th Occultist Battalion, and its elite unit of the Posey Empire, and the soldiers appear in dark green hooded robes and a mask covering their upper face, as they are holding a staff topped with a red skull. One of the soldiers from Kilgore's army looks at them, and nervously says that these men are necromancers, and Yuxiong looks at them as he says that he is going to handle them. Kilgore orders his soldiers to go behind them and make their way to their headquarters. The necromancers show that they won't let them go free, and a bunch of monsters appear beneath them, surrounding them with dark energy. Yuxiong pulls out his daggers and orders Noir to eat them all. Noir tells Yuxiong that these monsters are zombies, and were prisoners of war, as they all lined up with their weapons, wearing black and white striped clothes. Yuxiong looks at their prisoner number on their shirt as he says that it appears the people in the camp have been transformed into zombies, and it's understandable now why they were so angry. He then tells Noir that humans are capable of so many horrible things. Noir asks him how he is saying that, because he is one of them, and Yuxiong gets shocked. As he remembers killing the High King after waking up the dead soldiers, he says that that case was different, and Noir asks if it was really different, and Yuxiong also could not make himself believe that it was a different case. The zombies open fire, and Yuxiong says that he is going to handle this alone, as black shrouds spread across him. A notification appears that a zombie ant fungus has applied to his daggers, as he swiftly moves between the zombies, leaving the green fungus strikes between them. The fungus is applied to the zombies' arms and necks as they scream. The zombies get alerted as they turn around, sticking their long tongues out, guns in their hands, and they open fire on necromancers, as one of the necromancers shouts that zombies have stopped obeying their commands. One bullet strikes the necromancer's staff, breaking it and also hitting him, oozing his blood out, as he shouts, demanding backup for them, and other zombies start eating other necromancers, splattering their blood out. Yuxiong, with his daggers at his side, looks at the fight between the zombies and the necromancer as they are firing bullets at each other. Yuseong hears someone saying to him that he is finally finding the beauty of necromancers, and Yuseong looks to the side where the voice is coming from. He sees Jorg, who is right now the highest-ranking officer in the Empire's elite arm unit, standing in a dark hole, surrounded by dark energy. He says that he did not think that the trouble here was made up by Yuseong, and Yuseong tells him that he is going to find Kilgore here somewhere as well. Jorg puts his gloved hand on his mouth, as he wrinkles his eyebrows in concern, holding a staff with a black skull with a horn on it. He asks in disbelief how the vile man, Kilgore, has come here in his empire. Suddenly, he smiles with happiness as he tells Yuseong to talk about Kilgore later and points his finger at himself, asking him to look at his new uniform. He says that this uniform is a little different from their world, but it possesses a unique beauty, and he suspects that the younger people would describe it as eye candy. Yuseong comes towards him, followed by the dark energy and daggers in his hands, as he tells Jorg to act his own age. And suddenly his eyes become black and white as he says that his uniform is not eye candy, but rather it is an eyesore. Jorg puts his staff in front of his face, smiling, as he says that if he is using the Supreme Demon Descent, then he does not leave any option for him to use his weapon. He extends his arms, and a giant glowing with dark energy skull appears behind him, wearing a black crown with red jewels, shattering the ground beneath its heavy foot, as it appears that Jorg is the Grave Lord now. Yuseong shrugged as he said that he thought Jorg was busy working for his own organization. So how come he has got a mythical skill like this? Jorg extends his staff as he says that he can ask the same question to Yuseong, as he has the Supreme Demon's Descent as well as the daggers of the Monarch of Plague. Jorg smiles as his eyes spark purple, as he says that he is the one who deserves these daggers, as they are unique. He asks Yuseong how he is such a good player, and the daggers from Yuseong's hands disappear. He takes out his cards as he orders to use the side deck and to swap Ray's Undead Warriors to Frost Artisan. Jorg laughs at this, as he says that Yuseong might be trying to indirectly say that he can fight with Jorg without using a powerful weapon from the Monarch. And Yuseong says that it is useless to use necromancy against the biggest necromancer, as blue energy starts to swirl around him. Jorg then lifts his hand up, and the skull copies his movement, radiating bright light around them. And he says that he cannot believe that Yuseong can appreciate someone else's skills. Jorg thumps his hand on the ground, and the skull does the same, sending dark shock waves on the ground towards Yuseong, but he dodges them by jumping above them. Yuseong looks behind him as dark tentacles appear and wrap around all the zombies, trapping them in their grasp, as a notification appears that the effect of zombie ant fungus is not working, as the targets do not have any organism. And all zombies start to turn into skeletons in the grasp of tentacles. All the zombies appear as skeletons behind Yuseong, and load their guns in their hands, as Jorg says that all things must come to an end. A notification shows that Yuseong has activated the equipment skill of Baptism of Darkness, the Dark Shrouds, as dark purple shiny energy appears from his index finger surrounding them, as he jumps, ready to fight. Yuseong throws ice bolts with his hands flying above Jorg, as his attack, stealth, evasiveness, and dex stats increase massively, as appears in the notification. A notification shows Kilgore that he has weakened due to the Dark Shroud, as he lifts his staff with the glowing horn of the skull, and he tells Yuseong that he is not alone in possessing the darkness resistance. Abruptly, the skull opens its mouth and throws a large amount of light energy towards Yuseong, but he swiftly hops away, causing the light to blast on the ground. Jorg raises his hand, which is radiating energy, as he shouts in rage that the skeletons might not be able to see due to the darkness shrouds, but he can see very clearly even if he is inside the shroud. 2. And he slaps his hand on Yuseong's arm, making him swift to the side, as Jorg says that Yuseong has made a mistake in thinking that he cannot fight in darkness, but he soon realizes that it's not Yuseong, but it's his illusion. Yuseong's sword appears in front of him and cuts a little bit of Jorg's forehead, making it bleed, but he soon bends backward as he shockingly says that the sword is not an illusion. Suddenly, Yuseong holds Jorg's head and squeezes it, as his cap flies, and Yuseong says that there is always more than what eyes can see. Yuseong's eyes spark red as he holds his sword. A notification appears that he has activated Assassination Notice, as he says that he thought that Jorg would know that because of his focus on abstract concepts like ideologies. And a dark translucent skull appears above Jorg's head as he gets scared, and Yuseong says that he wants to see how much these ideologies really matter. The giant skeleton appears above both of them as it tries to track Yuxiong, but he leaps downwards, as Jorg thinks that Yuxiong has made it impossible for him to execute his plans. Suddenly, a sharp light slashes the skull in half, making it break into pieces, as Jorg thinks that he has worked so much for this moment, but it all failed, and he will wait for the next time. Yuxiong keeps dragging him downwards with his hand on his face, as he realizes something and thinks that he is having some weird feeling. As he looks at the white streak above him, scared, with blood going from his forehead to his eye, Yuxiong appears in a clown mask behind the white streak, saying that there is no next time for him, as he is going to die right now. Yuxiong appears again with his real face, but with red eyes, as white light shines on him, and Jorg thinks that a player cannot kill another inside the tower. As he thinks that it should be impossible, he lets out a loud scream of pain as Yuxiong slashes his sword on him, cutting through the dark shrouds, and a notification appears that the Monarch of Immortality has asked Jorg to get out of there, and quickly banishes him to the real world. The dark shroud disperses, and a sunset sky appears in front of Yuxiong, as the Monarch of Jesters, including various other laughs at the Monarch of Immortality, as shown in the notification. Another notification appears that the Monarch of Death is fulfilled by Yuxiong, and suddenly, Yuxiong puts his hands on his ears, squeezing them tightly, as debris and noise spread in the air, and he sees a massive explosion in the Sky Tower, and the notification shows that he has conquered the Tower of Alternate History, and the Monarch of Death has given him the heroic accessory of Executioner's Plague. The scene changes to the outer world, as news reporters announce that Yuxiong, along with Kilgore, has appeared from a tower together after conquering it. The scene shows reporters asking questions to Yuxiong and Kilgore about whether they have cleared the tower together, and Yuxiong shrugs his shoulders, as he says that Kilgore was crying, asking for his help, so he thought he could give him a hand, and Kilgore laughs nervously as he puts a hand on Yuxiong's shoulder, trying to stop him. Yuxiong then bends down in front of a camera holding one of the mics, and points into the camera, smiling as he addresses Jorg, saying that he knows that he is watching, and reporters ask Kilgore if he had asked for Yuxiong's help to defeat the player Jorg, who is only on the second rank, and Kilgore palms his face in annoyance. The scene changes to Jorg watching the news on his tablet, trembling with anger and gritting his teeth, as he hears Yuxiong saying that at the beginning of the scene, Kilgore said that he would focus on his business. However, it appears that he has been secretly working very hard. He further adds that his experience in his school shows that this kind of behavior was typical of the second-place students. He continues to hear Yuxiong saying that if anyone is concerned about his academic performance, they should see his anime very soon if they count down, and Jorg slams the tablet onto the table in frustration, as he orders his secretary to contact Chairman Seong-ho Lee. He stands up from his chair in front of a large window, looking at the skyscrapers as he tells himself that he needs to go to South Korea. The scene changes to Yuxiong and Kilgore, as he pleads with Yuxiong to stop talking nonsense to the camera, and Yuxiong shrugs, saying that this is his bad habit, which he started speaking rubbish whenever he is in front of the camera. The reporters ask Kilgore if he wants to say anything, and Kilgore puts his hand on his chest as he says that he is a player, but also a nationalist and only wants to say one thing, and Yuxiong looks at him like he is bored with his talk. Kilgore puts his thumb up as he speaks with determination that the citizens of the United States should remake the country into an extraordinary country, and the cameramen start capturing his pictures. Yuxiong then interrupts him by putting his hand on his waist, and Kilgore looks at him, shocked, as he speaks that America is already extraordinary in 3 things, and number 1 is that they are the ones who believe in aliens, and their military budget, and he is about to state the 3rd aspect, when a bunch of men appear behind him. They call his name, interrupting him from speaking, and Yuxiong turns his head to see them. He sees some men in suits and glasses, and one of them asks him to come with them. Yuxiong smiles as he holds the hand of Kilgore, who is in front of him and is now alert as well, and Yuxiong points towards the men, saying that he wants to guess who they are, and quickly says that they look like the cliché CIA agents. One of the men shows his ID with a symbol, and Kilgore bends down to take a look at it, and Yuxiong nervously asks if he is right, and Kilgore says that he might be, and Yuxiong says that if he gets kidnapped in America, that is purely Kilgore's fault. Then he sighs, sweat drops appear on his face, he raises his eyebrow, and asks the men why they are showing their identities in public, because they are supposed to be secretive about it. One of the agents asks him to be cooperative and not to cause any scene. Yuseong smiles sheepishly and makes a cross with his hands, shaking his head no, as he says that he cannot cooperate because Tisaki has asked him not to follow the people whom he does not know. And he turns around towards Kilgore, as he says that he would rather go with him. But Kilgore moves his arm away from him, looking the other way. Suddenly, one of the agents puts a hand on Yuseong's mouth, muffling his words as they drag him away. As they are trying to put Yuseong in the car, Kilgore raises his hands and tells them to do everything for Yuseong's safety. The scene shifts back to South Korea, where Tisaki is looking at the video of Yuseong in the agent's car, as he shouts if Tisaki knows about this, and demands that they answer where they are taking him. Tisaki appears to be worried and angry as he tells his secretary to hunt these men down. He then dials Yuseong's phone number, but it is unavailable. The scene then shifts to downtown New York, a CIA safe house, in which Yuseong is lying on the sofa comfortably, patting Noir on his chest, as an agent sits in front of him and others standing, tells him that a VIP jet will be ready for him, and Yuseong turns his head towards him, asking if that is really important. Another agent tells him that right now, it is only March, and if he takes a regular flight, the passengers on it may be exposed to the risk of a terrorist attack, and asks him to understand this. Yuseong sits up on the couch, still patting Noir in his lap, as he tells the agent that he can go by a tower that is connected through South Korea, and the agent informs him that they have inspected 500 towers, but there are none that connect to South Korea. He then puts his finger up, as he says that there are some towers that connect to North Korea. Yuseong nervously says that if he goes into that tower, a war might happen, and the agent says that they know this. Yuseong falls back on the couch, saying that he will be sleeping until his jet gets ready. The agent tells him to rest well, and he closes his eyes, and tells Noir that he is going to sleep, and Noir meows at him, with one eye open. After a while, Yuseong, in his light sleep, senses the two agents talking as if something is wrong, but he cannot understand it fully, and wonders why they are cursing that much, and he also hears his name. He then gets up from his sleep, and he asks the agents what has happened. He tries to sit up on the couch, petting Noir, as he says that he has also heard his name in his sleep, and the agent tells him that there is some unusual situation, and the authorities have asked them to tell Yuseong about the problem. The agent gives him his tablet, asking him to look at it, and Yuseong gets a little surprised as he says that he is getting the feeling like he is in a movie. As he is going through the picture, he gets shocked as he looks at the bloodied room, and he swipes for more pictures. He sees images of dead people with bloodied faces, and he realizes something and turns to grip the tablet, but does not say anything. The agents then show him a packet, saying that it happened in East Harlem, which is around 2 miles from the CIA safe house, and it happened after 3 or 4 hours of Yuseong leaving the tower. And he shows a card in the clear Ziploc packet, which is a person in purple clothing, and a moon instead of his face, as it is holding a bag, and the agent says that this card was found at the scene. Yuseong looks at it and furrows his eyebrows as he says that the face collector has come back. He puts the tablet down on the table, and he stands up, saying that if he considers the time and location, he thinks that the face collector is trying to provoke him. And he starts walking, and an agent tries to ask him about where he is going, and Yuseong halts in between, and says that he needs to teach the face collector a lesson. He then turns his head and sighs as he asks them to lead, because they are CIA and they must know the location of the enemies. The scene shifts to the face collector in a bloodied room, hovering his knife over a dead woman. The Monarch of Mirrors appears behind him, showing him a giant mirror while smiling evilly as her forehead sparks with red light, and the face collector sings a song. He then puts on the skin of the dead girl, still singing the song, and he squeezes the face on his, as the Monarch of Mirrors tells him to be careful because he cannot make mistakes against him. And the face collector turns into a smiling girl, as he says that he knows everything, and calls the Monarch M. He appears in a pretty dress and long pink hair and dainty legs as he dances in front of a mirror, saying that now he is not looking like a villain, and Monarch of Mirrors encourages him. He then comes forward as he puts his hand on the mirror and sees his original self, and the Monarch tells him that he can get anything that he desires, and she smiles, saying that it also includes Hero King. The scene changes to Yuseong sitting in a chair, going through his system windows, thinking of Titan of the Depth, as he puts his hand on his chin. There are some players who do not like to equip any gear or skills so that they can refrain from appearing on the leaderboard, in which Yuxiang is at the top, and these people are known as Titans, and they belong to the obscure domain known as the Depth. As the image shows, of various individuals in different attire, these Titan people can be government officials who need to keep their identity a secret, or can be members of a secret unit, or the Black Hat players who need to be in secret until they want to do something illegal. And the Face Collector is one of the Titans, who was hunted by Lydia, but he managed to escape, and he is a hateful Black Hat player and has killed some of the best high-ranking players. The scene shifts back to Yuxiang sitting in the car in deep thought, as he holds his face, thinking that if he had known that he would have to deal with him, he would have asked Lydia more questions about him. He imagines himself in front of the Face Collector and the Monarch of Jesters laughing, as he thinks that his coming to the United States must be planned by the Monarch so that he can meet the Face Collector. The car then stops on the side of the road, and Yuxiang gets out, as the agent shows him the way. As they both walk towards the destination, they stop as they see the police have blocked the whole neighborhood of the crime scene. The agent leads him into a building, and Yuxiang thinks that he cannot find the Face Collector here, but he follows the agent. He enters the room and recognizes that it is the same one from the crime scene, as a guy sitting beside a faceless guy lying in his blood says that he is finally here. Yuxiang gets confused as he asks the agent why they have come here, as he needs to kill the Face Collector, not act like a detective by inspecting this crime scene. The guy sitting says that they have to give him this information, as he puts a face on the dead guy, and suddenly his eyes flash with bright light as the skin gets attached to his face. All the dead persons get up, as they have a new face, and the agent asks Yuxiang to see them, and as he walks forward, he smiles, asking them what they are trying to say. The agent asks him what Yuxiang thinks all of this means, and all the dead people start to wear the skin of faces, and Yuxiang looks at them, and the agent from behind him says that it is a surprise for Yuxiang, as he has got into a trap, and Yuxiang strides towards the zombies, as white smoke appears from his boots. He then cracks his neck, as icy wind surrounds him, and ice bolts are falling, as he says that heroes always intentionally walk into a trap, and suddenly lunges towards the zombies with his sword. One zombie rushes towards him, and Yuxiang slashes him with his sword, splattering blood from him. Quickly, all the zombies lunge in his direction from every corner, but Yuxiang kicks one on his chin and protects himself with the ice shield above him, which clashes with the attack of the other zombies. One zombie attacks Yuxiang with his sword, but he swiftly attacks him back, and Yuxiang tries to say that they are something, but he gets interrupted. He stands in front of all the zombies, as they all say in unison that they are strong, if that is what Yuxiang was trying to say, and Yuxiang gets shocked seeing them talking like this, as his eyes widen. He then puts his sword above his shoulder, sighs, and says that he wanted to say that they are creepy. All the zombies sigh in exhaustion, as they say that Yuxiang is just like all of them, and says that only M can recognize their talent. Yuxiang raises his eyebrows as he asks who this M is, and if it is some kind of leader of a secret organization that is filled with people like them. And all the zombies say in unison that Yuxiang is right about the organization, but they have killed many high-ranking players just like Yuxiang, and they did not even take the help of their boss. Yuxiang, holding his sword and knife, says that he thinks that they are about to get messy, and suddenly, a person flicks his finger and thumb, saying that he does not have to worry. Suddenly, the surroundings change in an arena, and Yuxiang looks in confusion as all the zombies surround him. Yuxiang looks at the surroundings as he says that this looks like a subspace barrier skill, and he looks unimpressed as he says that the Face Collector has made a diligent plan. As he prepared his icy energy in his palm, he said that it was a shame that this plan was being used to kill him, as the zombies also got ready to attack him. From all corners of the arena, the zombies attack him with sharp green energy, but he spreads various ice shields, and they halt the attack, and black spikes appear, piercing the zombies. Yuxiang holds his icy pistol as he says that the world is ending very soon, and even then, these people are becoming villains. He then shoots from his pistol, as he says that he is working really hard. He shoots another fire, with a loud bang, and says that he is trying to protect the world. He opens the door on the zombies, all around the arena, as they get hit with the icy bullets and freeze in ice. Suddenly, a man with green hair appears from behind the wall and walks towards the frozen zombie, And again the zombies say in unison that Yuxiang should be excited to find out how this world is going to end. And the green-haired guy smiles evilly as he puts his hands on the frozen zombie and cracks his head. And once more, the zombies speak in unison that they really miss the first season, when they could hear everyone helplessly screaming on the streets. 3 times, the world was on fire, but they are not going to kill him for that reason. Then he puts the skin on his face and asks Yuxiang to stop acting like a superhero. And the zombies start. The green guy removes the skin from the frozen zombie's face and says that at that ging, saying that the world would still run even without Yuxiang. They ask him if he thinks that he is the center of the universe and the defender of it, but Yuxiang keeps quiet, listening to them. The zombies laugh again, as they say that even if Yuxiang is not here to save the world, it will not end that easily. They all take out their fire swords, as they say that even if Yuxiang is finished, a new hero king will appear. Abruptly, they all in unison rush towards Yuxiang with their swords to attack him. But Yuxiang bends backward, and all the swords clash with each other, creating a loud sound and a bright glow. Yuxiang interlocks his fingers together and puts them on his face, trying to cover his eyes from the bright light. And the zombies say that they can also rip Yuxiang's skin and become the hero king themselves. Yuxiang says from behind his interlocked hands that inexperienced people like them, who has never even been in a boss raid, talks so much, and then abruptly extends his hands, throwing the Charlotte web, which pierces into the bodies of the zombies, and they fly away. But the green-haired guy is still standing as the bosom of the zombies falls beside him. He then scratches his neck, saying that Yuxiang does not understand that he is choosing not to participate in this season, because there are no rewards, and they are putting their life on the line, and Yuxiang should also understand this, and not be a fool. Yuxiang looks at him expressionless as he says that if he still thinks that the world does not need Yuxiang, he is going to teach him one thing. He extends his hands from behind the web as he says that Hero King is the best person on earth. He swirls bright blue energy in his palm as he says that the world revolves around him. He throws the energy ball towards the guy as he puts his hand on his face, trying to protect him from the icy energy. Yuxiang, with his hand still in the air, proudly says that when he dies, the world will die as well, and the icy wind surrounds him. The green-haired guy appears half-frozen, smiling evilly as he says that Yuxiang is joking. And Yuxiang walks towards him, taking long strides, as he says that people like the face collector act like they are insane. He continues to say that people get scared when they face reality. And he stops in front of the now almost frozen green guy, and Yuxiang's hands turn into icy weapons, and suddenly stabs him with his iced hands, making his frozen body crash and bleed. The guy's body starts to crack from the inside, as Yuxiang says that they have been too proud of being called Titans of the Depths. But there are no Titans, as they are all useless. Suddenly, he crashes into an iced mirror with his hands, shattering it into pieces, as it reflects Yuxiang's image, and he sees a shadow behind the icy mountains that he has created. As the face collector, in his woman form, appears behind that mountain as he flaunts his long finger, saying that he will not wait for too long to make Yuxiang's face his. Yuxiang sighs and asks if he is going to do that, and he throws the Charlotte webs towards the face collector, who jumps from behind the mountain, as Yuxiang says that villains like him need to learn some lessons by being beaten. The face collector flies towards him, as he tells him to do whatever he wants, and smiles evilly, saying that he can see through all of the tricks. But soon he gets trapped by the web, as it slashes his body, making the blood ooze out from the wounds, as Yuxiang looks at him with his arms folded on his chest. And the face collector falls on the ground, on the pool of blood, asking how he could not see the web. Yuxiang then steps towards the bloodied web, dripping blood on the face collector's white dress, and says that he expected that the face collector would be more careful, because he is the one who keeps his skills secret. And the face collector just says that it is the Oculus skill that Yuxiang has used. He crouches in front of face collector, asking how he is feeling, if someone else is using his own tactics. He then puts his hand on the face collector's face, as he tells him that he should not be so confident in himself, considering that he has only defeated the high-ranking players with underhanded tactics. Yuxiang then takes the skin off of the face collector's face, saying that he is not powerful, but rather the players were not prepared for the lethal attacks, and says that dying here is not the same as dying in the towers. Yuxiang towers above him, holding the skin, as he says that he should not have killed the other players. And his eyes turn red, He thanks him for coming to Yuxiang by himself. He then takes his swirling sword out, as the face collector looks at him, and Yuxiang says that a hero king will never let a villain go without giving him a punishment. And he raises his glowing sword, and dark energy surrounds him. And a loud explosion happens, as people try to protect their ears from the sound. The scene shifts as a bunch of policemen appear and rush towards a restaurant, as they are ordered to find Yuxiang. The police enter the building and are shocked to see dead bodies lying on the floor, and Yuxiang standing with his back towards them, as they order him to put his hands up. And he tells them that the police are too slow in their work, and the men, being scared, come a little forward as they stutter in ordering him to put his hands up. All of a sudden, Kilgore appears as he puts his hand on one of the men, ordering the police to step aside. He then goes to Yuxiang, who is holding the body of the face collector, as Kilgore asks him to explain what happened here. Yuxiang looks at him with an unimpressed expression, and dried blood on one side of his face and neck, as he tells him that a villain has trapped him in a plane, and it turns out to be the face collector. He holds the body by his neck and says that he has taken him out, and holds the body, which does not have legs or arms, and is faceless in front of Kilgore, who asks how Yuxiang can be so sure that he is the face collector. And Yuxiang says that even though the body is not in good shape, the forensic labs can identify him. And continues saying, why does Kilgore think that he could brutally kill an innocent person like this? And Kilgore furrows his eyebrows as he tells him that a CIA agent has reported that Yuxiang is the one who created the barrier. Yuxiang looks at him with an irritated expression, as he explains that he was kidnapped immediately after leaving the tower and lured into a trap. His voice edged with disbelief as he questions why they would think he was the one behind it, and even though he is not expecting an apology. But he did not even know that they're choosing to blame him for it. Yuxiang says that Kilgore had been too blind to notice a traitor among his ranks, and says the culprits must have escaped by now. Kilgore leans forward, towering over Yuxiang as he grits his teeth, as he warns him by saying his name. And Yuxiang says that it could be Kilgore himself working with the face collector, and Kilgore pushes the face collector, making his body fall with a thud on the ground, along with Yuxiang's sword. He then pats his face as he says that it is a disrespect that Yuxiang is thinking that even if he is going to set up a trap, he would hire the face collector, and he would rather kill the person who would bring this idea. Yuxiang sighs and says that he agrees on this point. The scene shifts as they all come out of the building, as Yuxiang tells Kilgore to send him back to South Korea, and tells him that the fake CIA agents told him that they would make Yuxiang fly on a VIP jet. And Kilgore says that this is right. However, those agents were not fake. The scene changes to an airport, as Yuxiang climbs down the stairs, and he extends his arms to greet Tisaki, and Tisaki puts his hand on his waist as he curses him. As soon as Yuxiang stands in for 45 minutes of Tisaki, he squeezes his head, and Yuxiang jokes that the CIA's agents were asking how Tisaki's hairline is, and Tisaki gets angry, saying that when would Yuxiang stop getting himself into problems. Yuxiang tries to make his hair with his fingers, as he makes a sad face, saying that to save the world, he has made a villain go to hell, so Tisaki should be happy about this. And Tikis wraps his arm around Yuxiang as his gear disappears, and Tikis tells him that the media is talking only about Yuxiang, and he sighs, saying that they must be smearing his name once again. As the column of the news appears that reads that this is Yuxiang's best season, and he is living up to his name of Hero King. The scene changes at night, as Yuxiang is standing on his balcony, leaning on the railing, sipping a drink from a can, holding his phone in his hand. As he looks ahead at the buildings and towers in the sky, he thinks that it is March already, and the foolish people do not even have any urgency. His phone's screen lit up, with news filled with comments of people joking about him, as he says that these people are still making baby jokes about him. He gets a flashback of the agent telling him about the risk of a terrorist attack, and another flashback of him cheering his team with Tisaki, as he says that he had heard that the players are really performing very well this season, and Tisaki agrees with him, saying that Russia is already facing internal conflicts among their players. The scene shifts back to Yuxiang on the balcony, as he puts his phone back in his pocket, and looks at the system windows, saying status, equipment, and inventory, and puts his hand on his chin, as he says that they might unlock this month. He remembers the first season's Tier 8 tower, as he says that it was a battlefield for the season boss. And for the second season, a tower broke apart, which resulted in total destruction. He taps on the claim button on the window, and an accessory. The Executioner's Pledge bracelet appears with a heroic tear, which can be used for exposing the weakness of the opponent. He wears the bracelet along with a bird necklace of tracking talisman Talateller, and a ring as his rising of power increases 100 plus, and he squeezes the can with another hand, saying that the Monarch of Death must have been enjoying seeing the Monarch of Immortality being humiliated. That is why he has given him so many rewards. He then gets happy like a kid as he throws his can behind him, saying that he is going to unlock every unclaimed card, and orders them to unpack all, as a notification appears that he has received 7 random skill packs. And the notification tells him that he also has 3 aspect skill cards of minimum common rarity, and Yuxiang orders to unpack them all in Frost aspect. All the stars to unpack, but they seem to be all common cards, and Yuxiang holds them in his hands as he gets irritated, saying that it was supposed to be minimum common, but all of these cards are common. And he soon tried to comfort himself that it is not a big problem, because it will definitely improve his Frost Artisans, because these cards are in Frost aspects, and takes out Frost Javelin, which turns out to be a big, beautiful icy spear. And the notification shows the details that he can equip this even if it is not equipped in his deck. Another notification appears that he also has 3 rare skill cards, but he makes an irritating face, showing his palm to the screen, saying that his luck is bad today, as he has opened 10 cards and none of them were rare, and now he has everything that he needs for right now, so he will save these for later. He then looks at his stats and puts his hand on his chin, thinking about something as he sees 5 stacks from Assassination Notice, 1 from Talateller, and 3 stacks from the Executioner's Pledge, which makes 9 stacks, the maximum number for exposing weakness, and he smiles at this thought. The scene shifts to 2 days later, in Player Forum Korea, where a hand-drawn image of a kid in a cape, titled The Baby Villain of Nightmares, and its description explains him as a high-ranking player who wears ice armor under his robe, along with a cat bib, and his presence is scary, and he kills everyone without speaking a word, and a bunch of comments appear saying that 1 dislikes out of 400, 6 likes must be from Yuxiang, so this image might be of him as well. As someone anonymously commented that they have found the Hero King, the scene shifts to KPA, as Chairman Seong Ho-lee locks his car, looking at the image, as he wonders if this is really Yuxiang or not, and walks towards K-Paw's building, saying that someone has too much time to spend on this, and there are people who stand up for him as well. As he goes through the list, he says that whoever this is, he needs to find them and punish them. He abruptly stops at one headline and opens it, which reads that the KPA is so useless, and, reading that, he shouts, ordering the deployment of the Enforcement Division to capture the baby villain as soon as possible. The scene shifts to a road, where people are getting scared as they look at a bunch of men in suits and red ties, marching forward, and someone says that these men are Grim Reapers. The team leader, Si-hyuk Lee, of Enforcement Division Team, aka the Grim Reapers, orders that he is going to fight him in the tower, and his men should be standing here alert, and catch him as soon as he comes out. His men obey as they bow their heads. He then makes fists of his hands that have cuffs with long nails on them, as he grinds his teeth, saying that the person is bold enough to break the K-Paw's rule in the area that is under his control. And he enters the Tower of Arena, and Si-hyuk looks at a person covered with a cape, as his back is in front of him, with a long spear in his hand, and Si-hyuk asks the man if he is the baby villain that is troubling the new players. Baby villain, covered in an armored suit, hiding his face as well, turns his head slightly and says that the Grim Reaper is here after a long wait, and he had to be in the office because it was getting very hot for him in the cape, and Si-hyuk gets startled as he thinks that he recognizes the voice. Si-hyuk grits his teeth in anger as he says that the baby villain might be someone he is thinking he is, and the baby villain turns, removing his cape, showing his ice-armed and glowing eyes, as he says that Si-hyuk has disrespected the Hero King. He then extends his arms, sending icy shock waves, as he says that everyone was calling him a baby, so he thought that he should also take part in this game, and tells Si-hyuk that he has also commented on the news article. And Si-hyuk gets frustrated, as sweat drips from his face, and he holds his hands up, saying that he was ordered by upper management to comment on the article. And Yuxiang lifts his mask, showing his face, as he says in anger that it means that Si-hyuk has actually left a comment, and Si-hyuk puts his hands on his mouth in horror, as he says that this is actually Yuxiang. And Yuxiang appears in his original gear, leaves his spear, and creates icy bright energy in his palm as his eyes spark white. And he says that he will not let Sihyok go unpunished. And Sihyok starts trembling, still covering his mouth, and Yuseong throws a spear towards him, which stabs him in his stomach, and the notification shows that he has won the duel. Both Yuseong and Sihyok appear outside the tower, and the Grim Reapers march ahead, thinking to capture baby villain. But they get startled as they see Yuseong sitting above Sihyok, and get shocked that he has lost to Yuseong. Yuseong looks at them, smiling with his hand on his forehead as he greets the men and says that they are again working like dogs for the association. And the men get shocked seeing Yuseong. And Sihyok shouts from beneath Yuseong that it is under the Kpa's rule that high-ranking players cannot target low-ranking opponents. Yuseong looks at him in disbelief, saying that there is no other player than him in a high rank in this world. He then starts throwing tantrums as he screams, saying that even baby villain wants to play in the arena, as he needs to get the cards from the loser players. The men from the association look at him in confusion, as they think that there is something wrong with him, and Uising says that the men are looking at him like he is a criminal, and if everyone is expecting him to sit around doing nothing all season, without participating in the arena. He then looks at Sihyok, who is sitting on the ground, and says that KPA is not the law, so he is not going to follow them. And he smiles, saying that if anyone has any problem with that, they should try to stop him, and all the men from the association groan. He then turns around, saying goodbye, and says that he is going to confront more people who had made fun of him, and they should tease him after they see how scary babies can be. The men from the association look at him in horror. He gives the men a last glance and starts to walk away, saying that soon the world will know that the KPA is useless, and that will stop the KPA from worrying so much about the penalties from the association. A man from the association grinds his teeth and starts speaking, and Yuseong stops in between. He slightly turns around as he sees the man screaming that he was also making fun of him for being a baby, and the person starts trembling in fear, but tells Yuseong to fight with him as well. And other men start saying that they will fight as well, but their bodies shiver in fear. A man says that he mocks the baby king in a baby tone, that the hero king wants to drink milk. And another man says that he also wrote some hate comments, and everyone starts telling their own comments to him. And Sihyok also tries to get up, as he chuckles at his team, as they all stand in unison, as they chant that the Grim Reapers are going to stop the baby villain. Yuseong looks at them like they are idiots, as he cannot believe that all of them want to fight with him. The scene shifts to the Tower of Arena during sunset, and after a while, at night, they come back to the real world. And Yuseong smiles, waving his hand to the fallen Grim Reapers on the ground, as he thanks the men for giving him all the arena points, and taunts them that their cards are also going to be very useful for him, and tells them to greet their bosses, who have asked them to write hate comments. The scene shifts to Yuseong lying on his bed, still in his gear, going through his system windows, as he says that he cannot believe that today, due to the association sending their men, he has received a card, and now he can build a second deck. As he tried to change his deck, a notification appeared that he was entering the throne of the end, and he falls into the abyss of the galaxy, and the ground rumbles as he comes near it to land. He lands and sees a tower with multiple floors and countless men standing on the edge with their caps as the light blazes from above, and they welcome him. Yuseong gulps his own saliva as he realizes that in the throne of the end, 999 monarchs gather, and he looks at them with furrowed eyebrows as he asks them the reason for their calling him here. Suddenly, a bright light appears in front of Yuseong, and he looks at it in confusion. The monarch of games appears from the light, with a gold and black cloak, and extends its hand towards Yuseong, saying that it wants to apologize to him. Yuseong looks above at the monarch's eyes as he smiles slightly, saying that the monarch owes apologies for various things, so he does not know what this apology is for. The monarch then explains that Jorg has already conquered the Tower of Alternate History, but he was blessed, so he could stay longer there, and Yuseong had a battle with him there. Yuseong tells the monarch to go on and tell everything, and the monarch says that it only happened because all the monarchs had agreed on a dual fight between Yuseong and Jorg, without telling them. And Yuseong says that even though all the monarchs agreed on the fight got interrupted, and Jorg was forcibly taken from the tower to the outer world. The monarch of game replies that all the monarchs agree with this, and were not happy with what the monarch of immortality did that time, and that is why they are very disappointed with the monarch of immortality, and wanted to rebuke him, but he defended himself. The argument of the Monarch of Immortality is that Yuxiong's blade nullified the tower's regulation that players are not allowed to kill one another, and Yuxiong listens to him silently with his hands on his chest. The Monarch of Games further says that the Monarch of Immortality says that whatever he did with Jorg was only according to the rules, and Yuxiong angrily puts his hands on his waist, saying that there is no possibility that he could have killed Jorg inside the tower, and the Monarch replies that there is actually a slight possibility of that. Hearing that, Yuseoeng gets shocked, and the Monarch smiles and tells him that it is possible because Yuseoeng has the title of the Monarch Slayer. The Monarch explains to him that this possibility is almost zero, but the Parliament of the Throne had to thoroughly consider this issue. He then extends his arms, and a scale of justice appears behind him, with a feather on one end and a dagger on the other, as he explains that 995 monarchs think that the Monarch of Immortality is not guilty, while the others say that he is guilty. Yuxiong makes an irritated face as he grabs his neck. He sighs and asks if the results show that he is not guilty, what is the reason for his being here? And the Monarch shows him his index finger as he says that one Grand Monarch has demanded reparation from the Monarch of Immortality. He further says that the restoration led to the Monarch of Immortality not being innocent, and Yuxiong gets shocked as he tries to understand who this Grand Monarch is. A smoke surrounds the Monarch and Yuxiong, as he explains that the offense was not serious enough to justify removing him from power. However, he has still been forced to show remorse. And he also tells Yuxiong that he is going to receive a chance to be rewarded. Yuxiong looks at the Monarch and asks him what he means by a chance, and the Monarch extends his hands as glowing energy appears beneath Yuxiong, as the Monarch says that, as always, the outcome of this game relies purely on how well the player plays. The scene then changes to Yuxiong entering the Tower of the Monarch of Immortality, which is very quiet. The tower is on an unknown tier, and only Yuxiong is allowed in there, and if he fails to conquer it, he will be sent to the outer world instead of dying. Yuxiong Te goes through his deck system, as he gets a little nervous with frustration because he did not have the time to change it, and he wonders if he is only going to conquer the tower and not get any other reward. There is not much difference from other towers. Then Yuxiong shouts, raising his hands up in the air, as he says that he was promised a reward, and now he does not know what to do, and someone calls him from behind. And he gets startled as he turns his back, but he hears the voice telling him to look down, and he crouches as he takes out his sword, and the voice tells him to start digging the sand he is standing on. Yuxiong cleans his ear with his pinky finger, as he asks the voice why he should dig the sand, and the voice asks him if he is the player. The sand then starts to rise, as the voice tells him that there are many players who have come here, but they have died. But that is not truly a death, and a laughing sound appears, and the voice further tells him that this area is not very secure. Yuxiong points his word to the raised sand, still unsure what is happening, as the voice says that it can help Yuxiong in this dangerous place. Yuxiong shoves his sword, and a skull flies out from the sand, saying it only has its head left, and Yuxiong screams in sudden motion. He then holds the skull in his hand and says that the talking skull is just like how role-play games are. The skull starts laughing, and its eyes are filled with blue light smoke, as it welcomes Yuxiong in a deathless world. Yuxiong narrows his eyes as he remembers that he can go out of the tower only if he dies, so he asks the skull what it means by the deathless world, and how he can go out if he cannot die here. The skull laughs mischievously as it tells him that he can die, but will come alive after midnight. Yuxiong holds the skull and puts a string on it, attaching it to his waist, as it tells him that the skull has always come back to life beneath those sands, and Yuxiong says that it feels like it is a massively multiplayer online game, and asks the skull how all this stuff works. And the skull starts to tell the history that the immortal emperor used this world as a sacrifice, offering this world. Yuxiong asks the skull what it means about this world, and the skull says that the emperor was forced to abandon what he valued the most to become a monarch, and the empire was the most valued thing he had, and Yuxiong looks at him without saying anything. And it tells him that because of that, this world has a curse for eternity, that death cannot happen here, as the image of a bunch of skeletons appears. Yuxiong keeps walking with a sword in his hand and the skull on his waist as he says that the emperor only valued his own life and did not care about anything else. And the skull gets offended by this and tells Yuxiong to have some respect for the emperor. and Yuxiang does not give much attention and tells the skull to give him some information on what kind of rewards he can find in this world. The skull laughs mischievously as it tells Yuxiang to go to the Imperial Palace, and he can find a bunch of treasure and riches. Yuxiang stops walking in front of the palace, with a bunch of his own swords surrounding him, and the skull tells him that no one guards the palace anymore, as the treasure does not hold any value. But Yuxiang sees a group of human skeletons, on horse skeletons, with blue smoke eyes, as he asks his skull if no one is guarding the palace. What are these skeletons doing? And the skull replies that these are friends who are going to give some adventures. But it is glad that he is partnered with the skull. Yuxiang swings his sword, ready to strike, with Noir by his side, as he orders him to eat them all and says that this is an exp farming zone. He slashes the skeletons, striking bright light, and Noir uses his spikes, and Yuxiang's levels keep increasing. He then freezes all the skeletons and smiles proudly. A while later, Yuxiang and Noir stand between all the broken skeletons, as Yuxiang looks at the starry sky, and he wonders if it is midnight already. He then looks around, and the skeletons keep vanishing, and they get intact again and go to stand back in front of the place, and Yuxiang raises his sword and says that this is nice. He looks at the soldiers who are now ready to fight again, and Yuxiang says that it looks like this is their starting point. And he swings his sword, pressing his arm with another hand as he sings that he likes this idea for his training. After a while, he stands in front of a small, blue, glowing pond, with some giant rocks beside it, and a purple energy can be seen far away. And he sits on one of them as he goes through his system windows, which shows that he has gained 1 million achievement points along with a stone of advancement, which will help him to advance his sword telekinesis, and the details of the sword shops, so that if he uses the keywords of one with the sword, he can control at least 5 swords. He gets happy that his sword has been upgraded, and now he is on level 69, and he thinks that it is the right time for him to go to the palace to find some treasures. The skull laughs as it says that they are going to steal the treasure of the Immortal Emperor, so now they are going to be rich. A while later, Yuxiang stands in front of a purple glowing moon, which is reflecting its light on water from which a small pyramid is emerging. Yuxiang gets a little surprise as he walks towards it, as the pyramid keeps coming out of the water with its peak shining bright, and Yuxiang says that it looks very unfavorable. He then steps on the water, splashing it under his boots. As he walks further, the water comes up to his chest. He says that he is doing hard work, and if he does not find any treasure, all this will go to waste. He walks further, and the water reaches his chin, and he gets slightly nervous, and soon he is submerged in the water, as he holds his breath and thinks that he might get angry if this all goes to waste. Soon, he emerges from the water as he climbs inside the pyramid, and the skull says that it thought it would die in the water, and Yuxiang asks if it even needs to breathe underwater, and the skull sheepishly says that it does not need to. Yuxiang scolds the skull, saying that it needs to show the treasure to him, but the skull starts trembling as it says the name of the Immortal Emperor. Hearing that, Yuxiang looks ahead, nervously, as he wonders if he is seeing the Monarch of Immortality. Yuxiang walks towards him, as the skull says that it is a loyal servant of the Emperor, and has brought the dangerous Tomb Raider to him. The Emperor sits on his throne, fully armored, and his sword thrust in the ground in front of him, with dark purple energy surrounding him. Suddenly, his eyes flash with bright light. Yuxiang throws the skull away, telling it to stay patient, as the Talatellar necklace tells him that it is the Immortal Emperor, a copy of the Monarch of Immortality, and he has extraordinary combat and necromancy skills as well as curses and dark magic, and Yuxiang rushes towards him with his sword. He activated the Dark Shroud skill, and dark energy surrounds him. With shiny streaks from his sword, he lunges towards the Emperor. The Emperor also strikes his sword, and Yuxiang backs off with his swords in his hands. The Emperor strikes another attack, and his sword crashes on the ground, creating a loud and bright explosion with dark energy around them. As Yuxiang slides away from the attack, the Emperor makes a circle out of his hand, and Yuxiang gets the notification that he has been struck with curses of weakening, vile touch, and some other curses. Yuxiang falls on the ground on his knees as he smirks, saying that he is unfortunate that he did not change his deck this time, as purple energy swirls around him. He looks at the Emperor, still smirking but with a sweaty face, as he says that this does not look like it is in his favor. Yuxiang extends his palm, as dark energy with ice bolts appears from it. and he throws the energy towards the Emperor. The energy strikes the Emperor as he kneels down, and the notification shows that Yu Xiong has applied 4 debuffs of exposing weakness. But the Emperor raises his sword, and Yu Xiong jumps backward before it can hit him. The Emperor swings his sword in an arch as Yu Xiong runs from it, thinking that he should have also updated his association notice. Yu Xiong flies with his sword as his hair swings. He thinks that he needs to get near the Emperor, but he is having difficulty doing so because of the effect on his movement speed. Suddenly, he gets alert as he sees a bunch of skeletons in capes coming towards him with dark energy, and he wonders if the Emperor can also call upon the ghosts with his sword. He attacks every ghost and their swords with his, as they crash with each other, creating a metallic sound and radiating sparks, and the Emperor also rushes towards him from behind to attack. The Emperor swirls his sword, emitting bright energy, and Yu Xiong sees that through the corner of his eyes, and abruptly his eyes change their color to crimson red. The Emperor then strikes his attack on Yu Xiong, but Yu Xiong raises his swords above his head to stop the attack, and a loud clang sound appears on the crashing of the metals, too, as he keeps pushing the Emperor's sword with his, which is leading to sparks emerging from the metals. The notification shows him that he has been cursed, and it is affecting him very quickly. Yu Xiong grits his teeth and furrows his eyebrows as he says that this is very difficult for him due to the curses, as well as the skill of swordsmanship of the Emperor, which is very advanced. Suddenly, a notification shows that the power of Demon Descent of True Form is getting unlocked. A card with opal energy and a man in a dark cloak appears, as the notification shows the ability of temporary access and utilizing the power and divine nature of the Supreme Demon, and if the player uses it. But a portion of the Supreme Demon power will be retained permanently, and if the player engages in sword combat with the enemy, it will help to absorb the enemy's experiences and memories. Yu Xiong is trying to push the giant sword with his 2 small ones, as he gets surprised that he can also absorb the experience and memories of the opponent. All of a sudden, some dark energy appears around his swords, and he strikes them by extending his arms, making the giant sword fly away from the Emperor's hands. He then raises his sword above his head as he gets a little shocked, as he sees an image in his head of a person fighting with the same giant sword, and Yu Xiong wonders if this is the memories of the Emperor. The Emperor raises his sword towards Yu Xiong, and he sees in his head the same image, but the Emperor is sitting on the horse, and Yu Xiong smiles, saying that the skill does not have a clear balance. The Emperor sways his sword, and Yu Xiong flies towards him, as he thinks that whenever he clashes his sword with the opponent, he gets an image of their technique, and he smiles and tells the Emperor that this is very unfortunate for him. Yu Xiong then strikes his sword, slashing the arm of the Emperor in return, making it fly in the air, as he tells the Emperor that he now knows all the techniques of his. Then Yu Xiong takes off for the Emperor, as the Emperor fumbles a little due to the previous attack, and Yu Xiong swings his sword around the Emperor, making him disbalanced as he slips, as the light from both swords emerges, and Noir's spike appears on the ground, and the Emperor falls directly above Noir's spike, which slashes right through him, and Yu Xiong falls a little away from him. He smiles as light shines on his face, and he sees the body of the Emperor rising from the ground. Then Yu Xiong flies above, gripping his sword on his head with both hands, which is tied with the Charlotte web. He then breaks the web and lands straight on the Emperor's face, holding his coat, and applies the keyword of the Mark of Death, and the translucent skeleton appears on the Emperor's head. The Emperor's body is surrounded by the dark energy of the Mark of Death, as Yu Xiong stands on his chest, applying 5 more debuffs of exposing weakness, reaching its limit, and some swords appear from Yu Xiong and head towards the Emperor's giant sword. Suddenly, Yu Xiong sees a memory of the old Emperor, saying that he does not want to die, and a girl appears behind him, saying that he does not have to worry, as he only has to do whatever she tells him. And after that, he is going to be more powerful than death itself. And Yu Xiong gets startled, as he thinks that he recognizes this voice. But he brushes his thoughts as he thinks that he needs to do something important right now, and hovers his open palm over the Emperor, as icy energy starts to swirl, and from the broken armor, he can see a skull under it. Yu Xiong then raises his sword, as he says that he is going to end this right now, without wasting any time. And his eyes turn red, as he sees a red outline of the Emperor, with a bunch of his sentences written on it, and as a last sentence appears, saying that he will never die. Yu Xiong slashes his sword, saying that now he belongs to nothingness, and the armored suit starts to melt. Then the notification emerges showing that he has conquered the Tower of the Monarch of Immortality, and the tower will collapse in 179 seconds as it starts rumbling, and Yuxiong puts one of his hands ahead of him as he tells the Empowered to rest in peace. All of a sudden, he hears a girl's voice telling him that she knew Yuxiong could do it, and when he turns around, he sees a skeleton. Yuxiong furrowed his eyebrows as he realized that the skull was of the girl that he had seen in the memory of the Emperor. She steps forward now in a dark green cloak as she laughs and says that Yuxiong did an amazing job and managed to kill the immortal Emperor. And she says that she has never seen someone as strong as Yuxiong, and Yuxiong irritates her by waving her hand to give him the information regarding the treasure before she dies as well. The skeleton then holds one hand of Yuisong and hovers another hand in the air as she tells him that she is never going to die because Yuisong has saved her, and now she is going to give him many rewards. She then gives him various cards, asking that he take as many as he likes, as they are all necromancy and curse cards, along with the immortal Emperor's legendary death relief, which is a heavy black armor. He holds the cards in his hand, surprised, as he also receives the blessing of the immortal ruler's dominion. As the glow of the cards appears on Yuxiong, the Skull Girl asks him if he likes the card, and Yuxiong smiles happily, saying that he does. The tower starts to rumble, and rocks fall from its walls, as Yuxiong asks her why she said that he had saved her. She extends her arms as she says that because Yuxiong has killed the Emperor, the curse of the deathless world is also gone with him, and now no one will come back to life after death. Yuxiong then looks at the tower that is falling apart, as he says that if it means that he is also going to die here, and the skull says that he is going to be transferred to his world once he dies here, and asks if that was what the monarch had promised him. And Yuxiong looks at her and asks in anger how she knows this. But she only waves him goodbye as she tells her that they will meet again as the tower collapses. The scene shifts to Yuxiong in his room, arranging his decks, as his hands start to transform armor, and the armor helmet beside him. As he sets up his third setup of Accursed Dark Magician's deck, with Necromancy Synergy, that includes Army of the Dead, and Curse Synergy that includes Two Graves, Weaken, and Vile Touch. And then he appears in a full armored suit of the Emperor as he sits in front of his system windows, smiling as he says that his third deck is also finished now. He smiles as he says that the skeleton has given him pretty good rewards that he was not expecting. And Yuxiong puts his hand on his chin as he remembers the skeleton saying that they will meet again. As he tries to think who can be that skeleton, with a nervous face, his phone starts to buzz. He picks up the call for Tisaki as his suit vanishes, and Tisaki asks him to tell him about his recent activities. Yuxiong gets confused, asking what he means by that, and Tisaki tells him that he is seeing Yuxiong's scores on the leaderboard are skyrocketing. Yuxiong smiles sheepishly as he tells him that he found a good farming area and has finished making 3 decks, and is now on level 60, but he is not sure why the tier 8 towers are still not accessible. The scene shifts to Tisaki's office, as he is talking to Yuxiong and typing something on the keyboard, asking if Yuxiong can now get his second awakening as well. Yuxiong replies that he only needs 20% more experience to do that, and Tisaki says that he is doing fine, just like his reputation. The scene shifts back to Yuxiong, as he gets startled when Tisaki laughs and tells him that now he can even become the Monarch of Heroes. Yuxiong does not know what to say, so he just laughs nervously. Yuxiong then sits on his bed, as the sun shines on him through the window, and he asks Tisaki if he can recommend a tower to him. Tisaki takes a minute to answer, as he says that it is not really a recommendation, and explains that there is this one weird tower, in which some players were sent, but they returned on their own, and now insist that the tower needs some protection. Tisaki remembers the players nervously being out of the tower as he looks at his system window. He thinks that there must be something wrong with them. Yuxiong asks what it means to protect the tower, and Tisaki remembers the players standing in front of the entrance of the tower, warning everyone not to enter it, as he tells Yuxiong that it is necessary that a player with great mind control enter this tower. Yuxiong puts a hand on his chin as he thinks about what the reason can be for it, and tells Tisaki that he does have a skill that can make his mind very tough, like a rock. And the details of the blessing of calm mind appear to help the player avoid being distracted, being greedy, and having the mental strength of 108 or more, and Yuxiong asks him the name of the tower. After a while, he enters the Tower of Peace, with a beautiful cottage and springing trees, and Yuxiang, in his armored suit, gets a little confused. He then looks around and gets shocked, as he sees people being happy, children playing, an old man walking the street, and a girl happily comforting a crying child. And he remembers the objective of the tower was to create total destruction, and he sees all these happy kids covered in blood, and he gets nervous. Flower petals fall from the trees, and someone appears behind him and calls him, and he turns around. As three old men in cloaks, they step towards Yuxiang, and he gets alert. As they reach in front of Yuxiang, they welcome him, and Yuxiang says that this world is really peaceful. And the old man says that it is peaceful here, and tells Yuxiang that he knows that he is sent by the monarchs to murder them all. Yuxiang looks at them, expressionless, and puts his helmet on his face, and tells them to speak further. And the old man tells him that no one can stop him from creating the destruction, and informs him that they do not have anyone besides the older people, widows, and their kids, and one of the women gets scared as she sees Yuxiang. Suddenly, all the villagers bow down in front of Yuxiang and start to plead with him not to kill them, and they can do anything that he wants, and they keep begging by interlocking their hands. Yuxiang takes out his dagger, and the villager pleads again. And Yuxiang, holding his daggers, thinks that this world is only within the tower. He narrows his eyes as he thinks that this tower is also a 7-tiered one, with a hard level. He then lowers his daggers and asks the villagers the reason for the monarchs wanting to kill them. And the old man replies that the evil gods are considered to be no different from humans who kill ants pointlessly. Hearing that, Yuxiang gets a little irritated as he comes near the old man and tells him that the monarchs are not the gods, and they won't tell the players to do such a thing without any reason. Yuxiang towers over the man and tells him in a serious tone that these tactics will not work on him. The old man asks him if he is really going to do this brutal thing, and Yuxiang raises his daggers, saying that, unfortunately, he has to do it as he also needs to protect a world of his own, and he jumps towards his direction, emitting green energy as he attacks the man, but the man stops the attack by putting a bright shield between them, making the metals clash, and wings sprout from the old man's back, and a glowing ring appears above his head, and they convert into angels, and Yuxiang halts on the ground, as he says that they are only the fallen angels, and he asks them if they even know the true nature of the Monarch of Light, and if they thought that they are not going to receive any consequences for an act of betrayal. One of the angels shouts and says that it was the Monarch of Light who had asked them to kill these innocent villagers. Yuxiang looks at the trembling villagers on the ground as he asks the angels if they have disobeyed the order from their monarch and instead have started to protect the villagers. Yuxiang then asks the angel, who was the old man in human form, if he is the leader here, and the angel says that he is. Yuxiang narrows his eyes as he thinks that he is right now using the calm mind blessing, so his mind cannot be controlled. He points his word towards the shield that the angels have made to protect the villagers, and Yuxiang thinks that he can hear, see, and smell everything as normal, so he does not think that it is an illusion. He is deep in thought, thinking seriously, gritting his teeth in frustration as he says that if killing them on tier 7, that too with a hard level, he wonders if level 10 would be the one if he had to save them. He thinks again, as he cannot comprehend that he needs to kill everyone in the tower to clear it, and the angel asks him if he is the puppet of the monarchs, who follow every rule. And Yuxiang removed his helmet as he wrinkled his eyebrows, saying that he is not a puppet. And the woman from the village tells Yuxiang that he can kill everyone, but begs him to spare the angels and the kids, as 2 kids cry beside her. Yuxiang then holds his dagger in front of his face, as he says that sometimes people have to choose someone who is less evil than others. The angel shuts up to him, as he says that he is going to destroy one world just to save his world. And Yuxiang shrugs his shoulders as he says that he thinks that this is less evil. And the angels start to take out their swords in anger, and an old woman kisses a boy's head, as if saying goodbye. And Yuxiang swings his dagger on his own shoulder, which bumps with his armor suit, creating a ting sound as he says that he once saw a TV show in which a character said that if they need to choose from 2 evils, they will not choose any of them. And the angels get shocked, holding their swords in their hands, as they see Yuxiang thrusting his sword into the ground, creating green energy from it. Yuxiang then looks up at the blue sky, as he says that he is departing from this tower, and he received the notifications of Monarch of Light, who is angry and asking Yuxiang how he can do this, and the Monarch of Shadow says that he will fulfill his wish and expels him to the real world. The scene shifts as Yuxiang appears in the outer world, in a park without his coat and hands in his jeans pocket, and he receives the notifications that the monarchs are chuckling and are approving his decision. But the Tower of Peace has been unsuccessful in clearing for the second time, and Yuxiang seems a little sad. Suddenly, a notification appears that a Tower of 7 Tiers is about to have a tower break, as a bright light appears in the sky and rocks start to fall from the tower. Yuxiang looks at it in frustration and says that he has done this to himself. 3. As the tower comes near the ground, news reports that they want the park to be clear of people, and no one should be within at least 3 miles of the park. And Yuxiang talks on the phone as he tells Tisaki not to send any backup, as he wants to handle this all by himself, because the monsters in it will come after him only. As Yuxiang cleans on a tree, Tisaki tells him that it is Tier 7 with hard mode, so it will be very difficult for him, and he has not even completed his second awakening. Yuxiang says that he knows all the consequences. He then smiled and told Tisaki not to worry about him, as he had killed monsters and had fought with them in the towers. On the other end, Tisaki pats his face as he sighs and tells Yuxiang that he should not have forfeited the tower. And Yuxiang blows a raspberry as he says that he is thinking the same thing right now. He then slides against the tree trunk and sits on the grass as he smiles on the phone, saying that he wonders why he could not kill them, but he should have. Tisaki then tells him that he needs to understand that Tisaki cannot do anything right now, and Yuxiang says that he understands this. As he cuts the call, he transforms into his armored suit, and the red alert appears that the tower break will happen in 10 seconds, as the entrances of the tower start to swirl with red and glowing bright energy, as the angels appear as the countdown begins, and Yuxiang stands on the ground with his daggers on each of his sides, emitting green glowing energy. As the countdown finishes, a notification appears from the Monarch of Light in rage that Yuxiang is going to pay for his sins, and all the angels rush in rage in Yuxiang's direction. Yuxiang looks at the sky, and he gets worried as he wonders if the 3 miles of evacuation would be enough for the people. And a notification from the Monarch of Light appears, saying that the young and reckless monarchs should obey the rulers. As the Monarch of Games warns the Monarch of Light, a notification appears that a barrier has been created to ensure that the game is fair. And thousands of angels emerge from the sky, from the red and gold bright energy hole. Another notification shows that until Yuxiang dies, the Watchers of Light will not leave the ground, and Yuxiang smiles from under his armored helmet as he says that this is fair enough. Suddenly, dark giant wings emerge from his back, as the notification shows that this is a temporary buff on Yuxiang and his equipment. Yuxiang looks at his wings as he says that wings with heavy armor look very tacky, as angels approach him. He then flies towards the sky and orders the rise of the army of death, and a bunch of skeletons with black wings and guns in their hands emerge, swirling with dark energy. And the Watchers of the Light fight with the skeletons above in the sky, as Yuxiang is also fighting with his daggers. One of the angels strikes Yuxiang, but he stops the attack with his dagger, creating a loud noise and spark, but suddenly Yuxiang screams in fear. There are a bunch of bodies of angels and skeletons lying on the ground, with missing legs or arms, but still, there are a bunch of them that are still in the sky fighting, as some of them make a loud explosion happen on the ground. Yuxiang stands up on the ground, dark energy swirling around him, as he narrows his eyes in determination, ready to strike with his daggers. One of the angels descends from above at incredible speed, his feathers glowing with divine brilliance, and his sword collides with Yuxiang's, and a shockwave ripples through the air, scattering the bones of the skeletons around them. The other angels drift through the air, as their wings and rings glow. The angels again strike an attack, and Yuxiang stops it, and a dazzling light and loud clattering metal sounds emerge. Yuxiang then strikes his dagger on the ground with a loud thump. As green, bright energy emerges through it, various loud explosions of violet energy engulf the battlefield, and Yuxiang unleashes a devastating blast at the angels, throwing them back amid the eruption. As the details of the skill of corpse explosion appear, it is shown that it is used to cause massive damage with explosions. An angel appears, hiding beneath its wing amid the explosion. A notification shows that the immortal ruler aura has increased the tiers of those who are alive, and the skeletons of Yuxiang stand with energy emitting from their hands. A notification shows that the death relief armor of the immortal emperor improves the rarity of the equipment of the undead. Yuxiang throws bright purple energy towards the angels, as he applies the curses of weaken and wicked touch to the opponent. Along with the two graves, he shows his palm with the dagger radiating energy, which travels to the angels, who are ready to strike. Yuxiang then applies the locust swarm to his daggers as a bunch of locusts appear on his daggers along with the green smoke, and he grits his teeth as he orders the deck to swap 3 cards, and he possesses the assassination synergy, along with dark magic assassination. He then makes a box out of his fingers as he throws the Charlotte web along with the locusts, and his tricks work as the locust flies quickly towards the angels along with the web, which pierces through the bodies of the angels. And as the locust flies, the web cuts the bodies of the angels in half, throwing their glowing body parts in the air. Some other angels rush towards Yuxiang with rage and daggers, and Yuxiang also lunges towards them with determination, and he abruptly slashes one angle in half, and cuts the wing of another with his glowing daggers. A while later, the darkness starts to disappear as the sun emerges from the sky, reflecting on the barrier in which dead bodies of angels and skeletons are lying on the ground. Yuxiang then walks out of the barrier with his dark shadow behind him, as the barrier starts to crack. He has successfully stopped the tower break, and his wings have been removed, and have also eliminated all the enemies. Yuxiang then stands on the dead angel, as his level increases to 70, and he cannot achieve the second awakening. Yuxiang sighs and says that he can never have a break. A while later, a bunch of reporters rushed towards Yuxiang with their mics and cameras, dodging the bodies and the parts of the angel. And Yuxiang looks at them, when a purple smoke appears under his palm. And suddenly Noir comes as a giant and makes Yuxiang sit on his back, making a barrier with his tail to not let the reporters come near Yuxiang. As the reporters hold their long mics, ask him about his reason for forfeiting the tower, and to fight the tower break alone. He then smiles, and the cameras start capturing his picture, and he says he is going to answer all the questions at once. The reporters rushes in urgency, screaming with their questions, as one of them asks if he had forfeited the tower with a reason, and Yuxiang says that he did it purposefully. He tries to step down from Noir, and reporters wait for him to come down. And one guy, wearing a black suit and a red shirt, from the crowd, says that it feels like a prepared act of terrorism. Yuxiang comes down from Noir as he smiles and asks him how this can be called terrorism. He then looks at the crowd as he sees some men in suits with red energy around them that only he can see, who are scattering all over, as he thinks that these are from SIPO, the criminal investigation player organization, and they are ready to attack just like hyenas. He looks at one of the men and thinks that they are also known as the killers of players. He then extends his hand, as he says that everyone must be thinking this, because he has not explained himself yet, and says that people might be thinking that he has gone too far with that. But no one has to worry. He smiles as he twirls his finger, saying that he is not finished talking yet. And then he explains to them about when he entered the Tower of Peace. The order was to kill everyone, including elders and kids, and if no one believes him, they can ask anyone in this neighborhood, as there was a sign of annihilation. He then tells the reporters that he thought that he would never do it, and left the tower, and says that if no one believes him, they can ask other players who have been in the tower before him. One man from the crowd says that it was an irresponsible act from Yuxiang's side, and it could have harmed anyone. Yuxiang sighs and raises his eyebrows as he says that he managed to save everything, and no one died in the tower break. People from the crowd start saying that Yuxiang is the hero, and he should protect the world, because the tower worlds are not real. And Yuxiang smirks as he asks if they mean that the tower worlds do not hold the importance like their world does. He further scolds them, saying that only because they want to live in peace, they want other innocent people to die, and all the reporters get nervous as sweat drips from their faces, and they turn their faces away from him. He then tells them that there were a bunch of kids in the tower as well, and he had to kill them too, and asks the reporters if they wanted him to do this. Someone from the crows says that Yuxiang is willing to put their own world in danger, just to prioritize their own inner feeling. And Yuxiang says that he will never differentiate between the lives of this world and the towers. He says that he needed to save both, and he did what he thinks could be the best idea, and he is going to pay for the damage that he has caused to the park. Yuxiang then cracks his neck as he says that if this event has caused any emotional damage to any of them, they have to go to the therapist instead of coming to him. And the person from the SIPO says that due to Yuxiang's moral issues, the world can face some serious damage. Yuxiang chuckles as he says that if they are talking about moral issues, and pouts a finger on his cheek as he smiles, saying that now, if he thinks, he wonders if he even has to save this world. As the person says that his actions are more like a defense mechanism, and is putting the world in a dangerous situation, Yuxiang walks through the crowd of reporters, as he sarcastically says that it is very shameful that the duty of saving the world is in the hands of a brat like him. He then looks up at the sky, smiling as he says that it is impossible to expect a person with a novice skill level to perform at an expert level. He then makes his coat disappear and comes back in his normal clothes, and tells the reporter to finish the day he wants to take a rest. And one man from the SIPO gestures to a SIPO girl, and suddenly a bunch of SIPO personnel emerge from every corner with weapons in their hands, heading towards Yuxiang from the sky. And one SIPO person reaches towards Yuxiang from the crowd as he is speaking, that Yuxiang is under arrest for causing a tower break, and a hand tries to reach Yuxiang from the other side. Suddenly, he is lifted by Tisaki into the air, as he tells the SIPO to excuse them, and all the SIPO personnel, including the reporters, look at the sky in shock. Soon, they both disappear into the sky as red energy appears, and the SIPO personnel keep standing there with the weapons. Tisaki then lands on the ground along with Yuxiang, as a bunch of men stand with their backs to them and shadow spikes emerging from the ground, and SIPO personnel rushing towards them from afar. Anja appears in the armor, holding the Charlotte web that surrounds the spikes, and Yuxiang and Tisaki sitting behind them. She orders that she is from the superseding international player laws, and due to Yuxiang's nationality, they are going to take him into custody under the criminal law. And the SIPO personnel look at her with anger, but do not step forward. She then changes into her suit and puts handcuffs on Yuxiang's hands, and as they reach their car, he says that villains keep smiling even if they are getting arrested, and Ja tells him that this is not the time for jokes. He then sits in the car as Ja tries to close the door. He says that usually people who capture the villain are from his own team, but a villain always has a plan for escape. Ja then sits in the driving seat, puts her seatbelt on, and tells him that they have to wait for Tisaki, and then they will leave, and Yuxiang makes a face like he is not impressed. Suddenly, he starts getting blessings, as he receives Indomitable Flesh from the Monarch of Land, Tailwind Sail from the Monarch of Wind, Keyword Breaker from the Monarch of Destruction, and gets an upgrade to Winterbringer from the Monarch of Frost. The Monarch of Jesters is also happy with his actions, but he sits in the car expressionless. Soon, Tisaki appears and sits with Yuxiang and tells Ja to drive, or else he is going to lose his hair out of frustration. Ja then turns her head a little and tells Tisaki that he is getting old enough to lose his hair on his own, and Tisaki gets angry, saying that Ja should give him an apology in writing. Yuxiang smiles and says that he is part of the reason for Tisaki's hair loss, as he extends his hands for him to release him from his handcuffs, and Tisaki grows, saying that Yuxiang is lucky that no one died from their world in this. Yuxiang then looks out from the window, as he says that he cannot wait for the Tier 8 towers to get unlocked. Tisaki then tells him that the towers will be unlocked whenever the players get ready to fight in those, and Yuxiang smiles as he presses his wrist, saying that even Tisaki does not know about this, and Tisaki gets confused as to what he is talking about. Yuxiang looks at the window screen, which shows information about him, as he says that even he didn't know about this until the last season. Suddenly, the windows of the system appear in front of everyone, including Tisaki and Ja, as they all look at those in shock. And the notification shows that due to Yuxiang accomplishing the achievement of Challenger's Right, now all 8 tier towers and higher from it are going to be unlocked. Yuxiang then smiles and looks out of the car's window as the sun shines on his face, saying that because of him, the towers are getting unlocked, and they can save their world quickly. And the scene shifts to the higher tier towers that were in outer space, and are now heading towards the Earth. The scene then changes, as Jorg and Xiangho are sitting on a table and Jorg's hand holding a mug, rattling as he goes through the window of the system, which shows that now Tier 13, 14, 15 and 16 towers are also available, which are new in this season, and asks the platters to defend the world against something that was never seen before. Xiangho taps on the screen of his mobile phone as they hear the news that Yuxiang has been taken into custody for the tower breaking. And Xiangho grounds his teeth as he says that Tisaki has saved him once again, and tells Jorg that he was right, as they should actually finish the riot of Yuxiang. Jorg then looks at him with furrowed eyebrows as he says that Seong-ho is not worrying about the new towers as much as he should. Seong-ho then says that even though the towers are getting powerful, the players will be powerful as well, and Jorg thinks that Seong-ho is very negligent and has a terrible mindset. But he does not say anything to him, as he lifts his coffee mug and asks him to get back to the original discussion that they were having. Suddenly, his eyes appear purple as he says that a few of the top players and the countries are working as allies, but in secret, and says that in the last season, they took some control over Yuseong. As he remembers the way Yuseong exposed all of them during the Tower Fiesta, he says that he was exaggerating heavily. And Seong-ho folds his hand in front of him, as he looks at Jorg and asks if that is really true. Jorg then tells that there are some Chinese and Russians who actually want to kill Yuseong, but it is also true that he is the one who is the biggest savior of the world. Jorg then takes a sip of his coffee, as he says that the last thing they want is for Yuseong to be dead. He then looks at the empty cup in his hand, as he says that all they need to do is to stop his unpredictable behavior so that the world can run in order and in harmony. He smiles and then extends his hand towards Seong-ho, saying that to achieve this goal, they need help from the KPA, which is the best organization in this country. Seong-ho looks at his hand for a bit as he scratches his chin, but then he shakes his hand, saying that they promise that they are going to do their best in this collaboration. And Jorg says that he is going to be in conversation with him. And as he tries to walk away, Seong-ho says that he wants to ask a question, and Jorg halts in between. Seong-ho then looks at him and asks him if Jorg thinks that they can survive easily this season without Yuseong doing his duty. And Jorg closes his eyes as he tells him that when they entered a tower of the season's boss, it resulted in failure, as he remembers Ray and Maria crying in exhaustion as the bodies of other players were on the ground. He tells him that after that, Yuseong managed to conquer the tower alone, and after that, he got the title of Hero King, as the image of Yuseong raising his sword appears. He adds that Yuseong is the only player who has cleared a 12-tier tower alone, and he turns his head slightly as he says that, without Yuseong, their chance of survival is almost zero. And the scene changes, as Yuseong sits with handcuffs in front of a green-haired guy, as the light of a bulb above their head shines bright. Yuseong then looks above and says that the world is getting scared over a tier 16 tower, and the man nervously tells him to stay put. But Yuseong holds his handcuffed hands above, smiles, and says that he is the one who is here sitting for a chat that does not hold any meaning. And the man says that this is a formality that they have to go through, as the government really needs to know that Yuseong's mental health is alright, and he asks him to cooperate with him. Yuseong then annoyingly says that the government is going to make up things for him, and the man replies that they are being recorded, so nobody is going to mix things up. The man gets nervous as he tells Yuseong that he is going to say some words, and Yuseong has to tell him the first thing that comes to his mind after hearing that word, and Yuseong nods in an unimpressed way. The man says his first word heroes, and Yuseong replies as clowns, and the man tells him to pause, but Yuseong says the name of Maria, and the man thinks that he is calling her the hero, and tells him that he is doing great. But Yuseong replies that she is the only one who is not a clown, and the man gets surprised, and Yuseong says that he can edit the recording later. The man says the second word, Hero King, and Yuseong smiles as he says that he is the scapegoat for all the clowns. And the man says the third word, Tower, and Yuseong says that it is a place of meetup for the clowns. And the man widens his eyes in exhaustion as he smiles and says that now they are going to try some other method. Yuseong then stretches his arms with handcuffs, as the man says that they are going to have a normal conversation, so Yuseong only has to answer the questions that the man is going to ask. The man starts the conversation, and Tisaki looks at the computer screen from the glass wall behind him, as the man asks Yuseong about his opinion on being a player, and he says that he is tired of being a player, and he is only doing it for the sake of money, and the man asks that is it okay if he marks it as the negative feeling. On the other end, Tisaki looks through the wall with a worried face, as Yuseong smiles sheepishly and says that he only has negative thoughts. Tisaki walks away from the room, leaving his secretary behind as the man asks the reason for Yuseong to leave the tower, and to cause a tower break. The man puts his hand on his chest, and with a saddened expression, he says that Yuseong told everyone that he was trying to save both worlds, and Yuseong shrugs, trying to say something. But he gets interrupted as the man asks if that choice was made as a conscious one, by weighing his duty as a player against his moral conflict. And Yuseong says nothing in his reply, and the man gets nervous as he starts to explain that he has studied some people who have gone through PTSD, and he thinks that most of the players have the same symptoms, and they deserve some good care. Yuseong comes forward, and he points his finger towards the man, as he asks if he is calling all the players some mentally ill patients, and the man gets scared as he gulps his own saliva. Sweat drips from his face. They then hear someone asking Yuseong to come out as the interview is finished, and Yuseong starts laughing by putting his head on his arms, and the man asks him the reason for his laugh. And Yuseong lifts his head as his eyes are watery due to laughing, as he says that a joke came to his mind. As he gets up to leave, the man asks nervously if he can hear the joke as well, and Yuseong tells him that he cannot. As he starts to walk away, he smiles and says that he will not get the joke. As he walks out of the room, closing the door behind him, he sighs, saying that it is very difficult to act crazy, and he hears Tisaki apologizing that he had to go through that interrogation. He smiles at Tisaki as he tells Yuseong that it was only a formality, and if he acts along, they will pressure him to get treatment. As Tisaki takes out the handcuffs, Yuseong says that the man told him about the treatment. Tisaki then squeezes his hand, which is now wounded because of the handcuffs, and says that he is not mentally ill, and he got the information that the United States and France are also in favor of Yuseong. They stand in the hallway, as Tisaki further says that even their own government is with Yuseong, besieging China and Russia, which was expected from them. Yuseong gets happy, as he joyfully says that everything is going great, so now he can go and clear the towers. But Tisaki holds him by putting his hand on his shoulder, saying that there is something more that he needs to look at. As he pulls out his phone, he shows him the news in which Maria is speaking, as he tells him that since he had heard about Yuseong, she has everything on hold and is only talking in favor of him. As the scene shows Mary having a press conference, the banner of a hero never abandons his humanity shows above her, and reporters are recording her, and Tisaki says that he has done so much just to help Yuseong. And Yuseong looks at the phone screen where Maria is speaking with courage and concern, and he looks at her with emotional eyes. And Tisaki looks at him as he smiles with his raised eyebrows, and they start to walk out, and he pats Yuseong's head and says that not everyone is a giant. Yuseong then smiles sheepishly and sighs in relief as he runs his fingers through his hair, saying that he will talk to her very soon. But suddenly, he orders his system to change the setting, and to claim all the equipment and to accept the secondary awakening quest, and Tisaki looks at him with widened eyes. The glowing light appears on Yuseong as the notification shows the second page of the deck Plague Assassin, and his coat and daggers appear on him as Tisaki gets frustrated that he is not finished talking, and Yuseong says that he will listen once he is back. And he enters the Tower of Second Awakening, and Tisaki sighs at him, saying that he is a brat. The scene then shifts to Yuseong in the room of mirrors as his reflection glows on one of them, and he hears someone welcoming him. He then looks at his reflection, who is smiling, and says that he is the child with 1,001 faces and 1,001 talents. And the voice says that he is back to get another face, and Yuseong smiles calmly, as he walks towards another reflection, saying that he cannot have enough faces. He smirks with his raised eyebrows as he says that he is the only one who has a strong grip on this entire world. 5. He then stops beside a mirror, and his reflection raises a finger and mysteriously asks him to raise his head, and Yuseong obeys by doing so. His reflection then points in front of him, and there are 3 mirrors, yellow, red, and blue, as he says that Yuseong has to select one of these mirrors. He explains that the yellow one is called the Mirror of Truth and Despair, and it will show him the truth of the objectives of monarchs and the motive of this game. And the red mirror is the mirror of strength and ignorance, which grants immeasurable power. He then said that the blue one is called the Mirror of Domination and Solitude, and it will allow him to control the world according to his commands. He then stands in front of the mirror looking at his reflection, as the voice tells him that no path is right or wrong. He just needs to choose the one that is calling him. He steps forward, and the voice says that once he makes a decision, the mirror that he chooses will give him a new face, along with a new talent. Yuseong then stands in front of the yellow mirror and sees himself as a clown who asks him not to be that serious, because there is nothing in the world to be taken seriously. He then stands in front of the red mirror and once again sees himself as a clone, who asks him if there is any value in his saving this world. He stands in front of the blue mirror, which reads that he is the best ruler of the world, and because of him, the world is now at peace, because he gave people what they wanted. And the voice tells him to choose the path, and Yuseong smirks as he extends his hand through the mirror. The scene shifts to a few hours ago, as Yuseong is giving an interview, as the flashback shows the man asking Yuseong what he thinks when he hears the word hero, and Yuseong says the name of Saintess Maria. On the other hand, Maria, in her armor, is giving a live conference, saying with determination that she agrees with every decision that is taken by Yuseong. She says in front of the camera that being a hero does not mean that they are only a player, but they also have to face danger themselves in order to save the world. Her live broadcast is shown on the television with French subtitles, as she says that a hero like Yuseong values the importance of humanity. The scene shifts back to the conference, where she is pleading for everyone, as a normal person, and not like a player, as she requests everyone to keep in mind that players are human as well. The scene shifts back to the present in Paris, as Maria is waving goodbye to two other girls, thanking them for their help, and they smile and tell her to rest. Then, as she sits alone in her office in front of her laptop, the sun sets in the background, and she flops her head in her arms on her desk. And she looks out the window, with a saddened face, as she thinks about Yuseong, and how he must be doing, and puts her head back in her arms, and starts wondering what Yuseong would have felt when he was unsuccessful in conquering the tower, or when the reporters blamed him for the tower's break. She then takes out a cigarette from its pack, and puts it in between her lips, as she lights it with a lighter. She thinks that maybe Yuseong is crying once again. She then searched Yuseong's name on the internet, and found the news of him getting arrested, and Seong-ho speaking at a conference, and another news headline of his interview after he stopped the tower break. And as she goes down the search, she finds the news that his parents have died, and an interview in which he is very happy, as he is promising to protect the world, and he will uphold the honorable title bestowed upon him. Maria crushes her cigarette to put it out and puts her face on her hand, as she thinks that there was a time when Yuseong was like this. And she gets sadder. She puts her head back on her chair as she thinks that it would be very good if they could go back to that time. The scene changes to the next morning, and Maria greets her three co-workers, and they greet her back. And one of the girls comes to her and shows her a schedule of what she is supposed to do today, and Maria thanks her with a smile. At 9 a.m., she teaches some people, and at 11, she gives an interview in a suit to some reporters. At noon, at 1 p.m., she meets with a girl and plays with some kids, making candy necklaces with them. At 5 p.m., she meets with the Pope in her gear, in front of some reporters who take photos of them, and the whole day she works with a smile on her face. But as the night comes, she stands alone, leaning on the railing of her balcony, looking at the sky, as the wind sways her hair, and she asks herself what she is doing for the whole day. As she turns and puts her hands on the railing, she tries to take something out of her pants pocket, as she thinks that she hasn't cleared any tower this week. And this is not how a player should end their day. As she takes out her empty pocket, she remembers something. One of her co-workers has taken her cigarettes from her, as she does not want her to smell like it during the interview with the Pope, and she suggests that Maria quit smoking, and Maria looks at her nervously. She puts her head on the railing, as her hair falls down from it, and her co-worker appears from behind, opening the door of the balcony. She asks Maria the reason for his being up there. Maria happily turns to her, asking if she is here to give her cigarette back, and she answers that she is not here for that. And she goes to stand beside Maria, and she asks her if she is sad because of Yuseong, and Maria says that she was already not feeling good. But Yuseong was the reason she is even more sad now. Her co-worker motivates her to push through this season, because this might be the last season for them. And Maria remembers the third season, when they defeated a season boss without any casualties, as every player celebrates it together, hoping that this can be their last season. And Yuseong tells Maria and another blue-haired player named Erin Makinen, titled the Winter Princess, that the third time is always a charm. Erin exclaimed in joy as she said that they are going to live a luxurious life in a peaceful world, and Maria looked at her, teasing her that it would be awkward even after the game ends, she would still be called a Winter Princess, and Erin, without getting offended, smiled and said that this name is better than being called Saintess Maria. And Maria suddenly pulls her cheeks, as she tries to stop her by telling her that it is painful, and Yuseong laughs at their playfulness. After Maria has removed her hands, Erin puts her own hands on her now red cheeks, with teary eyes as she complains to Maria that she acts more like a witch than a saintess, and Yuseong smiles, saying that Maria has been torturing her for a long time. And Ray, with another player, also comes to Yuseong to say thanks with smiles on their faces, and he thanks him back, and the other player playfully requests him to tell them before he launches an attack. As they both fight plausibly in the background, Hound tells Lydia that he is thankful to her for saving his life, and Lydia smiles that he can also help her next time. The scene shifts back to the balcony, as the co-worker asks Maria if she is missing Season 3 once again, and Maria gets startled as she comes back from her flashbacks, as the co-worker says that everyone thinks that Season 3 was a golden era for the players. Maria smiles painfully at the word golden era, and she lowers her head as she says that there were signs back at that time, that being a hero won't be easy all the time. As she remembers that at that time, she heard that Kilgore wanted to talk to Lydia before she left the tower, and Lydia asked if there was something wrong, and Kilgore said that there might be something wrong. And Maria says that those three people knew that the golden times were about to come to an end, as she remembers George, Kilgore, and one other player standing at a distance. The scene gets back to the present, where Maria is looking down from the balcony, and her co-worker is looking at her with saddened eyes, as Maria tells her that she did not know at that time that within the next season, every player would be involved in politics. She remembers a time in a tower, where she sees Erin enduring an attack, as her blood splatters out all around, and she runs towards her, and holds her in her arms, when the notification appears that she has died. As she looks up with her teary, angry eyes, she sees Jorg. She grabs him by his cape, as she asks him angrily why he has not done anything to help her. And Jorg says that he is not a babysitter, so he cannot help every player, and Maria disappointingly says that he could have at least taken her out. Jorg then pushes her hand away, as he says that he does not get involved in things that lead to failure. And he looks down at Maria as light glows on his face. He says that Erin's country does not ally with his nation. Maria looks at him with saddened eyes, as Ray and Yuseong come running for her behind her, and Jorg tells her that players are a strength to their nation. Yuseong and Ray halt in their way as they hear Jorg saying that he cannot help other countries, and the world will not come to an end without Erin in it. The scene changes back to the present, and Maria looks at the sky as she says that, since that day, players usually avoid working together, because they do not trust each other, even if there are high-tier towers. Her co-worker also gets sad, as she gets teary-eyed and says that it has been almost a year since Yuseong and Maria had worked together in the season-end raid. She says that Yuseong has worked solely during Season 5, and she cannot believe that he has also conquered the Tier 12 tower by himself. Her co-worker then folds her arms as she says that this season might be a little different, because he has been teamed up with Maria, and also Kilgore has joined his team as they remember them clearing a tower together. Maria furrows her eyebrows as she says that no one can tell anything right now, but there is no possibility that things will be the same as before. The girl then says that she would love to see them work and have a party together. Ash names the party as Heroes Assemble, as she imagines all 10 strongest heroes in a team. Her eyes sparkle at her own idea. Hearing her, Maria turns around and pats her head, smiling, and she tells Maria not to treat her like that, and Maria smiles, apologizes, and says that her height is perfect, so she could not resist. Maria then smiles as she says that she will enter a tower with a large capacity of players to see if she can assemble everyone, and the girl beams with happiness as Maria says that she will do it after Yuseong is released. Suddenly, the girl shouts as she remembers and tells Maria that she came here to tell her that Yuseong got released, and she tells her with determination that as soon as he was released, he entered the second awakening tower, and Maria gets surprised that he did not even wait for a bit. Maria chuckles as she says that he is really a role model for all the players, and says that she also should not sit around and do nothing. As she walks to the door, swinging her hair, she tells her co-worker to clear her schedule for tomorrow, and the girl gets surprised. Maria, with willpower in her eyes, says that she is going to clear the 8-tier tower, and thinks that Yuseong would have done the same. The scene shifts back to Yuseong choosing his mirror, and he puts his shoulder into the red mirror of strength as he smirks, saying he is a real man who will always choose strength. He then puts his foot inside, entering the path as he sees himself again wearing a clown mask, and red light shining above him. But then his look-alike removes his mask and smirks. The scene shifts to Yuxiang in his room, going through his system windows, as he remembers that during his fake arrest, the monarchs gave him a lot of blessings. He puts his hand on his chin and beams with happiness as he says that he has been getting so many seasons this week, and he even got an X-rank blessing. But suddenly, he gets the notifications, and he grits his teeth as he sees that the monarch of Libra is not happy that Yuxiang has so much strength and privileges, and has asked to keep a balance in the game, and some monarchs, including the monarch of immortality, agree with this statement. And then the notification shows that the monarch of games has dismissed the statement, stating that the rules will not change according to their impulse desires, and Yuxiang gets happy as he cheers and thanks the monarch of games. He then walks towards a small chain trunk on his bed, beaming with red light, as the notification shows that this is a secondary awakening reward bundle box, called Pure Strength. And he lifts the trunk in his hand, as he opens the chains, smiling, saying that he wonders what he is getting from it. And he finds various shapes of invaluable consumables in it, which are Rumbling Essence of Plague and Unstoppable Strength, Rumbling Essence of Frost, and Rumbling Essence of Darkness. And sitting on his bed, looking at the card's lights shining on his face, he uses the Rumbling Essence of Shadow on his skill of Frost Artisan, and receives a Dark Frost Artisan. He then uses the Rumbling Essence of Frost on the skill Army of Dead, turning it into the Frozen Army of Dead. He looks at the screen lying on his bed, as he says happily that he has finished his 4 decks. He orders the system to show him the towers, and he scrolls through the list of a bunch of them. But his eye catches one tower of the zombie apocalypse, which says that it is recommended, and Yuxiang gets a little surprised. He goes through the details, and it shows that it is a Tier 8 tower, which is filled with biochemical threats. He remembers that he has been in this tower before with Natasha and her crew. She gets slightly worried as he thinks that this tower has come back as an 8 tier, and the objective is to survive until a specified date, and there are already 4 players inside it, and it is going to close in 3 hours and 59 minutes. A while later, he enters the tower, falling from the sky, along with other bodies, wearing half of his armor, as the notification tells them that they can either combine their strength to survive or fight alone, so they can get all the rewards solely. Yuxiang stands in front of the buildings, as the notifications show that if a player eliminates another, they will receive a special reward. And Yuxiang smiles as he puts on his armored helmet, saying that the monarch once again wants to see the players killing each other, and that is very predictable. And the notification explains the story of the tower, that the players are right now in doomed corporate city called Ordia, and it is the opponent of Tyrella, which has intentionally released a virus in Ordia, as Yuxiang sees a honeycomb-shaped barrier in the sky. He takes out his ice bolts, as he says that they might not be able to leave the city, and it is given to a cyberpunk-themed park. And a red alert shows that a large group of infected monsters is coming towards him, as a bunch of zombies with long teeth, tongue, and horns coming out of their torn skin growl towards Yuxiang with their green eyes. He then orders the dead army to rise, as the skeletons appear in armed clothes and giant rifles in their hands. They all stand facing the zombies, as Yuxiang stands behind them, and he orders his dead army to start the battle, as he throws his ice bolts, and the skeletal army opens fire, which attacks the zombies in their arms, forehead, and chest, as they scream in pain. Yuxiang, standing on top of a damaged building, looks down at his army firing bullets at the zombies, saying that he does not see anything that is not usual. He wonders if he has to do something else, as a zombie approaches him from behind. But suddenly the zombie gets attacked by icy spikes, making the blood ooze out from multiple of his wounds, as Yuxiang stands in front of him, without looking at him, and he wonders who the other players are in this tower. His face gets the droplets of the zombie's blood, and he thinks that the players are going to be a bigger problem than these monsters and the tower. All of a sudden, a loud and massive explosion happens behind him, and he gets alerted. 2 powerful golden beams of energy shoot down from the sky and strike a skyscraper with explosive force, shattering glass and concrete as debris rains through the air. And Yuxiang turns to look at who has done it, and he gets surprised seeing Maria standing at the other end of the building holding a mace on her shoulder. She smiles as if she were expecting Yuxiang, and tells him that his aspects of shadow, darkness, and plague were not enough. He is now using necromancy as well, and then tells him that his setup is getting sinister each day. Yuxiang then tells her that she is looking holier, just like always, and the mace looks amazing on her. Yuxiang smiles and tells her the reason religious leaders use maces in RPG games is that they think that if a religious leader uses a sword, it is going to be inappropriate, and a mace is better for killing people. And Maria sighs in fake annoyance, saying that Yuxiang is doing his old habit to irritate people, so she is relieved that he is fine. As Maria approaches him, he tells her that he is always doing fine, and some dead army of Yuxiang stands behind them. Suddenly, Maria pulls him by the collar of his armor, and she furrows her eyebrows in concern, as she asks if he is really fine. And their faces inch closer to each other. They sit in silence for a minute, and then Yuxiang removes his helmet, smiles, and says that he is telling the truth. Yuxiang then smiles mischievously as he says that nobody admits to being a crazy person, that they are crazy, unlike him, so Maria should not worry about him, and Maria gets irritated and pushes him away, saying if that is what he wants. Maria turns and makes an expression like she does not care, as she asks him if he will join her in this battle, and Yuxiang smiles happily as he sees the notification of whether he joins her or not. Then a notification appears that Maria's blessings are increasing in strength, and the details of her blessing protection are provided, with tier AN 100 plus of defense, and the effects can be multiplied by 1000 if she is with Yuxiang. The other two notifications show that Yuxiang and his summons are blessed with the Valiant Melody buff and the Guardian Resolve buff. Then his dead army appears in a glowing light, which motions them upward. Yuxiang gets very happy seeing these buffs, and he approaches Maria to hug her, saying that he loves her, and he has not gotten these buffs in a long time. Maria gets awkwardly horrified as she backs off, protecting herself with a glowing shield, screaming that this is very disgusting, and that there is something wrong with Yuxiang. Yuxiang smiles sheepishly as he leans over her shield, asking if it feels illegal to use a holy power to buff the skeletons, and Maria sighs and tells him to shut up. He then smiles and turns his face to look in front and tells her that he is happy that she is helping him, and Maria gets a little surprised. And Maria lowers her head as she smiles with soft eyes and says that she wanted to do this. She turns to look at him and is about to say something, but the skeletons attack the zombies, making their green blood ooze out from them. Suddenly, the notification pops up, as the Monarch of Abomination asks to be in one team, as it holds the immense power over the world of the tower. And Maria and Yuxiang get a little surprised, as they see tentacles wiggling their way out in the sky, and Yuxiang says that there might be something wrong here, as a monarch appears above the shield of the tower world. He smiles evilly, wearing a cape, and sends the tentacles inside the shield, as monster figures appear beneath him, showing that in the 8-tiered tower, and higher than that, usually, monarchs can put their power and influence more than before. Suddenly, a giant green monster starts coming to life with a long tongue in front of Yuxiang and Maria. It appears with a green body, pulsates with power as multiple heads roar in fury, tongues writhing wildly in the open mouth with sharp, uneven teeth. Then the monster reveals its towering form, thick muscular limbs, coiling tendrils erupting from its back, and a massive glowing red eye embedded in its chest, radiating malevolent energy as it looms forward in a terrifying display of raw, chaotic strength. As Yuxiang and Maria wear their armored helmets, they put a hand on their mouths nervously, saying that they might puke up all the breakfast they had, and Maria looks at him with concern, asking if he actually had breakfast. Suddenly, the dead army opens fire on the monster, creating various holes in it. The long plant-like tentacles emerge and sweep the dead army with one swing from a root, and Yuxiang slashes his sword in front of the monster, sending giant ice boots towards him. Yuxiang stands on a giant iceberg, and Maria runs on a long ice pathway, taking her mace with her, ready to attack. She holds her glowing mace above her head and jumps on the monster to attack, creating a giant spark as she splashes the monster, making his slimy body parts fly away. After the killing of the monster, the dead army, including Yuxiang, starts clapping for her, as she stands proudly in her armor and mace. Yuxiang smiles, still clapping as he tells her that she is becoming a villain each season. And Maria, beneath her helmet, says that she does not think that she is getting violent. But Yuxiang says that it is true that each game makes the player violent. Maria then smiles under her helmet, and tells him that he needs to see how violent she actually is. And Yuxiang gets nervous, saying that he knows what kind of expressions she is making inside her helmet. The notification window opens up in front of them, showing that the Hive virus is increasing its combat resistance by X3, and Maria says that they need to get back to work, and suddenly, they see green smoke appearing from the sky. As they look above, they see a giant facility with a glowing red core, pulsing with violent energy tendrils that twist and lash in green smoke through the air, their motion warping the surroundings as the crimson light intensifies. And the frost, darkness, light, and blunt get increased, showing through the notification. Chaos erupts as explosions light up behind the buildings, scattering debris and flames, and Kilgore, armed with a massive energy weapon, fires upward from inside the machine as the blast spirals out in a brilliant red beam, creating a violent twist. As the notification appears that self-replication ability is going to be enhanced by Abomination X5. Vladimir stands in front of the window systems as he looks at the red spirals coming out of the facility, and the notification shows that fire and blood magic resistances are increasing by X4. A giant ball appears, pulsating with a red core that glows fiercely at the center, surrounded by twisting tendrils that radiate outward like veins of living energy. And the notification shows that the Hive virus has successfully mutated, and it is the heart of the abomination. Suddenly, another explosion happens behind the facility, sending the debris outside, creating small blasts on other buildings, and the notifications show that the players should not forget that they are united and to work together until the land is in their control. The scene shifts as Yuseong grips his dagger and grits his teeth in frustration, as he says that the Hive virus has a lot of resistance, but he cannot understand how it is specifically resisting the frost. He and his dead army stand under the protracting glowing shield of Maria, as monsters with ice blades thrust in their bodies stand in front of them. The monsters with hollow stomachs with giant teeth on them, and their long tongue growls at them, as the notification shows that the Hive various abomination is X6. Maria keeps her hands extended as her cape sways in the back. As she stands besieged by Yuseong, she asks if he can fight with his frost deck, and Yuseong, with his icy palms out and swords surrounding him, says that he has to do this because no shop is available in this tower. Yuseong says that there might be someone who is giving the zombies the frost skills, and it is making things difficult for him. The zombies start to approach their shield, and Maria attacks one zombie, cutting its hand off, saying that they do not have any time to blame others. Maria looks at her and says that she thinks that they need to team up with other players as well. And Yuseong agrees as he looks at her, saying that they should not give these zombies more time to adapt, and says that they need to find the players and to hunt the main core. The scene shifts to the facility as a giant tree trunk swirling with the roots appears from it, and extending its roots outside the Hive shield, as the bright energy glows behind it. Yuseong and Maria appear to be running as they keep slaughtering the monsters with their bright sword and mace, and Yuseong tells her that he is feeling uncomfortable running in full armor, and Maria tells him to keep quiet and to keep running, as they stab the monsters in their way. But Yuseong does not listen to her, as he removes his armor, and orders to swap the deck from Death Relief to Baptism of Darkness, and his defense decreases by 900, but evasiveness increases by 1,200, and dex by 300 plus. Seeing this, Maria gets angry as she asks him what he is doing, and he ignores her question and instead asks her if she has ever ridden a sled, as he puts her shield on his back as a sled, and dark smoke starts appearing beside them, and Maria gets on top of him, and he jumps high, telling her to hold on to him tightly, as the ground fills with dark energy. As they fly above, the zombies get murdered beneath them, and suddenly, Maria sees a jet in the dark sky. As Yuseong hops from building to building, holding Maria on his back, he looks above as Maria tells him that the jet is from Kilgore, and they do not have to find the players, and Yuseong says that Kilgore is old, but he can lead anything. The scene shifts to the sunset sky, where Kilgore jumps out of a helicopter wearing a parachute on his back. After a while, he lands on top of a building, as he sees someone landing on the other side. As Yuseong sees Kilgore, he smiles and jokingly says that he can see how hard Kilgore is working to save the world, and Kilgore tells him to shut up. Maria lands behind Yuseong and greets Kilgore, and he gets a little surprised, saying that she is here as well, and Maria asks them if they will wait for the other players as well. And Kilgore puts a hand on his chin, thinking as he says that he is not sure if other players will come as well. And Yuseong says that he knows that at least one of the players will not show up after seeing the jet, and Kilgore replies that the only player who uses blood magic is Count, who who will come to the 8-tier tower. Kilgore then sits in front of the tower that is sending tree trunks out of the hive shield. He points his gun towards it, saying that at first, these 3 will work, and asks both of them to get ready, as they will see what the zombie's core looks like. Abruptly, there is a huge bright explosion, making the debris fly in the sky. After a while, as the dust settles in, a man appears in a cloak, standing inside the facility. As his white hair falls on his face, his eyes are hidden due to the shadow of his cloak, and dust smoke swirls beside him. He then extends his wand, on which tentacles are twirling, and a glow emits from it as he points it towards Kilgore, Yuseong, and Maria, which can't be seen from this far. Maria makes a shield covering all of them, as the glowing energy attacks them, and Kilgore puts an arm in front of him, as he says that the cloaked man is a player, so what is he doing here? Yuseong gets angry as he makes an ice ball in his palm, says that this player was raising the frost resistance of the zombies, and there is always one player who ruins everything, and he throws the energy ball on his way. The debris of the tower falls behind the 3 of them, as dust settles in, as the man stops his attack. Maria also puts away her shield, and Yuseong asks the man to make a decision, if the player is going to fight with them or against them in this battle, but suddenly he gets shocked at what he sees in front of him. The man bathed in a crimson haze, grips his staff tightly as writhing tendrils fuse with his body, transforming his arm into a monstrous form while a demonic figure with tentacles looms behind him, symbolizing the dark power consuming him from within. Thin tendrils come out of his mouth and eyes as he says in a raspy voice to become one team, and Yuseong, confusedly, asks if it's a player or not. Maria and Kilgore stand together nervously, as Kilgore asks if this man is the follower of the Monarch of Frost, and Maria asks if they can bring him back to life if they cut the tentacles and the tendrils. Yuseong reminds them that even after they beat the Monarch of Plague, the plague didn't stop, as he remembers dead people lying on the ground with green particles on their bodies. And he grinds his teeth as he says that someone might have taken the place of the Monarch of Plague, and they do not have the means of changing them back to their real state, and they do not have any other option. And he extends his hands as he orders to change the 3 decks to deal with the tentacles. And the notification shows that he is now using the Assassination Synergy with the Frost Assassin class and applies a debuff to expose the weakness of the target. And 3 of them stand together with their weapons, and Yuseong says that they need to kill him before his plague spreads any further. Yuseong's eyes turn red as he looks in front of him in determination, saying that killing them is the best thing they can do for them. The scene moves to Vladimir as he stands inside the hive barrier with a red glowing energy in one hand and a book in another, as the tentacles reach out to him. He holds one tentacle and smiles evilly as he says that he can understand one thing, and that is that blood was only a minor element in this grand and magnificent complex harmony. 6. The Monarch of Blood trembles in anger as he sees the model of the city in front of him, saying that Vladimir has betrayed him by breaking the Pact of Blood. The Monarch of Blood curses him that the blood will always haunt him, and the tentacles keep reaching Vladimir. The notification shows that the Monarch of Blood is roaring in anger and is in an unbearable sense of betrayal. But the other notification by the Monarch of Abomination says that Vladimir should join him, and the tentacles stroke his face as he smiles, and the Monarch of Abomination blesses him and accepts him as his own. As the tentacles surround him, the notification shows that he has terminated one contract with a monarch, but is now in a new contract with another monarch, and the beginning of amalgamation with the Monarch of Abomination is starting, and he extends his hands and roars that they should become one. The scene shifts back to the other side, where the man is also chanting that they should become one, as his eyes get teary and he lunges towards the players. And Maria and Kilgore fight with the tentacles coming towards them. Yuseong slashes his sword towards the man's neck, but he dodges it by bending backward, as he swings his hands, breaking the ice bolts in half, and Yuseong runs towards him with a giant ice sword in his hands and stabs it in his stomach while Shadow Spikes also thrusts into him from behind, and he screams in pain, and Yuseong puts his finger on the man's forehead, applying the exposed weakness debuff. The man falls on the ground with the giant sword in his hand, and Yuseong, flying above him, holding another sword, as his cloak sways in the air, and it shows that this is the first stance of Supreme Demonic Sword style, and he swings his sword, slashing the body of the man in half, as his tentacles spread beside him, and Yuseong then lands on the ground on his foot and knee with a thud. A notification emerges that the hive virus abomination of X1 in none eliminated, and Yuxiang gets confused. Maria slashes other tentacles, and Kilgore fires on them, as he says that the notification did not say that it was a player who had failed to conquer the tower. Yuxiang grounds his jaw as a bunch of tentacles appear above him, and Maria screams at him to look above his head. Suddenly, a blast happens on the tentacles as Yuxiang waves his sword in the air, and Mary and Kilgore also look in surprise as they see every tentacle keeps blasting on its own. All of a sudden, they look at the red giant energy swirling in front of them as it rises in the air, and Kilgore holds his gun on his shoulder as he says that this might be Count, and Yuxiang gets nervous as if he knows what it is, and he says that this is not Count. Suddenly, the red smoke clears from the ground as they see 3 people and their legs, as the red alert shows that the Bloodkin is here. The player gets shocked and confused at this, and the smoke disappears fully, and they see 3 vampires, a man, a woman, and a boy, all wearing suits and standing on the red liquid. And the details show that the Bloodkin is a faction of elite vampires, and they have the same lineage, and they also serve the Monarch of Blood. They cannot walk in sunlight and drink human blood only. While they are scared of the Holy Cross, they do not like garlic, onion, and are unable to walk on running water. And the boy looks at them with red eyes, as he says that he has finally found them. Yuxiang sways his hand as ice and smoke appear from it, and he tells them that they are in the wrong place because their kin is not here. And the boy closes his eyes calmly, saying that they are looking for them. And the player gets alerted, thinking that this might be an attack. But Yuxiang thinks that this is not an attack because the factions are also tied to the tower's tier, and he puts a hand on Kilgore's shoulder, as he says that a faction as powerful as Bloodkin cannot attack players in the tier 8 tower. And the boy smiles, showing his pointy canines, as he says that they should not get the wrong ideas and snaps his finger. And a massive explosion occurs in the sky, as the tentacles and debris fall, and the players get shocked. Then, many other explosions occur within the city, as the loud noise and red energy spread through the hive shield, and the boy smiles as he says that they are not here to fight against the players, but instead they want to help them. Yuxiang sighs and asks what price they want to help them, and if they have to unite with the Count. And the boy makes a fist of his hand, spluttering blood out of it, as she says that they do not want this, and explains that Vladimir has broken the blood pact with their master, and is now the follower of the Monarch of Abomination. Yuxiang and Maria get shocked, as Maria puts a hand on her mouth, and sweat drips from their faces. And the guy says that this is the reason they want Yuxiang to help them take revenge. The boy says that the Monarch of the Blood wants him to sign a dual contract with him, and Maria gets worried as she tells Yuxiang not to do this cause he is going to be in a fight between the monarchs. Yuxiang then asks him if he rejects this deal, what will they do, and the boy thinks for a moment, and says that they will find a new suitable player with the same offer. And Yuxiang thinks that if he rejects, it's going to be in the hands of Jorg. As he thinks for a while, Kilgore and Maria look at him. Then he speaks, asking them what they will give him in return. The boy then walks forward on the bloodied floor, and he kneels in front of Yuxiang, saying that they will give him everything that is permissible in this tower by the bond of blood. Yuxiang agrees to the deal, and the boy exclaims with happiness, saying that he appreciates his decision. Maria then turns towards Yuxiang, telling him that he is being rushed, and he tells her that he is going to be alright. He then walks towards the boy kneeling in front of him, as he says that vampires live by their promises, and he does not have any reason to refuse the deal, and the boy looks at him, saying that manners make vampires. All of a sudden, Yuxiang gets surprised by the red smoke, and soon he stands on the pool of blood, in a red-lit chamber, and stares at the stoned pedestal before him with a startled expression. The notification shows the Monarch of Blood asking him to drink his blood to accept the bond, and Yuxiang looks inside the pedestal, and he sees his reflection appearing in the blood inside it. He then puts his hands in the blood, takes some in his palm, and puts it on his lips as he drinks the blood, and the notification shows that he has signed a new contract with the Monarch of Blood. Suddenly, a bright light and blood appear on his chest, as he bends backward, and the red energy surrounds him. And various notifications show that the Monarch of Blood has formally accepted him by the bond of blood, and has given him higher vampire body, and the blessing of sanguine scent, as immortal powers flow in his body. Yuxiang opens his red eyes and mouth with long canine teeth in shock as he sees that he has 1 mythical, 2 legendary, and 3 heroic cards. He smiles and goes through his cards, saying that he always makes great decisions for business. Suddenly, the surroundings become purple, and light appears above him, and the monarch of jesters appears laughing, asking if the child with 1,002 faces and 1,002 talents likes this. And Yuxiong looks above at her, chuckling, saying that he wonders why his advancement bonus is feeling a little underwhelming. Then the darkness starts to disappear, and Yuxiong smiles, holding his coat as he thinks that these are the rewards from his second awakening, and Kilgore and Maria stand behind him. The boy smiles, saying that he is content with him, when he sees from the corner of his eye the smoke appearing behind him, and a man's shadow appears from it. The man starts to walk in front, and Yuxiong gets alert as he looks at him with seriousness. Vladimir appears from the smoke, extending his hands, as he says that everyone is here, and Yuxiong tells him that they were all waiting for him. Vladimir smiles, and Yuxiong says that they wonder what kind of deal was so important that it made him switch the monarchs, and Vladimir laughs in return, saying that news spread fast, as the tentacle wiggles from beside him. And he says that it was a very interesting offer, and then he throws the tentacles towards the other players. And as the tentacles approach them, Yuxiong jumps from his place, Kilgore hangs with a green rope, and Maria protects herself with the shiny barrier. Vladimir then smiles, showing his fangs, as he says that everything is connected, and each part is a reflection of the entire system, with no exceptions to this universal rule. Yuxiong then opens his hand, as idiocy energy radiates from it. He says that after listening to Vladimir, a philosopher must be smiling in his grave. Vladimir says that it is shameful that Yuxiong cannot understand the beauty of things being interconnected, and suddenly, Yuxiong thrusts his sword into his chest, splattering the blood out, as he says that Vladimir always has a twisted liking of beauty, so he cannot understand him. Vladimir smiles evilly, as veins pop in his body, as he tells Yuxiong that he is equally twisted as him, and he is going to explain things to him in the real world. And Yuxiong looks up to him and says that he does not have any reason to meet with him in the outer world. Vladimir says that nobody knows that, and suddenly he disappears, leaving only mud behind him, as Yuxiong is still holding his sword. And the notification shows that Vladimir has failed to conquer the tower, and all the opponents of Maria have been eliminated, and Kilgore comes down from his rope as he says that Vladimir might have killed himself. But why would he do that? And Yuxiong thrusts his sword into the ground as glowing energy radiates, and sweat drips from his face as he wonders what Count Vladimir might be plotting. And a notification shows that they have cleared the tower and have received rewards for defeating Vladimir. The scene shifts to Yuxiong lying on his bed, still in his gear, as his phone buzzes beside him, and he takes the call, as he asks if there is something wrong, and Tisaki asks him if he has even seen any news. As the news shows massive tentacles spreading across the building, the news reporters report that in Moscow, a person is responsible for an unprecedented biochemical terror attack, and has been identified as a Russian hero called Count. And Yuxiong realizes, as he sees the news, he remembers that Vladimir has told him that he is going to explain something to him in the outer world. Tisaki then tells him that Russia has authorized him to fight the threat along with Maria and Ray, and asks him if he wants to go, and Yuxiong says that he has to go. The scene shifts as Yuxiong sees Tisaki beside a car, and a swirling purple portal in front of him, which is guarded by a lady, and Yuxiong asks him about the girl. And Tisaki says that she is from SIPO and is going to guard the portal because it is a very serious situation, as the SIPO personnel check the safety of the portal behind them. And Yuxiong gets surprised as he says that it means that he is not traveling by plane or tower. Yuxiong asks him why the other heroes are not coming, besides Maria and Ray, as it would have been easier with Kilgore and Lydia, and Tisaki folds his arms on his chest, as with concern. He tells him that both of them have been denied on the grounds due to concern of spying, because Kilgore is from the military and Lydia is the leader of SIPO. Yuxiong says that it means that things would be easier for him, and Tisaki asks him to elaborate on what he means. He explains that they are fighting against a weird monarch who wants them to become one. He then smiles in concern as he says that these fools are fighting against each other, even if the world is dying, so there is no possibility of them working together. Yuxiong then starts sorting out his deck, as he says that even though their own capital city is on the edge of being destroyed, they are still focusing on their self-interest. Then he equips the lone deck of Prince of Blood, and the class changes to the Vampire Lord, and he surrounds himself with the red energy and wind swirling at him, making his cloak flow, and Tisaki puts his on his eyes, protecting them from the light. Yuxiong then laughs as he puts his hand on his head, red energy radiating from him, and he says that the moon is very beautiful. As the energy settles down, Tisaki tells him that the moon is not here because it is still daytime, and Yuxiong pouts as he says that it is evening in Moscow. And the Sipo guard tells Yuxiong that he can enter the portal to Moscow, as they see the tentacles on the other side. The scene shifts to Moscow, and massive crimson tentacles thrash violently across a blood-red landscape, smashing through buildings as the guards look tiny in front of it, as they fire bullets at it, and Yuxiong enters from the portal, and Maria looks happy seeing him. Yuxiong waves his hand, blushing a little, as he tells her that the moon is very beautiful, and Maria puts her hands on her waist as she looks at the sunset sky, saying in confusion that the moon is not here because it is not dark yet. And Yuxiong sighs as he says that she did not understand what he meant, maybe because they are from different cultures, and he thinks that Ray might have understood it. He then looks around as he says that he cannot see Ray here, and the guard of Sipo tells him that China did not want to be involved in this matter, which is why he is not here, and Yuxiong shrugs, saying that it is his loss, because he is losing the chance of becoming the hero he has always wanted to become. He then peeks over at the monster, and he sees guards fighting with him, and a man in gear and a cloak, slashing the monster with his sword. He then takes the loud horn from the table and checks the mic as he gathers the attention of every guard. And the guards cheer with joy as they see Yuxiong and Maria, and say that they will be saved now. And Yuxiong stands with his daggers in front of him, as he speaks on the loud horn that their fixers are here. As everyone fights with the monsters, some say that they are happy that Hero King and Saintess are here, and will fight with them against the monsters to stop them from getting bigger, and to also protect the heart of their country. Maria then raises her mace as she orders with determination to fight as a team, and not to lose any hope. Maria stands defiantly amid swirling golden light, raising a glowing mace toward the towering mass of monstrous tentacles that loom over a distant city. Yuxiong smiles and takes his daggers in front of him, saying that he has already gotten his buffs, and both he and Maria dash towards the monsters as the guards run behind them. Yuxiong directly pierces his green glowing sword into the monster, oozing out his blood. He looks behind as the open mouth of the tentacle reaches towards him, and he says that if he has to fight with only this, he does not even have to use his skills, and smiles as he attacks the monster. Slashes his slimy body in half. He smiles at him proudly at his attack, as blood particles spread in the air. Then the notification shows that the blessing of the higher vampire's body has given him control over the blood, and he sings his air, cutting the body of the monster and making his blood spill all over. After a while, the monster wriggles as his green body dies slowly on the ground, and as the monster's body fades from the ground, a bunch of zombies appear as tentacles coming from different parts of their bodies, holding their weapons and red eyes, as they chant that they need to become one. Yuxiong gets shocked seeing them, as they appear in thousands. He thinks that the worst thing Vladimir could have done was to start a coup. He thinks that Vladimir has lost the idea of humanity, and his eyes become red and black, taking his fangs out. Yuxiong screams Vladimir's name and rushes forward. With daggers in his hands, he runs at the zombies, pointing his dagger out. He stabs a monster, and a gush of blood comes out of it with a blast, splattering it all over. He swings another attack and removes the head from one of the zombies. He keeps slashing the bodies, making a pool of their blood, and heads scattering on the ground, and he runs through the blood. He runs along with the guards behind him, as the scene becomes crimson red, bodies scattering around, as one of the zombies with the tentacles falls on his back. Yuxiong then thrust his dagger into something, and the blood splattered from it, staining his pants and boots. After a while, Yuxiong tries to stand on the ground with dead and scattered monsters behind him, and various body parts of zombies around him. He tries to catch his breath, huffing and puffing, and he grits his teeth. Suddenly, some new pairs of tentacles appear, running towards tired Yuxiong. He suddenly remembers his skill of the Impaler's descent, and his eyes sparkle. He then walks over to the bubbling blood on the ground, and suddenly, a blast happens, and the blood flows from the monster's tentacles. Maria looks at the explosion as the bright red light sparks from it, and the dead tentacles of the monster in front of her, and she gets worried for Yuxiong as beads of sweat roll down her cheeks. Suddenly, Yuxiang appears with red energy flowing around him, along with hundreds of bats squeaking in their way, and their eyes shine bright red. Yuxiang then lifts his hand up, and a bunch of red nails appear, making ting sounds, and he throws the nails towards the monsters, along with the bats, as he stabs the monster. As the nail stabs the monster, creating various wounds in its body, and crimson liquid seeps out from its mouth, Yuxiang squeezes his hands, and nail spikes appear behind it, with a droplet of blood. Suddenly, Yuxiang gets startled as he sees a bright light coming towards him from behind. As Maria runs, with her glowing aura and mace shining, she stands, and by making her mace glow, she makes a whirlwind of sparkles shining towards the sky, radiating bright light, and blinding beams of golden light rain down from afar like divine meteors, streaking across the sky and exploding over the monster with overwhelming force, illuminating the battlefield in a radiant storm of destruction and celestial power. All the soldiers look at the scene in horror, as the golden meteors keep exploding on the monster, creating massive explosions. After a while, Maria runs through the settling dust towards Yuxiang, calling his name. Yuxiang smiles with his red vampire eyes, as blood and gold beams fall over him. He asks her how she knew that he had done his work, and Yuxiang starts running towards the palace, telling her that they cannot wait any longer, as they have to take down the traitor, and Maria follows him, asking him to wait for her. Noir also appears to be eating the dead zombies, as various of them are in his stomach. The soldiers see Yuxiang and Maria enter the palace, and they order others to follow them and chant to protect their nation from the monster. As Yuxiang runs through the palace, he thinks about Vladimir, whom people are calling a monster, and he does not know him like he used to before. And he remembers his look-alike telling him that people can become whatever they want, a hero or a villain, on this stage. He runs, followed by Maria behind him, as he wonders if the world realizes that it is this easy for a hero to become a villain. Will they look at the heroes the same way? They halt in front of a slimy portal that cracks, and Yuxiang says that they did not have to rush things that much. As they look at the portal, it is a long tunnel made up of red flesh and veins, and Yuxiang says that their opponents are waiting for the final battle. The massive tentacle spreads across a stone wall, and between it, a massive organic structure resembling pulsating flesh and veins. It makes the tunnel inside the monster, glowing ominously with red light at its core. And Yuxiang and Maria stand before it, and the group of soldiers behind them. The notification shows that the Monarch of Abomination is provoking Yuxiang, as the red beam shines over Yuxiang and Maria's faces, and they both look at the tunnel beneath them. And Yuxiang says that he does not know what they are doing as he has never seen something like this before. And Maria replies that it looks like they will enter into a new and different world. And the notifications from the Monarch of Blood appear, asking Yuxiang to honor the pact he has made with the blood, and to take revenge, and Yuxiang groans, saying that the monarch is very impatient. Yuxiang then puts his hand inside the tunnel, saying that he is going, and Maria gets shocked as she looks above and says that she also wants to go, and Yuxiang looks at her. As he enters the tunnel, he tells her that they will not let her go inside because right now, this is a matter between two monarchs. He then waves his hand and tells her to take a tour of Moscow, and Maria looks at him with concern, and he smiles at her, saying that he will not take much time. She then folds her arms on her chest, smiling as she sighs, saying that she will wait for him right here. She and the soldiers stand outside the tunnel, as they hear the footsteps of Yuxiang getting farther away with each second. As he walks inside, the monarchs say that they have been waiting for him and will let him have the experience. Vladimir then smiles, as his chest has tentacles and his face is prominent with veins. He has better things to do. He stands in front of the man, whose upper body is of a human, but the lower one is full of giant tentacles and long hands. And Yuxiang takes out his daggers and fangs. He smiles evilly, saying that he also has someone waiting for him outside. Vladimir puts his head in his hands, sobbing, saying that this is foolish, and Yuxiang keeps his dagger just inches away from the tentacles. And he stands in front of Yuxiang with his red eyes and long hair, as it says that his new body has gone beyond the limitations of being a mortal, and he has merged with the beings who once ruled over them. He then extends his large and long hands towards Yuxiang, saying that they will give him the chance to join them. But Yuxiang looks at his hand in deep thought, and suddenly he swings his dagger and thrusts it into Vladimir's hand. Vladimir then tells him that he is no longer an ordinary player, so it might be hard for Yuxiang to challenge him in the fight. and Yuseong says that he knows that Vladimir is not an ordinary player anymore. He then flips his finger towards Vladimir, saying that he is a moron who could not resist having the power of a monarch. Suddenly, Vladimir becomes angry, as he says that he cannot hear these things from Yuseong anymore, and thrusts his tentacles towards him. But Yuseong dodges them, and they hit the ground with a loud bang. Vladimir then shouts in anger, as his veins pop out from his face, as he tells Yuseong that he belongs to an inferior race, who are just like the grains of sand, and cannot unite as one. His tentacles wriggle, and Yuseong sits on his knees, and Vladimir further says that humans are tearing themselves apart and are bringing themselves down. His tentacles appear with various faces, roaring and wriggling, and Vladimir says that humans are a disease to the universe. Vladimir then stands up, making his tentacles rise with him, and red energy coils around him, and says that he is not an inferior human anymore, like he once was. Yuseong looks at him and says that this is disgusting, and he could have only said that he is a human, and he swirls his dagger around himself, as the power of the Monarch Slayer title gets unlocked. Vladimir then rises and towers above Yuseong, and his icy blue energy, as his coat sways in the air, and the notification shows that he has gained a new title of Enemy of the World. Vladimir gets shocked seeing this, but Yuseong keeps his calm, and the details of the title appear as unique, with a note that no one deserves to be called the enemy of the world than humans themselves. Yuseong steps on the squishy ground, radiating red energy beneath him, and he says that this is going to be a little difficult. Yuseong swiftly dashes forward, propelling himself off the ground, dashing up the wall before launching toward Vladimir. And he screams with his dark and red eyes that it is going to be difficult for Vladimir and not him, and the notification appears that the monarchs are in fear, but the monarch of jesters is laughing uncontrollably. Vladimir looks at him, scared and tears in his eyes, as he says how can he do this, and the notification shows that the monarch of games is quiet. And Yuseong then slashes Vladimir, and his blood oozes quickly, dark and heavy as he falls back onto the ground. Yuseong looks at his daggers as blood splatters around him, as Vladimir slashes him in half behind him, and Yuseong lands on the ground. But then he hears Vladimir saying that no one can defeat him, especially the disease that disrupts the world order. And he suddenly bites the dagger of Yuseong with a loud crunch. Yuseong holds his sword as he says that Vladimir cannot do anything anyway. Then, abruptly, he slashes the mouth of Vladimir, but he still laughs, saying that Yuseong will see. Yuseong gets alerted as he hears something heavy coming towards him. The notification appears that the Monarch of Abomination has unleashed his full power, and a bunch of faces appear, growling with their red, crimson eyes, and Vladimir appears upside down with his slit mouth, roaring with his tongue out. And Yuseong grips his daggers as the tentacles swirl behind him. Suddenly, a bunch of tentacles appear from a bright light, rushing towards Yuseong. And he sighs, saying that this is what he really wants. And the notification appears that the Monarch of Abomination is emerging as the world boss, and Yuseong looks at him as he appears from the glowing red light from the tentacles. Yuseong looks at the window of the system, and he looks at it in confusion, with furrowing eyebrows as he gets confused, wondering what this is. As the monarch appears in front, with red energy surrounding him, he says that they have to make everyone see this magnificent fight. And Yuseong looks at him in slight anger, as this all shows on the screens in the whole wide world. And everyone gets shocked seeing this, and the notification shows that an anonymous monarch is laughing, as it shows the live broadcast to the world. Maria gets shocked and confused seeing this, and starts banging on the door to let her in as she sees the monarch and Yuseong standing in front of each other. And she gets shocked, as she sees the notification that the Monarch of Blood is preventing her from joining the battle, and asks the Monarch of Games for a one-on-one fight. And the monarch accepts the challenge, and Maria gets concerned about the duel between the monarchs. And the Monarch of Abomination comes near Yuseong, beaming with red energy, wearing a cloak. He then extends his hands, which are made up of twisted tentacles. He keeps walking forward, with his legs made up of tentacles, and some appearing behind him, following him. He stops in between, saying that no one can stand alone in the harmony of existence. Yuseong puts his dagger on his shoulder, saying that people should not watch this broadcast for free. The tentacles behind the monarch appear to be braided together as they hold a bunch of people in each one, who are chanting that everyone has to become one. And suddenly, all the zombies lunge towards Yuseong with their weapons and blood spikes. Yuseong screams that this game is not fair, as the spikes appear just inches away from his face. But Yuseong swiftly swings his daggers, attacking the zombies from all corners, splashing their blood out. He leaps forward as a blue-haired zombie appears with his long spear, and Yuseong slaughters everyone. He then holds his daggers in front of his face, crossing his arms, as the blood spikes appear with red and green smokes. As some zombies lie dead on the ground, Yuseong hunches, being exhausted, as he says that he might have to skip dinner, and a bunch of other zombies appear behind him. The zombies with tentacles on their bodies appear, only chanting that they need to become one, and Yuseong wonders if they are players as well. But then he thinks that they cannot be, because there are so many of these zombies. As he moves his daggers all around, moving back and forth, killing the monsters, he wonders if these are the people who once lived in the world of monarchs. The scene shifts to the computer world, and the people get scared for Yuseong because the zombies are too much, and they wonder if Yuseong will fail in fighting against them. The scene shifts back to Maria, as she looks inside the portal with her hands on the translucent doorway with teary eyes, as she gets worried for Yuseong. And he swings his daggers at the monsters that are coming from either of his sides, making their blood pool out from them. And he puts the daggers in front of him, with determination in his eyes, as blood spirals around him. The scene shifts to China, and Ray looks at the live broadcast and turns away his face as he winces. Yuseong, on the other hand, smirks as his face glistens, and sweat trickles down. He raises his daggers, creating waves of blood with them, and he grins evilly. He says that at the end of the day, no one can match him. And then he strikes his daggers, and the ground gets engulfed by a violent surge of red energy that ripples outward like a shockwave, shattering everything in its path. Due to his attack, a sudden surge of blood came out in the amount of ocean, taking the zombies out with the long waves, and creating some huge waves. And Yuseong stands in front of a bloody red palace, as a bunch of scary dogs stand beside him. As he extends his hands with daggers, he says that this is the House of Baskervilles. Suddenly, the dogs burst forward in anger, aiming straight for the monsters, with their fiery, pointy teeth and red eyes, and thousands of monsters standing beside and in front of the Monarch of Abomination, creating the ground in red as they growl with crimson eyes. All the dogs open their mouths like they are hungry and are ready to eat the monsters. And suddenly they bite onto the tentacles of the monsters, crunching their bones and spilling blood from them. And Yuseong gets amazed seeing the dogs attacking the zombies as the surroundings appear in crimson. And he smiles in pride, but a little concern, as he says that these dogs are very dangerous, and he wonders if this is because of his Monarch Slayer title. The Monarch of Abomination steps towards Yuseong in between the fight of dogs and the zombies, as he says that it's over for Yuseong's army. And Yuseong grips his sword, as he says that this is the time for him to fight against the pathetic human, like the Monarch. And the Monarch's eyes beam in red light as he lifts his flesh hand up, as his face darkens. And Yuseong leaps towards him, as his dogs stand watching him for the attack. The Monarch of Abomination grinds his teeth in anger, and he also lunges towards Yuseong with red, beaming energy. And he opens his giant mouth, which is a complex way for swirls of flesh and various pointy teeth, as he says that they keep evolving. He extends his hands, and his tentacles seep out of him, surrounding the area, as he says that no one can defeat them, even if they are strong, and Yuseong is halted as he looks at the surroundings. The notification dings that the Monarch has gained fighting resistance from other abominations, as tentacles spread out of his mouth, as he says that they will keep adapting endlessly. But before he can finish, Yuseong strikes an attack at him, making a steady stream of blood to seep from his stomach. As he falls back, Yuseong smirks, shows his daggers, which are now purple and pink, and are emitting green energy. He says that he will keep evolving as well, as he applied the adaptive nanovirus to his daggers. The Monarch has now become a monstrous creature that glares with a blood-red eye, its mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs as it roars in rage, spitting out its final words that it will curse Yuseong. As he tells Yuseong that he is an inferior creature, Yuseong strikes him again in the face, saying that he talks a lot and needs to shut his mouth for a little bit. He then realized that this fight is on live broadcasts, and he looks at the cameras, as the image of the bloodied Monarch comes blurry, and he is heard and seen tauntingly saying that this is already the month of March, and they have to deal with a Monarch, so this world must be very peaceful. He further says in the cameras that he has heard a lot from many people saying that they do not need him to save the world, and he asks the people if they think anybody could have killed this monster besides him. The scene shifts to Jorg, sitting in the back seat of his car, watching the live broadcast as well, as he hears Yuxiang asking if people can handle the new 16-tier towers without him. As he asks if everyone can deal with a season boss as well, Kilgore looks at him with determination, arms folded on his chest, and a cigar in his mouth. But only Maria looks at him, with love and softness in her eyes, as a treat drops on her cheek. And the television shows Yuxiang raising his dagger above the monster, as he says that even if they are successful in doing all of this, too many people will pay the price. And he thrusts his dagger into the monarch, who is now a monster once again, and it leads to a loud and massive red explosion, splattering blood all over. The scene shifts to China, as Ray bangs his hand on the table, and he hears Yuxiang asking if they have to sacrifice so many players. He grits his teeth and runs from the room, as two men rush towards him in concern. Yuxiang then surges toward the monstrous monarch, as the dagger glows in his hands, and the monsters say that Yuxiang is a disease to this universe, and is a tumor that needs to be erased, and says that they will not obey Yuxiang. And suddenly, Yuxiang swings both his daggers, slashing the face off of the monarch. Another explosion happens after the attack, as red beams spread above Yuxiang, and the notification shows that Yuxiang has defeated the Monarch of Abomination. He stands in the empty palace, with his knees bending, as the notification from the Monarch of Blood shows that their contract has been fulfilled, and laughs and praises Yuxiang. He looks above as he sees the notifications that he has received the essence of the Monarch of Abomination, and his slot of essence is also unlocked. He looks behind him as the ball of red and black energy with a spark in between appears, and red energy coils around it. The details show that this is the essence of Monarch Abomination, with a unique tier, and have a healing factor, and gain resistance against an attack by adapting cell armor. He comes near to the small ball, as he says that every terrible game has a lot of equipment slots. He then held the ball in his hand, looking at it, as the note appears that the once monarch's home planet was once a peaceful place, ruled by a collective hive mind that valued harmony and order. However, humanity destroyed this planet, branding its inhabitants as abominations. After the planet's destruction, a solitary cell fragment of the hive mind survived and embarked on a continuous journey through the cosmos. Yuxiang says that they really are the enemies of the world, and grips the ball in his hand as he walks the stairs of the palace, as light beams shine through the windows on him, and his coat sways at his back. The palace's door opens, and Maria rushes inside, beaming with happiness as she screams Yuxiang's name. Yuxiang spreads his arms as if he is going to hug her, and Maria thanks God that he is back. She halts in front of him, saying that he did amazing by putting the virus on his body, and Yuxiang smiles at the compliment. Yuxiang then asks her why she has stopped so far from him, and she gets confused about what to stop. And he groans, saying that he thought she would give him a hug and a kiss, and Maria gets startled at this, as the bunch of people enter the palace behind them. The reporters start taking their pictures, and Maria narrows her eyes, asking if he is doing fine. Yuxiang smiles at her, saying that he is always doing fine. Suddenly, they hear people getting surprised, and Yuxiang looks at them and gets startled himself. The reporters stand beside the portal and start getting pictures. As Ray appears from it, Yuxiang and Maria turn towards him, and Yuxiang asks him why he is here after the fight is finished. Ray lowers his head as he tells Yuxiang that, after watching the fight, he gets reminded of the fight with the Monarch of Plague. And Yuxiang says that even at that time, he was the one who did all the work, and Ray says that he agrees on that, and Yuxiang gets surprised hearing that, and Ray continues that in both fights, Yuxiang has fought with the monarchs and won alone. He then walks towards Yuxiang, saying that he has been right all the time. He then stands in front of Yuxiang, saying that he deserves more than the title of Hero King, and Yuxiang starts panicking, saying that there is something wrong with Ray, as he is scaring him with these compliments, and Maria should save Yuxiang. But Ray claps his fist into his other palm, saying that he has the most admiration for Yuxiang, as he has sacrificed and dedicated so much to save the world. Yuxiang gets quiet, but worried, as he looks at him and sweat runs down his face. Ray then turns around to look at the camera, stating that Yuxiang is right that without him, they could have lost so many lives, and Yuxiang scratches the back of his head. Ray continues to say that in the last season, during the raid by the Monarch of Plague, Ray turned and ran away when the front line of China's guild was destroyed, and Yuseong gets shocked hearing that statement. The reporters start bombarding him with questions about how he can leave his own guild, or if the scandal from the past is true or not, as they keep taking pictures of them. Ray lowers his head, drops of sweat slide down his face, and she admits that he ran away because he was scared of death. He continues saying that as he ran, Yuseong the hero steps in to fight with the monarch, as he remembers the last attack of Yuseong towards the monarch. As Yuseong tries to step in nervously, he tries to stop him with one finger, but Maria pushes his hand away lightly, turning her head no, as Ray says that Yuseong, without any doubt, is the king of all heroes. Ray then falls on his knees and hands in front of the cameras as he says that he always thinks about that situation. His hands tremble as he says that if he had not run away, the real heroes who were in his stead might have lived. He starts crying as he remembers the guy infected by the plague. And all the reporters flash their cameras at him, and Maria stands beside Yuseong with her hand on his shoulder. And Yuseong suddenly remembers the third season, as he remembers every player happy, and the status that everyone called the 10 players the symbol of peace, and because of them, the world is protected. He then remembers that one of the heroes has yielded to the hunger of the Monarch of Abomination, as he remembers the horrific body of Vladimir, and he then looks at Ray, who is still crying, and says that another hero has abandoned their responsibility because he was scared. He then tries to walk away, and Maria calls his name. Her hand appears on the back of his collar, as he thinks that now the world can see that heroes can become villains very easily. And Maria looks at his back with saddened eyes, as she purses her lips and pulls away her hand. Ray had a flashback of his childhood, as he says that he remembers himself as a kid, holding a sword for the first time in his hand, as the glow reflects on his surprised face. He then remembers that way before he became a player was that he had learnt swordsmanship, even before he started going to school, as he remembers himself practicing sword skills with other students older than him. He says that his dream was to become a hero, and when he became a player, he thought that he had accomplished his biggest dream, as he remembers slashing monsters with his sword and blood drops on his face and body. He says that in Season 2, they have lost all hope because the season boss has defeated them, as he remembers the dead players, and Maria and him sitting on the floor, devastated by the effect. Ray then remembers that Season 2 was saved by Yuseong. He further says that he used to admire Yuseong and wanted to become like him or greater than him, and he was only trying to achieve the dream, as he remembers himself smiling at him, with admiration in his eyes. He further says that he soon discovered that the Titans of the Depth are at the bottom of the leaderboard but have more strength than the heroes. He gets a flashback of the season when Yuseong's friend died, and Ray was also devastated, standing with another player, as he says that at that time, the team of heroes was on the edge of collapsing, and even then, the Titans did not help in anything because they did not have any interest in saving the world. He says that at times he realized that the title of hero is useless, and does not hold any meaning, as he remembers himself gripping his hair tightly in his hand out of frustration. He says that he then gave in to his inner chaos and failed his test with the Supreme Demon, as he recalls his blood oozing out of him after the Supreme Demon stabbed him. He says that after a while, he heard that the members of his guild started to distrust everyone, as they thought that the team was not good enough to stand in front of the Monarch. As he remembers, during the time of the raid of the Monarch of Plague, their Monarch of Steel wanted them to fight with honor, as his teammates were getting attacked. He remembers that due to the low morale of his team, the buff of Battlecry got deactivated, and due to him being scared, the Warrior of Valhalla buff was also deactivated, along with some other blessings. He says that he ran away to save himself, and Yuseong has saved the world, like he always did, like the hero he is. He remembers that at the start of the 6th season, he promised himself that he would do his best this season, and he sees Seong-ho coming towards him along with some players, saying that Ray will take them with him. And Yuseong turns his face, nervously saying that he wants to fight alone, as it is more efficient. Seong-ho whispers to him that these players are the ones who have blamed him for abandoning his guild, so if he brings these players back, they can replace the guild master. He peeks at the players, and he sees a green-haired guy, MSS Player Bureau Agent Nameless, looking at him with the corner of his eye. And Ray thinks that they are saying that they will kill him. Nameless then looks at him and bows with his hand on his chest. He remembers standing in the pool of blood, with dead bodies lying beside his feet, and he lowers his head, as tears drip from his eyes, as he thinks that he is a coward. Another pair of legs appears in front of him, holding the bloodied sword, as blood drips from it into the blood, and the person says that they have to let the tower finish the players. As his sword drips with blood, Ray thinks of himself as a coward once again. The scene shifts to Ray looking at the tall buildings out of his glass walls, as someone appears behind him and white smoke swirls around him. It is Nameless, as he tells Ray that nothing will change after telling the foreign press everything that he did. And Ray says that he knew that the world would not change after his statement, and Nameless asks the reason why he did that if he knew this. Ray puts his hand on the wall, still looking down, as he says that he has to admit his mistakes in order to change himself. He further says that he is going to change himself even if he has to lose his life to face the truth, and Nameless says that he is being childish. He then tells him that his statement was foolish, and Ray turns his head slightly to look at him. Nameless sits on the couch, saying that the party has made a decision that they are going to give Ray another chance, seeing his past loyalty and work, and Ray asks what he means by another chance. Nameless puts his foot on his leg, saying that officially, Ray has not left the guild during the raid of the Monarch of Plague. Ray turns to look at him as he uses his phone, saying that they are preparing some things and will let Ray know very soon. Until then, he should stay at home. He keeps looking at his phone as he says that Ray cannot talk to the media. Also, he won't be able to use the internet. Until then, Nameless is going to stay with him, and Ray asks him if he has said everything that he wanted to. And Nameless looks at him with side eyes as Ray grabs his phone, asking him how it is possible that a person who is cowardly enough to leave his subordinate can be called a hero. Nameless snatches his phone from Ray as he says that whatever Ray says, he is still going to be a hero. He then looks at Ray with narrowed eyes and squeezes his hand, shattering his phone as bright energy radiates from it, and he tells him that Ray is a hero, even if he is a fabricated one. And Ray takes out his flaming sword beside him, and says that he is a fabricated hero to him, and Ray looks at him with angry eyes. Ray then thrusts his sword right beside Nameless, saying that Nameless had wiped his identity clean. Ray then leans forward, holding his sword that is now half thrust into the couch, and he tells Nameless that he can be the puppet hero instead of Ray. He then smirks as he tells him that he is tired of playing as a puppet. Nameless makes a fist with his hand, which trembles as he asks him not to make him angry. Suddenly, he leaps towards Ray, taking out his sword, as he says that Ray knows that he cannot get the title of a hero. And they both clang their swords, and Ray swings his hands, and his sword clashes with Nameless, making him fall backward. And Ray cuts through the air with his sword, and Nameless hides behind the couch to save himself, after attempting to attack him once. He then quickly jumps towards Ray, and sits his cheek a little, making blood trickle out of it, as he says that if he could have become a hero, he would have been one all this time. And Ray grits his teeth in anger as blood drips out from his wound. Nameless once again strikes with his sword, as blood splatters all over him, grinding his teeth in anger. He says that Ray has taken everything from him before, and now he will lose everything that he has. Ray also swings his sword towards him, as their blades crash, creating sparks, and Ray tells him that he can act like a hero, but he can never become a real one. Nameless smells evil as his eyes become red, and red energy sweeps to his sword from his arm, as he tells Ray that it does not matter if he is a real hero or not, and he might be thinking like this because of Yuseong's hero play. He then throws a bright blue energy through a giant circle that is surrounded by a red current, as he attacks Ray with a blast, and Ray is sent flying and crashes to the ground. Ray thrusts against a wall, breaking it behind him, and spreading his blood on it. He sits there with his head hung low and blood on his clothes. He wonders if he is influenced by Yuseong, and he remembers when he saw the broadcast of the live fight between Yuseong and the Monarch of Abomination. He tells himself that yes, he has been influenced because he cannot help it anymore. He then remembers the first time he became a hero, as he fought with a giant mouth monster, and Nameless is standing behind him as a kid, as he thinks that at that time, he truly wanted to become a hero. The scene shifts back as Nameless walks towards the wounded Ray. He lifts his sword, smiling, and says that the puppet should know the fate of not following orders. He furrowed his eyebrows as Ray asked if he was going to kill him this soon. Ray then lifts his head up, smiling with his wounded face, saying that Nameless is putting on a terrible show for his monarch. Nameless keeps towering his sword above Ray, and he says that even if he dies, the party will make it fabricate. Nameless tightly grips his sword as his hands tremble, and suddenly, Rei's hand falls, as the blood spreads all over the ground, and his cards and weapons crumble, falling on the ground. And the notification appears from the Monarch of Pain, who expresses displeasure at the action, asking Nameless why he has killed Rei so soon, and Nameless sits on the floor with his head in his hand, as Rei's cards fall on him. Nameless starts laughing like a maniac, sitting in front of Rei's body, as he says that his suffering was not enough, because he has killed a man that he has always looked up to, because he was the hero for him, even if he does not call himself the hero. He keeps laughing, saying that he will be jealous of the worthless, broken doll, as he stands up, as tears drip on the pool of blood beneath his feet, and the Monarch of Pain nods hesitantly. Nameless looks up as tears fall from his eyes, and notifications appear from the Monarch of Steel, as he says that he is impressed by him, because he has sent his follower to Valhalla, and offers him the Pact of Aristotle, and Rei wishes that all of them could die. He cannot stand straight as he tries to sit down, saying that this had to end up like this, because Rei has gone off the real plan. As he gets a flashback of watching Rei telling Yuseong on television that he is the real hero, and he admires him, his teammates get angry with Rei's statement. And Nameless looks at Yuseong with shocked eyes and an open mouth, as he says his name. The scene shifts back, as Rei smiles, gritting his teeth, saying that all of this is Yuseong's fault, and suddenly, a huge explosion happens on the top floor of a building, and Nameless stands in front of it, with his fiery eyes, and, fisting his hand, he thinks that all of this had happened because a fool like Yuseong is running freely. The scene shifts to Yuseong's room, as he wakes up yawning, by his phone buzzing. He takes a pillow in his lap, eyes still closed. He picks up Tiseki's call and asks if he knows the time right now, and tells him that he is getting back on the plane. Tiseki tells him on the call that Rei has taken his own life, and Yuseong gets shocked. Tiseki tells him that right now the news is not official, but soon there will be an official announcement in the world, in which they will say that he has taken his life due to his unbearable mistakes. Yuseong cannot believe that Rei has taken his own life, and he is still in shock and cannot think of anything else for a moment. Then he remembers Rei's statement yesterday, and he thinks that he has never seen Rei like that before. And he gets a flashback of when he was sitting in the back of a car with Rei and Maria sitting in the passenger seat. The guard driving the car tells them that they will head to the airport, but they will take different private jets for security reasons. And Yuseong, looking out of the window, asks Rei why he has given that statement, and Rei says that he also wonders why he has done that, and Yuseong clicks his tongue in frustration. Rei then looks out the window, saying that he should have given that statement long before, and Yuseong leans towards him a little bit, asking him if there is something wrong with Rei, but he does not reply to that question. Instead, he asks Yuseong to never change and be the hero that he is. Yuseong then tells him that it looks like Rei is saying his last word, and Rei smiles slightly and tells him that he is not going to die. And Maria and Yuseong look back at him with concern, and Maria's face gets shiny with the droplets of sweat. The scene shifts to the airport, as Rei says goodbye to Maria and Yuseong, and he goes with the guard who is with him. And Yuseong gets sad seeing this, as his lips and eyebrows furrow, and Maria turns her head to look at Yuseong, a little surprised. Abruptly, he tells Rei to stop, and he stands with his back towards them, and she asks him if he will continue being a player. And Rei turns his head over his shoulder, as he calmly tells her that he will be a player. And the scene shifts back to Yuseong, as he grips his pillow tightly, saying that Rei has told them that he will not stop being a player. And Tiseki tells him that according to Lydia, she thinks that he might have been murdered, and Yuseong gets shocked again, and Tiseki continues saying that he has also done some research. As he looks at the photos of the area full of blood and a footprint of a shoe soaked in blood, he says that the evidence he has found shows that it was a murder, and he is guessing that the murderers might be the Titans of the Depths. Yuseong chuckles sarcastically, as he says that those people are not Titans, but rather scums, and Tiseki says that this is going to be the bigger problem, and asks Yuseong to stay alert. Yuseong cuts the call and looks at his phone as Noir is sleeping on his bed beside him, and he asks Yuseong why he is making a face on a lovely day, and Yuseong agrees that it is a lovely day. Yuseong then looks at the system windows, saying that his mind is occupied with too many thoughts, so he needs to play a game to clear his head. The screen shows some towers, and suddenly a necklace called Toque of Trust starts shining, and it shows that it is exerting a powerful influence. and another window shows that the tower of the Queen of Conquest is calling for Yuxiang. He then appears in the tower with Tier 8, a war format, and a shop available, and the objective is to lead the chosen faction to win. He stands on the balcony with the Queen of the Conquest, named Sultana Ciara, looking at the army of her soldiers and various ships in the ocean. Yuxiang puts a hand above his face as he tries to look far. As sandy wind sways their hair and clothes, they say that they like to see people fighting in the war. But he does not understand if it is okay that they are not helping much in this one as he looks at the armies of soldiers on the beach. The scene shifts to the fight as one of the elves kills the knight, spluttering out his blood. Yuxiang then turns around to look at Ciara, saying that there are countless fortresses that she has conquered without his help, and Ciara tells him to wait a bit more. She smiles at him, wearing her gold jewelry and crown, and she says that the Yuxiang time will come soon to fight. Yuxiang leans on the railing of the balcony as she tells him that she trusts him the most, so until his time comes, he needs to protect her by being on her side. Yuxiang smiles sheepishly, saying that he is a human who is protecting the elf queen, who is fighting against the humans. Ciara then asks him with a smile if he regrets going against his own kind. And he says that he just remembered what she had told him the last time, about the suspicion that their goddess wants to kill people and cause destruction. She puts a hand on his shoulder, saying that he might think that she has changed, but that thinking would be right, because she does not have any choice for the sake of her kind. She then proceeds to tell Yuxiang that the ocean straight in front of him is the division between the lands of humans and the lands of elves, but it is always the humans who invade them to conquer their land. She then makes a serious expression as darkness comes over her, and she says that this time, the elves are going to invade humans. And Yuxiang says nothing, as his hair sways in the wind, and Ciara's hand is still on his shoulder. A while later, she tells him that now they are on the final level of their fight, and she wants Yuxiang to fight it for her. And Yuxiang walks towards the darkened fortress called the Indefeasible Fortress, as dark clouds hover in the sky. Yuxiang enters the fortress and puts a hand on his mouth in disgust as he sees blood and dead bodies all over the ground. And someone walks towards him, saying that he has been waiting for him all this time. Yuxiang then stands in front of the man, who is the same guy who has killed Ray, called Nameless, and Yuxiang asks him why he has killed his own soldiers. Nameless smiles towards him as he puts his hand in front of him, saying why is Yuxiang asking, because it does not matter if the people in the tower die. He then starts walking towards Yuxiang as dead bodies surround them, and Yuxiang says that it looks like Nameless really wants to show that he is a psychopathic killer, so he wanted to ask him the reason. Nameless rubs his neck, and he smiles sheepishly, saying that he cannot be a psychopath, and Yuxiang narrows his eyes as he sighs. He asks if Nameless is the kind of person who acts like they are crazy just to look cool. Nameless takes out his sword that has blue energy swirling around it, and he is still smiling sheepishly, saying that he was bored, so he tested his new power as he was waiting for Yuxiang. And Nameless takes out a bunch of his sword, using telekinesis, and Yuxiang smiles, saying that even if this is the start of the season, he admires that everyone and anyone has some kind of mythical weapon. But suddenly, he realizes something, and he stops smiling as his eyes get wide a little. And Nameless taps on the sword, asking if there is something wrong with it. And Yuxiang remembers Ray and his attacks using a similar sword. And he tells Nameless that he has seen this sword before, and Nameless acts surprised. Suddenly, icy energy swirls around Yuxiang as his eyes get dark. He points his finger at Nameless, and he asks if he has killed Ray. And Nameless smirks at him with his red shiny eyes, and his green hair falling above his forehead. He stands confidently, a sinister smile curling on his lips, saying that this is not important right now, and ghostly warriors wielding swords materialize behind him, each one radiating his dark, commanding energy. They all stand in front of Yuxiang, and the wind is circling around their feet, and Nameless asks him to show him the daggers of the Monarch of Plagues. And Yuxiang waves his hand, with his furrowed eyebrows and pressed lips, and abruptly, a bunch of swords appear behind him, pointing towards Nameless and his ghost army, as icy wind swirls behind him as well. Nameless chuckles sarcastically as he says that it is shameful that Yuxiang is using his Frost Artisan deck. And he says that he had used the same deck to kill the Face Collector, and Yuxiang gets shocked hearing that. They both keep pointing their swords towards each other, and Nameless says that Yuxiang has Assassination Notice, Supreme Demon's Descent, and Oculus. and he says that he thinks that this is Frost Assassin class, and he further says how Yuseong has killed the Face Collector, which was very amazing. Yuseong replies to him that he must have done all his research, as his deck page 1 appears with all the blessings and skills that Nameless has mentioned, and Yuseong thinks that no one has watched the fight between the Face Collector and him. So how does Nameless know all the skills that he has used in that fight? Yuseong then says that he wants to see if Nameless is as good as he talks, and suddenly sways his sword towards him, and Nameless attacks back in Arch, as he runs towards him from all sides. Yuseong's swords stab the ghosts of Nameless and spread the Charlotte web in the area as they both fight with their swords, creating a spark with the metal. Yuseong looks in the eyes of Nameless and asks him if this is all he has, after stealing the equipment of a hero, and he swings in anger towards him, as his eyes turn black and red. Yuseong then takes a long swing of his sword, and Nameless gets stuck between the spaces in the web, and he looks back at him, grinding his teeth in anger. Yuseong then abruptly jumps towards him, as he taps Nameless's head, and applies the keyword of death, and he says that it is unfortunate they have met inside the tower. The skull shines in darkness, silver Nameless, and yet he smiles evil, but his face drips sweat. Yuseong then sends the ice bolts towards him, and Nameless swings his sword, as he shatters all the bolts swiftly, saying that it is not possible to kill him with only one stance of Supreme Demon. Yuseong gets shocked and frustrated as pieces of ice fly in the air, and he wonders how Nameless can destroy his attack. They both land on the ground, and Nameless says that he is not an idiot like the Face Collector to come unprepared to fight with Yuseong. He then stands straight, extending his arms on his sides, as a bright glow appears on him, and he says that he is the one who has guarded this fortress, so he will not taste defeat. The scene shifts to a few hours ago, as a man presses on his ear with his hand, which can be seen with a hidden tattoo, as he sits in front of a window system, which only plays the sound, and various numbered screens in front of him, only with sound, as he says in his earpiece that Yuseong is making things difficult. One man and a woman sit with their hands folded in front of them, as someone speaks that Lydia has tightened the monitoring, and the tide is changing without their control. And the man with a red beard smiles and says into his mic that someone from their team should meet with Yuseong. Nameless looks at the sound-only screen as he hears the man asking if anyone wants to volunteer, and he speaks, saying that he will go to meet with Yuseong, as the screen of number 7 glows, and the tower of the Fortress Guardian calls the Nameless player. The scene shifts back to the present, and gold glowing rectangles surround Nameless, as he says that the word magic is always fascinating, and Yuseong raises his sword, saying that now he understands why Nameless was acting cocky. The same glowing energy surrounds the fortress, and Yuseong says that it looks like the fortress is bewitched. And he asks Nameless about the tier number the tower was, and Nameless says that it was tier 6. Yuseong smiles but grinds his teeth as well, as he thinks that for him, it was a weight tweaker with hard mode, and he tells Nameless that he is going to get a huge loss. And Nameless extends his hand with a polite grin laced with sarcasm. He says it might not sound reasonable, but the realm of the tower is very fair. Abruptly, Yuseong appears in front of him, surrounded by dark red energy, as he says that he does not know about this, and he throws his energy toward him, creating a huge blast, as he says that it is unfair for him because he has more power. Nameless smirks as he dodges the blast swiftly, saying that once Ray has also said the same thing. After a while, as the dust settles from the explosion, they both stand in darkness, and Yuseong asks him why he has killed Ray. Nameless says that no one wants a useless player like Ray to be on the stage with the Hero King, and he cuts through the air with his sword, sending various ghost attacks towards Yuseong, but he slays each attack swiftly as he says that no one has the right to decide if Ray was useless or not. Nameless sways his sword toward the icy wall created by Yuseong, as he says that the one who has judged Ray can go on so many levels that Yuseong cannot imagine. Yuseong goes through his decks calmly, as Nameless keeps attacking his icy wall. He asks if the name of his boss is also M, who is a spineless person, and Nameless replies that soon their boss will turn this world into chaos. Yuseong takes out his black death daggers, and soon Nameless breaks the ice wall, saying that when the world erupts in chaos, Yuseong's hero game will be finished. Yuseong does the attack and sways on the other side, as he says that Nameless, being a side character, acts very strongly like every side character, but in the next chapter, they end in pieces. Nameless smiles evilly as red and green energy crackles around him, as he says that he is going to show the path of hell to Yuxiang. Not long after, the notification shows that Nameless has been applied to Yuxiang's daggers, as Nameless lies on the ground with his forehead wounded, and a bunch of worms moving on his body, as he pleads to be killed. Yuxiang sits on top of him, with a dagger just hovering above Nameless' stomach, as he says that sometimes it is not even the next chapter, but just another panel. Then the notification shows that he has defeated the Nameless player, and because he has failed to conquer the tower, he has been expelled to the real world. Another glowing notification reads asking elves to leave the land, and Yuxiang looks at it, saying that because the tower is an 8-tier tower with hard mode, it will not end by only killing one player. Soon, the angels, the Watchers of the Light, start to emerge from the glowing sky, as the notification shows that the Monarch of Light is angry and has joined the battle, and Yuxiang says that he can gain more points. Yuxiang looks at the angels as he sighs, saying that he is tired of these angels, and suddenly, the notification shows that they have also been empowered by the invincibility magic, and Yuxiang groans, thinking that he did not want them to be spiced up. Yuxiang then takes out his daggers from the bloodied ground, as he tells himself that he should hold his tongue sometimes. Suddenly, the surroundings change as he enters the rare shop, and he gets nervous. He looks above, as gold dust particles fall from the sky, and he sees Automata sitting on the railing of the balcony as she greets him, telling him that she has missed him so much, as she holds a diary in her hands. She then comes lower, informing him, patting his head. She says that he has done a good job in achieving 9,609,700 achievement points, so now he should buy some card packs. Yuxiang puts one hand on his waist, closes his eyes in frustration, and extends another hand towards her, asking her to show the card catalog. As he goes through the catalog, Automata tells him that he will get the legendary, and Yuxiang just agrees to her, knowing that he will not get that. He then taps on the side deck swap ticket, saying that he will buy this, and tells her some other items, as she tells him to buy a card pack as well. Yuxiang then halts in between his browsing, as he sees the item Mechanical Key of Unknown Purpose, with a hidden purpose, and needs permission from Automata. And Yuxiang looks at her, asking why the item is hidden, and he needs her permission as well to buy this. Automata gets still, as she tells him not to buy this item, because she can be in danger after that. Yuxiang turns towards her, asking what is wrong with her, and she tells him that if he does this, the chance of his dying will increase. Yuxiang says that if she lets him buy this, he will buy a card pack as well, but Automata tells him that he needs to buy two, and he agrees, so she gives him permission to buy the Mechanical Key of Unknown Purpose. Yuxiang sighs and tells her to give him the card packs, and the notification shows that he has bought a random skill card pack, and he holds the glowing card in his hand, as he asks her if she wants him to buy 2 packs, and Automata tells him that he can buy another when they meet again, and Yuxiang gets a little surprised, saying that she is not giving any death threats today. But soon he disappears, and the time starts running once again, as it shows that he has bought the Mechanical Key of Unknown Purpose. The scene shifts back to the battleground, as the angels call the God of Light, and Yuxiang shows them the card pack, saying that he is going to use this secret weapon to fight the angels. He opens the card, and it shows that he has a common card skill of Uncontrollable Rage, and he laughs nervously. He puts the card between his fingers, saying that he does not think that he can control this rage, and he curses towards the angels in rage, with watery eyes and furrowed eyebrows, as the angels lunges towards him. A while later, it shows that he has conquered the indefeasible fortress, as a bunch of dead angels lying on the ground, and pierced the pointy icy walls. His levels increase, and the assassination notice reaches the maximum level, allowing him to advance his skill, and he smiles. After some time, he stands with some happy elf soldiers, as petals of cherry blossoms fall from the sky. Queen Ciara rises from her chair, with a new crown on her head, as petals fall on her as well, and she announces that she swears on her name that she is no longer ruling as the Queen of Elves or the Conqueror of Mankind, but she will rule as the leader of every person that lives in this realm. And everyone, including hundreds of humans, bowed low towards her. She takes the oath that, as long as she is ruling the kingdom, she will treat everyone equally and will finish the battle between the two races of elves and humans. As she finishes her oath, everyone, including Yuxiang, starts clapping for her. The scene changes to Yuxiang and Ciara standing on the balcony as she tells him that she owes it to him, and Yuxiang waves his hand, saying that he knows. She then looks at the abyss, and Yuxiang looks at her, as she says that Yuxiang gets reminded of the past, and so does she. And she tells him that she has made a vow in front of the goddess of the shadows, a very long time ago. She says that she made the vow of making every human shed their blood, but soon she realizes that even Yuxiang, who has helped her a lot and saved her, is also a human. And Yuxiang gets surprised as he hears her statement, and she smiles at him, saying that because of him, she found her answer. Suddenly, the notification shows that he has conquered the tower, and he appears in a dark realm. As he gets confused, he turns to look around as he wonders if this is what the tower has wanted. Suddenly, a glowing notification from the monarch shows that this is the answer, as the necklace of Token of Trust shines in front of him. And the details show that the Token of Trust is now identified as Heart of the Desert, and it helps in forming a follower contract with the Monarch of Desert despite having other contracts. But it will be detained at the end of the season. And a giant glowing image of the Monarch of the Desert appears in front of Yuxiang as she offers him a follower contract, holding the necklace of trust. Yuxiang looks at her with a confused expression, as he thinks about the dual contract with the Monarch of the Desert. The Monarch of Jesters also appears on the other side of Yuxiang, as she pokes her finger at him, telling him not to think more about joining the dual contract. Yuxiang turns his head to look at her, then turns back towards the Monarch of the Desert and tells her that he is accepting the contract. She then tells him that she will support his performances. She makes him wear the necklace, and the notification shows that he has signed the contract with the Monarch of Desert. She smiles under her cape and holds the Stone of Advancement in her hand, as she bestows it on Yuxiang. The scene shifts back to Yuxiang's room as he spends 100,000 achievement points to advance the assassination notice. He chuckles nervously, sitting beside the couch, hearing the clicking of the keyboard from his computer, saying that it was unexpected that Princess Ciara could have become one of the monarchs. He wonders what she had to sacrifice for this, because he remembers that the immortal emperor had sacrificed his world to become the monarch. He holds his head in his hand, thinking that this does not concern him because it is not like he can become a monarch, and he keeps hearing the clicking coming from his computer desk. He then moves towards his desk. He holds the chair in which Noir is sitting, using his computer, and he asks him what he is doing, and Noir replies that he is replying to comments, because there are many stupid people in the world, so he needs to teach them a lesson. And Yuxiang takes a look at the screen, on which Noir has replied to comments about disliking cats and preferring dogs, telling them these people are poor souls, because they have not experienced how good a cat is, and other qualities of cats. And Yuxiang says that Noir is really teaching them a lesson. Yuxiang holds Noir by his neck, pulling him out of the chair as he holds the keyboard, saying that he needs to check the news, and Noir screams that he still needs to teach some more lessons. Yuxiang gets shocked as he sees the news of a failed attempt on the Tier 9 tower. He then takes out his window system, and tells Noir that he needs to earn his keep, and Noir asks if he is getting sick again, and Yuxiang says that he is not sick. Noir, sitting in his lap, looks up at him and screams, saying that he needs to take a rest before getting to work again, but Yuxiang enters the tower. He enters the tower with a name called, an ordinary high school student who, after being hit by a truck and waking up in another world with an overpowered skill, becomes unstoppable. When the people of that world become too afraid of him, he decides to become an evil demon king and rule over them. Yuxiang appears wearing a cape, hiding half of his face, and holding Noir in one arm, and the notification shows that it is a special item called Ragged Robe Disguise. As he walks by the villagers, they start to shout that the army of the Demon King is here, and they should take the elders and children to a safe place. He sees a demon monster coming from behind, as someone says that there was news of a breach in the Empire's border fortress, but they have come here very quickly. Every villager takes out their farming tool, as someone shouts that they have to protect the village, so they take anything to defend themselves. And Yuxiang stands behind them watching them, as he tells Noir that his food might be coming, and Noir side-eyes him, and tells him that will be a little difficulty because it is a 9-tier tower. Yuxiang says that he knows that, and takes out a red stone, Abyss Gem, and uses it on Noir. And suddenly Noir starts to become large, as his stats increase by 200. He becomes a giant cat, and he runs towards the monsters, and the villagers think that he is the monster himself. and they scream in fear, ready to attack him. But as Noir runs past them, the villagers are shocked that he hasn't attacked them, and Yuxiang appears in front of them, saying that Noir is with him, and the villagers get surprised as they ask him who he is, and he tells them that he is an adventurer who is just passing by. The villagers then ask him his rank as an adventurer, and Yuxiang gets nervous, smiling, as he, confused, tells them that his rank is platinum. The villagers get happy hearing that and ask him about his alias, and Yuxiang gets surprised and tells them that he had made up his rank, not knowing that this is an actual thing here, and the villagers get confused. Yuxiang says that he does not have much time and dashes from the ground, as swords surround him. He lands on the ground, slashing a monster, where Noir has already killed many demon monsters with his spikes, and is holding one of them in his mouth. A half-man, half-horse monster appears in front of Yuxiang, and he tells Noir that he has saved some fun for him. The monster growls, showing its long, pointy teeth, red, fiery eyes, and horns on its head. Yuxiang orders to use the cliché edgy line of Ice Mage, and he throws a bunch of pointy ice bolts towards the monsters, making them freeze as they scream. After a while, Yuxiang sits on an ice wall, wiping his sweat, smiling, saying that he is very cool, and Noir comes up to him, holding the monster's hand in his mouth. He sarcastically tells him that there is something wrong with him. The villagers praise him, saying that he is strong, as he tells Noir that even the villagers think that he is strong, as they stand around the shadow spikes and ice walls. He looks ahead as he sees the army on horses coming towards them, and Yuxiang smiles, saying that the enforcement is coming after he has killed the monsters. The army reaches near him, holding blue flags, and a bat engraved in their armor, and Yuxiang says that he has seen this kind of armor before, but he cannot remember where he has seen it. And Noir helps Yuxiang get down from the ice wall. Yuxiang tells him that he knows that the army will thank him and will ask about his whereabouts. He laughs, showing his fangs, as he says that he is going to tell them some nonsense just to create a fight, because the knights always make trouble for him in the towers, and Noir looks at him like he is an idiot. He then starts to walk towards the knights, as snow starts to fall. He stands in front of them, with giant Noir beside him, as the commander of the knights tells him that an adventurer of Yuxiang's caliber must have an alias known in the whole world, and as he has defeated all the monsters alone, he appreciates the effort. Yuxiang puts a hand on his chin as he thinks about alias and tells him that he used the name of Dark Frost Master for himself in middle school. Hearing that, everyone, including the knights and the villagers, is shocked with fear as some of them scream. And Yuxiang tells them that they are making faces at his name, and it is not that bad. All knights point their swords towards him, saying that they do not know any adventurer by this name, so Yuxiang has to identify himself, and Yuxiang acts like he does not know what they are talking about, and Noir growls in response. Yuxiang holds his hands up in the air and tells Noir that he told him that this would happen, and Noir looks at him, gritting his teeth in annoyance, saying that this is happening only because Yuxiang is saying nonsense. One of the knights tells the other one that Yuxiang might be a spy of the Demon King, who is the master of Dark Hellfire, because their names sound similar. And the other knight says that it is possible because there was some news that there will be a dark mage from the army of the Demon King, who will come as an adventurer. Hearing that, Yuxiang looks above, saying that he thought that this cloak was a disguise, and the monarch of jesters laughs hysterically at his complaint, and the knights get alert at the word disguise. The knights keep their swords towards Shim, saying that he has exposed himself as a spy of the Demon King, and Yuxiang tells Noir that he should become a fortune teller instead of a player, because he predicted this, and Noir says that he does not have his keyboard, so he cannot comment. Suddenly, a blue-haired girl, the 37th saintess of the holy state of Serestina, Elysia Serestina, appears in front of Yuxiang, ordering the knights to stop and to step back. Yuxiang smiles at her as he pushes back his cloak from his face and says that this is the perfect timing, and Elysia turns her head to look at him with her blue eyes, telling him that she is happy to see him, the hero, once again. The knights gape in shock as they ask her why she is calling him a hero, and if she has once again summoned another outer world, and Elysia shouts at them, calling them Knights of Dragers, telling them that Yuxiang is not their enemy. The knights tell her that she might have forgotten the cursed outer worlder that she has summoned, and call her a witch, and Elysia looks at them with sad eyes, as sweat drips on her face. Her army shouts back at the knights who have called her a witch, and the knights shout back that they would call the woman who summons the Demon King a witch. And Elijah folds her hands in front of them, lowering her head. She asks them to calm down as they fight, and Yuseong opens his palm as a giant snowflake appears in it. And he throws his swords above the knights and the soldiers as they stop right above them, and he says that this is the problem with humans as they keep going. He then holds Elijah by the shoulder as he says that if anyone talks to her other than her, they will lose their head, and Elijah gets scared. He then asks the soldiers and knights that it is not the fault of Elijah that the Demon King is ravaging the continent. Elijah puts her hand on her chest as she says in a lower voice that only the Saintess can summon a hero from the outer world, and the hero that she has called before has now become the Dark Hellfire Master and has abandoned his duties. She remembers a giant armored man with horns in his head and red crimson eyes, and she hides her face in her hands, saying that it was a fault. Yuseong then removes his hand from his right shoulder, saying that he has told her not to take so much responsibility on herself, and turns away, telling her to follow him, and she gets confused, asking where they are going. Yuseong walks, saying that they will defeat the Demon King, and Elijah looks at him in shock as the icy snowflakes fall on them. As they both walk in the deserted mountainous region, their army follows them, and they reach somewhere, and a little demon, called Verka, stands at a balcony, with pointy ears on her head. She tells Yuseong, Elijah, and their army that they are going to fight the 4 elite demons, and Yuseong takes out his swords to attack, and he throws ice on her, and the notification shows that he has defeated the weakest demon out of the 4 elite ones. They reach the Black Gate fortress of the Demon King's army, and conquer it, and defeat another demon, freezing it. And they defeated another demon, and conquered another fortress called Dark Fortress of the Demon Army. The scene shifts to 2 weeks later, and a giant dinosaur-like demon laughs, saying that he will not lose to Yuseong, but abruptly, Yuseong thrusts his sword into his stomach, making him freeze, and blood oozes out from his stomach. And the notification shows that Yuseong has killed the elite boss named Overnam the Star Commander, who is the mightiest among the 4 elite demons. Yuseong stands in front of the frozen demon, swinging his sword, as the notification that the ravine of despair that leads to the Demon King's palace is now open. And all the soldiers and knights chant, calling him a hero, and Elijah also looks pleased as she calls him a hero as well. But Yuseong clicks his tongue in frustration, looking down, and Elijah asks him what has happened in a concerned voice. And she interlocks her fingers in front of her chest, furrows her eyebrows, thinking about something. The scene shifts to a starry night, and Yuseong and Elijah are sitting around a fire, as there are camps built around them. Elijah apologizes to him, saying that she is a fool, and Yuseong says that he does not understand what she is talking about. She lowers her head as she tells him that she should have stopped summing up herpes from the outer world once she had realized that they are not as righteous as Yuseong. But she did not stop. Yuseong looks at her, startled, as she continues that because it was the command form of the Pope, she thought that she did not have any choice. The fire glows on their faces, and Yuseong tells her to talk openly, as he cannot understand what she is saying. She then tells him that as they are getting closer to the palace of the Demon King, Yuseong is getting concerned, and hearing that, Yuseong puts a hand on his face, his eyebrows furrow in concern, as he tells her that he is not concerned because of her. Elijah fidgets with her hands as she says that she thinks she has disappointed Yuseong. She puts her head on her knees and folds her hands in front of her, saying that she was a coward, so she could not act properly, even though she had choices. Yuseong narrows his eyes in concern as he thinks that there is always something happening with people who think that they are cowards. Yuseong turns to look at her, and he tells her that he is not disappointed in her, but he thinks that standing up against authority is a sign of bravery, but it does not make someone a coward if they cannot do that. He then tells her that she is doing her best to defeat the Demon King, and she smiles while wiping her tears, saying that this is the duty of a saint, and she is just fulfilling that. Hearing the word duty, he thinks of Rei, who has also said the same thing once, and he asks her if Saintess ever gets to retire. She smiles sheepishly, saying that a Saintess has to fulfill her duty until her death, and even if she gets the chance to retire, she would not do that. Yuseong asks her if she will continue her duty even if it gets unbearable for her, and she smiles, looking at him, saying that she will, because she has met him. Yuseong sits beside her, folding his hands on his chest, as she tells him that it looks like he was destined to be a hero and to save the world. She looks at him and tells him that Yuxiong has inspired her a lot, and now she does not run away from the threat that she cannot fix. And Yuxiong looks above at the starry sky, as he is in deep thought. The scene shifts to the castle, whose windows are glowing from inside. If there is a foregone conclusion, Yuxiong opens the door, and the army and Elijah stand behind him as he calls for the Demon King. He then starts walking inside the darkened castle. He stands in front of a boy, the Dark Hellfire Master, sitting on his throne, with his head in his hand, as he asks Yuxiong if he has come alone, so he must be thinking that he is very strong. He smiles evilly as he swings his hand, on which a dragon tattoo is visible, and he says that Yuxiong has dared to fight with him, the Dark Hellfire Master. Yuxiong looks at him and says that he had thought of something else by the name, but he is just a kid, and the Hellfire Master gets confused as he tries to stand up. Yuxiong pulls off his cape from his face, with an irritated and angry face. He asks the kid if he remembers him, and the Hellfire Master gets shocked. Wearing the red and black suit with a cape, he shouts that he is the Hero King. Yuxiong says that he is glad he can recognize him. Now things would be easier, and tells him that he has pissed him off, and sweat drips from Hellfire Mater's face. Hellfire Mater stands up, and a giant outline of a man appears behind him, with an armored suit and horns on his head. As Yuxiong says that he wants Hellfire Master to explain himself, and asks him if he learned anything at school to not make deals with the monarch of the Demon King. Hellfire Master grits his teeth in anger, saying that he does not believe what they teach in school, as dark figures appear laughing behind him. Yuxiong asked him if his school life was not very good, and the monarch of the Demon King must have promised him that he would free him from that miserable life, as Hellfire Master remembered himself bent over and sitting in a locker, as someone approached him. Yuxiong comes forward, saying that the outer world is actually very bad, and the Hellfire Master says that he cannot understand the amount of pain he has borne. Yuxiong looks at him and says that he agrees that he cannot understand that, but he also does not care about it, because Hellfire Master has made the contract with the monarch. He further says that he has brutally killed the players that have come before Yuxiong, knowing that he has become evil, as the image of bodies burning inside a huge cage. Hellfire Master gets a flashback of him sitting in the class, as his professor tells everyone that if the students want to become a player, it's totally fine, but they need to stay away from some of the monarchs. He tells them that they absolutely have to stay away from the monarch of Demon King, because anyone who signs the contract will become the entity of the Tower World, and a student throws a paper ball at the Hellfire Master. The professor continues saying that the Demon King should be defeated, and the people who were once the players get transformed into the Demon King, and they kill other people, as the image of a boy killing players with his red sword. Sitting in the classroom, wounded, he gets the notifications from the monarch of Demon King, saying that he should ignore these statements, and join him to kill all his bullies. The scene shifts back to the present, and Yuxiong tells him that he cannot undo what he has done, so he is going to face consequences, and Hellfire Master chuckles at the word consequences. He then raises his tattooed hand, and dark energy swirls around it as he creates an energy ball and throws it abruptly towards Yuxiong, telling him to fade away into darkness. He keeps pushing the energy as his sleeve gets torn, and the tattoo shows on his whole arm as he smiles evilly, saying that this is his ultimate ability. Yuxiong jumps higher, dodging the darkness that is rising above, as he says that his ability is great, but it is costing him his hand. 7. And he applies the death mark on Hellfire Master, and he gets shocked as his hand turns into mere blood, and red smoke erupts, taking him whole as he screams, and Yuxiong lands on the ground and starts changing his decks to curse skill cards only. Hellfire Master gets scared of the word curse, and beads of sweat roll down his cheeks, and Yuxiong applies the curse of Vile Touch, Weaken, and 2 Graves. The Hellfire Master looks at his surroundings, turning purple and red as his eyes get wide. He wonders what is happening, and he is scared. Hellfire Master lies on the ground. His hand lies on the pool of blood, as he begs Yuxiong not to kill him, and Yuxiong stands with his back to him, saying that there are always consequences of becoming a Demon King. His eyes get dark with red as he says that in every season, he has warned him not to become a villain, and if he does, he is going to hunt him and will send him straight to hell. Hellfire Master grits his teeth as he tries to get up, as he tells Yuxiong that he is lying, because he never came for him, and Yuxiong flinches as he stands with his sword. Hellfire Master screams as he sees his own old reflection in the pool of blood, saying that players are not heroes because they never came to help him when he was getting bullied. He lifts his head up, still screaming in rage, as tears roll down his cheeks, as he says that no player came to help him when he needed them the most. And Yuseong furrowed his eyebrows as he heard every word that was coming out of his mouth. The Hellfire Master gets up, as red and black smoke surrounds him, and he looks at Yuseong with darkened eyes, saying that if these players are heroes, he wishes that every hero dies. And suddenly a blast happens inside the castle, as Elijah and the army look at it standing outside of it. Elijah gets shocked thinking about the castle, and the notification shows that the otherworldly demon king, called Dark Hellfire Master, has been defeated. The notification shows that Yuseong has conquered the Tower of the Demon King, as he stands once again in the dark, with various window systems hovering in front of him. The scene shifts as Yuseong is standing on the podium, and news reporters ask him about his feelings of being the first player in this season to clear the Tier 9 tower, which was on the edge of tower breaking. Yuseong holds the mic and says that it was very awful for him. He squeezes his hand as he says that he had to do it, and he defeats the villain to save the world. He raises his hand and says in an angry tone that it does not matter the reason someone becomes a Black Hat player, they will be on his bounty list. He appears on the news channels, as he says that he is going to hand down the players who have especially made contracts with the Monarch of Demon King, the Monarch of Evil, and the Monarch of Pain. The scene shifts as Yuseong watches the news on his computer, and Noir, sitting on his bed, using a mobile phone, asks him if his threat is going to work. And Yuseong says that if he gets too scared even of one evil player, it would be enough for him. He puts his head on his interlocked hands, as his expression turns painful, as he says that he does not want to fight with a villain like Hellfire Master once again. The scene shifts to Nameless watching Yuseong's statement on his phone, lying in bed, as he keeps chuckling at his words, as he says that Yuseong talks about hell, as if he has gone there before. Putting a hand on his face, he realizes something, and he sits on his bed, the glowing light of his phone reflecting on him as he says that he is going to show hell to Yuseong. He puts a hand on his chink, on which there are many cut marks. He smiles evilly as he says that he has a good plan to attract Yuseong to him. The scene changes to a week later. Yuseong is sitting in a car with a girl, and Tisaki is sitting in the driving seat, as Yuseong asks him why he has called him at this time, and the girl shows him her tablet, and Tisaki tells him that Sipo wants his cooperation. The girl asks him to take a look, and Yuseong gets confused as she takes her tablet. He suddenly slams his hand on the tablet and puts a hand on his face, as the girl tells him that an incident happened in the slums of Hong Kong's Black Walled City a week ago. She further tells him that it happened 3 hours after Yuseong's press conference, and it might have encouraged the culprit, but Sipo is not blaming it on him. Tisaki turns around, hearing that, and tells her angrily that there is no reason to blame him anyway, and the girl shouts back that she only said that to prevent any misunderstanding, and Yuseong cuts their argument, asking why he has to do with this matter. The girl turns towards him, saying that it is a player's duty, and Yuseong cuts her again, saying that, before Ethos, Sipo was blaming him for playing immaturely and is putting the world in danger. He continues saying that Sipo thinks that they are fulfilling their duties, so they should also resolve this incident, and the girl cannot say anything as she lowers her head with furrowed eyebrows. He looks at the picture on her tablet, which has a bunch of people beheaded, and a bloodied wall and grounds, and on the wall, it is written that this was from hell, and Yuseong says that he will take responsibility for the words he used in the conference, so he will fight with him in hell. The scene shifts to the back alley of slums, as rain pours hard, and people walk with umbrellas in their hands, but Nameless walks, limping without an umbrella. He walks slowly in the rain, and he mumbles to himself about why Yuseong has not come for him, when he said that he would find him. He hits his head on the wall, and wonders if Yuseong is not here because this is not the real hell, and then he thinks that he does not want to go to hell yet. He laughs with tears rolling down his cheeks. He says that as he is imitating this, it will lead to his breakdown because it is unbearable for him. And the notification from the monarchs reads that the pain that Nameless is facing will make him strong like steel, and that pain that kills makes the person stronger. The Monarch of Pain and Monarch of Steel give him blessings, and Nameless looks at the notification, saying that he got presents, as blood drips from his chest, as he holds it with his bloodied hands, and he says that Yuseong has come to him this time. The scene shifts as a person shows Yuxiang the black alleys of the black walled city, and Yuxiang walks behind him as dark shrouds whirl at his side. The man further explains that a labyrinth has emerged from slums from all around the world, and has trapped the homeless inside it against their will. He says that in this season of the Endless Labyrinths, a new technique has been introduced, and players with a contract with the Monarch of Machineries can build various labyrinths across the world, and other players can copy the objective and environment of the towers. The man says that he thinks that the high-ranking players are unaware of this, and Yuxiang says that he did know about this, but he didn't want to do this because the rewards are predictable. They both keep walking in the alleys, and Yuxiang asks the man why they have not reached the end yet, even though they have entered through the gate, and the man says that it is a little difficult to pinpoint the exact location here. And the man says that Yuxiang will have to go to the black-walled city alone, and Yuxiang furrows his eyebrows, and the man says that they are not allowed to enter due to their policies. Yuxiang opens a door that has a sticker of danger, and the man tells him that he can go to Sector 9, and an old lady is waiting for him. Yuxiang opens the door and enters the labyrinth, black-walled city, and he sees a bunch of people lying on the floor, sleeping on mats. The door starts to disappear, and Yuxiang looks ahead as he sees tall walls only colored black. And Yuxiang gets confused as he cannot understand what these people are doing lying here. He then goes to a man and asks him if he can tell him the way to Sector 9, and the man gets up and adjusts his glasses as he tells Yuxiang not to block the sun. He removes his sunglasses and says that he has spent a good amount of money on this spot, but he suddenly realizes that he is talking to Hero King, and he gets startled. All the other people also raise their heads to see, as they hear the name of the Hero King. The man then points upward, saying that Yuxiang needs to go there to find Sector 9. Yuxiang removes his glasses as he identifies the man as a player on his phone, and the man gets startled, as Yuxiang asks him why he is hiding his face and acting suspicious. Yuxiang looks at his phone and says that he knew the man was a Black Hat player, saying that he had run away after committing 6 murders for robbery, and the player begs Yuxiang to spare him, as he had also given him direction. But Yuxiang kills him, and other people start running from there, and the notification shows that the player is expelled from the labyrinth, and Yuxiang has all the player's equipment. Yuxiang then sits on top of Noir, as he gives him the sword to hold in his mouth, and he says that this place is very similar to the towers. He then climbs up with the help of Noir, and a board shows the number 9 on it, and he wonders if this is also Sector 9. He walks ahead, and he sees a woman sitting on a rocking chair wearing a cloak, as orange lamps hang above the ceiling, and Yuxiang says that as he walks further, he feels like he is getting into the underworld. The woman appears half in light and half in darkness as she smiles and waves her hand, asking if he is the Hero King who was supposed to visit the dump today. Yuxiang stands in front of her, telling her that there is a murderer roaming freely, and the woman tells him that he has done something just this morning. And she asks if he wants to see what he has done, and takes him to the same room that Yuxiang has seen in the picture. Yuxiang gets shocked and nervous, seeing the image once again in real life. Yuxiang stands in front of the old, hunched lady, as he says that players should not kill other players inside towers, and the lady says that these people are not players. They look at the dead bodies in front of them, and the lady says that these people are just ordinary people who have been taken forcefully from slums. Yuxiang asks her if she has any details of the culprit, and she extends her hand, saying that her rats can bring any news. She holds a bunch of money in her hand and smiles as she says that the culprit has taken over the black-walled city and now rules as the king of this realm. And the image of Nameless appears as he is standing on top of the destroyed building, with dead bodies hanging out of their windows, and blood splattering on the walls, and on his face, and blood coming out of his legs. And Yuxiang asks if he also governs this place, and the lady says that he does not. He only comes once in a while just to regulate the population levels. She then tells him that she will give him a guide, and asks him to give them their freedom. After some time, Yuxiang stands at Sector 10, leaning on the wall, folding his arms on his chest, as red light glows beside him. Suddenly, a kid comes up to him, and the kid gets surprised, saying that he is actually the Hero King, and that is so rad, and Yuxiang looks at him a little surprised, asking if he is the guide, and the kid says that he is. Yuxiang then gives him money, and the kid says that the old lady has paid him already, and Yuxiang says that it is the tip for him, and the kid thanks him. They start walking, and Yuxiang asks the boy his age, and tells him that kids do not say the word rad anymore, and the boy gets surprised and asks him what the kids say instead, and Yuxiang says that he is not sure. They keep walking, on different paths, on destroyed buildings, and while crossing a narrow alley, the boy tells him that he is going to be a super rad player just like Hero King. And Yuxiang looks at him, asking why he wants to be a super rad player, and he smiles, telling him that he wants to be rich, just like Yuxiang. They step down the stairs, and the boy tells him that they need to stay together, because the upper levels are just like a maze, and he does not want to lose Yuxiang. The boy tells Yuxiang that there are a lot of paths that go to nothing, due to the expansion of the place, and he sees monsters through the window outside. And he hunches, saying that they have to run, because the monsters have seen them, but Yuxiang lies down on the ground as the monster approaches the window. A moment later, Yuxiang stands on the dead monster after killing it, and he says that he did not expect the monsters to be here, and the boy, who is now fidgeting with some electricity boxes, says that monsters are pretty common in towers and labyrinths. Yuxiang then goes up to the boy, asking if he is not a player, then why is he here, and the boy smiles, while lowering the lever, says that he gets good pay here. A metal gate above is slowly opening by a creaking sound, revealing a vertical shaft with a ladder leading down, and below, Yuxiang looks up at the shaft, and the boy tells him that this is the last area of Sector 18. Yuxiang asks him if he wants to become a player only for money, and the boy tells him that maybe, and while they are talking, two eyes shine in the shaft. Yuxiang tries to tell him about the rewards in the tower, and suddenly, the monster appears from the shaft and lunges towards the boy with an open mouth. And Yuxiang quickly appears behind the boy and slashes the monster with his sword, splattering his blood all around, and the boy screams. The boy looks at the dead monster beside him, and he gets excited, saying that it was rad, and he thought he was going to die, and Yuxiang, with concern, asks him if losing his dead was rad to him, and the boy says that there is nothing wrong in calling something rad when it is one. They cross the shaft and appear on the roof of a building, and the surrounding gives eerie and dark vibes, and Yuxiang tells the boy that he cannot go ahead of their guide, and tells Noir to shield him. And Noir becomes giant and translucent, carrying the boy in his body, and he says that it is also rad, and Yuxiang orders Noir to show the way. As they keep walking, Yuxiang asks him why he needs money so desperately, and the boy looks at him, grinning as he says that he didn't know that Yuxiang could be this curious, and Yuxiang tells him that he is going to tip him if he tells him the reason. He then gives him a lot of cash, and the boy raises his eyebrows and takes the cash, and while he puts it in the bag, he says that his story is very cliché. Crossing the destroyed alley, and as Noir jumps from the stairs, the boy tells Yuxiang that his little brother is very ill, because they live in this dump. He says that he will one day leave this place with him, and he will do anything for his brother, and to get out of this hell, as he remembers him with his brother. He then says that this is the main reason he needs the money, because right now he can only afford the medicine, and Yuxiang looks at him from behind. Yuxiang furrowed his eyebrows as he got sad and angry when the boy told him that things would get better once he became a player. Yuxiang lifts the boy's hat covering his eyes, and tells him that until he becomes a player, he needs to be careful in choosing his jobs, and the boy screams in confusion and playfulness. He then looks back at Yuxiang, saying that if he acts carefully, he will never earn enough money, and Yuxiang looks in front of him, saying that he thinks they have reached their destination. The boy looks above at the wall and sees the number 18 written on it with blood, and he says that they have reached the destination, and he says that the culprit would be up there. And Yuxiang looks at the ladder attached to the wall and tells the boy and Noir to wait, and Noir meows at him. And he climbs the ladder, and as he reaches the top, he sees a man standing as the sun sets behind him, and he tells Yuxiang that he has finally reached here. Yuxiang reaches the top as his daggers hover, besieging him with green smoke, and Nameless stands in front of him with his back, as he asks how Yuxiang is finding this man-made tower. A few drones appear in the sky over the black-walled city, and Yuxiang tells him that he feels like hell here, and his eyes turn red and black as red smokes surround him. Nameless takes out his sword and laughs, saying that he should imagine how he has felt here, as he had to wait in this hell for Yuxiang. And suddenly, he attacks Yuxiang, slashing his sword everywhere along with his ghosts, and Yuxiang crosses his daggers in front of his face. Their swords clash with each other, creating bright energy, and Nameless smiles evilly, saying that any pain that Yuxiang has given him only makes him stronger. Yuxiang gets confused as he activates the true form of Supreme Demon, and the notification shows that if he clashes the sword with the opponent, he is going to absorb their memories and expression. They lunges again towards each other, as slashes of their swords leave their marks in the air, and Yuxiang thinks that Nameless might have gotten stronger, because just like last time, he cannot read his memories. Yuxiang shows his dagger and says that it is a hired gun, and Nameless has been going by the alias Nameless. Their swords changed once again, but Yuxiang cannot read his memories, as only dark spots appear on the sword. Nameless strikes his blade once again, saying Yuxiang took a very long time, and asking if he has been researching his past, and Yuxiang keeps dodging his attacks. Yuxiang tells him that Nameless is actually pretty famous because he was a rising star in Season 3, as he gets a flashback of Nameless smiling, waving his hand to the camera, holding his sword on his shoulder. He further says that due to his past as the hired gunman, he became a disgrace to the hero's name, as he remembers the news articles on Nameless. Nameless hunches a little, and Yuxiang tells him that he failed to become a hero, and that is why he hates all the heroes. And Nameless keeps quiet, and Yuxiang says that he is digging his own grave, because he was a criminal, and then he made the contract with the Monarch of Pain. Nameless glares at him with red eyes and a lowered head, as he says that Yuxiang thinks that he knows him after reading a few articles, and Yuxiang sits on one knee, holding his daggers. Yuxiang asks him if he is going to blabber about his past, and Nameless spins in his place, saying that he has heard that Yuxiang lost his family in Season 1, and a drone approaches them above. Nameless then tells him that he has also lost his family, as he remembers himself covered in blood, holding his head, and dead bodies around him, and he says that he was being locked in the Black-Walled City after that. He smiles like he feels pity for Yuxiang, as he says that he wanted to show the place to Yuxiang, but he thinks that even this imitation might feel like hell to Yuxiang because he is naive. He then tells that people here suffer from poverty and oppression, and the evil organization has contact with the government, and they allow them to dominate this city as a lawless territory. And the scene changes to the boy, leaning against the ladder, still inside Noir. The scene shifts back to the roof, where Yuxiang is throwing the Charlotte Web from his sword, but standing calm, as Nameless says that in this city, seeing sunlight is very hard, as they have to go outside the city or climb high levels of the buildings. He tells him that dangerous criminals usually live in the higher levels, so they pay for spots in the outskirts of the city just to soak up the sun. And Yuxiang remembers the people lying on the floor when he entered the labyrinth. Yuxiang stands behind Nameless, as he keeps saying that usually people cannot afford that, and they eat rats and use wastewater from the upper levels and live like wild animals. He then turns his head slightly, smiling with his eyes closed, as he says that if he tells Yuxiang that he likes this hellish labyrinth more than the walled city, he would not believe him. He holds his sword loosely, as he says that he is not scared to do anything just to get out of this hell. Hearing that Yuxiang remembers that the boy has said the same thing, he closes his eyes, sweat dripping from his face. He squeezes his daggers tightly, as he thinks that he does not have to listen to all this, while Nameless is telling him that he did everything to get out of here. He tells him that he became a hired gunman here who walks through the dead bodies and filth, and then he made a contract with a forbidden monarch to become a player. As he keeps telling him that the title of hero was stolen from him, Yuxiang abruptly lunges towards him, and he says that Ray took the spotlight from him after becoming a new hero, and says that he had murdered him with his own hands, and he raises his sword as Yuxiang comes near him. But as Yuxiang attacks him with this sword, Nameless abruptly swings his sword as well, and their weapons clash with each other, and Yuxiang curses, and suddenly, he gets the memories of Nameless of the first season, where a monster gets slashed in front of Nameless, who is a young, scared boy, and the monster falls above him. As he hears someone saying to evacuate the survivors, he looks to his side and sees his mom dead. Suddenly, a memory of Yuxiang appears when he finds his parents dead, along with their funeral, when Tisaki asks him to live with him, and a memory of Nameless protesting against the Party of Truth to compensate the victims, as people stop him and other people from protesting. The scene shifts back, and Yuxiang grinds his teeth in frustration, as he is fighting with difficulty, thinking that he does not want to learn a story of a victim. Their swords keep clashing, and they are locked in a sword clash, as Nameless attacks with a powerful downward slash. while Yuxiong blocks just in time, sparks and energy flaring from the collision, and Yuxiong tells him that his end is near. And he swings his sword with deadly precision, but Nameless bends backward as the sword swipes right above his face, as he says that his story is not that boring. Nameless then swiftly flips backward from Yuxiong to dodge the incoming attacks. Yuxiong then moves his fingers and throws the Charlotte web towards Nameless, and he gets confused. Yuxiong crosses his hands and twirls the web swiftly, and quickly wraps the web around Nameless as dust flies in the air, and Yuxiong pulls the web in his hands slightly, making it squeak as it comes just inches away from Nameless's neck. The web clashes with the sword, creating a ting sound, and slightly cuts Nameless's neck, as he smiles and says that Yuxiong has stopped, as he thought that he wanted to cut his head off. Nameless looks at him as if faking innocence, as he says that Yuxiong might be feeling sorry for him, and that is why he does not kill him. And Yuxiong says that the Hero King never feels sorry for the villains, and then he quickly raises his hand, slashing the sides of Nameless' face and neck, spilling blood out of him. He slashes the sword again, and Nameless slides backward across the ground, dragging the earth with him and leaving a deep trench behind. Nameless tried to stand by holding the ground that came with him. He smiles, as blood drips on his face to his short, wounded hand. He holds the sword, as he says that he does not know what Ray saw in Yuxiong. He then runs towards Yuxiong, saying that he is a clown who is pretending to be a hero, and as he is running toward him, Yuxiong gets ready to attack him. And he quickly thrusts his sword into his stomach, and a stream of blood seeps from him, and Yuxiong furrows his eyebrows in confusion. Nameless holds Yuxiong's hand, which is holding the dagger in him, as he asks if Yuxiong wants to take him out of this labyrinth. Nameless sits wounded, as both their hands are full of blood, and he smiles slightly, saying that players cannot kill another player here. He grips the dagger tight and tries to pull it out of him, and Yuxiong grinds his teeth. Nameless says that this is bad because he is going to be out of this labyrinth, but the pain will make him stronger, and he moves backward, squeezing on Yuxiong's arm, smiling, but Yuxiong grinds his teeth, and blood spots on his face and clothes. Nameless lies on the ground, as he says that he is looking forward to the day that they meet, and Yuxiong says that it depends on the way he dies. Suddenly, he throws him from the building, and droplets of blood scatter through the air and splatter onto Yuxiong's clothes. And the body of Nameless keeps falling, still leaking the blood out of him, as he is still smiling, as blood oozes out from his mouth. Yuxiong stands on the edge of the building, saying that no player can come back to life if they fall to their death inside the towers. He thinks that if he dies before hitting the ground, but he cannot finish his thought when the notification shows up that only says that the player Nameless has, and further, it is only blank. And Yuxiong gets shocked and confused. Then he gets angry as he looks up at the sky, and he shouts to the monarchs to make a better system for notifications. And the message from the Monarch of Jesters shows that his attention can be spent somewhere else, and suddenly, a bright light shines in the sky. And Yuxiong puts his arm over his eyes to cover them from the blinding light, and the message shows that he has acquired the lone sword blade, and the sword that Ray and Nameless have used shines in full glory in front of Yuxiong, and he grabs it, saying that even if Nameless is alive, he will not have this sword, and he swaps his daggers for the new sword. And purple energy swirls around the sword, as he hears someone asking to bring his sword back. And the notification shows that the Supreme Demon's Descent is asking for Yuxiong's new sword, as an image of him appears, extending his hands. And Yuxiong gets annoyed, and the notification asks him if he is going to give the sword to him as a sacrifice. He nervously taps on the screen, and purple energy starts rising. He holds the sword as he wonders why he even asked him in the first place, and the motivation shows that, due to offering the sword, he has access to the Tower of the Supreme Demon, and he only has 3 minutes to enter. Yuxiong sighs, saying that the Supreme Demon is very eager, and Noir comes behind him, taking the boy with him. The boy gets nervous as he asks if the fight is over, and Yuxiong tells him to wait a little more, and he starts to enter the tower, as the purple glow surrounds him, and the boy exclaims that this is rad. He enters the tower and lands on his feet in front of the Supreme Demon, holding the sword, and the surroundings are pitch black. The Supreme Demon looks at his sword, saying that Yuxiong has finally brought him his sword, and suddenly, he changes into his younger self. The metal of the sword shines and reflects in his eye as he says, smiling, that the sword could have been wasted in the hands of ignorant people who do not care about the blade, battle, and victory. Yuxiong waves his hand in annoyance as he says that he has brought the sword back, so he must get some rewards in return. The Supreme Demon asks what he wants, and Yuxiong smiles as he tells him that he wants the Supreme Demon's curse, and if he does not give it to him, he must give the sword back. The Supreme Demon admires his squad, as he says that Yuxiong has killed 2 monarchs, and yet he is still seeking more power, and asks him what he wants to do with this much power. Yuxiong points downward, saying that he wants to end this game with his power. The Supreme Demon gets confused, and Yuxiong tells him that he is getting tired and sick of being at the mercy of it. Suddenly, a glowing light appears above him, and he gets nervous. The Supreme Demon says that Yuxiong wishes to end the antics of monarchs. He looks above and sees a bunch of faces with different expressions, and he says that ending the monarch's antics will result in ending the game. He will happily do that. He extends his hands, saying that whatever the past of a person is, their sins cannot be cleared, but at the same time, it is the past that defines people. He says with anger in his voice that the Nameless became a villain only because of this game, as he remembers the last memory of him with his mother, and the monster taking her away. The Supreme Demon keeps looking at him without saying anything, and he continues saying that Hellfire Mater was a high school student, and he became a demon king in another world. And he says that Vladimir became a danger to humanity and was caught up in politics. Yuxiong makes a fist with his hand, with determination and anger in his eyes, and he says that the game has changed humans, so he is going to end it someday. The Supreme Demon chuckles slightly, holding the sword, as other monarchs snicker and laugh. A yellow light glows on Yuxiong, and a white light glows on the Supreme Demon, as he says that Yuxiong wants to kill all monarchs to end this game. He then lifts his head up and looks at Yuxiong with his dark eyes, as he says that it is going to be pointless, as he says that if a monarch falls, the parliament nominates another to fill the space, as he remembers when he was offered to be a monarch. He extends his hand in the air as he says that even if Yuxiong kills 999 monarchs, it is not going to end this game. He moves into the yellow light as he smiles, saying that he has tried this once, as he removes every throne of monarchs covered in blood. Yuxiong looks at him and asks if he murdered the Grand Monarch, and the Supreme Demon stays quiet. And Yuxiong continues as he remembers the Monarch of Games mentioning the Grand Monarch multiple times. He says that if he kills him, who handles the parliament alone? He asks if he gets murdered, the game will end or not, and if they are the creator of this game, and the surroundings get pitch black once again. The Supreme Demon says that Yuxiong really wants to learn the truth, and Yuxiong says something, but he cannot hear his voice. He tries again, but nothing comes out, and he gets scared and shocked, as he wonders what has happened to his voice. The Supreme Demon calls Yuxiong the Jester of Strength and Ignorance, as he tells him that he has already chosen his path, and he cannot change that, so he only has strength. As Yuxiong remembers in his second awakening test, he chose the path of strength as he holds his neck, grinding his teeth in rage. The darkness shatters, and the scene changes to the same field in which Yuxiong gave his test, and the Supreme Demon tells him that Yuxiong has lost the right to seek truth. Yuxiong stands, lowering his head, as wind sways his hair and clothing, as he says that the Supreme Demon should at least give him the reward that he has deserved for choosing this path. And the Supreme Demon takes out his new sword, saying that he will give him a reward, and smirks, as he says that he is going to give him his bolides that Yuxiong deserves, and he takes out his sword from its shaft, as it shines, but emits dark energy from it. The red alert comes, showing to be prepared for combat, and Yuxiong appears in his kimono, as his hair sways back in the wind. The notification shows that his equipment and skill card swap limit has increased. Yuxiong holds the sword in one hand and a card in another as he asks the Supreme Demon why he has given him the sword back, after taking it from him. The Supreme Demon holds his sword in front of him and asks Yuxiong what he understands by the lone sword and what makes it what it is. Yuxiong narrows his eyes, trying to come up with what he understands, but suddenly his eyes get wide. He sees that the Supreme Demon has a twig in his hand, instead of the sword, and is running towards him, swinging his hair. The Supreme Demon, at its center, unleashes its attack, surrounded by dark purple power, sending fiery red tears through the air, as Yuxiong is also running towards it, carrying his frost sword. Yuseong gets nervous, sweat beads drip from his face, and his hair swings back due to his running, as he is thinking of the reason that makes this sword what it is. He slashes the red attacks that the Supreme Demon has thrown at his way, as he thinks that the lone sword is not even a sword but a twig, and he cannot understand how a twig can have so much power. He walks in the field, swinging his sword lightly, and a bunch of them surround him, as he abruptly realizes that the sword does not matter, as he remembers the details of the sword, showing that it is the sword of the one who pursues defeat. His eyes suddenly become red and black, throwing red smoke out of them, as he realizes that the lone sword makes it what it is, due to the Supreme Demon using it for his lifetime. As he remembers that the Supreme Demon said that he was looking for someone who could fight with him, and Yuseong himself said that the past defines them. He then tells the Supreme Demon that whatever he uses, it becomes the lone sword, and the Supreme Demon smiles, putting his twig on his shoulder, as he says that Yuseong is right. Yuseong's sword is now becoming red and also emitting red energy, as the notification shows that the Supreme Demon's descent is getting unlocked further on the Supreme Demon's command. And the notification shows the new ability of the sword, being 9 strikes per attack, and the other notification shows that Yuseong has also used the sword's telekinesis, giving him control of 5 swords. And Yuseong runs forward, and his 5 swords are beside him in the air, as the energy around the area is getting redder, and a notification shows that the effect of the Supreme Demon's descent is applied to his swords. And Yuseong gets shocked by this message, and he halts in his way as the other swords zoom towards the Supreme Demon, slashing the air on their way. And Yuseong wonders if the message means that the effect of the lone sword is now in his 5 other swords as well. A little while later, Yuseong stands holding the sword, radiating dark red energy, as the clouds of dust whirl around him, and he, in confusion, thinks that now the effects of the lone sword are included in the Supreme Demon's descent. On the other hand, the Supreme Demon slashes his sword, removing the dust from him. He then throws his twig from his hand, as he tells Yuseong that he deserves this power due to the path he chose. Yuseong looks at the sword in confusion and nervousness, which is emitting a red glow, as the Supreme Demon tells him that whatever he is going to use will become the Supreme Demon sword, and in turn will become the lone sword. Suddenly, the surroundings start to rumble, and Yuseong gets confused as the notification shows that he has conquered the tower of the Supreme Demon. As he is getting removed from the tower, the Supreme Demon turns old again, and he looks away from Yuseong, saying that Yuseong should honor his skills so that one day he can teach him defeat as well. Yuseong is falling along with the giant rock of dirt, as the notification appears stating that the Monarch of Libra wants to restore the balance, due to the extensive power and strength of Yuseong. And the Monarch of Games approves the request, and suddenly the glowing scale of justice appears, and Yuseong stumbles while standing on it, as the area gets surrounded with various big chains. The scene shifts to the labyrinth, as the boy turns his head at the thud voice appearing behind him. He is sitting leaning on the sleeping giant Noir, and he sees Yuseong crouching behind him, and he calls him. Yuseong approaches him, and the boy looks up at him, saying that he took so long, so he is going to pay him extra for this. Yuseong then sits beside him, apologizing and giving him some more money, and the boy says that it is fine as long as he is getting paid, and he was stargazing, which was also good. The boy puts his money in his bag, smiling, and Yuseong asks him how he ended up in this labyrinth. And the boy replies that the slum that he used to live in was getting destroyed, and at that time, the labyrinth sounded good. They are both sitting on the edge of the building, and the boy says that it did not go as he had planned or hoped for, and Yuseong remembers Nameless saying that this place is better than the walled city. And Yuseong asks the boy if he believes that this place is better to live in. And the boy says that it is, because they can make good money here, and they can work on anything here. And he says that he needs to work and find another place after the season ends, because this labyrinth is going to disappear then, and Yuseong thinks about something, and asks the boy about his sick brother. Then he takes out a bottle of purification potion with green liquid inside it, and the effect of it is that it removes the negative effects, and the boy looks at it in confusion. Yuseong gives him the bottle and tells him to give this to his brother and not to tell anyone about this, and the boy holds the bottle with trembling hands as he thanks Yuseong for it. A while later, they reach Sector 5, and the boy tells him that because he lives in this sector, he cannot go any further down, and Yuseong needs to go on his own. Yuxiang turns his head towards the boy as he says that, before he leaves, he wants to know the boy's name. And the boy waves his hand, smiling, and teasingly says that he is John Smith. And what is the name of Yuxiang? And Yuxiang groans in response. He looks ahead of him, seeing the destroyed city, and says that his name is Hero King, and waves his hand to the boy. After a while, the boy reaches somewhere and knocks on the door, saying the keywords of 3 eggs and 12 cows. And a little kid, the younger brother of the boy, slowly opens the door from inside, wearing a mask on his face, and he welcomes the older kid. He enters the room and puts a hand on his shoulder, asking if anything happened, and the little boy says that nothing happened, and he was at home all day. The younger one says that the murderer has been roaming around, and asks his brother if he got hurt. The older boy smiles at him and tells his brother that the murderer is dead. As he remembers peeking at the fight between Yuxiang and Nameless, he tells his brother that the Hero King has killed him, and the little boy exclaims in joy, saying that he does not believe the Hero King was here, and the older brother tells him that Yuxiang was super rad, and the little boy gets a little sad, saying that he also wanted to meet him, and his brother puts his hands on his shoulder, saying that he has something for him, and the younger kid holds the bottle of the potion in amazement. He tried to ask something about it, but his brother put a hand on his mouth, telling him to keep quiet and to just drink it. And the boy drinks it, and the green energy surrounds him, and the older brother nervously asks how he is feeling now. The younger one starts crying, tears dripping from his eyes, and his brother asks the reason for his crying, and he suddenly hushed his brother, telling him that he does not have the difficulty breathing anymore, nor are his legs hurting. And his brother starts shedding happy tears, thanking God. And his little brother looks at him, saying that they do not have to work by medication, and his brother also doesn't have to work dangerous jobs, and he will also start working. And the older brother gets surprised as he remembers that Yuxiang has told him the same, not to work dangerous jobs, and his lips start quivering. After a while, they both lie down on the bed, saying that the only thing that matters now is that they can both get out of here. The scene shifts to Sector 1, where a bunch of dead bodies are lying, and Yuxiang walks away from them calmly as a man approaches him, showing the way out. Yuxiang opens the door and meets the same guy from Sipo, and the man tries to look inside the door nervously, as he asks him why he is here alone, and if the culprit has died inside the labyrinth. And Yuxiang keeps walking, saying that he did not, and the man rushes towards him, asking if he has let go of the culprit. And Yuxiang says that he did not receive a clear notification from the system, so he does not know what happened to the culprit. As they walk, Yuxiang says that he has done his duty, and if someone needs a follow-up, they can contact Tisaki. He then halts and makes an annoying face as he has to use the portal to go back home, and the man gets a little nervous. He then steps out of the portal and appears on the rooftop of a building, and he looks above as he sees a bunch of tall buildings ahead of him, and the moon shining bright in the sky. He sits on the edge of the building, going through his systems and cards, and he hears someone walking with heavy steps. And suddenly Tisaki opens the door of the rooftop and greets him by calling him a brat. Yuxiang turns a little to look at him as Tisaki asks him why he has not come down. Yuxiang smiles at him, saying that he wanted to clear his mind somewhere high up. Tisaki pats his face, saying that in the places in the city, Yuxiang decided to clear his head at the rooftop of the intelligence service building, and Yuxiang comes down the wall, changing to his normal clothes. He teases Tisaki that he is doing this for attention. Yuxiang walks past him, asking if he wants to join him by going to Moscow, and Tisaki gets confused, asking if he is talking about Moscow in Russia. Yuxiang turns his head slightly, saying that Moscow is a nearby pub, and they have delicious spicy chicken, and Tisaki chuckles as she closes the door. A while later, Yuxiang is lying on the couch, putting a towel on his head, and he groans, saying that he cannot believe that they are close. Tisaki then puts a can in front of him, telling him to drink it, and Yuxiang opens his eyes in amazement. Tisaki sits beside him on the chair, and Yuxiang sits back on the couch, and Tisaki tells him that it is time for Yuxiang to clear out his junk. Yuxiang agrees and takes out all the potions and equipment he has, and Tisaki says that Yuxiang must be working hard to gather all this. And he says that he has been working hard since day one, and Tisaki gets up to see his things and says that Yuxiang has a haul of equipment. Yuxiang tells him that he has the weapons of endgame at the start, so he has not used them, and Tisaki holds an armor suit in his hands, telling Yuseong that it will sell for a good price. And Yuseong looks at him, holding his can of drink. He tells Tisaki to put his things in the association's marketplace, since it is the easiest way to sell things in Korea. And the image of the KPA item marketplace appears, with different weapons, so players can put their items for sale by giving a small fee. And it's the association's duty to sell these items. And Tisaki gets surprised as he asks Yuseong that at first he did not like selling the items through the marketplace, and instead preferred to sell through the forums, as anybody can buy through the marketplace. And Yuseong says that even though forums require players to get verified, if someone wants to buy something, they will get it even if he sells from the forums. Tisaki says that it is not very good for non-players to have player items, but it is definitely not illegal. As he further says that Maria donates healing potions from the low-tier towers to the hospitals every season end. Tisaki goes through his own system, saying that since the towers have appeared, only the healing potions are benefiting the ordinary people, and Yuseong thinks about the word benefits. He holds the can with both hands, and his brows raise a little as he thinks about something, and says that there are some good things that the towers have brought with them. Tisaki looks at him and says that there are some good things, and he shows him the necklace of vitality. This increases regeneration, as he says that this necklace is a good example, as it provides something that technology cannot. And he says that there are some players who have made a lot of money by selling items to people, as the image of Jorg appears as cash is falling on him. He further states that Jorg was not even the player at the time he sold those items, as he thought that ordinary people like him experience the most danger, so they should benefit from it. Yuseong chuckles sarcastically, saying that because of that, Season 2 was very difficult. He crunches the can in his hands as he remembers that because ordinary people were buying so many of the items, the players did not have enough equipment to fight in the tower, and they were getting severely harmed. And because of that, many towers failed to conquer, and new laws were introduced for people who hold the player items, so that they have to be approved by the authorities. But there were many people who had benefited from the tower, but did not want to go back to how things were, and the rules got easier, so that only crafted items were subjected to regulation. Yuseong crunches the can and puts it on the table, mumbling that it is not right to reap benefits from the tower, only because the world might end soon. Yuseong looks deep into the abyss as he asks Tisaki's opinion on whether the game would end. Tisaki pops the can, saying that if it can happen, they should do everything to end this game and start drinking the drink. Yuseong looks at him, tilting his head a little, saying that if the game ends, the items will disappear as well. Tisaki looks at him like he is getting annoyed, and tells Yuseong that he is making the end of the world a joke. But Tisaki wants this game to end so that he can live a peaceful life as a cafe owner, and Yuseong gets nervous seeing him like this. Tisaki says that he has money right now, and he should develop an esports team with him, and Yuseong asks if his work is still very tough nowadays. Tisaki groans, saying that his work is dreadful because the private companies that were once fair are now hiring players as spies for their companies. Yuseong asks him where this is happening, and Tisaki says whenever there is trouble, it is always Oseong. Tisaki smiles, saying that they are doing some investigations and have found some evidence that shows that the CEO of the company has a son who has also become a player, and after that, he is making huge investments in player industries. And Yuseong remembers the spoiled brat, whom he once tried to train in the tower, and Tisaki says that he cannot believe that people are still doing these things secretly. Yuseong smiles at him, saying that Tisaki's work is really hard, and Tisaki goes through the system, asking if he is sure that he wants to sell everything at the marketplace of the association, and Yuseong says that he is sure. Tisaki then smiles at him, asking if he can ask his staff if they want to buy anything before putting it on the marketplace, and Yuseong smiles, saying that they can buy first because they are his students. The scene shifts as the staff of Tisaki looks at the new equipment with joy, and Tisaki says that it is not much since it is only the start of the season, but they can find something useful for themselves. And he tells Yuseong that he should go to the marketplace with him to buy crafted things, and he asks him if he is still buying things from the stores. Yuseong shrugs, saying that he does not have spare money to spend. Tisaki looks at him and says that he does have money to spend, and Yuseong turns his head, saying that he does not even have time to do this. Tisaki folds his hands in his chest as he sighs, asking Yuseong if he is going to a tower once again, and Yuseong ignores him and says that he should go on holiday. And Tisaki takes out his phone, typing a message, as he says that he is going to use Yuxiang as an excuse for holidays because he does not even get weekends off. And he sends the text to his secretary, Zhe, saying that he is going to take Yuxiang to the marketplace, so they should not try to find him, and Zhe gets confused. A while later, they reach the marketplace, and Yuxiang tells Tisaki that he will go to buy the tickets so Tisaki can park the car. As he gets out of the car, Tisaki says that reporters might come up to him, and he says that they will not recognize him. And he shows his thumbs up to Tisaki, while wearing a hooded shirt and hiding his face with glasses and a mask. He says that he is in incognito mode. But as he turns around, a bunch of reporters appear, taking his pictures and asking questions about the comments that he has left in the online pet community, and the lawsuit that is filed against him. And Yuxiang lowers his mask a little and makes a face as he gets confused about the pet community. And he suddenly realizes that Noir was using his phone, as he wanted to teach a lesson to the fools. And then Yuxiang apologizes to the media and explains that his cat has made those comments. And then a reporter asks him if he is in the marketplace. Does it mean that he is going to contribute to society with his items? And Yuxiang removes his hoodie, asking what that means. One reporter comes forward, saying that at the end of every season, there is always a bunch of leftover potions that disappear in the end, but the demand exists all year round. The reporter then says that last year, the players ended the season too soon, and Yuxiang realizes something. He smirks at the word of ending the season too soon, and the reporters say that last year, it was only early December, and the items that were supposed to last all year disappeared early. The reporter keeps saying that the people who wanted to get benefits from the tower could not do it like in previous years, and Yuxiang puts a hand on his face. As he says that people are talking about tower benefits and ending the season too soon, Tisaki finds him, and he gets concerned for him. Yuxiang gets surrounded by his icy energy as he walks forward, now wearing his gear. He says that people have told him that the world can work just fine without him, but this is the first time he has heard that he has saved the world too soon. He looks at his hand and says that they have started to normalize that their world can end anytime, and have started taking the items and towers for granted. He then says that towers are shaping their own reality and squeezes his hand, emitting blue energy. He then says that if someone is sick, they should go to the hospital, and opens his hand, and an iced egg appears on it. He then made the bird fly, saying that they do not know when the game can end, so no one should rely only on the items. All the people look at the bird flying in confusion, and Yuxiang says that the game can end as quickly as it started 5 years ago. He then leaps, and the cameraman starts taking his pictures as he sits on the now giant bird that he had made, and he tells the people that he is going to donate the healing potion earlier this time. And as he flies up, he tells the people that he is preparing that there will not be another season, and Tisaki appears in the crowd wearing his gear. Soon, he also flops on the bird behind Yuxiang, and Yuxiang says that they might not be able to check the marketplace, and Tisaki asks him how the reporters recognized him. And he tells him that he met Xiangho at the ticket counter, and Tisaki makes an irritating face and tells him to forget about what the reporter has said to him. And Yuxiang says that he will forget as they fly on the bird. He further says that he thinks that for people, clearing a tower is a sport, only because the ones who clear it are called players, and Tisaki lowers his head. As they are flying in the blue sky, Tisaki looks at Yuxiang, sitting in front of him, saying that he has made up his mind to end the game. The scene shifts to Geneva, at the office of the United Nations, and a bunch of bodies in armor are lying around, surrounded by blood, and a man in an armored suit, crying as blood oozes out of his mouth, asks the person why he is killing everyone when he is a hero to the world. But the person abruptly thrusts his sword at the man. The person walks away from the bodies, wearing a cloak that is swinging at his back. He halts as someone comes and stands in front of him. She is Maria, as the person asks why she is here. Maria squeezes her weapon, but soon it starts to disappear, and she sighs as she asks the person if he knows what he has done. And the person comes into the light, and it turns out that it is Yuxiang, with blood on his face, and he says that he knows very well what he is doing. Maria extends her arms, saying that they are not in the game, but in the real world, and Yuxiang says that he is not a fool to mistake the real world with the tower. He reaches Maria and holds her arms, saying that he really wants to end this game for once. As they stand closer to each other, the night light shines on them through the window. They hug each other, and Yuxiang pats her head, saying that in order to end the game, the world needs to get united. Yuseong keeps stroking her hair as he tells her that he has found a way to end this game quickly, and Maria, resting her head on his chest, closes her eyes. With sadness, she says that this is not right. They come out of their hug, and Yuseong starts walking, saying that in the end, they will only have one enemy, and they will fall as well, and then they will see the peace that the world has never seen before. As he walks past her, Maria says that there should be another way to get out of this, and Yuseong turns his head slightly, saying that humanity can never change if they have heroes like her. He starts walking away, and Maria tries to stop him, but he tells her that he hopes that she is going to understand this just like the heroes outside have. The scene shifts in the midst of a blazing battlefield, with chaos and fire consuming everything around them, and Jorg drives his arm through an armored person, their clash illuminated by the burning city and the desperate cries of soldiers locked in brutal combat. And the scene shifts to 15 August 2020 as the flag of the United Nations appears, but now it also has a sword and a wand on it, showing that the supreme leader Yuseong Kang has made the unified world government. And Yuseong stands on the podium, in front of the new flag, wearing a different coat, and with gloved hands, he taps on the mic. And he chants that in the new era of unity, may there be peace and glory, as blood droplets can be seen on his face. People in front of him start cheering and clapping, as they chant back to glory and peace. The people keep clapping with trembling hands and fear on their faces, and on the floor beside their boots are the dead bodies lying in a pool of blood. The scene shifts to the 3rd of October 2020, where 8 out of 10 players and their parties come together in a coordinated assault and conquer the season's boss tower in quick speed. The scene shifts to the conference room, and Yuseong is addressing the reporters that they have earned peace, only because the heroes and players got united and fought the battle together. Jorg, sitting beside him in the same uniform, looks at Yuseong as he is saying that they still have to defend the peace from the towers, and they can end the deepest conflict in the world that is shaped by their ideologies. The scene shifts to cameras showing Kilgore lying on the ground with a sword in his chest, and a second scene in which Lydia is standing behind the cloaked men, as Yuseong says that there should not be any unnecessary death anymore. The scene shifts back to the conference room, as Yuseong puts a hand on his chest, saying that no one wants things like that. On the other side, Maria is sitting in the same uniform as Yuseong and Jorg, with closed eyes, feeling emotional, her fist on her chest. As Yuseong speaks, he says that as long as people stand with him, the hero king and the leader of the unified world government, he will devote his life to bringing peace to the world. The scene shifts as the cloaked man is watching the press conference of Yuseong, and he grins, saying that he cannot believe that Yuseong is conquering the world. After some time, the scene shows the empty assembly hall of the unified world government, the former UN office, and Yuseong is sitting there, signing documents, as he freezes in what he is doing, as he sees glowing energy in front of him. A man appears in front of him, and Yuseong says that it is elusive, like always. Yuseong then lifts his eyes up and narrows them as he asks how long Lydia will take this and how many chances she wants from him. He stands and slams his hands on the desk, saying that no one can stop him, and in front of him is the man, wearing similar clothes to Yuseong before he became the leader of the unified world government. The man is wearing a cloak and hiding the upper half of his face, saying nothing, and abruptly, Yuseong jumps from his place and lands right in front of him. Both of them take out their swords and daggers, as Yuseong says that Lydia must want the same fate as Kilgore. Their weapons clash with each other, creating sharp noise and sparks. Yuseong gets surprised as she sees the daggers in the man's hands. Suddenly, the man slashes his daggers, creating green energy, but Yuseong swings his sword and shatters the energy all around. He then puts the sword upon him, and looking with his sharp eyes, he asks the man if he has the daggers of the Monarch of Plagues. And the man grins, holding the daggers proudly, and adjusting his cloak on his face. Yuseong points his sword in anger as he demands the answer to his question. And the man removes his cloak, and his face just appears like Yuseong, but with evil eyes and a smile, as he says that he has killed him. The scene shifts to 10 minutes ago, and a golden mechanical key of unknown purpose appears, calling Yuseong, and Yuseong looks at the key in surprise, putting his hand on his mouth, as he says that he remembers this key, as he has bought this from Automata as a hidden item, and Automata has told him that his chances of death will be increased. He then started to set up his equipment and skill, sitting on his desk. He looks as if he were a bunch of cards and window systems in front of him, saying that the key increases the chance of death, but he will not die that easily. And the image of the justice scales comes up, as the notification shows that he is under the effects of the debuff of Curse of Libra, which curses the player and gives benefits to the enemy. Yuxiang puts his chin on his palm, tapping his finger on the desk. He says that this thing might be a little dangerous. He chuckles a little as he thinks that, as this curse buffs his enemy, it only means that he is so powerful that they have to nerf him. He changes his gear and looks at the key, saying that he will clear more towers because the only person who can kill him is him. He grabs the key and enters the tower, as the notification says that he has answered the call, and now enters the Tower of Dystopia, and has received the robe of the Descent. Yuxiang wears the robe and says that this is the second robe he is getting, as if there is only one robe that exists as a special item. He then sees a bunch of images and videotapes circling around him, as he gets the notification that on 15 August 2020, the Hero King has made the unified world government after the revolution, and Yuxiang gets shocked, seeing himself like this, as he cannot understand what is happening. Another notification shows that on the 3rd of October 2020, the Hero King, along with 7 heroes, has brought the 5th season to an end. Another alert appears, giving a disclaimer that this world is within the tower and is entirely fiction. And the man who was watching Yuxiang giving a conference is Yuxiang himself, but within the tower. Another notification shows that the names, places, and events are only the monarch's imagination, and not connected to reality. Suddenly, the objective of the tower appears to be that Yuxiang needs to eliminate the supreme leader of the unified world government, who looks exactly like him. And the remaining time is 12 hours, 2 minutes, and 39 seconds. Yuxiang, in a cloak, holds it from his face, as he says that the game of balance is not funny, and the season is not even over yet. Yuxiang palms his face as he says that the game wants a death match against himself, and they have made Yuxiang from the last season appear in the season end gear. And the notification appears that the portal to the Supreme Leader's chamber is now open. He looks at the message and smiles nervously, saying that it is Hero King versus Hero King, and he steps into the portal. The scene shifts back as the Supreme Leader asks Yuxiang who he is, as sweat drips from his face. Yuxiang then steps towards him, saying that he will tell him something. And he clangs his dagger to the sword, and says that when one faces their doppelganger, only one person can survive. The Supreme Leader, holding his sword, tells Yuxiang that he has so much courage that he is pretending to be him. He then calls him the Face Collector, and Yuxiang gets angry, saying that he can at least not compare him to the scums of the depths. The Supreme Leader points his sword and says that he is good at copying, and Yuxiang says that he has told him that he is not copying. Suddenly, the dark blue waves surround the Supreme Leader, as he says that he also has the tricks, and Yuxiang looks at him with furrowed eyebrows, saying that he is using the power of Masquerade, granted by the Monarch of Jesters, and the Supreme Leader appears with dark red swords and a coat. The Masquerade is a unique mythical skill that always comes in the final season build, and lets Yuxiang copy any gear from a sling as it is from the lower tier that he already has. And it is a secret that only the players who are under contract with the Monarch of Jesters know about. Suddenly, the Supreme Leader lunges towards Yuxiang, slashing his sword. But Yuxiang counterattacks him, as their swords clash with each other. Yuxiang thinks that even though it is a workaround, it is better that they are using the same weapons, as they keep fighting. He thinks that there is definitely one thing that he cannot copy, as he remembers the twig of the Supreme Demon, and he thinks that he only needs one opening. The Supreme Leader dodges the attack by Yuxiang, clanging their weapons, and Yuxiang wonders how he is acting so unfazed. The notification appears that the Curse of Libra is activated, and the Supreme Leader says that he is surprised that, for the first time, the system is on his side. Suddenly, the Supreme Leader slashes his sword, making Yuxiang slide back on the ground, as he asks him how he ended up on the bad side of the Monarch of Libra. Yuxiang winces as he crashes into the wall, thinking that this game is not fair because the Supreme Leader's stats are higher than his own. The Supreme Leader asks him to tell him where Lydia is, and then he is going to make his death less painful. Yuxiang tries to say something while getting up, and the Supreme Leader asks him what he is saying. And Yuxiang grinds his teeth, saying that he cannot order him to do something. Yuxiang leaps towards him, shouting that he is a dictator. But as he reaches, the supreme leader slashes his sword swiftly, cutting both arms of Yuxiang as the blood splatters out, and Yuxiang falls back, grinding his teeth as blood oozes out of him, and he falls on the ground with a loud thud. The supreme leader moves forward and walks, ignoring the arm on the ground, as he asks Yuxiang how he can be a dictator because he gave people what they truly wanted. And Yuxiang tries to get up without his arms, telling him to shut his mouth, as his arms, along with the daggers, are scattered on the ground away from him, to restore the peace. Yuxiang grinds his teeth as he says that no one has asked him to be their ruler, and the supreme leader pushes him by grabbing his face. As his eyes get dark, he says that the whole world has chosen him to protect them and the world. He further explains that once the people have begged a hero to save them, and he says that they want a messiah more than anything, to make peace happen once again, and he is the messiah. The supreme leader pushes his face further, squeezing it, as Yuxiang screams and trembles, and suddenly, blood splatters everywhere, and Yuxiang plops on his leg, as the supreme leader says that someone like Yuxiang cannot pretend to be him. Suddenly, Yuxiang speaks, saying that he must have been crazy, thinking that he is the messiah, and he tries to get up as he activates the essence effect of healing factor. Suddenly, new arms start to emerge, along with tentacles, as he uses the cell armor, then adapts to physical attack, increasing his physical resistance. The supreme leader grinds his teeth in frustration and anger, and Yuxiang palms his face, smiling. He says that he has made a contract with the monarch of truth, so he can see through everything. And he opens his red eyes, saying that he can see that he is not a messiah, and the masquerade is nothing but a cheap trick, and dark purple energy starts to surround the supreme leader, as he fumbles on his legs in confusion. As he appears in his end-of-season gear and falls on his knees to the ground. He then looks up to Yuxiang, sweat beading on his face, as he asks how he knows about the masquerade. And Yuxiang smiles, swaying his hand. He says that he has just told him that he can see through everything. He then holds his own hands, as he says that he uses his unique mythical skill of the Eye of Truth, which can shatter illusions, and he swings his hands, and crimson mist starts to appear with a giant red eye behind his back. And the supreme leader lowers his head a little, with a straight face. He thinks that this is only Oculus. And Yuxiang asks him if he finds this cool, and the supreme leader opens his system, ordering to change the side deck. He grinds his teeth as he thinks that Yuxiang can do tricks with legendary skills, and also knows about the masquerade. And he says to Yuxiang that even if he is a doppelganger, or whatever, he is sure that he is Yuxiang Kang. And he starts to transform into the supreme demon, with long hair, as he says that only one Yuxiang can exist in one world. And Yuxiang holds his palm out, and his icy sword emerges along with icy energy. In other words, Yuxiang tells him that he was only expecting and thinking the same thing. And he swings his sword, thinking that the only thing left is the supreme demon's descent. Suddenly, the scale of justice appears, and the gold chains surprise them. The notifications show that Yuxiang has been afflicted by the curse of Libra, and the supreme leader is granted the favor of scale, and he grins on this. And Yuxiang says that it is time for battle, and he swings all 5 of his swords towards the supreme leader, as they all slash in the air. The supreme leader swings his red sword and breaks all the icy swords with it into tiny pieces, as he says that Yuxiang is trying to take his throne, but with a terrifying display. And the blue and red energy swirls in the room, and the supreme leader wonders how Yuxiang has the lone sword along with the ice blade. Yuxiang then lunges towards him and grabs his arm, smiling, saying that the supreme demon has opened his eyes, and he wants to show him that as well. And he pushes him backwards and raises his sword above him, and the supreme leader gets surprised seeing the supreme demonic sword style. And Yuxiang abruptly slashes his sword in between, cracking the image of the supreme leader, and submerging in water, creating bubbles. He gets the memory when the monarch of jesters, Yuxiang, asks him if he wants to become a hero, and he screams that he does what he wants to, because he wants to save the world, so no one has to die again. He then remembers the tower break and his best friend saving him, but losing his own life from that attack, and he cries on Maria's lap as she comforts him that he couldn't have done anything, and it is not his fault. But Yuxiang grabs her legs, saying that he could have at least tried to find another way to clear the game. And he lifts his head up, as tears roll down his cheeks, as he says that it was his fault for not finding other ways. And Maria wipes his tears and tells him that he was born to be a hero. Yuseong tries to grab the piece of glass through which he can see Maria. He says that he only needs to kill the Yuseong of this world. But he sees Maria's smiling face calling his name, and Yuseong gets nervous and closes his eyes quickly. The Supreme Leader appears half with white normal eyes and half with red eyes, in confusion. As he falls on his knees in front of Yuseong, purple energy surrounds him. He lowers his head and asks him what he has cut, and Yuseong tells him that he has not cut anything, because he has changed his mind. And suddenly, he grabs the Supreme Leader by his jacket and yanks him upwards, and he gets shocked and confused. And Yuseong starts to tear apart his uniform, saying that he has a new idea of getting better rewards, as he thinks that they share the same monarch, who is going to have the real fun out of this, as the monarch of jesters looks at them fighting and laughs at them. A while later, Yuseong starts to walk outside, wearing the Supreme Leader's clothes, to address a live broadcast. He looks at his objective of clearing the tower, and the remaining time left is 1 hour and 59 minutes and 59 seconds. He enters the room as the MC announces to welcome the Supreme Leader and the Hero King, and everyone starts clapping. Maria and Ray are standing together, as she asks him if he knows what this conference is about, and Ray says that he doesn't know, but he is sure that there is a good reason for it. Jorg looks at them and says that everyone knows that their king is going to say something related to world peace, just like always. And Yuseong appears, tapping on the mic. He smiles and says that he cannot believe that everyone actually came here only because he asked them to, and he remembers the association exam that he supervised, and the other 3 heroes get confused about what he is saying. He further says that he appreciates everything, but he knows that everyone is curious about what this conference is about. The scene shifts to the Supreme Leader, sitting shirtless, his coat in his hands, as he watches the live broadcast of Yuseong in which he is saying that he just wants to share a little joke. The scene shifts back to the conference room, in which Yuseong is saying that once a history major realizes that his employment option is only in Greece, he twirls his finger, making a green circle, and it created an image of Yuseong himself, but in old Greek dress, as he says that the guy asks the professor what they can learn from history. He says that the professor replies, and the image turns into Yuseong with a long beard and mustache, saying that history only teaches them that they cannot learn anything from it. He stands between 2 images of himself, but one is a student and one is a professor, as he says that people usually say that they need to learn from their past to avoid the mistakes that they made. All the people start murmuring, with confusion, as the professor's image continues saying that it is also suggested, so that people can avoid the disasters. The professor holds the student's shoulder, saying that this is why he tried to teach history, but no one listens because there is a curse on humanity that it will repeat the same mistakes over and over again. Suddenly, the image splashes, and Yuseong says that after his lecture, the professor exploded as a punishment for speaking the dark forbidden truth, and the people look at the scene in horror. Yuseong then starts laughing hysterically as his image as a student is splashed by the professor, and the cameramen take his picture. And the people also start clapping in nervousness, but trying to laugh, saying that the Supreme Leader has the best joke. Suddenly, Yuseong stops laughing and asks the people what they are clapping at. And Maria looks at him with concern and nervousness, as Yuseong says that people are in uniform and are clapping for nonsense, which doesn't show the image of peace in history, and Maria abruptly runs from there. Yuseong then says that if being a dictator were a degree, Jorg would have been a valedictorian, and Jorg looks at him with anger in his eyes. Jorg then turns around and orders to shut down the broadcast and not leak anything, while Yuseong is speaking, saying that people might think that there is something wrong with him, but no one is speaking against him, and Ray looks at him with nervousness. Yuseong then says that they are not speaking because of the fear that if they do, they might disappear, and people start trembling hearing that statement. Maria is in a hurry, making her way through the people, as Yuseong is speaking in the background that people bite their own tongue to speak against wrong. The scene shifts to the Supreme Leader, now in a hoodie, watching the broadcast, as Yuseong is asking people if they want this peace, and they are the ones who gave the power to the Supreme Leader, who is now creating darkness in the world. The Supreme Leader closes his eyes and drops his phone as he starts to walk away from it, while the broadcast is still playing, as Yuseong is saying that so many people are to blame for this. The scene changes back to the conference, as Yuseong is saying that if someone looks in the mirror to see who to blame for this, they are going to find themselves staring back at them. He shouts into the mic, saying that these people are the reason that things are bad now. And Marfia comes running on the stage as he tells him to stop. But suddenly someone puts a hand on her mouth, stopping her from speaking. She turns around and gets confused, as the Supreme Leader is hugging him from behind, telling her to let Yuseong do what he is doing. As Yuseong is saying that the Supreme Leader, whom the people follow, is actually getting tired. And Jorg orders the guards in anger to take him off the stage, and the guards lunge towards him. The notifications show that the unified world government has collapsed, the Supreme Leader has been deposed, and Yuseong has conquered the Tower of Dystopia. The Monarch of Jesters laughs as she sees Yuseong disappearing from the podium before the guards can reach him. The Monarch of the Desert smiles, saying that she has won, and Yuseong always comes up with new answers, and she grants the blessing of the Desert King. The Monarch of Mechanism smiles, saying that Yuseong is hard to predict, and offers the mechanical key of unidentified purpose, number 2. As Yuseong falls into the abyss, he sees all these notifications of blessing. He smiles as his gear returns to him, and he says that he knew this would work out. The scene shifts to Yuseong, lying on his bed, using his phone, as the wind blows his curtain. As he remembers that the Supreme Leader of the tower shares his face and name, it was not only a fake copy. Because when he attacked him with this Supreme Demon Blade, he saw his memories, which were the same as his own, and that's when he realized that the Supreme Leader was as real as he is. And he remembers him, wearing his uniform, as the Supreme Leader helps him, and Yuseong tells him that he was expecting him to fight more, but he turns out to be obedient. The Supreme Leader lowers his head, saying that he has lost, and when someone fights with themselves, only the winner makes rules, and he wanted to see how much Yuseong can do better than him. Yuseong looks at him and thinks that the only difference between him and the Supreme Leader is the different choices that they made during their second awakening. The scene shifts back to his room as he is looking at his own reflection on his phone, thinking that it was a bit right, and a hero should not become like this. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing, and he drops it on his face, screaming in pain. The phone is still buzzing on the bed, and Yuseong is lying on his side, curiously holding his red face. He then picks up the call, still holding his red nose, as he says that he does not deserve this, and Tisaki asks him about what had happened, because he sounds in pain, and Yuseong tells him that he has dropped his phone, and Tisaki closes his eyes, saying that it must have hurt. He then tells Yuseong that he has been summoned as the Unpeace Council wants to meet him, and Yuseong sits straight on his bed, saying that they are asking for a disaster by calling him. And Tisaki asks him not to make any trouble, only for once, and further tells him that they only have 8 players now out of 10, and Yuseong gets shocked and alert at this. Tisaki then tells him that 100 candidates are shortlisted, and 2 of them will take their place. Yuseong chuckles and raises his eyebrows, saying that he is confused as to why they want him there. And Tisaki tells him that they might want to assess the current 8 heroes as well. And Yuseong laughs, as he imagines players as puppets, and he says that this must be a joke. The title of heroes is reserved for the top 10 players at the end of the season, but it is hard to say that these ranks also reflect the true strength, and the image of Yuseong fighting off demons, and Lydia standing with her SIPO personnel, appears. The title also holds values, and naturally comes with power and money, and the image of Kilgore as an officer, and Maria taking blessings from the Pope, and another player with money appears. A hero is not something that someone becomes, but it is made, and there are always some exceptions. The scene changes to the United States, New York, United Nations Peace Council chamber, where the 7 players, in their gear, are standing in front of the UN personnel sitting in a semi-circle arrangement. Maria sighs as she is concerned that Yuseong has not come there yet. Lydia smiles, standing beside her, as she says that he is the hero, so he does what he wants to do, and they are his subordinates, so they have to work around his terms. Suddenly, the personnel from the United Kingdom ask to have a moment with Lydia, and she turns to go for her. Maria listens to her speaking about something that they have to go inside, and she gets concerned about this. She hears Kilgore speaking beside her, and she turns as he says that they have been keeping the players for so long and are not helping with anything related to the tower. Maria tries to tell him something, but the door opens with a loud bang, and Yuseong walks in his full glory, saying that the Hero King has arrived. He then smiles and tells everyone that he is feeling good to see everyone here. Kilgore looks at him with calm, and Maria calls his name in joy. He then extended his hands, saying that he is a busy person, so they have to start everything now, and continues to ask if they have to fight each other, and all the players look at him like they are tired of him. And Lydia appears, hiding half of her face with her laced folding fan, as she smiles and says that they are not going to fight, but they will be creating a new era of heroes, and Yuseong looks at her with one raised eyebrow, as if he is not impressed. After a while, they all sit in front of the unmembers, as someone asks if they want to reform the hero system. And Yuseong smiles, putting his cheek on his hand. He says that he does not think that it would happen. And the member of France squints his eyes, and says that there is nothing that they have to be cautious about. He then smiles and says that the system of 10 heroes will remain the same, but the title of the hero will be granted only by the UN, and he smirks and puts his hand on his glasses. Hearing that, Kilgore grinds his teeth and raises his seat, shouting that the UN wants to control the heroes, and they do not care about the towers. And one member speaks into the mic, saying that they have made this decision only to maintain peace. He further says that due to the incident in Moscow, they learned a harsh lesson that sometimes a rogue hero can be dangerous for the world, as he remembers Vladimir being a villain. And suddenly, Maria also gets up from her seat, shouting that one organization cannot have all authority over every player. And Yuseong wonders in suspicion if only Maria and Kilgore are against this decision. And the member of the United Kingdom says that they were expecting opposition, but the decision will not change. Yuseong turns slightly to look back, and a player flinches, adjusting his cape. And the member continues to say that the majority of the heroes have agreed to this decision. And Yuseong turns to look at everyone, as the surroundings turn into red swirls. He closed his eyes and, with a faint smirk of frustration, he sighed and clenched the mic that he was holding in his hand. He then holds his mic in front of him and says that he should have known that this was a manipulation. Another memory speaks that they will comprise and will make sure not to overlook the accomplishments of the current heroes. He further says, extending his arms, that they have to pass a hearing, and if they do, they will be granted a place, and the seats that will remain will be given to candidates. As they hear this, Maria looks at Yuseong in concern, who is sitting with his lips pressed, and Kilgore standing beside them. Yuseong then asks about the timing of the hearing, and the member of the United Kingdom asks Lydia if they can start. And Lydia smiles, saying on the walkie-talkie, asking if everyone is ready, and someone tells her to proceed. Suddenly, a red swirl of current, glowing in an intense red hue and covered in hexagonal patterns, appears right above the players. Yuseong turns to look at it and smiles, saying that she is opening a portal. Lydia smiles and says that the portal has a special floor, which cannot be reached by physical means, and the hearing will also take place there. She calmly looks at Yuseong, putting the walkie-talkie on her chest, tilting her head, and she tells Yuseong that he can go first. Yuseong squints her eyes, faking a smile, showing his fangs, and he says that he cannot trust this because he thinks that it is a trap to silence people who disagree. George smiles, sitting behind him, saying that no one can murder their king, and Yuseong chuckles sarcastically. He then smirks at Jorg, saying that he must have been getting old, because he is forgetting all the times that Jorg has tried to kill him. Jorg looks at him with a wrinkled forehead, saying that Yuseong should not be scared of someone as old as him. Yuseong gets up from his seat, saying that he should not be called sacred, because no one is going inside before him, and Maria is clenching her fists. And suddenly she gets up, saying that he wants to go first, and Yuseong gets confused. She walks beside Lydia and hears her thanking her for her cooperation. Yuseong grinds his teeth as sweat drops from his face in nervousness, and he thinks about how she can think about going inside. She reaches the door, but stands there hesitating, and Yuseong thinks that he knows that she also does not trust anyone just like him. Maria hovers her trembling hand over the buzzing portal, and Yuseong says that he has seen enough of this. And suddenly, he comes and pushes her aside, stepping towards the portal, and he gets confused, and nervously says his name. Yuseong turns his head slightly and says that the idea of a saintess sacrificing her life has been overused in stories. And he enters the portal, saying that a hero king losing control and going on a rampage is just something that fits the genre. The scene shifts as Yuseong is falling through a swirling vortex of purple energy, surrounded by glowing lights and spiraling lines that resemble a space-time distortion, as he is teleporting to the destination. And entered the tower of the UN Peace Council. He lands in an empty gray stoned extra-dimensional space, with no objective and unlimited capacity for players. And the notification shows that the tower is built by humans, and Yuxiong gets shocked and nervous reading this, and his eyebrows furrow, and sweat beads appear on his face. Suddenly, Lydia appears, saying that he is so impatient because she was only asking about volunteering for the hearing. Yuxiong turns and sees every player there, and Lydia tells him that everyone was going to enter the tower, and Maria stands in relief with her hand on her chest. They all go through their system windows, and Maria gets confused, saying she cannot understand this place, and Kilgore says that maybe this is the Monarch of Mechanism's power. And Lydia smiles, extending her arms. She says that this is the blessing from the Monarch of Mechanism for his followers. Maria screams in fear, saying that Lydia has done wrong, because a labyrinth can be bound to the one who has made it, but the towers are the domain of the system. As the image of a player holding a tower inside a cage appears, monarchs look at him and then take his tower away. Lydia puts her fan in front of her, emitting a pink glow as her eyes turn pink, and she tells Maria not to worry about anything, because the tower is entirely at her command. And she swings her fan, throwing pink blocks of her aura, and the surroundings start rumbling. After a while, 100 hero candidates, wearing uniforms, lined up in the tower around the players. And Lydia says that these are the ones who have arrived earlier and have come from all around the world, and they are motivated to fulfill their duty. Yuxiong smiles, sarcastically, and says that they are again talking about the nonsense about the duty. And suddenly the images of the unmembers start to appear, as they say that they only talk about this because it is important. All the members surround the players and the hero, and one of the members sarcastically says that not every player is like Yuxiong, who can show commitment in every season. Yuxiong grins and says that he is talking so much for the wisdom of age, and he stands in front of the giant image of a member of France, and says that he wants to repeat again, in case he has forgotten. He smirks and says that he was done with this game a long time ago. The member says that they can understand that the players can be afraid and feel burdened, especially if they think that what they have achieved is something by themselves, and then can be stolen from them by the people in power. He then smiles at Yuxiong, saying that heroes do not have to feel like that anymore, because the Uncouncil's Hero League is going to protect the players. And Yuxiong looks at him, smiling, like he is looking at an idiot, and he says that they are really thinking that he is going to trust the nonsense he is telling. The members start saying that they are sad that Yuxiong is not living up to their expectations, but Yuxiong cuts his sentence, saying that he knows that they want players to play a major role in global events, and they want players to become heroes for wars, instead of clearing towers. The man leans forward, towering over Yuxiong, as he says that a hero's duty is only they use their strength to protect global peace. Yuxiong smiles, squinting his eyes, and says that when the destiny of the world is at risk, peace can wait. He then opens his eyes and asks the members if they are going to take responsibility if the world ends. And suddenly, every member starts laughing hysterically, and Yuxiong's smile fades as he tells them that there is nothing funny. The members hover above him, saying that because Yuxiong is the one who holds the power to save the world, it would be his fault if the world truly ends. And Yuxiong suddenly remembers the Monarch of Jesters laughing, as he grinds his teeth, thinking that this is what the Monarch of Jesters was talking about, the price of being a hero among the heroes. The scene shifts to the past, and Yuxiong is standing in front of the Monarch of Jesters, as she is laughing and saying that he should become the hero among all heroes. And she further says that the heroes will not accept him, and he will be the subject of their mockery. But Yuxiong, with determination, puts his fist on his chest, saying that he will become the hero, and the monarch starts laughing, saying that it is a joke. And he hears someone walking behind him, and he appears wearing the clown masks, asking if he is the one who is going to protect the world after him. He then removes his mask, and Yuxiong gets surprised, as the man says that he needs to remember that sometimes ignorance is an advantage, and he throws his mask on the ground. And Yuxiong comes back out of his thoughts as he hears Maria speaking beside him. She put her hand in front of Yuxiong, saying that if the members are saying that the end of the world is going to be the fault of Yudsong. She takes a pause, and with an angry tone, she says that as a saintess, she swears on her name and title that she is going to hold everyone accountable for these words. The members start speaking to her that she is going to be protected as well, but Yuxiong cannot hear them arguing anymore. He gets startled as the surroundings get black for him, and he hears the clown behind him, asking him if he still wants to be a hero, because he has told him that they can become a hero or a villain. The clown then says that they can be anything that they want on this stage, and suddenly, the ground starts rumbling. The players start to run, as the ground cracks and roots like tentacles start emerging from it. And it rises only the part of the ground on which the 8 heroes are standing, and the members are the other candidates who look at it in horror. Kilgore screams at Lydia, asking why she is doing this, but Lydia shouts back that she is not doing this, as they all try to balance themselves on the rising ground. A notification appears that an anonymous monarch is exerting its authority over the tower, and Yuxiang looks at his window in sadness as he sees that it is the monarch of jesters. Another notification appears that the tower is claimed by the monarch and has revoked all permissions as the ground starts turning and everyone screams, and the monarch sent the message that someone needs a camera and a stage, and they started laughing, clutching their stomach, and began a global live broadcast. A bunch of Semmers appear, surrounding the players and the members, and the world watches them from every angle, making videos of them, and the monarch says that these people have built a tower by themselves, and it is going to be an amazing show. Some heroes sit on the ground, and some of them stand helplessly, as the monarch says that they have forgotten the best part. And suddenly, the monarch of hell exerts its authority, and fire engulfs the ground behind the candidate players. They start screaming, trying to back away from the fire, and the monarch says that they have forgotten the terror and the screams. The players' commander orders everyone to stay in the center, as a giant red monster, Archdemon Thanatos, appears, with pointy teeth and a large axe. The commander orders the player to hold the line, and they get shocked, saying that the monster is 10 tier 1, and they are going to risk their lives like this. Another notification appears that the monarch of the abyss exerts authority, and the abyss gate opens, through which a bunch of different monsters appear, some with thousands of heads, and a spider with a woman's upper body. And then the monarch of the otherworld exerts its power and sends the otherworldly beholder. The creature appears as a towering cosmic abomination with a humanoid form and countless writhing tendrils extending from its back, its single glowing purple eye. Every monster and creature starts running towards the candidate players as they run for their lives, and they stand beneath the risen ground of the heroes as one of the players screams for help, saying that he does not want to die, and Lydia crouches from above and looks at them in horror and widened eyes. One of the players pushes another one towards the monster to save himself, and the player starts crying in disbelief, asking how they can do this. Kilgore takes out his gun and his fighter jets, as he says that the candidates cannot fight the monsters, and they need to be killed by players to get removed from the towers. And Yuxiang stands with his arms folded, and Lydia takes out her weapons, saying that they need to kill each other, and the other heroes also take out their weapons. But suddenly, the notification shows that the monarchs have changed the rules, and every layer gets shocked and concedes. A note appears showing that if a player kills another, they will not be removed from the tower, and Lydia starts feeling dizzy. Blackness surrounds her, as she thinks that there is no way of getting out of here. Yuxiang, standing beside her, says that she has told them that she controls the tower, and the blessing is granted by the god. Suddenly, Lydia grabs his arm, and he looks at her, and she pleads with him to save the candidates. And Yuxiang looks at her with darkened eyes, as he asks why he should save them, and Lydia looks at him in horror. The candidates scream for help, and the notification appears that they have been granted the buff of Valiant Melody and Guardian's Resolve. Maria uses all her energy as she hovers her hands, and they emit a glow. All the heroes use their weapons and auras as the gold energy swirls, and the candidates fight against the demons. But Yuxiang is sitting down on the ground, doing nothing, thinking that a mess has been created, and Noir is sitting beside him, asking if he would not join the fight, and Yuxiang says that he does not know. One of the members' images hovers above Yuxiang, and in an angry tone, he tells Yuxiang to do something about the monsters. Other members also start getting angry, asking him to help, and because they also have elites from their parties, one member says that if China falls, it is going to destabilize all of East Asia. The French member says that they have 2 of their elite members. The members start screaming his name, and he puts a finger in his ear, and he glances down, and the players are scared, covering their ears with their hands, and crying, pleading. He hears someone saying that they are going to die in this tower, and he clenches his pants, furrowing his eyebrows. Maria appears behind them, and Noir gets alerted, and disappears into the ground, and Maria stands on Yuxiang's side, and he looks at her. Maria calls his name and looks at her with soft eyes. He also calls her name, and she looks back at him with soft eyes and a faint smile as well. She crouches beside him, and she apologizes to him, and he turns his face with a faint smile, asking why she is apologizing. She lifts her head and tells him that she wants to save every life here. Yuxiang looks at her and asks why she wants to do that, and she replies that the people who are down there are only being used as the image of French members of the UN. They are trying to use the candidates as puppets, and Yuxiang asks if ignorance is a crime, and then tells Maria that he is not sure if he wants to risk his life for these people, and Maria gets up from his side. He looks above and asks Emrabe how she can fulfill her duties. She smiles and takes out her shield and sword, and says that she wants to save lives, regardless of the duty. And Yuxiang gets shocked hearing that, and then he diverts his eyes, and thinks that she is a hero. He stands up from the ground as he sees Maria leaping towards the monsters, and he thinks that he has always wanted to be a hero like her. And suddenly the scene changes, and the Monarch of Jesters appears laughing behind him, asking if he wants to be a hero. And suddenly, the Monarch of Jesters grants him the skill card of Masquerade, until the tower gets conquered. And Yuxiang gets shocked and nervous seeing the card flashing on his face. Soon, he smiles and repeats the question of whether he wants to be a hero. He looks at the card, which is emitting dark energy, as the notification shows that a skill is overwritten with Masquerade. He raises his hands, creating a hexagonal shield, as he says that the monarch should know his answer. And suddenly, a shield starts to create around the other player, leaving the monsters behind. And the shield starts to become silver, showing that he has used the steel shelter. All the candidates start to cheer for Yuxiang, as Maria is standing between them and the monsters behind the barrier. She looks behind at Yuxiang, smiling in relief, saying his name in a whisper. All the candidates thank Yuxiang, while cheering as he stands alone on the raised ground, looking down at them. He looks at the members, smiling a little, and the members appear to be screaming that he has taken so long to act that they could have experienced mass casualties. Yuxiang looks at them, squinting his eyes, smiling with sarcasm, and he asks them why they are blaming this on him. He extends his hands, saying that they should remember that this place is the Tower of the Peace Council, and it is their own idea to choose this place, and all the members start trembling in anger. And all this is shown in the broadcast channels, as Yuxiang is saying that he wants the world to know the truth, because humans have built the tower, which has led to this catastrophe. And all the candidates look at him with confusion and fear, as blood splatters on their bodies. The member starts screaming that this is not the issue he is talking about, and Yuxiang says that this is not fair. He then makes crying emotions with his hand, mimicking the members that he has cleaned their mess, but they are blaming him, and saying that if the world ends, it is going to be his fault. The camera pans on him as he extends his arms, saying that if he is being reasonable, they can ask the 100 candidates, and they are going to agree with him. He then points his hands towards them, as he says that they were about to die because of the members, and the members grind their teeth, asking him to hold his act and to do his duty as a hero. But Yuxiang cuts his sentence, saying that if he hears one more time the word duty, he will remove the shield. He then flicks his finger, saying that he has a good idea, and says that he wants to know who is responsible for this new era decision. He warns that if no one tells him the truth, he will break the shield. The members get nervous, and Yuxiang happily starts counting, and he reaches 1. And abruptly, a member screams that the idea was first presented by the British Prime Minister, Adam Sutler. Other members start screaming that the initial proposal was discussed secretly between the United States and Russia, and another member screams that Russia was only reacting because of China, and another screams that it was France who had initially presented the idea of the tower. Yuxiang turns his face away from them, folding his arms, saying that they are fighting like wild animals. The scene shifts to the outer world, as people hear Yuxiang saying that they have heard the truth, so now it is up to them what they do with this, and all the people get scared. He waves his hands in front of the camera, and says that they have to excuse him cause he has some hero stuff to do. And he left from there, leaving the members fighting with each other. He flies in the sky along with some dark energy, holding his red daggers, saying that the air feels good, and he knows the perfect gear for this occasion. Soon, a golden energy starts to glow as he wears the Predator tactical suit Judicator's armor, and changes to the Star Eater's sword of the Event Horizon. He then jumps toward the monsters on the ground, as he himself glows with the energy. He raises his sword and strikes it to the ground, leaving sparks and shock waves in the air, and ends with a loud explosion. The glowing energy strikes the ground, and dust and debris follow its effect. Yuxiang appears in black gear and swings his sword as half of the ground is emptied by the monsters, but there are some in the back approaching him slowly. Then a monster without eyes, looking like hairless skin, and a giant mouth appear, growling, as dark energy appears behind him. Yuxiang smiles as Noir comes behind him, as a giant cat, emitting purple eyes and energy, and Hai tells him that it is time for them to demolish the tower. Yuxiang sits on Noir's back as they run through the battleground, slicing the monsters as Yuxiang swings his sword, saying that they have to go all out. He then smiles with his red eyes and says that no one will know whatever happens on this ground. More white monsters appear, with eyeless tentacles, showing their teeth, and Yuxiang swings his sword, saying that he will not let them go, and Noir also shows his pointy, long teeth. Yuxiang grips his sword, which is emitting a gold current, and he says that they have to drop dead, and swings the sword towards them, creating a loud explosion as the monsters fly because of it. The body parts of the monsters fall from the sky as everything starts crumbling, and Yuxiang is still sitting on Noir's back. He swings his sword once again, and energy surges from it, lighting up the air around it, and the ground starts to rumble heavily. Suddenly, Yuxiang sees two red lights going into the sky from the shield he had made earlier, and soon those lights appear as fireworks in the sky, creating a beautiful red and yellow glow. Both Yuxiang and Noir look up as the notifications show that the Monarch of Jesters has commenced a night parade. But the same notifications show as an anonymous monarch to the people in the shuttle. And another message shows that the tower has changed from 0 tiers to 10 tiers, and Lydia gets shocked and nervous. Maria gets confused, as she sees that the anonymous monarch has made a new objective of the Tower of the Night Parade. And the tower that was once called the Tower of the Unpeace Council is now named the Tower of the Night Parade. And to survive, players have to defeat all monsters. Yuxiang smiles at this and says that either is finally a way to get out of this horrible tower. 2 new notifications show that the objective is to survive the parade, and it will end in 5 hours, 50 minutes, and 48 seconds. And Yuxiang starts running again, slaughtering every monster in sight. He then puts a hand on his forehead as he tries to look far away from the monsters. After a while, Noir runs on the ground with Yuxiang, as Yuxiang says that this should be the first wave, because the monsters have stopped spawning after the object has arrived. He clenches his fist, smirking, and says that there are too many mobsters. Suddenly, a glowing light appears in the shield behind Yuxiang, as the buff of Valiant Melody gets applied to the players, and Yuxiang turns his head slightly, as the golden light reflects on his nose and his red eyes. He looks above as the light keeps increasing in the sky, as the Guardian Resolve buff applies to the players, and Maria uses the effect of her protection. Suddenly, Maria comes out screaming his name, along with the other 2 heroes, Reaper and Priest, as they all fight with the monsters, and she apologizes to him that they are late. Kilgore shouts, holding his gunk, as he releases his fire jets, saying that he loves this kind of battlefield. Suddenly, an explosion happens right outside the shield, and Yuxiang smiles, looking at it. He then takes out his glowing sword, saying that only the Hero King can save the world, and say that all the people know that there are always the 5 heroes that protect the world, as the image of Kilgore, Maria, and 2 other players appear, slashing off the monsters. A while later, the dust tried to settle down, as the notification shows that Wave 1 is completed and the zone is secure. And the countdown is now at 5 hours, 3 minutes, and 52 seconds, and 1 out of 3 objectives of the parade is completed. Maria smiled with pride, wiping her face as she sighed in relief, saying that 1 parade is done. Noir and Yuxiang also cheer after completing the first stage, and he says that it was very easy. Suddenly, the ground starts thrumming, and the heroes try to stabilize themselves. And the tower changes to 12 tiers, and Yuxiang gets nervous about this. And the alert shows the commencement of the barrier defense, and all players get shocked. All of a sudden, blue color fireworks start in the sky, and a dark energy crackles in front of the shield, as the motivation shows the durability of 100%. Soon, the dark energy makes a portal right above the shield, and winged dragons and giant cockroaches start to attack the shield, decreasing its durability to only 9%. Yuxiang shouts in fear to stop the monster and not to wait, as he runs towards the shield along with Noir and the other heroes. The candidates and the members start to get scared as they feel the shield shaking due to monsters, and the hero wearing the witch hat gets nervous seeing the tier 12 towers and the durability decreases. She wonders if she should go out to help, but then lowers her head, saying that she cannot help much. She then thinks that it is only May, and she has planned herself a roadmap, thinking that the season boss will be on tier 13. A monster starts thumping the barrier, and she thinks that even though she has made some adjustments after the new towers, she is not ready to fight in the higher towers yet. Suddenly, a player is lying down on the floor outside the small barrier, and all the candidates look at the scene. She then comes out of the blue barrier, a hand still inside. She hunches down and sees the player Reaper wounded in front of her, as she asks him to stay with her. She takes out a potion nervously, thinking that if they can enter this tower, a camera zooms in on them. The scene shifts as Yuxiang slashes monsters, but the barrier's durability decreases to 53%. He grinds his teeth in frustration, saying that they have only done one trade, so they have to do a lot of work. Suddenly, a loud explosion happens, and he sees a dragon blowing fire on the fighter jets. And the jet thrusts into the barrier, engulfed with fire, and the durability decreases to 42%. Yuxiang slashes another monster, and the durability decreases to 34%, and soon it decreases to 28%. All the heroes are trying their best to push more and fight more as Maria slashes her mace, and another hero puts a thorn chain around the dragon. After some time, durability decreases to 7%, and Yuxiang nervously summons a powerful monster. It then decreases to 4, and then to 2, and a fired giant monster appears above the shield, punching it, creating cracks. And Yuxiang leaps toward Shim, raising his sword above his head, and the durability decreases to 1%. And Yuxiang pleads and slashes the face of the monster, using the third stance of the Supreme Demonic Sword style. As the purple slashes the monster, turning it gray, and its fire is getting extinguished into the gray air, and Yuxiang is sitting on the ground with the fire's orange energy and his own purple energy. He tried to catch his breath, swaying his eyes tightly, and the notification shows that the second parade is completed, and the tower tier is now 15. He releases a sigh of relief, his face tired, sweat dripping on his face, as he says that they have done it. And the system starts to repair the quality of the barrier. Maria sits on the ground tiredly, as the monsters' bodies are lying around her, and she says that they were too close to lose it. Another hero clutches his weapon, with bloody blood on his hands, as he says that it was only the second wave, and the third one is going to be the worst. Suddenly, his weapon fell down as the ground started to rumble once again. A bright, glowing light appears in the sky and shines brightly over the shield. The witch and the wounded Reaper sit there looking at their screens as they get fearful due to the tier changing to 15. Outside of it, Kilgore is lying on the ground, covered in his blood, as he puts a hand on his face, thinking that he has no hope for this. Yuxiang puts a hand on his eyes, trying to cover them from the bright light, as he nervously thinks that he expected this to happen. But a tower with tier 15 is too much. A notification that a holy gate appears, and a bright, beautiful, golden door with a white stone appears in the cloud, and the alert shows that Watchers of Light are about to come. The notification states that the Monarch of Light is exerting its influence and says that they are not affiliated with the Monarch. And a hero, called Priest, sees his card deck, in which all cards are unavailable except for one. Another notification appears that the players cannot use the skill of Light Affinity, and Maria gets shocked. She sees the door in front of her, and a bunch of red notifications showing that she cannot use her skills like Radiant Blessing, Mace of Glory, Protection of Light, and Holy Suppression. Maria, Yuxiang, and Priest stand beneath the holy gate, saying that they were not expecting their skills to be locked. Yuxiang scratches his neck as he gets concerned, saying that no one can imagine that Priest and Saintess Maria are not affiliated with the Monarch of Light. Maria furrows her eyebrows, lips trembling as she thinks that she does not want to be dead weight. She then orders to change the deck, as the red cards disappear and the blue appear. As she sees that she still has some skills that are not locked, she can use them. But Yuxiang interprets her, telling her and Priest to go inside the shield. And Priest turns his head away in nervousness, and Maria shouts that she will not go. Yuxiang, with a concerned face, tells them that if he is going to worry about them, he will not be able to fight in the tier 15 tower. Maria squeezes her hands as she thinks that she knows that this happens because an ally who cannot fight becomes responsible, as she remembers herself protecting other players in a fight. She stands in front of Yuxiang, and he tells her that she does not have to worry about him. She thinks that she cannot think of leaving Yuxiang alone to fight, but she tells him that she is always ready to put her life at risk. Yuxiang turns around, saying that they can do whatever they want, but he is also going to do it on his way. And Maria gets shocked as he orders Noir, and Noir appears, opening his giant mouth in front of Maria. Soon, both Maria and Priest are inside translucent Noir, as he meows and Yuxiang groans. Maria bangs inside Noir, screaming at Yuxiang to stop, and asks him what he is doing. Yuxiang keeps walking away from them, but she screams, asking him to stop, as he will kill himself this way. The holy gate creaks open, and Yuxiang walks towards it, as the glow shines on him, and he thinks that he is not going to die. His lips press together, sweat runs down his face, one eye red and another blue. He thinks that he is going to save himself along with everyone, and will be out of here. He looks at the door opening and thinks that he will do everything, even if the Monarch of Light appears from that door. Suddenly, the sphere angel called Throne appears as a divine being encapsulated within a radiant golden sphere, surrounded by interwoven luminous rings and a giant eye in between. The eye with white eyelashes starts to open slowly, but suddenly it opens fully, revealing a black human-like eye. All of a sudden, a bunch of eyes appear all around the sphere rings, and Yuxiang leaps from the ground towards the creature. He unleashes a strike, using all his strength, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson as golden energy erupts around him. He shouts that he has killed their monarch once, so killing them will not be hard for him. He nearly reaches the big eye, about to strike his sword into it, as the golden energy appears from it. All of a sudden, the eyes around the spheres shoot him with a yellow energy, and pierce through his whole body, splattering blood out of his wounds. He grinds his teeth in pain as his cheeks are oozing blood, and he falls back in the air. Abruptly, the notification appears that the healing factor is activating, along with the adaptive cell armor, and a bunch of tentacle stars appear. Tentacles start to create this body that was ripped in half, as yellow lights are still trying to slash him, but his light resistance increases. He falls through the air as he thinks that it is hard for him to dodge it, but if he holds it long enough to build the resistance, he can get a break. Another light slashes his cheek in half as he grits his teeth, thinking that if they cut his vitals, he will be dead. He keeps falling, and the light keeps trying to slash him, and he helplessly thinks about how he can win. Suddenly, he realizes something and grabs his sword with his newly built arm and thrusts it into an eye, saying he has to figure out some way to win. He keeps thrusting his sword as he gets splattered with gold blood over him. Suddenly, a message from the Monarch of Desert appears, saying that Yuxiang is in a difficult battle, and lends their help to him, exerting their influence. The Monarch of Desert makes a portal above the sphere creature, as the notification appears that Yuxiang's allied faction will join the fight. Yuxiang's body almost recovers, and he gets confused about the allied faction, but soon he smiles, saying that he just has to fight until then. Suddenly, a bunch of wings appear and thrust into Yuxiang, again wounding him, and tentacles appear. He coughs blood out of his mouth as the wings keep attacking him, and his body keeps fighting back, repairing itself. Notification appears that he has used Cheater of Death, and has nullified a fatal strike, and his blessing of Comeback Artisan has increased by 50%. As Yuxiang falls in the air, and his blood spreads in the surrounding area, a bunch of pointy feathers lunge towards him, and he screams that this battle is not over yet, as blood is still oozing out of him. Abruptly, a bat appears above him, saying that he cannot die here, and Yuxiang looks at it in confusion, wondering where it has come from. As the pointy feathers are about to hit Yuxiang, the bat turns into a boy, creating a red shield around them, and other reflections of bats appear. The little vampire boy turns his head and tells Yuxiang that he is feeling good to see him again. Yuxiang raises his eyebrows, wondering why the vampire is here instead of the desert elves. As they both stand safely inside the red barrier ball, the vampire tells him that he wants to talk to him, and Yuxiang looks at him, saying that he should see that he is fighting against an angel. The vampire boy turns his head toward the sphere angel and flicks his fingers, and suddenly it shatters into 1,000 tiny pieces flying in the air, and the boy says that the angel is gone now. The boy tells Yuxiang that this might help him, and Yuxiang gets shocked, wondering what has just happened. All of a sudden, a bright orange light erupts far away, and the red shield and the steel one can see the light, and pointy feathers slowly falling from the sky, and the notification appears that the third objective is also completed, and the parade has ended. The notification appears that the live broadcast has ended, and the distribution of rewards is starting. Yuxiang's body shivers as he sees all of this from inside his red barrier. He then looks at the vampire boy with suspicion, as he asks him slowly who he is. The boy beams and smiles, squinting his eyes, as the light shines on his side of the face. He then bows deeply with one hand on his chest, his bat-like wings spread behind him, and blood shadow beneath him, as he says that he could not introduce himself before. He then winks, with his red eyes and long nails, and says that he is the vampire lord, Mikhail. Yuxiang asks him why the Monarch of Blood is helping him, and he stands in front of him, saying that it is not the wish of the Monarch of Blood. He looks above, thinking about the long-haired person with the bat cloak, saying that the wish was from the beings that are above the Monarch of Blood. He then tells him that those are the Grand Monarch who commands the Tower of Genesis. Yuxiang starts to sweat with concern as he thinks that he did not know that the monarchs take orders from others. And Mikhail puts his long-fingered hand on his mouth and raises his brows, saying that it is disappointing that Yuxiang has not reached that point yet. As they both stand in front of each other, the red shield starts to turn gray. Yuxiang looks at him with a concerned face, and Mikhail steps towards him, blood walking beside him, as he says that he wants to give him advice. Their surroundings are gray, and Mikhail holds Yuxiang's hand, saying that he should stop being cynical if he wants to stand against the world, and Yuxiang gets a little surprised. Mikhail then pats both of his armored hands, and he looks at him with care in his eyes, and tells him that he needs to show the same courage and passion to the world that he shows in the towers. He then tells him that this way, even the most ignorant people get closer to the truth, and Yuxiang looks at him nervously, taking his every word seriously. The scene shifts to the show called Gray Show, as a host welcomes the audience and everyone claps. He then announces that they are going to have a special guest today. The host then introduces the most well-known, Hero King, as he strides towards the stage. The audience claps hard, and the camera flashes on him, and he smiles slightly, waving his hand. As they both sit on their couches, the host says that he is making his first public appearances after the incident, and he tells him that he has been busy. The host says that since Yuxiang has been silent until now, he is assuming that today he wants to share his thoughts on current affairs. Yuxiang shrugs and says that he has seen the news, and the host gets confused. Yuxiang further tells them that last month, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom resigned. Then the next day and a few days later, the presidents of the United States and France also resigned. He then says that this morning, the president of Russia also resigned, and he makes an unimpressed face. He says that he has noticed that the presidents of the permanent members of the UN are stepping down one by one. He then smiles and looks at the host, saying that he realized that all of this was planned. He further says that it happened at the wish of a special woman, who wants to shape the world government according to her wish. Suddenly, butterflies glowing with pink energy appear, and Yuxiang smiles knowingly. As Lydia appears holding her folding fan in the audience, pink smoke and butterflies surround her. Yuxiang sees her and says that she has finally shown up, and she closed her fans. With an unimpressed tone, she says that he should not have told this on television. Yuxiang leans forward and smirks, saying that this was the only way to get her out. She stands in front of him, folding her hands, and he says that he was right, since she disappears right after coming out of the tower. She says that it was a strategic retreat, since she needed some time to fix the things that had gone wrong. And he smiles, sarcastically tells her that he has seen all her fixing from the footage inside the barrier, as he remembers the recording of all 5 members talking angrily, and a bunch of clones of Lydia working inside the barrier, and he says that she even manages to set up the barrier, just to have a conversation with Jorg. He then suddenly turns into his gear and asks Lydia to explain everything, and if she is preparing the list of people to put in power. Lydia smiles and abruptly sits on the couch beside him, saying that he never cared about these things before. As she sits, she smiles at him, saying that he is right, and all of this was planned to make the world better. She says that the plan was to eliminate the people who weaponize the high-level players, and it sends a warning to anyone who has similar ideas. Yuxiang looks at her with an angry face, saying that she could have ended the world in this process. Her hands start trembling as she says that she regrets that deeply, as even she was not expecting that the followers of the Monarch of Machineries would betray them. And her face gets angry as she remembers her butterflies turning black and a man running. Yuseong side-eyed her with raised eyebrows, wondering if it was the players who had built the tower who had betrayed her. Lydia palms her face as she tells that she, along with other countries, is trying to catch him, but it is possible that the villains have approached him before them. Yuseong chuckles and tells her that they are also villains because they kidnap the non-combat players in prisons, and Lydia side-eyes him. She then looks at him angrily, saying that even if he calls them villains, at least they are trying their best to protect them. And she says that she is concerned that the man will be found by M, who is the leader of the Black Hat players of the depths. He smiles and says that it means that she is passing the responsibility to him once again. Then he stands up, saying that he is going to hunt down the followers of the Monarch of Machineries. He then raises his eyelids, saying that Lydia should not expect him to hand over the follower to her. And Lydia stays silent for a moment, smiles a little, and says that she agrees with the deal, as she doesn't trust any other player more than him. The scene shifts as the car is running on the road, and Yuseong is sitting behind, thinking about the leader M of the villains in the depths. And he remembers the face of the collector saying the name M, and he thinks that he knew the name instinctively. He then remembers Nameless, saying that they are going to put this world into disaster, and Yuseong thinks that even if he does not go after him, they will come after him anyway. He then thinks that if he wants to end the game, he needs to step out of the choices that they have given him, as he remembers the 3 mirror choices from his second awakening. He thinks about Mikhail, telling him to stand up against the world, and about the ignorant people and the supreme demon, saying that it is a pity on the jester of strength and ignorance. He remembers that the supreme demon has said that he does not have the right to seek truth, but Mikhail has told him that he can get closer to the truth, and he thinks that he should go to find them, instead of them finding him, just like summoning the tower before it summons him. He then opens the box, looks at the glowing gold key, and says that if the follower of the Monarch of Machineries can see him, they should summon him. Suddenly, he gets shocked as the glowing energy reflects on his concerned, sweaty face. A notification shows asking him if he wants to enter the Tier 0 tower of the Clockwork Workshop, and the key swirls slightly, glowing with energy. A bunch of golden gears and clock parts appear, and Yuseong appears in front of the giant clock, with glowing energy around him. He then sees someone approaching him, and it is Automatica, as she appears in front of him, waving her hand. She welcomes him, saying that she has been waiting for him. The scene shifts as Yuseong walks behind Automata on the mental railings, showing him the way. He looks around and asks her if the towers that hold the non-combat players look like this. She goes through a screen, as he tells him that the information is not available, but the Monarch for Machineries gives his people a workshop to level up. And a heavy vault to the door starts to rattle, and a loud noise of clunk appears. They both enter the room, and Automata calls the old man Grandpa and tells him that Hero King is here, and Grandpa freezes as he is going through the metal wheels. He then gets up from his chair, and Yuseong gets shocked and nervous. Behind the man, who is small in height, a massive golden mechanism filled with intricate, glowing gears, as beams of light shine down. The man is a follower of the Monarch of Machineries, lifts his glasses up and beams, saying that he was not expecting him this early. Yuseong looks at him in anger, saying that it means that the man knew that he was about to come. The man laughs, saying that he knew, because Yuseong had bought the key that he had put up for sale. Yuseong gets confused and alert, and the man says that he knew that Yuseong would come one day, but did not know that he would show up today. He then puts a hand on his mouth as he says that this is not the right time, because he does not want anyone to find out where he is. Yuseong clenches his fist as he says that the man has done it himself, so people will come after him, and then proceeds to ask him why he has done that. Yuseong stands in front of him, saying that he has given the tower that was made by humans to the monarchs, and he asks if the man actually believes that the idea would not result in disaster, as he remembers the monsters attacking the candidates. The man shrugs and sighs, saying that he knew, and he was expecting that every candidate would die. Yuseong looks at him with anger, and the man beams, saying that because of Hero King, the plan failed. Yuseong raises his eyebrows and chuckles sarcastically as he asks if the plan was to kill every candidate. And the man closes his eyes and says that he's right, because humans can never be real heroes. Yuseong stands in shock and confusion, staring at the man, asking what he is talking about. The man says that humans have too many flaws, and Yuseong should know this. He further says that Yuseong has experienced this on his own, as players have used their powers to destroy as they get consumed by their own greediness. He continues that the cowards who run in fear can be named as heroes, but in the end, they are only humans. The man looks above, saying that humans repeat the same mistakes every time. He stands in front of Yuseong and Automata, saying that the world only needs machines that are made to protect the world. Automata looks at him, listening as he says that the machines do not have greed or fear, and they only conquer the towers. He smiles, saying that when the machines conquer the towers, they can get all the rewards. Yuseong says that for a moment, they would agree on this statement, and the man beams, saying that it means Yuseong agrees. Yuseong looks at him with angry eyes as he says that even if humans are not good enough to become heroes, it does not mean that they have to be killed. And the man says that he disagrees, as they have to be killed. Suddenly, a distress notification appears, showing that someone has entered the tower. Yuseong looks confused and alarmed as multiple red warning symbols flash around him, signaling a system malfunction with an error. And some notification shows that it is unable to get the data of the player, and something unidentified has entered the tower. Suddenly, a man lands on the ground, on one knee, between the man and Yuseong. And Yuseong gets shocked as he remembers that this is the face collector. The face collector's eyes are swirling blue, and the scars on his body are filled with blue as well. The man calmly tells Yuseong that he needs the bodies of awakened players so that he can create the mechanical heroes, and he has also made an organization to round up the Black Hat players. Yuseong remembers the face collector zombies, who were saying in unison that only M can recognize their talent, and Nameless is telling him that he is being an obstacle in their plans. Yuseong then asks the old man if he is the M, and the man changes into a coat, as the gold energy surrounds him. And he says that he is Deus Ex Machina, the godfather of the Black Hat player. M then extends his hand towards Yuseong, who is standing with a lowered head, and asks him if he wants to be his creation as well. Yuseong takes out his sword and tells M to shut his mouth, and Automata tells him not to engage in a fight, as it will be dangerous. And he remembers that she has warned him not to buy it, because of the danger. The shops and towers that are for special players, and the places where Automata is, are considered the safe zones. And she tells Yuseong that this is a safe zone as well. Suddenly, the face collector lunges towards him with weapons in both hands. But Yuseong swings his sword and swiftly slashes a part of the face collector. A red notification appears that they have detected a hostile activity, and they proceed to go through the peace enforcement protocol. M smiles as the surroundings get light blurry, and the notification shows that a defensive barrier is activating because a protected entity has been identified. And suddenly, the gears of the massive golden mechanism start rotating, creating a screeching noise, and the surroundings get red, as the alarm light starts beaming. And Yuseong starts walking with his sword, as a notification shows that the tower system is getting locked down, and the hostile entities are getting eliminated. All of a sudden, Yuseong, with the corner of his eye, sees Automata running towards him with red eyes. And a red target sign flashes, and Automata turns into machinery, her legs replaced by 2 steel legs, and a circle consisting of a bunch of metal limb weapons appears behind her. A massive drill appears in one of her hands, and she thrusts it towards Yuseong's swords, creating a sharp noise and sparks. Yuseong falls down, and M says that he is an idiot for starting the fight in a safe zone, and now the Monarch of Machineries wants him. M starts laughing as he imagines Yuseong in his hands, saying that he is eager to turn him into his own creation because he is going to be a masterpiece. All of a sudden, a gush of blood splashes out of Yuseong's arm, as Automata has cut it with her machinery weapon, and she asks him why he has done it. As she flies by his side, blood flies in the air. She says that Yuseong knew about the rule of not fighting. And he smiles, blood dripping on his cheek, and says that he wanted to be funny. And he stands, as his arms start to come back with the tentacles wiggling. His hand's flesh starts to appear as the keyword adaptive cell armor appears. He looks at M and says that he thinks that the world can be bent by his wish. M is standing inside his shielded barrier and gets shocked as he sees Yuseong's arm transforming back. Automata keeps slashing off his arms and other body parts with her drill, but they keep appearing back. She slashes half of his neck, but it repairs back as if it were steel, as the notification shows that his steel resistance has reached its capacity. The machinery then tries to stab him abruptly, but they all clang with his body, and he tells M that he wants him to know something. Automata stands behind him, as her machinery is crashing against his body, and he stands in front of M, and says that when the tower goes into lockdown, the rule of a player cannot kill another player also disappears. M screams in fear, his face all sweaty, as he tells Yuxiang that his machines have done so much for the world, and he has contributed to society. Yuxiang's eyes become red as he says that it is not his machines, but they belong to the monarch of machineries. Abruptly, his sword appears, beaming with dark purple energy all around, as he says that the hero king loves to destroy the dreams of a villain. He then swiftly slashes his swords and shatters the barrier, and M disappears into the water like glass. And Yuxiang stands in his torn clothes, in front of Automata, and turns his head slightly to say something. But she abruptly lunges towards him, saying annihilate in a robotic voice, but Yuxiang grabs both her pointy hands, inches away from him. He looks down at her, smiling, and tells her that if she kills her, he would not be able to buy any card pack from her. Automata looks at him as he tells her that the last time she promised him to give him another card was the next time they met. Automata stops for a moment as her glasses flash red and then disappears from her face as she smiles at him. She then starts laughing as the surroundings turn red, and she looks at him with her red eyes and calls him the jester of ignorance and says that it was entertaining. She then says that he deserves something as a reward for the entertainment, and Yuxiang gets a little confused. Her pointy hands turn back to normal, and she smiles, saying that she is not going to kill him anymore, and she is going to forgive his arrogance in the tower. Yuxiang chuckles and thanks her for sparing his life. He then steps forward and bows in front of her, a hand on his chest, and he calls her his lord. Automata chuckles, putting her hand on her mouth, as she says that he is very courteous, even though he is a monarch slayer, and says that she wants to know how far he will go, as her expectations. He looks at her with confusion and nervousness, asking what she means by expectations. Suddenly, the monarch of machineries appears and Automata appears, hovering in his hands, as he says that he had made Automata as equal as the top player of the 9th season. Yuxiang gets shocked hearing about the 9th season. A red blast happens behind Automata, and she smiles, saying that Yuxiang is the best among all, and it is impressive that he has gotten this strong by only the 6th season. He puts his arms in front of him, trying to save him from the red blast, and he wonders what they are saying and how many seasons are remaining in this game. A notification appears that the monarch of machineries has exerted all his power over the tower of the clock workshop. The gear and clock parts start rotating, and everything starts to rumble, and the notification appears that the game rules are being reinstated. Automata extends her arms, saying that Yuxiang must be curious, and the image appears of naked bodies walking in the garden, and Automata says that if they do not have a path, they wander with no care. The garden grass starts to disappear from some parts, leaving the soil above, as she says that if there are enough steps being carved on the trail, it becomes hard to wander. She then puts a hand on her mouth, and she asks him the reason for leaving his path. And Yuxiang looks at her with raised eyebrows and pressed lips, and tells her that he doesn't understand her. And she, standing in front of him, says that she knows that he would not understand her. She then says that because he is the jester of ignorance, he is going to hold on tightly and stubbornly to his path. She then walks forward, moving her hand, and she names the monarch of sword, but then says that he was removed from his throne. She looks at him, pointing a finger, saying that the supreme demon must have told him about the path that he tried to build, which led to only destruction. And Yuxiang remembers the supreme demon trying to kill all the monarchs. She then twirls in her place and says that he must go back to the path that was chosen for him, and it is not too late to do that. He takes a moment to say something and presses his lips together, and tells her that he is going to do everything to end the game. She claps her hands and leaps above, saying that she has a good thing to help him. Yuxiang looks above at her, asking what she is saying. As Yuxiang's clothes start to get repaired, she tells him that he has promised her to buy the cards, and takes out a gold box, and Yuxiang laughs in relief. She sits at the railing above and looks down at Yuxiang, saying that if he is going to take the path, things will change. She then tells her that no one is going to understand him, and will be scared of him, and Yuxiang interrupts her by showing her his palm, saying that he has heard all of this before, and to give him cards. She chuckles, swinging her legs, saying that he can take the cards. Suddenly, the red in her eyes starts to fade away, and she calls him, and he looks above, saying that she is back. She opens a box in herself and jumps towards Yuxiang, saying that he needs to buy the card. Her stomach flashes with bright light, and Yuxiang's mouth gets wide open in nervousness. She tells him that he is going to get a mythical card, and he grinds his teeth trying to stop her. He holds her in the air above him and tries to look away from the blinding light from the card. She screams in joy that he has got a mythical card, that too a unique one. Yuxiang gets shocked as he sees the mystical, unique card. He smiles as he thinks that this card is the same class as Supreme Demon's Descent and the Masquerade. He holds the card in his hands, saying that it was true that this would really help him. As he holds the card, the dark energy starts to surround him, and the notification comes that the rate of synchronization with the Monarch of Sword has increased by 27%. A message of the Monarch appears laughing, saying that it is starting, and he gets sweaty, saying what does he mean? Suddenly, a spotlight appears above him, and a bunch of faces of monarchs surround him in the air. A notification appears that the Monarch of Machineries is going to reveal what is about to happen, and multiple monarchs get terrified of the idea of the Monarch of Swords. The monarch starts speaking, as one says that he is a fool for walking the same path, and one day they need to calm down because the game would not end, and another says that he wonders what the Monarch of Machineries is thinking, and another one says that a tragedy is about to come upon them. Yuxiang goes through his decks as he looks at them, talking and grinding his teeth, saying that they should not curse him like last time. A notification from the Monarch of Libra appears, asking for the trial from Yuxiang, and suddenly, giant gold chains start to wrap around his arms, and he gets transported to the throne of the end. The scene shifts, and he appears shackled in chains, and suddenly the chains come loose, and he falls down with them as the whole place begins to rumble. As he falls, he grits his teeth, thinking that they have locked him up, and he cannot even see the name of the skill he got. He falls on the ground behind the Monarch of Libra, along with the chains, and the 999 monarchs appear in the building. The bright light shines above, and the monarchs say that to turn the eyes of the court to Yuxiang. One of the monarchs says that Yuxiang's acts are threatening and are exceeding the acceptable limits, and to be fair, they want him to be eliminated. He grinds his teeth, confused and angry. His hands tremble as he thinks that this is ridiculous, and they cannot do this to him. And a cloak-wearing monarch appears behind them, saying that this is disgraceful. She is the Queen Syria, who is now a monarch, and she puts her hands over Yuxiang's shoulder. She appears in gold jewelry, and her face is hidden half by the cloak, and breaks all the chains from him, and says that the monarchs want to eliminate him only because they are afraid of him, because he has earned his own power. The chains rattle and fall on the floor, and she tells Yuxiang to remain still, as he tries to look at her. He nods and calms himself down, thinking that not every monarch is against him. The Monarch of Libra says that Syria is being naive, and does not know the tragedy he can bring, and Syria tells him that he is a coward, yet he calls himself superior. She then calls for the High Superior and asks for their fair judgment. Suddenly, a huge metal ring appears, with monarchs sitting on it, as it descends to the ground, and everyone looks above. Yuxiang looks at the people covered in black cloaks, sitting on a white throne with red stones, as he wonders if they are the high sovereigns. She whispers in Yuxiang's ear, telling him that it is the Monarch of Games. He sees a giant monarch, in white clothes and a yellow cloak, as he thinks that the Monarch of Games is the one who has called him for the rewards for the Monarch of Immortality. He wonders if, at that time, they were on his side, but he is not sure if they will be on his side today as well. Then, the Monarch of Games announces that the strength that Yuxiang has earned was under the rules. On this, Syria smiles, and the Monarch of Libra grinds her teeth in anger. The superior monarch announces that the game will continue, and Yuxiang gets up with relief on his face, as the other monarchs murmur. She then argues with the Monarch of Games that she is not going to accept this. She stands in front of him, saying that Yuxiang's strength is too much, but the Monarch of Games wavers his hand in front of her. He says that he has heard too much from her and suddenly throws energy towards her, leading to a giant, long explosion. The light shines bright, and the debris falls, and Yuxiang covers his face with his arms. A moment later, as the gold dust settles, the ground is splattered in gold color, and a huge crack in between, as the monarchs and Yuxiang stand around it. Syria gets a little nervous, and the notification appears that the curses of Libra are lifted, and the chains and scale of justice are broken apart. One of the monarchs starts snickering, sitting behind the Monarch of Games, and a notification appears that there is a change in the faction of the Monarch of Games. The monks keep laughing and say that he has really killed her, and Yuxiang and Syria look at them in surprise. Another notification appears that the balance of the game is being compromised, and Yuxiang, along with all monarchs, watches in stunned silence. The scene shifts to a Moscow pub, which is right now becoming the temporary headquarters of the intelligence agency. Yuxiang and Tisaki are sitting on a table, surrounded by food, as Tisaki asks Yuxiang if he was there when it happened, and he replies that he was there, but he could not see clearly. He lowers his head as he thinks about that day and says that a bright light appears when the Monarch of Games has raised his hand, but when he looks again, it is over. And he remembers the notification he received of the Monarch of Libra being perished, and he looks at the message in fear. Tisaki closes his eyes and says that there were already disasters happening because of him, and now even the monarchs are making things worse. He then says that he does not care if they fight with themselves, and he just does not want the balance of the game to be compromised. He grips his beer mug and says that he might feel better if he knew when the game would end. Yuxiang, with his fingers interlocked, still looking down, says that the Monarch of Machineries said that there is no season. He further tells him that there are at least 9 seasons, but there can be more, and Tisaki gets shocked, and the players at the other tables look at them in shock. There is silence for some moments, as Yuxiang takes a bite of his food, and then he puts his fork in his chicken, as he says that they cannot do this for their whole life, so they have to do something bigger now. Tisaki puts a hand on his chin in concern, and he asks Yuxiang if he has some plans. He looks at his chicken and tells him that there are 999 monarchs and 1 grand monarch, and they have to fight against them all. And Tisaki gets a little shocked, as he asks if he wants to fight the whole system, and says that Yuxiang once mentioned ending the game. Yuxiang says that he thinks that it is possible, and Tisaki points a finger at him, saying in anger that it is not, and Yuxiang has seen them killing a monarch by waving their hand. Yuxiang calmly chewed on his food and said that he saw the monarchs erasing each other, and he realized that it is not like they are untouchable. And he remembers Syria trembling in fear in front of all the monarchs. He says that the players are getting stronger quickly each month, and says that his progress regarding getting stronger is faster this season, as the progress that he made in the last 4 months is equal to what he made in the last 4 years. He looks above and says that now he can see a gap between them, and also sees the monarch getting smaller than before. Tisaki thinks about something and turns to look at the other players behind him, and they all seem nervous. Sweat beads roll on their faces, and one of the players looks at the other in concern, and Jo looks at her food. Tisaki turns around and lowers his head in tiredness, as he tells Yuxiang that he is a different case, and Yuxiang looks around in confusion. Tisaki then says that everyone wants to keep going at his pace, but it is not possible. He tells him that it's not the normal players that are catching up on the monarchs, but only him, and might be the other 8 heroes as well. He sounds a little disappointed and says that all the other players are not on that level yet. Jo looks at him, smiling with care. Yuxiang turns around to stand up, and Tisaki abruptly holds his hand, saying that if they cannot help him like this, it does not mean that he has to do everything by himself. He then pats his hand, saying that he just thinks that it is not the right time to do this. He looks at him with determination, saying that right now they have to focus on surviving with the towers, but they will reach their destination soon. Yuxiang looks at his hand and wonders if it is really not the right time, and then he thinks that things will not change if they keep waiting for the right time. Suddenly, a message flashes in front of him, that if everyone is in audience, the show cannot start. And the notification appears in front of every player that an anonymous player is calling Hero King, along with his servants. Another notification shows asking them if they want to enter the Tower of the Witch and Walpurgis with Tier 10 hard level, and Tisaki gets concerned that a tower is calling. This tower is a story format, with 1 to 10 players allowed, and no shop available. Yuxiang looks behind him at the disaster happening on the television, and Tisaki gets nervous, as he says that he is the director of the player division at the intelligence agency, and it is not possible for him to be unavailable here because the Western countries are in disorder due to Tisaki apologizing to Yuxiang, and Jo clenches her fist. and she suddenly stands, slams her hands on the table, rattling the dishes, and she screams that she will go with Yuxiang. She smiles as she wears her gears and says that she wants to see the world through Yuxiang's point of view. Yuxiang smiles with pride and says that she must not regret it afterward. They both enter the tower by falling from above, as a notification shows the continental year in which Sintis Elysia has been successful in conquering the Demon King and has brought peace. Another notification shows that she is being accused of creating a crack between the papal faction and her followers, as the image of the blast in the castle appears. Another image of the Pope, with soldiers and knights, and scared Elysia appears, and a notification shows that this tension has led to civil war, and the tragedy of the Night of Walpurgis is being remembered as the bloodiest massacre in the history of the continent, as the bodies of soldiers are scattered on the ground, and the surroundings are red due to all the blood splattering around the castle. The scene then shifts to hundreds of people gathering in front of the castle, carrying fire torches, and chanting to burn the witch. Yuxiang looks ahead and gets nervous and confused, and he sees Elysia hanging on the cross, with her eyes blindfolded and fire engulfing her, and people chanting to burn her. Everyone starts throwing their torches on the already burning fire, which is about to reach Elysia, and she appears covered in blood and torn clothes, as she calls the god of light and asks them why they have abandoned her. Yuxiang and Ja take a look at the notification and say that they have to save Elysia, and Ja gets scared and covers her mouth with her hand. Yuxiang grips his dagger and runs towards her, calling her name, and everyone looks at him in confusion. And the notification states that the scenario is to save Elysia the witch, and the objective is to complete the story. The soldiers see that Yuxiang flies through the crowd, and they scream that it is the Demon King, and they should grab him. The soldiers attack Yuxiang, ordering that they will arrest anyone who tries to protect the witch. Yuxiang slashes his sword, gritting his teeth, telling them to get away, when he suddenly hears Ja calling his name. Yuxiang turns around to look at her, and he sees Ja with purple energy, as she orders him to jump. She extends her fingers, and a web appears from them, and she throws the web string toward the soldier, wrapping and trapping them completely, as Yuxiang leaps from there. He then throws his palm towards the fire, throwing swirls of ice energy. And suddenly, the fire turns into ice, all around Elysia, and Yuxiang walks towards her. Elysia, still on the cross, wonders if the fire has stopped. The cross then gets shattered, and Yuxiang takes Elysia in his arms as they sit on the ice. And Elysia asks him who he is, and Yuxiang smiles, asking if she really wants to ask that question. He removes her bloodied blindfold, and she smiles as she recognizes him. Yuxiang squeezes the blindfold in his hand as he gets shocked, and Elysia says that the first hero has saved her once again, and Yuxiang abruptly wraps his arms around her tightly, hiding his face in her neck. As he asks her why she has not called a hero before, it has led to this. Elysia's lips start trembling as one of her eyes is bloodied, and she squeezes Yuxiang's arm, saying that she wanted things to be a little different. She pushes Yuxiang from her, as she, with closed eyes, tells him that they cannot rely on heroes, and they cannot burden them with their duties. Her lips start trembling with hopelessness as she says that what she wanted did not go as planned. Yuxiang tries to calm her down, takes out a green potion bottle, and puts it on her closed eyes. He grabs her shoulder gently, putting the potion as he says that he has come too late to save her. Elysia smiles with still closed eyes as she says that he has come on time, just like he has always done. Suddenly, two men and a girl in a red cloak approach her, calling her name, and a guy sits in front of her, holding her hand. He tells her to run away with the hero, and they are going to fight, and Elysia says that she cannot leave them behind. The guy is about to say something, but suddenly someone appears behind him and slices his head off. It is the small girl in a red cloak, as her hand trembles, and she says that the Pope was right that Elysia is a witch because she has called two demon kings. The other person in a red cloak orders to seize her, as she is a spy who is selling the nation. The guy's hand slips from Elysia's hand as he falls on the ground, and she tries to understand why they have done this. Yuxiang looks at his trembling body and holds her close to him as he thinks that this place is the same as before, and nothing has changed. The soldiers are fighting in front of them, the ice has melted, and dust is all around them. His hand starts trembling over her shoulder, and she brushes her hand over her cheek, asking him not to cry. And Yuxiang smiles painfully as he asks if she is doing fine, and she smiles with her closed eyes, saying that she is okay. Yuseong keeps quiet for a moment, calls her name for attention, and tells her that she can either become a saintess or a witch. And Elijah, with confusion, asks him to elaborate on what he is talking about. And he holds her shoulders from behind as he says that if she becomes a witch, he is going to become a demon king, who will burn the whole world to keep her safe. She sits down properly, putting her hands with holes in them on her lap, and she smiles, saying that he should remember that she is going to be a saint till her last breath. Yuseong sighs and says that he was expecting her to say this. The notification appears that the scenario is updated, and the new scenario is to give Saintess her rightful authority back. After a while, Jia walks towards Yuoseng and stands behind him, and he thanks her for joining him in the tower. She shrugs and smiles, and asks about their next mission. He tells her that they have to get the authority of Elijah, as they look at the knights and soldiers fighting with each other, their swords clashing. He goes through his decks, saying that this place is just like a battlefield, and it is the perfect time for him to take out his new skill. And he looks through the blue gear, as the details of the new skill, Laplace's World, with a unique mythical tier appear. The technology of barrier ability makes a barrier and analyzes everything with control of the past, present, and future. Suddenly, a holographic projection appears on soldiers and structures, resembling a three-dimensional wireframe simulation, and the notification shows that the cognitive abilities are maximized. A knight comes running towards Yuseong, calling him Demon King and saying how dare he come here, and Yuseong raises his sword. He sees the knight appearing slowly in front of him in the projection and can see their power and speed. And Yuseong's mechanical eyes get wide as he says that he can do every move. A knight strikes with a sword, but Yuseong swiftly moves his head with lightning speed and tells the knight that he is too slow. He then raises his sword above his head, and ice bolts appear from it, and they fly toward the knights, and thrust into them, throwing them away, and the soldiers of Elijah get happy. After a while, Elijah hears someone saying that they should kill the Demon King and throw themselves at him. And Jia appears, carrying her in her arms, covering her eyes with a blindfold, and walks forward as two men point their swords towards them, saying that she also has the witch. The men ordered to kill her, and a dark shadow appeared behind Jia. And suddenly, he uses the card to awaken the shadow hell, and the darkness wraps around the men as they scream. Elijah smiles and thanks her for completing her wish, and she knows that it is a little hard to defeat them when they are alive. And Jia tells her that she does not have to thank her, she is just very good at these things. Elissa calls her hero, and she says that she is not a hero, and her name is Jia. And Elijah asks if Jia is the partner of Hero King, and Jia looks at her, and tells her that she has a long way to go to become a hero, but she is doing her best to become a hero one day, because she does not want Yuseong to carry everything on his shoulders. Elijah smiles and says that she is relieved to hear that he is not alone, unlike her. And her soldiers appear in front of her, saying that she is not alone, but has them and other people on her side. Elijah then puts her hand on Jia's cheek and tells her that being a partner and a follower is not the same thing, and asks her to be on his side. She then says that she does not want him to lose the motivation to keep going like she did. And Yuseong appears to be fighting with the knights, and he looks up at the sky. The scene changes to a grand cathedral interior glowing with golden light, featuring a magnificent altar adorned with angelic wings and a radiant cross at its center. A man is on all fours, coughing blood on the carpet beneath him. Yuseong steps towards him, as other dead bodies are lying around. Yuseong towers above him, with furrowed eyebrows, and he asks about the Pope. The man looks above at him, grinding his teeth, and he says that the Pope has departed for the Empire with the sacred relic. Yuseong's eye twitches as he hears the man say that if they take the seat of apostolic forcefully, Elijah the witch can never rule in the holy state. Yuseong turns around to look at Elijah, who is in the arms of Jia, as he asks what the man is talking about, and Elijah replies that in order to rule the holy state, they have to take the recognition of the relics to prove that God has chosen them, and the image of the Pope with his hands clasped in prayer above a sacred chalice, with a glowing halo behind his head. Elijah then comes down from Jia's arm and walks forward, removing her blindfold, as she says that she does not need the relic's permission, as it does not apply to her. As the blindfold slips off, her eyes look shining blue, as she says that she does not need to prove anything. She then clasps her hands in prayer, eyes closed, while a radiant, digital-like halo glows above her head. Then she unleashes a powerful energy bursting outward from her, illuminating the entire room and stunning everyone around her. Blue plus signs separate in front of the confused men as they look at their hands and bodies. Elijah holds one of the man's hands and says that even if they go against her, she, as a saintess, is going to take care of every person who lives in a holy state. The man starts stuttering, as if he has been affected by Ilisis's energy, and he says that it is a divine miracle. He then starts crying, with trembling hands, as he blames himself for what he has done. She then turns around to look at Jia and Yuxiang and tells them that their mission is completed. The notification shows that the scenario is completed, and Jia sighs in relief, saying that everything is sorted out, and Yuxiang smiles at her. Suddenly, another notification appears that the scenario has been updated to Conquest of the Drager Empire, and Yuxiang gets frustrated and confused, wondering why the scenario has not ended. Elijah tries to call his name, but Yuxiang does not reply to her, as he keeps wondering that if they have completed the mission by the Saintess, why there is another objective. Elijah opens her bright blue eyes as she says that she was scared that she could not send him back. She fidgets with her hold hands and tells her that she is not the one who has called him, and Yuxiang and Jia get shocked. Elijah lowers her head as she says that this time she is not the one who has summoned a hero. Jia's and Yuxiang's eyes get wide open in confusion and fear. The scene shifts to morning, where the sun shines bright above a castle. Inside, a group of hooded figures surrounds a glowing red magic circle, and the Pope sits in front of a chalice as energy surges from it, causing the ground to rumble with ominous power. The red liquid starts bubbling inside the chalice and radiates red energy, and the Pope exclaims, saying that they have done it. Suddenly, a blast happened, and his eyes got wide in confusion, and the red liquid shot upward at high speed. The king grabs the Pope by his collar and angrily asks him if he has even completed the ritual. Another blast happens, and the liquid bursts upwards in huge quantities, and the king asks if it can summon the hero. All of a sudden, the red liquid turned black and started to form into a body, and the king gets happy as he exclaims that the ritual has worked out. The person appears in a dark kimono, with long black hair, and the king welcomes him to his world. The king stands, extending his hands towards him, and introduces himself as the king of this land. The person's eyes spark with bright purple light as he asks if he is the king, and the king tries to say something, as the person lands behind him and takes out his sword. The king tells him that he wants to conquer the holy state, but the person abruptly slits him in half, splashing his blood all over. The person turns out to be the supreme demon, as he chops every body part of the king, splashing the blood from his body. The ground turns into a pool of blood, as the guards scream for their king and say that this is not the hero. The men in the cloak get scared, as they think that if he is a hero, why did he do this? And if their summoning ritual has failed, one of the men throws up on the ground. The supreme demon looks at the men and says that this world is in a tower, so how could they summon him? His surroundings become dark and purple, and the monarch of jesters appears laughing, saying that she has called him. The supreme demon clenches his fist, saying the monarch of jesters, and the king's guards get up, taking weapons in their hands, ordering that they need to kill him because he is a demon king. The monarch of jesters tells him to take this fight as a practice, and the supreme demon chuckles sarcastically and takes out his sword. He swiftly swings his sword, and with one wide streak, he slashes all the standing men in half, and blood spreads rapidly in all directions. He then thrusts his sword into Pope as he screams, and his blood gushes out. The supreme demon puts back his sword and asks the monarch of jesters what she wants from him. He looks at the dead bodies in front of him and a giant throne, as the monarch of jesters tells him that he can become anything that he wants in this game, either the king or the enemy of the realm. The supreme demon then walks towards the throne, slowly taking his steps, and touches the throne with his hand. And with saddened eyes, he agrees with the monarch of jesters. Then he sits on the throne, and purple energy starts to appear, and soon he is wearing a yellow cloak, and a giant dark snake is swirling around him. The scene shifts, and Yuxiang sees the notification of the Monarch of Sword being summoned, and he gets shocked. His face gets sweaty, as he is confused. He tries to think about how the Monarch of Sword can be summoned, and soon, the tier of the tower increases to an unknown number. Yuxiang starts chuckling nervously, and then he palms his head in confusion, saying that this is a joke for him. Jia also looks at the screen nervously, asking if the Monarch of Sword existed before this. Yuxiang makes an angry face, a hand still on his face, as he says that the Supreme Demon used to be the Monarch of Sword, and was removed from his throne before. Hearing that, she gets shocked, her mouth and eyes wide open, and sweat trickles from her forehead. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she turns toward Yuxiang, her voice trembling as she asks if this is the Supreme Demon she's heard of. The realization seems to shake her, and she brings a hand to her mouth, her expression a mix of shock and confusion. Yuxiang thinks of Season 5, in the tower where the dethroned monarch of the plague has come, which was the 12-tier tower at that time. But this time, the dethroned monarch of Sword has come, and the tower increases to an unknown tier. Yuxiang stands in front of the screen, his eyes tense and gritting his jaw, thinking that the Supreme Demon is not a regular monarch, but even other monarchs are scared of him. And he thinks that in this season, they have already unlocked Tier 16 towers, and if the tier number of this one is unknown, it is not a good sign. Jill looks at him and says that she is not sure how much she can help him against a powerful enemy like the Supreme Demon. She clenches her fist, trembling, as she says that if she removes her dark shroud, there is a chance that their odds will improve a little. Yuxiang, being tense, thinks that it will improve the chance, but it is going to put him in danger, as he imagines her dead, and he winces hard, closing his eyes. He takes out his daggers and tells Jia that he is going to kill her in this tower so she can go back to the real world. But his sentence gets interrupted by the notification from the Monarch of the Pathfinders, saying that they have the stars of the show, so they must not delay it, and exerts its influence on the tower. Yuxiang and Jia get shocked and confused, and look back as they see a red smoke energy buzzing out from a door. All of a sudden, a blast happens, and the door breaks as the red energy bursts out, and the men of Elysia come out of the door, flying and coughing blood out of their mouths, as the red energy crackles in the surrounding. Jia abruptly wraps her arms around Elysia, protecting her as Yuxiang enters through the broken door. He makes a giant ice shield, trying to keep away the red crackling energy in the room, but he is doing it with difficulty, using all his force. Slowly, the crackling energy starts to transform into the same one where the Supreme Demon had slaughtered everyone and taken his seat on the throne. Yuxiang gets angry and shocked as he sees the Supreme Demon sitting on the throne, but the Supreme Demon looks at him with calm pride as everything starts rumbling. Yuxiang nervously makes a rectangular frame gesture with his hands in front of his eyes, gritting his teeth. The Supreme Demon removes his cloak as he walks towards Yuxiang, but Yuxiang keeps making the frame with his hands. He thinks that even if he is the Supreme Demon, he can fight him by using his Laplace World skill. But suddenly, the Supreme Demon vanishes from the ground, and Yuxiang gets shocked, and he shakes with fear. Abruptly, the Supreme Demon appears and attacks Yuxiang, but he tries to stop the attack using his daggers. Their swords clash, sparks flying as a sharp clang fills the air. Yuxiang curses as the sword slits his cheek, and blood trickles out of it. The Supreme Demon slashes another attack, and Yuxiang stumbles backward. He looks at the Supreme Demon, who is rushing towards him with dark eyes. The speed of the Supreme Demon is fast, as he swings his sword towards Yuxiang, who is fighting with him with difficulty. Supreme Demon slashes one more attack on Yuxiang, and his eyes get wide open in fear. The purple energy goes through him and his daggers as he tries to stop it. But he, along with his daggers, gets slashed in half, and blood gushes out of him. The Supreme Demon says that it is a shame that it ends like this as he walks, and Yuxiang drops on the floor, and a violent splash of blood spreads across the ground. Jia, holding Elysia on the ground, screams his name in fear. Suddenly, Yuxiang gets up again, his nose oozing blood, and his face covered in sweat. He again makes the frame ignorant of him, but gets confused. Yuxiang looks at the Supreme Demon sitting on the throne, and he wonders what has happened. The Supreme Demon rests his face on his fist, saying that Yuxiang has another interesting ability, and he raises his hand, and Yuxiang falls on the ground beneath his feet, as he asks him if he sees himself winning in the future. Yuxiang looks above, scared, with bloodshot eyes, and he sees a notification showing the probability of winning against the target is 0%. And he suddenly gushes out blood from his mouth and nose, his eyes bulging out, and his face all sweaty. He falls on the floor with a thud and vomits a pool of blood, and seeing this, Jia runs towards him in concern, and Elysia screams his name. She slides on the ground and stands between the Supreme Demon and Yuxiang. She takes out her Charlotte Web, looks at trembling Yuxiang, and asks if the Supreme Demon has done this to him. She spreads web strings across the corners of the walls, forming a barrier to protect Yuxiang, and ask him what the Supreme Demon has done. And the Supreme Demon says that he has not done anything. He looks at them with raised eyebrows, saying that Yuxiang is a fool, because it does not matter how many times he uses the skill, the result will be the same. And Yuxiang keeps throwing blood, as multiple notifications of 0% beeps in red all above him. Zhe pats his back and says his name, and tries to help him get up, as she tells him to stop whatever he is trying to do. She looks at him and tells him to give up this time, but he starts dripping blood from his eyes and ears as well. The blood of his eyes drops on the pool of blood beneath him, as he thinks about whether he can give up. His thoughts turn black, as he only thinks that he should give up, because the fight is useless, and they should only focus on beating the season boss. He further thinks that their reputation in the Untower will be useless after this, but he needs to choose survival, as he cannot lose Zhe in this as well. He then thinks about himself in the clown mask, asking why he cannot give up. And he opens his eyes again and turns back abruptly, and he sees Elijah sitting far away from him. Then he thinks that he cannot give up, because if he does, he is going to lose Elijah, and she will be dead. Suddenly, he gets up on his feet, takes out his daggers, and walks forward. But Zhe tries to stop him, with anger and fear, saying that he cannot do this. He raises his dagger, and she asks if he is going to fight. He points his dagger towards the Supreme Demon, as blue icy energy surrounds his feet, and he says that he is going to fight. Elijah tries to look at him in fear. Her hair sways, as he says that he is saving someone innocent. Then he looks at the Supreme Demon and says that he is going to fight the impossible, and he thinks about his clown self and gets ready to attack, as he says that this is what heroes do. His eyes turn flash red, and he takes out his red sword of Supreme Demon's descent in 3 forms. He then calls Zhe's name, and she gets alert, and he tells her to cover for him, and she gets nervous, thinking she cannot do this. So she shouts, asking him, still trying to confirm if he is asking for her help. And Yuxiang tells her that he is not sure that he can do this all by himself. He then turns his head slightly towards her, his skin pale, as he asks, as if he is asking too much. And Zhe gets a little surprised. She puts her finger on her chin, as she thinks about what Elijah has told her about being on his side. And she grinds her teeth and abruptly throws the Charlotte web. She holds the webs in her hands and smiles in pride and confidence, her cloak swinging behind her. And she tells Yuxiang that it is not too much to ask, as she has been waiting all this time for him to ask for her help. Yuxiang grins at her and tells her to start the fight, and she jumps and whips all their webs forward, as Yuxiang also rushes forward, swinging his sword. He clenches his sword tightly and raises it above his head, and he slashes it towards the Supreme Demon. But he stops the attack by raising his own sword, and sparks erupt as their blades crash together, the sound of clang echoing around them. Suddenly, a blast erupts, and Elijah puts her arms in front of her face and screams for Yuxiang. She screams in pain, disbelief, and concern as Yuxiang and the Supreme Demon lock their swords, pushing against each other with force. But Yuxiang is doing it with difficulty, gritting his teeth and having a sweaty face, and the Supreme Demon is rather calm. Elijah clenches her dress as she thinks that the heroes have their own world to save, but they are still fighting for her. Elijah sits on the floor, while the Supreme Demon slashes his sword towards Yuxiang, but he dodges it, with the help of Zhe's web in the air. The dust whirls around the area, swinging Elijah's hair as she thinks that she cannot sit there helplessly and not do anything for the heroes. She thinks that she cannot do much help, but suddenly she hears a monarch calling her, and she abruptly opens her eyes. She looks behind, and a dark door appears, and a giant hand with long nails emerges from it, asking her if she wants to help the heroes. Elijah starts trembling with fear, and drops of sweat slide down her face. The veiny hand motions to her to come forward, and she stutters, asking who they are. The long finger points forward, saying that they are the god of gods. The monarch starts laughing and says that even the god of Elijah serves them, and Elijah gets confused. The finger then points towards the clashes between Yuxiang and the Supreme Demon, and says that even the Supreme Demon was once a god, and suddenly he slashes his sword, and Yuxiang falls far away. Elijah looks at their fight getting intense, as she says in disbelief that the Supreme Demon cannot be a god. Elijah's lips start to tremble as she hears the voice telling her that they can help her, only if she pays the price. And soon, Elijah sits on the hand as a bright, glowing red energy appears in front of her. She gets scared and starts to tremble, her mouth wide open, and she tries to say something. The scene shifts back inside as the Supreme Demon kicks Yuxiang's stomach with his foot, and Yuxiang screams in pain as blood gushes out of his mouth. He stands on him as dust swirls around them, and Yuxiang's sword is thrust in the ground along with the Charlotte web, and the Supreme Demon says that it was very disappointing. Somewhere on the ground, she tries to come out of the giant rock that has fallen over her, and the Supreme Demon says that he thought that Yuxiang would do something different, but all he did was mimic his sword. Yuxiang, with gritted teeth, tries to move away his foot, his arms trembling, and the Supreme Demon says that Yuxiang does not have skills and he just performs like a cheap clown. The Supreme Demon then raises his dark sword in the air, and his sword starts emitting dark purple energy, as he says that continuing the fight is useless now. He then strikes his attack, and the purple streak leaves its mark in the air, and Jia coughs, seeing this, trying her best to come out of the rock. The streak appears in front of Yuxiang, and Ash gets shocked and hears someone screaming his name. Suddenly, Elijah's hand appeared in front of the streak, and the sword hit her hand with a loud metal clang. Her and the Supreme's demon hair sways in the air, and the spark of metal surrounds her. The Supreme Demon gets confused about what had happened, and Yuxiang screams her name in fear and concern for her. And Elijah stands in front of the sword, confidently stopping it with only one hand, and she grips the sword tightly in her hand. And she says the words of God above God, and Yuxiang flinches at her words, his eyes wide open as he is trying to understand what she has said. The ceiling starts to rumble above Ilisis's head, and a crack appears on it, revealing a purple starry night. Then the whole room starts to rumble, and the debris starts to fall, as Elijah's, still holding the sword, says that she wants to see the end result of this puppet show. Suddenly, the rocks start to fall from the building, and she puts her other hand on her chest. She then looks above, her eyes dripping blood, and with sadness, she says that she is going to sacrifice her world. Yuxiang, lying on the ground, gets shocked and nervous, as he cannot understand what she is doing. He looks at her, who is still holding the sword firmly, as he stutters, asking her what she is doing. Suddenly, the crack in the ceiling has a bright star, and the same voice comes, saying that it will accept her deal. And Yuxiang grits his teeth in multiple feelings of anger and concern. Suddenly, a bright light flashes on Yuxiang's face, and he appears lying inside the throne of the End, as all the monarchs sit in their respective seats. Yuxiang flinches as he sees Elijah turning towards him, calling his name. He sees her standing on one of the floors of the tower, with one of the monarchs who has a giant axe in their hand. Yuxiang shouts at her in frustration, asking why she has made a deal with a monarch. Elijah, without any expression, tells him that she remembers all the sacrifices he has made for her, since the day they met. She then smiles calmly and says that she wants to return those sacrifices and favors to him. Yuxiang tries to say something to her, but the monarch asks him to be silent. The monarch appears as a galaxy face, as they say that now is the time to start the ritual of enthronement, by taking the 7 high sovereign monarchs as witnesses. And Elijah stands beside them, with her eyes closed, and her hands wrapped together. Yuxiang raises his eyebrows as he gets concerned, wondering what the enthronement ritual is. Suddenly, a monarch removes a big piece of cloth and reveals a throne with yellow blood on it, asking Elijah to go there. On the seat of the throne, there is a bunch of broken equipment of the monarch of Libra, and the monarch says that these things belong to an idiot, who was neutral, and used to complain till her end, as she was ignoring the will of her god. The monarch then puts their hand on the chair and orders Elijah to sit on this throne, as it belongs to her from now on. And Yuxiang gets shocked and confused as he hears that. But he realizes that the enthronement ritual is done when there is a vacant seat of a monarch available. He then shouts her name in a hurry and rushes towards her. But a bunch of gold chains appear in front of him, as the monarch asks him not to interfere. And the chains start to wrap themselves around Yuxiang, as he grits his teeth, trying to free himself. He still shouts at Elijah, asking her to refuse the deal, and tells her that if she sacrifices her world, it will only end with disaster, as he remembers the world of the Immortal Empire. Yuxiang asks her if she really wants to do this, and Elijah glows in sadness, her lips trembling. And she clenches her hands and looks at Yuxiang, restricted in chains, and her hair flows in front of her, and she tells him that she really wants this. She looks at him and cries with the tears of blood and smiles painfully, as she says that she has found something more precious to protect. And Yuxiang looks at her with confusion, and beads of sweat drip from his forehead. Elijah then pats on the chair, and dark energy starts to radiate from it, and it starts to become thick, and Elijah grabs the thick energy smoke in her hand. Elijah stands in front of a twisted, eerie wooden structure covered in glowing blue candles of the throne, her blue hair flowing, as black crows circle and perch around it, and their feathers fall on the ground. Suddenly, all the feathers start to swirl in a whirlwind and rise towards the sky, and take Elijah in their swirl as well, as she stands calmly. All of a sudden, a blast happens, and a black tornado swirls, and Yuxiang shouts her name, saying that she cannot end things like this. After a moment, Elijah grins inside the tornado, which is now calming down, and she looks at her hand, with long black nails, as black feathers fall, and she says that this is not the end. The notification appears that the monarch of witches has taken the throne, as she appears in a black dress, a witch hat, and a giant crow sitting on her hand. She opens her eyes, which are still bright blue, but now crying with black tears, and she says that this is only the new beginning. The scene shifts as Jie is lying in a black pitch surrounding, as a notification dings that the Tower of the Witch and Walpurgis has been erased. She coughs as she sees bright feathers falling, and she wonders where she is right now. Suddenly, the monarch of witches is whispering her name, and she gets shocked, and she looks behind at the glowing image of Elijah as a monarch, and she wonders if this is the Saintess Elijah. She then turns around to look at her and asks if she has become the monarch, and Elijah tells her that it was her own will to become one, so that she can stand beside her heroes. Jie looks at her with a confused face as Elijah tells her that she has fought as a partner with Yuxiang and knows what he can do, and what he has done. Elijah then extends her giant hands towards Jie and asks her if she still wants to fight alongside Yuxiang. Jie clenches one fist and holds that wrist with the other hand, and she, with determination, says that she will be on his side. She further says that now she is aware of what he is protecting and fighting against. Elijah smiles proudly, pats Jie, and thanks her. Jie holds her hands with calmness and love in her eyes, as Elijah offers her the dual contract. She hovers over Elijah's hands and asks for permission from her monarch of assassins if she can accept the dual contract, and the monarch of assassins grants her permission. Jie's eyes flash, and she furrows her eyebrows with determination, as a bright feather appears on her hand, as she binds with the contract with the monarch of witches. The scene shifts to the Moscow pub, and Tisaki and the other players get shocked seeing their screens. In confusion, they look at their screens, which are showing that the tower was erased. But they also see Yuxiang sitting on the floor, and just standing beside him. Tisaki asks them what they have done inside the tower, because a tower being erased has never happened before, and Jie looks at him nervously, while Yuxiang is sitting, lowering his head. Jie then tells him that she is going to explain everything, and after a while, Tisaki sighs heavily after listening to her. Jie stands beside Tisaki as he repeats all the information she has given him about the unreadable tower tier. And the tower disappears, and a new monarch comes into being. He then looks at her with one eye and says that the rules of towers are useless now. He then says that it is really hard to win against the bastard monarchs, and he tries to get the attention of Yuxiang, who is sitting far in the chair, and Yuxiang, without turning his head, says that it is not possible to win, and Tisaki and Jie lower their heads in disappointment. But they abruptly lift their heads in shock as they hear Yuxiang saying that it would be impossible if he fights alone. Yuxiang looks ahead of the glass windows, hearing the murmurs behind him. He adjusts his chair, as he thinks that the gods at the top of the towers are not untouchable, but the path that the supreme demon has chosen can never reach them. He faces all the players and Tisaki, as he says that he cannot fight this battle alone, so they will have to join him. He further tells them that because they have said that they are not on his level, he is going to drag them all to his level. He extends his hand and clenches his fist, smiling, and says that he is going to start the guild. The cameras flash their lights, taking pictures and videos, taking pictures of the banner of the guild launch press conference. And the news reporters announce that Yuxiang, their hero king, is going to build the guild, as they take pictures of Yuxiang, who is sitting on the podium. The news reporters keep asking questions regarding the guild, like the expected number of members, and if it is going to be illegal. And he puts his chin on his hands as he chuckles nervously, saying that he wants to hear one question at a time. He then points towards a reporter on his left side and says that the questions will go from there in order. The reporters rise, a little anxious, and he asks him if Yuseong is usually the lone player. So what is the reason behind building a guild? Yuseong sighs tiredly and says that he has been working alone to save the world for a long time. He then pats on his back, as if it is aching, and he says that due to the overload of work, his body is not functioning well. His father says that in order to have efficient work and good flow, he needs to team up with others, and a reporter raises his eyebrows at hearing that. As Yuseong keeps talking, the same reporter holds his hand up and smirks, as he says that what Yuseong is saying shows that he is getting weak. Yuseong is happily answering questions at the press conference when he suddenly stiffens at one reporter's words, his expression turning blank in confusion. The reporter smiles evilly and says that it is a reality that Yuseong does not have the same strength as before to fight alone, and that is why he is covering it up by building a guild. And other reporters start murmuring and start writing breaking news headlines on their computers, showing that the Hero King must be declining. The reporters ask if he is right that Yuseong will now only be the guild master, and Yuseong's whole focus is on the reporters, as if he cannot see the others standing in front. And Yuseong presses his lips, his eyebrows furrow for a moment. The scene shifts, he smiles, beaming, squinting his eyes, sitting with Je at the Hero King and his lackeys guild admission, where they both are the judges, and Je is the vice guild master. Yuseong happily calls for the next candidate, and Je looks at him with side eyes, as if trying to understand him, as she asks him if he is doing okay. Yuseong smiles happily, asking what she is talking about, and Je shows her teeth to him as she says that she is talking about the press conference. She looks at him as she tells him that, usually, he talks back to the reporters, but yesterday, without saying a word, he had walked outside. Yuseong stretches his back as Je says that people will misunderstand him, and he says that he does not care about it. He lies on the chair, hands behind his head, as he says that the rumors will not even last a week. As Je asks him how he is so sure about it, the door opens abruptly, and a man comes in. He greets Yuseong and flexes his huge, muscular body and arms with immense power, while wearing the merch of Yuseong, emphasizing his overwhelming size and strength in a dramatic way. He turns around, showing off his leg muscles and biceps, as he joyfully says that he wants to join his guild. He then flexes his chest, where Yuseong's picture is showing, and she says that he has inspired him to become a player, and pleads with him to accept him. Je looks at him like he is an idiot, and Yuseong nervously laughs, whacking his forehead, as he says that he must be the Hero King's fan, which is why he has also bought the ugly merch of him. Yuseong points one finger at him, saying that he can join, but he first has to pass the test, and the man happily comes forward, flexing his arms above his head, and his legs bend. He asks what he should do. Yuseong joyfully tells him that he has to do a deathmatch, and the man, still flexing, cannot understand what he means by that. And suddenly, Yuseong throws the desk and chairs in the air, along with Je, and the man screams in fear, putting his arms in front of his face. He then slips and crashes to the ground, along with the table and a chair. And suddenly a sword was thrust on the ground, right above his shoulder, and he screamed with a wide open mouth, and a line of sweat trailed down his face. Yuseong sits on one knee behind him, holding the sword, his eyes red, and the man screams, pleading with him not to be killed. The man titters as he screams that he is sorry for everything he did, and he does not want to die. And Yuseong looks at him with a darkened face, asking if he is going to do the same in the tower. He scratches the sword in the ground, as the man grits his teeth in fear, his whole body sweaty, as Yuseong asks him if he is going to plead for his life, while fighting with the monarchs and the monsters. He then says that this is not a game for a kid and abruptly slashes his head off, which rolls away, leaving a dark trail of blood. His head shows gray and shimmers with light, and a notification appears that the process is complete. Yuseong makes a frame of his finger in front of his eyes, and a glowing blue circle of a digital scanner made of concentric rings and hexagonal patterns appears in it. And the scene changes, as the blue screen disappears, and the man is still standing in front of him, flexing his body, as the notification shows that his probability of defeating the target is 0%. Yuseong sighs tiredly, rolls his finger, and calls the next candidate. And both Je and the man look at him in confusion and shock, and he replies that the man has failed, and calls the next candidate once again. After a while, he makes the frame of his finger once again, and the notification shows that the process is getting started, and the surrounding starts to turn blue. He then looks at the next candidates on his blue screen, fighting against them and failing, as Yuxiang cuts their bodies in half. And the notification shows that their probability of defeat is 0%, and Yuxiang is once again failing them. The other candidate comes, with a wand in her hand, and Yuxiang also kills her, as her probability is again 0%. Then Jia turns her face and looks at him with an unimpressed yet concerned face, as she calls his name. She stands in front of him, who is still making the frame in front of his eyes, as she tells him that he is not taking things seriously. She then angrily tells him that, without any reason, he is failing them by merely looking at them once. And Yuxiang sits back on his seat, listening to her scolding him, as she asks him if there is any difference between them. And Yuxiang slowly says that there is a difference, as he remembers holding a player on the ground with his sword ready to attack. And the player squeezes his hand tightly, gritting their teeth, as tears roll down her face and Vienna pops. And the probability of defeating the target comes to 0.001%, and Yuxiang says that this is a big difference. He then tells Jia that the next round will be as difficult as the fight they had against the Supreme Demon. He makes a fist with his hand, saying that he needs the kind of people who are willing not to give up, and then shows the fist towards Jia, smiling, saying that he will only accept those kinds of players who are just like Jia. And Jia gets surprised, her eyebrows shoot up, and her lips tremble for a moment, and then she sighs, smiling slightly. And she says that if Yuxiang wants that, she will have to trust him, and then they both bump their fists. Abruptly, the door opens, and a man in a cloak appears, saying that he wants to join the guild as well. Jia flinches seeing him, and Yuxiang looks at him with side eyes and suspicion. He makes a slight, angry face as he recognizes Sin Sayer, who is one of the top 10 heroes, as he appears wearing a cloak on his head. Yuxiang looks at him as he wonders why Sin Sayer, the hero of Italy, wants to join a foreign guild, instead of doing something in Italy. Sin looks at him and asks if Yuxiang is turning him down, and Yuxiang tells him that he is not turning him down, as he is more than qualified. He says that to keep everything equal, even he has to take a test, and then he makes a frame in front of his eye, and the surroundings turn blue in the frame, and he looks at Sin in a block cloak with dark energy, as the notification shows that his probability of defeating the target is unknown. Seeing that, Yuxiang gets shocked and shudders, and Jia calls his name in concern as she sees his nose bleeding, dropping blood. Yuxiang wipes the blood with his hand, as he thinks that even the Supreme Demon gave him a probability of 0, and how can Sin give him an unknown? He then smirks at Sin, who is standing expressionless, and thinks that this is going to be interesting. As Yuxiang is looking at him, he remembers that in the Tower of the United Nations, he had figured that Sin is not in the contract with the Monarch of Light, and now he wonders which monarch he is bound to. And Sin, who is standing expressionless, suddenly starts smiling, and tells Yuxiang that he must be getting nervous because he cannot see him through his Laplace skill. And Yuxiang suddenly gets up from his chair as he cannot comprehend what he has just heard. And he abruptly lunges towards Sin, his chair falling back, as he grips his cloak in his hand tightly. Anger flashes across his face as he confronts Sin, demanding an explanation for his knowledge of the Laplace skill, and Sin smiles slightly. Suddenly, the surroundings start to shake slightly, as the microphones fall, and Jia gets confused about everything. The surroundings start to shake more with the noise of Thrum, and Sin smiles, saying that if Yuxiang wants to know about him, he can follow him to his tower. And he starts to disappear in the blue technical wall, and only the black smoke is left in Yuxiang's hands. As he and the other players see from the glass wall, a tower is emerging with loud rumbles. Yuxiang clenches his fist in anger as the notification appears, asking if he wants to join the unknown tower, with a hard tear. Seeing that, Yuxiang sighs as he runs his fingers through his hair, saying that the notification windows never work properly, and behind him, Jia is rushing towards him. She tells him not to go, but Yuxiang says with determination that she should not stop him, as he is going to win everything that is in there. As Jia is about to grab him, the blue screen comes, and he enters the tower, and the candidates look at the tower, wondering what kind of it is, and how it came here so abruptly. She gets nervous and concerned for Yuxiang, as she wonders what she can do, and if she can help him in any way. She then taps on her screen to send a message, and soon she changes into her gear as she screams that she is going to enter the tower. She vanishes from there, leaving her notification window open, and candidates still wondering and looking out at the tower. Suddenly, her notification screen shows that the message has been sent for the help request by calling the designated player. The scene changes to the tower, as Yuseong lands on his feet. The surroundings are engulfed in fire, and he wonders what kind of smell he is smelling. He puts a hand on his nose, and he freezes, seeing something, and sweat drips from his face. Ja also joins and rushes towards him, saying that he cannot go alone, but Yuseong is only looking in front of him in shock. Ja comes near him, telling him that they should go together, and she looks at what Yuseong is seeing, and also gets shocked. They see the body of a girl, hanging by the tree, turning in intense flames, her body turning skeletal as fire engulfs her completely, creating a horrifying and tragic scene. Yuseong and Ja flinch back, sweat dripping down their faces and fear flashing in their eyes. Yuseong is gritting his teeth, and Ja has put both his hands on her mouth, and an explosion happens in the surrounding area. The system window appears, showing the continental years Uzanzira, and the fallen saintess Elijah has made a team with a demon due to her hate for this world. Due to this, half of life has dissipated into ashes, as the image of the first and houses burning emerges. The further details show that, in fear of the witch returning, the Holy Church chooses to purify all girls, and all the bodies of the girls are hanging from the tree, burning, as the fire crackles and the tree's wood pops. Yuseong grits his teeth, sweat pours down his face, as he fears, wondering if this is the result of Elijah sacrificing the world. The fire keeps crackling, and Ja looks at the notification with concern, which shows the objective to help the church in finding the witch and to purify her. And Yuseong screams, looking above, curses them, and says that they are never going to do that. He turns around and looks at her with concern, as he hears Ja asking him if that's all their fault, because they are not strong enough, and that is why Elijah had to make this sacrifice. And Yuseong bangs his hands on the ground in frustration, smoke and ashes still lingering in the air, as he is on all four, and Ja is sitting beside him on her knees. And Yuseong thinks that he cannot deny that they are not powerful enough, because that is the truth. Suddenly, black smoke appears behind Ja, and suddenly her face changes, as her nose grows longer, her eyes widen, and she sticks out her tongue evilly towards Yuseong, and swings her dagger towards his back. But suddenly, Maria comes and shouts at Yuseong to stay in his place, as she raises her mace and hits the monster on the face. Yuseong looks at the scene in shock, where Maria's attack creates a blast, and the whole body of the monster turns into pieces. He then looks at Maria with an open mouth, trying to understand how she is here, and she looks back at him without expression. He stutters and asks her the reason for her being here, but Maria abruptly hits his head with her fist, and he screams. Maria waits for a moment, and Yuseong feels the pain, sitting on the ground. She then exclaims in joy and apologizes to him, saying that she had to make sure that he is not a mere demon, and Yuseong is sitting with his swollen head in pain. He suddenly realizes and screams, asking about Ja, and Maria smiles, saying that she is fighting with the mare demons. As Ja slashes the demon with her web strings, and Maria smiles, she tells Yuseong that Ja has called her for help, saying that Yuseong might be in trouble. She then asks Yuseong if he is alright, because he is sitting on the ground, his head bowed, and his face full of concern. She then holds his face, saying that he does not look alright, and Yuseong nervously looks at her hands, as sweat drips from his face. Maria then brushes his hair from his face and smiles with soft eyes and concern, and he looks at her, dumbfounded. She softly says his name, holding his face. She tells him that this is not his fault, and Yuseong looks at her, though guilt still lingers in his heart, but her touch and words give him comfort. And then he abruptly wraps his arms around her, and she does the same. Hugging her tightly, he asks for reassurance once again, as he cannot believe that it was not his fault. And Maria smiles and says that she is sure, and is going to give him reassurance as many times as he needs it, because he forgets all the time, as she remembers him crying on her lap. Suddenly, she appears behind them, she awkwardly coughs, and informs them that the surroundings are clear. Maria then tries to pull Yuseong, asking if he is okay, and he, still lowering his head, squeezes her side. And then, thanks to both Ja and Maria for their help, they both smiled at him. Then he smiles, stands up, and says that it is time to go after the bastard. The details of the Tower of the Witch and Walpurgis appear, giving the objective to kill the witch. And the synopsis is that a girl will turn into a vile witch, and players have to kill her to stop the massacre. And Maria smiles nervously, scratching her neck, asking which bastard Yuxiang is going after. Enja tries to walk away, coughing faintly, and Yuxiang realizes something. He gets angry and points towards Jia, saying that she has not told her the details before calling her here. Enja shouts back, saying that she could not tell her at that time. Jia kicks at his chest and yells at him, saying that because he could not wait to enter the tower, even though he knew it was a trap, she did not have time to discuss details, and Yuxiang groans in pain from her kick. Maria interrupts their fight, coming between both of them, as Yuxiang is sitting, lowering his head, and Jia is standing with her arms folded. Maria nervously laughs and tells them that they can tell her the details right now, and Yuxiang presses his lips together, his eyebrows furrowed in concern. Yuxiang and Maria are sitting on the ground, and Jia is standing between the scorched buildings collapsing around them, embers swirling through the smoky air, and the ground beneath them is cracked, and the bodies are still hanging on the tree. And Yuxiang tells her that he and Jia are responsible for whatever is happening here. And Maria gets shocked and nervous, looking at the sad Yuxiang, as he tells her everything about Elijah and her decision to become a monarch. Yuxiang sits in front of her, with bowed head, and she also, with sad eyes, fidgets with her hands. Then Jia looks at the bodies hanging, holding her own arm. She says that the tower's objective is to find the vile witch and kill her. Her hand trembles as she squeezes her arm, feeling pain, and she says that she cannot fight. And Maria looks at trembling Jia, and with determination, she says that they only have the last option, and Yuxiang says that she is right. Then they both speak in unison that they have to fight the hidden objective. And Jia gets confused and shocked, as she does not know if it is true. And Maria tells her that it can happen, but it is hard to find them, and also, they make the tower more difficult, which has happened a lot with Yuxiang. Yuxiang, sitting on one knee, his one hand on the other, as he shows them two fingers and says that there are two things. He then shows them one index finger and says that they have to find the vile witch, and maybe after that, the objective will change, and Jia and Maria nod with determination and agreement. He takes out his dagger and says that the second thing is that they have to find Sin Sayer, who has dragged them here. And then he swings his dagger in the air, and Maria also whips her mace, and Jia holds her hands in the air. Yuxiang, with courage, holds his dagger and says that they have to find Sin first because he needs to ask him some questions. The scene shifts to Sin holding his weapon and standing between the fire circle that is rising towards the sky, and the ashes roam in the air. He then turns his head slowly, fire crackling behind him, as he says that it's a mayor's duty to make their targets relive their past trauma. And Yuxiang steps towards him, holding his daggers on his sides, and radiating red energy and anger on his face. And Sin asks him if he has enjoyed reliving his trauma. The scene changes to Maria looking at them from above, hiding on a rooftop, as Sin asks Yuxiang the reason for reaching out to him. And Jia, holding her web strings, hiding behind a wall, keeping an eye, as Sin tells Yuo Seng that he should be completing his objective right now. The scene changes to Sin, as he smirks at Yuxiang and says that it must be difficult for him to do the objective. And then starts laughing evilly, his eyes radiating red energy, as he says that Yuxiang knows that if he completes the objective, Elijah will face the consequences. And Yuxiang glares at him, his brows knit together, and he clenches his dagger, as he says that he wants to find out who is the monarch of Sin, and says that it does not matter anymore. And he abruptly rushes towards Sink, who is smirking, and he attacks him. Their weapons collide, sending out a burst of sparks, and the sound of clang echoes around them. Their weapons clash and lock, neither of them backing down, as the screeching noise is emerging from the clash, and Yuxiang says that whoever is the monster is already on Yuxiang's hit list. And suddenly Maria rushes towards him, saying that she and Sayawil will help him in fighting. But she halts in her tracks, seeing them fighting, and Yuxiang tells her that she should go with Shit to find the vile witch. He grinds his teeth, looks slightly at her, and says that he is going to handle Sin by himself. And Maria gazes at him with a tense expression. She grinds her teeth, sweat drips from her face. Then she abruptly says to Yuxiang that they find the vile witch. But there is no hidden objective, and Yuxiang is shocked as he realizes the possibility. And that distracts him, and Sin attacks him, throwing him far away on the ground. But he handles himself and slides backward across the ground on his feet and daggers, thrusting into the ground to slow him down. clouds of dust erupt from the ground as he stops in front of Maria, smiles at her, and says that they will worry about that later. He opens his palm as swirls of icy blue energy radiate from it. Along with his telekinesis swords, he tells her to go, and she rushes from there as Yuxiang makes an icy blue explosion. The swords are racing towards Sin, who uses his weapon and quickly and swiftly dodges the attack and smiles at Yuxiang, saying that this pathetic trick is all the Hero King has. And Yuxiang appears behind him, raising his sword. He says that this is not true, and Sin gets a little surprised. Yuxiang's eyes get dark and red as he thinks that he cannot let Sin stay here any longer, and he tells him to wait outside the tower, as his sword shimmers with bright purple energy, and he slashes Sin, who feels the pain of the attack with the Supreme Demon's sword's third stance. Sin's blood is flowing out of him as he is stumbling towards the ground, as Yuxiang, with anger, says that he is going to meet him after he clears the tower. Suddenly, Sin's face turns pitch black, and swirls of red bright energy flash on his face as he laughs, saying that it is not over this soon. He stomps his foot on the ground, and Yuxiang gets confused and alert, and a bead of sweat appears on his face. He clenches his fist as he sees the body of Sin, snickering, and dark energy flowing out of him as he tries to get up from the floor. And he gets up, with a giant mouth on his stomach. With long teeth and nails, the monster-like figure starts laughing, saying that it's too soon to end the performance this quickly, and then calls Yuxiang by the name of Child of Jesters. And Yuxiang shudders and gets stressed as he remembers that this is the same monarch that he saw at the Throne of the End, whose face was just like a galaxy. The monarch tries to walk towards him by spreading his legs, and his body creates a creaking noise, and the energy radiates outside as Yuxiang thinks that he has seen all kinds of monarchs, but none of them were like this one. And he remembers the monarch of games and the monarch of jesters. He screams with anger that he is the high sovereign monarch, and gets ready with the sword, and the monarch points his finger at him, and says that Yuxiang is absolutely right. He then says that he is one of the 7th high sovereigns, and he is called the Monarch of Nightmares, who rules over the tower and the monarch. The flames erupt, reaching towards the sky rapidly, and Yuxiang and the Monarch of Nightmare are standing between the crackling fire, ready to fight. Yuxiang is crossing his arms with daggers, creases forming between his brows as he asks the Monarch of Nightmare why he has stolen the body of Sin Saer. The Monarch of Nightmare starts to talk about the United Nations Tower, and Yuxiang flinches on that one, wondering what is about to hear. He continues saying that in that tower, everyone, including the 100 candidates and the 10 heroes, fell into despair. He then tells Yuxiang that even he was hopeless in the end, so there was no chance for Sin not to lose himself. He further tells him that at that time, he was patting Sin's almost unconscious body, and he grabs his mouth open, as the image of Sin screaming and tears rolling out of his eyes comes up, as he says that he cannot bear this nightmare anymore, and he wants to be free. The Monarch of Nightmare starts laughing, saying that he has fulfilled his wish, and the open mouth on the stomach starts laughing, as Yuxiang can be seen in it. Suddenly, Yuxiang cracks his dagger in anger and says that the monarch should not mock Sin. With anger and frustration, he yells at him that Sin might be broken right now, but once he was a hero as well. He then points his dagger at him, still yelling, as he asks what the intention of the monarchs is and why they are doing all of this. The mouth on the stomach starts grinning, wide open, as he starts telling him their intentions. He then tells that the monarchs are bound by their fates, and their names are their destiny, which they are driven towards. Yuxiang is still pointing his dagger as he listens to the monarch speaking, waving his hands as well. He further says that the monarch of blood wants blood, and the monarch of frost wants the cold, and he asks Yuxiang to guess what the monarch of nightmare wants. And Yuxiang slowly says that he must want a nightmare, and the monarch starts snickering. His stomach muscles open wide as he starts laughing hysterically. Behind him, a bunch of weird faces appear as he says that he wants nightmares and wants everyone to get tortured by them. He shows his red flashy eye in the hood and long nails as he says that he changes reality and dreams into nightmares, and that is why he uses the tower. And Yuxiang glares at him with anger and gritted teeth, and he screams that he will not let that happen. And suddenly, a huge icy blue blast erupts, circling and rising towards the sky, and the notification shows that the title of Monarch Slayer is getting activated, and the damage to deal with monarchs has increased by 9,999%. The bright blue icy energy circles on the ground and throws the bolus towards the ground as well as toward the sky, as propulsive energy swirls in the area. And Yuxiang, using all his frustration, courage, and anger, lunges towards the monarch, along with his daggers, as he yells that he is going to kill the monarch today. As Yuxiang is zooming toward Shim, the monarch's big mouth is browning, and his hands start to move, while creating creaking noises. And soon, one of his hands starts to get bigger in size, with weird-looking flesh, and becomes a giant hand. And he says that he wants to see Yuxiang trying to kill him, and then reaches his hand toward him. Then he calls him the child of jesters and strikes him with his massive hand, sending him flying through the air as his daggers scatter away into the wind. But Yuxiang cannot stop in the middle, as he keeps dragging backward and keeps colliding with the walls, creating a massive explosion. He then crashes into a pile of furniture, but it also does not stop him as he keeps flying backward. He collides with a house, creating an explosion, and after a moment, his speed slows down, and after crashing with the ground twice, he is slammed into a wall, damaging it with his force. Then he coughs a huge amount of blood, his eyes bulging out, and veins popping, as he wonders how, with one strike of the monarch's arm, he sent him flying this much. He sits on the ground with his head lowered, the dust trying to settle in the surroundings, and the ground rumbles. He sees the bright light of the monarch's eye flashing in between the dust, as he thinks that he has been between life and death many times, but he can say that he does not have the chance to survive this one. And his eyes start to bleed, his face all sweaty, as he sees himself in the hand of the monarch of nightmares. Suddenly, a golden wire swishes towards him, and Akin appears with it as it rings, and then the notification says that this is a skill of the Tin Can phone, and Yuxiang looks at it in confusion. And he wonders if this is Zhi's skill, and why she is calling him right now. And the monarch of nightmare shows his hand as he says that Yuxiang should pick up the call, as he might hear some good news. And then he starts laughing, and Yuxiang grinds his teeth in helplessness, and then puts the can to his ear, taking the call. He gets an alert as he hears Maria screaming in his ear that they have found the vile witch. The scene changes to Maria, taking a girl in her hands, who is scared and also holding Maria's arms. And she is protecting her from inside the shield barrier, as Zhi is killing the Pope by strangling him with her web string, his eyes and tongue blinding out. The scene shifts back, and Yuxiang clenches his fist as he says that they have cleared the first hurdle and asks if they have found any hidden objectives. And Maria gets quiet for a moment, and then says that they have not found the new objective yet, and Yuxiang gets a little disappointed. Then she tells him that they have killed the leader of the church and have saved the girl, but no hidden objective appears, and Yuxiang gets shocked, trying to understand everything, and his skin shudders with sweat. The scene changes, and Maria calls Yuxiang's name, still holding the girl in her hands, and Yuxiang hears her asking if he is okay. He then heaves for a moment, and then smiles and playfully tells her that she doesn't have to worry about him, as he is fine. Maria then hears him saying that he can handle everything, and he will handle Sin as well, and Maria should keep searching. And Maria gets a little disappointed and slowly tells him that she will do it, and Zhi comes to stand in front of her. Yuxiang then stands up. As he drops the phone, he hears Maria telling him not to die, and he laughs and says that she has raised a death flag, and he appears with swords in his hands, in front of the giant hand of the monarch, and suddenly, a rush of blood splatters in the air. And the monarch says that Yuxiang, the child of Jester, is leaving shallow words in his end. A gush of blood is oozing out of his large fist, and he opens his bloodied hand, saying that Yuxiang has tested the limits of his luck. Suddenly, he gets shocked, as he sees a dead crow in his bloodied hand instead of Yuxiang, and a black tornado swirls behind the monarch, and Elijah appears in it, smiling. Her hair swirls in the wind, along with the black feathers, as he tells Yuxiang, who is sitting on the ground, that she has told him that this time she is going to help him,